Yize is reborn into his university days, activating a cutting-edge technological system to create combat robots that incite a frenzy among the three branches of the military in Huagua. The Army, we demand 300,000 tank-type transformers. The Air Force, we seek to procure 100,000 fighter jet-type transformers. The Navy, do you have a model for us? Yize, once the funds are secured, aircraft carriers shall soar into the skies. Particle cannons, quantum shields, and anti-gravity engines will all be arranged. Nuclear fusion is outdated. Space power stations are more convenient than Wi-Fi. Representatives from Neon Country and the United States, we humbly seek collaboration. Yize, get lost. Huagua comes first. Chapter 1. The New Concept Firearm Design Competition. In a parallel universe, in the city of Daijing, at the Airborne Military University, in the Academic Conference Hall, the annual New Concept Firearm Design Competition is about to commence. During the preliminary round of the competition, Yize occupies the central seat among the contestants. While other competitors engage in lively conversation, he is absorbed in sketching and writing on a tablet. Greetings, everyone. I am Yang, the vice chairman of the competition's organizing committee. A tall young woman ascends the stage to host the proceedings, prompting a wave of cheers and applause from the audience. The prodigious young lady, the belle of Hucking University, is well known to many. She was admitted to Hucking University at the age of 15, completing her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies in succession, graduating with her doctorate at the age of 22, embodying the legend of an academic goddess. Since its inception, this event has always centered around the theme of exploring future firearms and has been a sanctuary for military enthusiasts. We have felt the enthusiasm of military fans from all corners of the globe. This competition has received 3,721 submissions for firearm designs. After a month of fierce competition, the top 16 have emerged. As Yang's words resonate, the conference hall erupts in thunderous applause. The exhilaration of those entering the top 16 contrasts sharply with the despondency of those eliminated in the preliminary round, some hanging their heads while others weep. The New Concept Firearm Design Competition is organized by the Military Enthusiast Foundation under the auspices of the National Academy of Sciences, with the National Defense Armaments Bureau assisting in the judging process, comprising professors from weaponry disciplines and universities and seasoned engineers from armament factories. Ostensibly organized by a civilian military enthusiast foundation, it is widely known that it enjoys military support behind the scenes. Yize speculates that perhaps the military aims to use such an event as a window to glean inspiration for the development of firearm technology. Perhaps military enterprises could also select outstanding design talents from this competition. There will be 1 first prize, 2 second prizes, 3 third prizes, and 100 outstanding creativity awards. Congratulations to Yize for winning first place in the preliminary round. Yang gestures for him to come to the stage and acknowledge the audience. Yize calmly rises and waves to the crowd, exuding a cool demeanor with his tall and handsome appearance. This immediately elicits gasps of astonishment. His striking looks overshadow those of many young celebrities, leaving talent and beauty in his wake. One might wish for him to spare a chance for others. Yize, as the first prize winner, would you like to share some insights with everyone? Seeing his reluctance to speak, Yang quickly prompts him. If I must say a few words, I assure you that I will remain first in the subsequent preliminary and final rounds. The other competitors may now return home. Yize smiles lightly at the audience and gracefully steps down. The conference hall erupts into chaos. Some cheer and clap, while others boo and jeer. This guy's insufferably arrogant. Well then, someone has already claimed the championship. Should I leave? Having talent makes a difference. The gentlest tone delivering the most arrogant words. He merely won the preliminary round and acts like this. Enough of the chatter. Let's place bets with spicy strips. I wager 10 spicy strips that Yize will triumph in the next rounds. Among the audience, other contestants whisper to each other, expressing a myriad of opinions. Yang stares at Yize's retreating figure, both amused and exasperated. Struggling to maintain composure, she thinks that if he weren't so handsome, she would genuinely want to kick him. Must he turn a simple acceptance speech into a declaration of war? At the very least, he should have spoken for 5 minutes before descending. While others compete in teams, he stands alone, and with no girlfriend in sight. Why the rush to leave? Confidence is commendable. I hope Yize continues to excel. Yang, appearing youthful yet commanding, deftly diffuses the situation with a single remark, signaling the audience to quiet down. As military enthusiasts, you are quite unfortunate in your daily lives, lacking opportunities to validate your ingenious ideas. However, arriving at the preliminary round of the competition, you are fortunate. We have advanced laboratories and ample funding, allowing you to unleash your creativity. I hereby declare the preliminary round officially open. Now, let the top 16 contestants proceed to the Northwest Desert Base. In the past 2 years, the firearm competition has introduced new formats. Previously, there was only a creative contest. It has now evolved into 3 stages: preliminary, semifinal, and final rounds. Each stage selects its own winner, yet the prestige differs significantly. The preliminary round is akin to a creative contest, with no entry barriers, which can be summarized as mere theoretical discussions. Contestants compete through firearm models, CG animations, and simulations via 3D software, relying on design documentation for their creative presentations. The preliminary round emphasizes the novelty and scientific rationality of firearm designs. The semifinal is a practical competition. Only the top 16 contestants are eligible to participate in this hands-on test. The event organizers, affluent and generous, provide funding for the top 16 to actually manufacture conceptual firearms and conduct firing tests. This serves as a comprehensive evaluation of participants' knowledge and practical skills in designing and constructing firearms. The final round is a PK combat demonstration where the final 6 competitors face off to determine the strongest among them. The practical firearms and combat demonstrations in these 2 stages are what truly ignite the passions of military enthusiasts. It is impractical to conduct the manufacturing of lethal weapons within the city of Daijing. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the competition venue to be relocated to the Northwest Desert Base. Although the contestants had been informed well in advance, the official announcement made by Mi Yang still elicited a wave of applause and cheers. "Let's go! Go, go, go!" With an invigorated flourish, she personally opened the door. The staff began to guide the participants away from the venue, leading them to board military aircraft bound for the Western Base. It's just the right opportunity for a desert adventure. How splendid! Yize joined the throng exiting the hall. Typically, he shunned the limelight and seldom engaged in various competitions. The firearms design contest was a niche event, with few outsiders privy to its existence. Coincidentally, the Beishan University, where he was enrolled, had once been directly governed by the National Defense Ministry of Armaments. Although the university had long since been devolved to provincial oversight, it retained several military-related programs, through which he learned about this competition from his classmates. The reason for Yize's participation in the contest aligned perfectly with Mi Yang's assertions. Military enthusiasts rarely have the opportunity to validate their firearm designs. Beyond financial constraints, China's stringent firearms regulations are no trivial matter. Any weapon exceeding an energy output of 2 joules is classified as a lethal firearm, and those daring enough to manufacture one privately face severe penalties, starting at 10 years of imprisonment. Over the past year, Yize not only designed firearms, but also created combat robots, though he had not yet managed to conduct physical tests. Now, under the guise of competition, the event was providing funding for participants to indulge in their creations, which was certainly a delightful prospect. Armed with a cutting-edge technological system, securing the championship title seemed to be a mere formality. Chapter 2. The Black Technology System. In the vast northwestern region of Huagua, the evening glow casts a warm hue over the expansive desert. Dozens of off-road vehicles race freely across the boundless Gobi, stirring up billowing clouds of yellow sand. The Western competition base lacks an airport. Military aircraft land at the nearest military airfield, which is still quite a distance from the base. After disembarking from the plane, the participants rented off-road vehicles from a nearby tourist attraction. Those who had never experienced the desert were filled with unbridled joy, squealing in delight. Suddenly, a vast expanse of windbreak forest appeared on the horizon. Ahead lay the base. The crisp voice of Mi Yang echoed through the intercoms of each vehicle. A wave of cheers erupted from the convoy. The engines roared to life as they swiftly traversed the forest. Barbed wire and concrete walls stretched for several kilometers. Finally, they arrived at the Western Desert Base, a new concept weapons research facility. This mysterious and magnificent research base is a paradise coveted by all military enthusiasts. One would be hard-pressed to believe that such a facility could exist without military support. Within this base, various laboratories were open to the participants, with most research materials readily available. This competition was indeed lavishly funded, unlike other similar contests where participants had to self-finance. The new concept firearm design competition provided each of the 16 finalists with a budget of up to 1 million yuan, a truly delightful prospect. The contestants, one by one, joyfully leaped from their vehicles, rushing towards the base's dormitory. Yize, however, remained seated in the car, engrossed in his work. He diligently scribbled on his tablet, calculating a mathematical model for a new material. "Hey, Yize, don't dawdle. There's a bonfire party and a welcoming ceremony for the camp soon. Aren't you going to prepare?" Mi Yang happened to pass by and tapped on the car window to remind him. The girl, sporting a high ponytail that radiated youthful vitality, had traded her blazer for a white shirt and jeans, showcasing her enviable S-curve figure. Yize cast a glance her way, still absorbed in his calculations on the tablet, casually asking, "Is it mandatory to attend?" "Not necessarily," Myung replied honestly, "but it would be best to participate for the sake of exchanging design insights." "Busy. If it's unrelated to the competition, don't bother notifying me." Yize interrupted her directly. As he continued to focus on his tablet, he slowly made his way into the camp dormitory. Myung nearly choked on her words, her impulse nearly leading her to grab a brick in frustration. Unable to contain herself, she aimed a finger in a gun shape at his retreating figure, exclaiming, "Bang! I'll get you for that, you rascal." How could he ignore her, the vice president of the competition? She knew that other contestants would eagerly seek her favor, yet she couldn't be bothered to engage with them. This Yize was truly arrogant. "Oh my, what did I just witness? The goddess actually approached him first? And he brushed her off?" She scoffed. "It's just a preliminary round victory. I'll make him weep in the subsequent knockout phase. Goddess, just say the word, and we'll go through fire and water for you." Just then, the hucking team passed by, rallying to support Myung. The younger contestants seized the opportunity to curry favor, only to be met with her disapproving glare, causing them to scatter in fear. As night fell, a bonfire was lit. Outside the camp, barbecues were set up, and songs filled the air. The staff and contestants were already reveling in laughter and merriment. Inside the dormitory, Yize finished typing the last few characters on his tablet. The theoretical model and process flow for the T4 new material were finally complete. With this, he could directly produce the new material in the laboratory. This research was aimed at fulfilling a system task, and could also be tested during this competition. He stretched lazily, letting out a long sigh. System, submit task 3, civilization navigation, black technology system, technology level, LV1, upgradable. Note, currently, the technology level of Blue Star is LV076. This system is approximately 100 years ahead of Blue Star's technology. Completed, task 1, study for half an hour daily, clocking in for 360 days. Rewarded 2 years ago, various foundational scientific knowledge and interdisciplinary scientific theories. Completed, task 2, achieve perfect scores in 10 subjects within 360 days. Rewarded a year ago, knowledge of various cutting-edge scientific technologies and processes. Submitting, task 3, objective, complete designs for 10 technological products within 360 days. Completion progress, 10/10. Ding. Task 3, submission complete. Reward, the system mall is officially opened. Notification, host can accumulate influence points to exchange for technical data on black technology products in the mall. Yize was originally a gifted army engineer. Unfortunately, he met with a tragic fate during a cannon test. 3 years ago, he inexplicably reincarnated in this parallel universe. In this timeline, he was still a university student. He bound this system in his freshman year, and now, in his junior year, the system mall had finally activated. He was grateful for the chance to relive his life in this parallel universe. He also felt content to have no regrets in his past life within Huaxia. And now, he was still nurturing the homeland. What on earth are influence points? Yize quickly browsed through the mall's description. There were 3 types of influence points: research points, scientific promotion points, and technological promotion points. Scientific points are awarded for independently developed technological products and the submission of results, with the system bestowing corresponding fixed points. Technological promotion points are akin to a company's market value. For instance, the establishment of a tech company that reaches the level of the top Blue Star company, Pinghua, would see a peak market value of approximately 14 trillion Huabei. This effectively translates to acquiring 14 trillion technological promotion points. The potential to earn scientific points is limited, whereas accumulating technological promotion points is significantly easier. If Yize wishes to exchange for a planetary-class spacecraft, he would need to develop nearly 15 companies equivalent to Pinghua to amass 200 trillion points. Naturally, achieving such a feat would imply that the top 15 companies among the global Fortune 500 would all be his, inadvertently doubling China's GDP. It seems that the system encourages the frequent release of cutting-edge technological products and their widespread dissemination, perfectly aligning with Yize's future aspirations of capitalizing on global opportunities. Of course, the most advanced technologies must prioritize China. That evening, the competition organizing committee sent an email notifying all participants. The practical competition is to commence immediately. Time limit, 60 days, 2 months. Each participating team is allotted a dedicated design studio, and if one studio is insufficient, additional ones can be requested. Hundreds of various laboratories are open 24/7 to competitors. A fervent discussion erupted in the competitors' chat group. Truly extravagant. This is the most exhilarating competition I have ever participated in. I have visited the design studios. Each computer is equipped with an 18-core i9 CPU and top-tier graphics cards. Each set costing over $90,000. I am trembling with fear. I could never afford to replace any damaged equipment. The variety of laboratories is comprehensive, with state-of-the-art equipment. They outclass our school's premier laboratories. The dining facilities adhere to special forces standards, and there is an abundance of snacks. I could compete until the base shuts down. To those upstairs, indulge in whatever you desire, as you will be sent off in 2 months. Ugh, does that sound like a doctor bidding farewell? Note, the competition provides excellent conditions aimed at exploring innovative concepts for future firearms. The administrator chimed in the group, stating that the competition will scrutinize everyone's manufacturing blueprints, and any deliberate damage to equipment or unwarranted waste of research materials will result in expulsion. Unexpectedly, this seemingly routine reminder from the administrator shifted the topic of conversation in the group towards Yize. I genuinely worry for him. His microwave rifle is not suited for the practical competition. If it fails during production, does that count as waste? Yize's microwave rifle boasts a theoretically flawless design. Unfortunately, the actual manufacturing is exceedingly challenging. Time for bed. Major global powers have been researching this for 80 years and still cannot solve the energy consumption issue. How could he possibly create one the size of a rifle? Microwaves are typically utilized in electromagnetic bombs. Achieving microwave firing necessitates power sources the size of several trucks. The creative competition only tested theoretical creativity, whereas the practical competition demands the actual fabrication of conceptual firearms that must also be functional. This serves as a comprehensive examination of the participants' practical skills and engineering prowess. Yize is fighting this battle alone, yet he dares to challenge the nearly impossible energy-based weapon, the microwave rifle. He secured first place in the creative competition, but is not regarded favorably in the practical competition. Based on past experiences, fewer than 1 in 3 participants can complete their projects on time in the practical competition, making the feasibility of his microwave rifle appear dubious. Such concerns are entirely rational. Those with a modicum of scientific knowledge are aware that energy weapons have long been the stuff of laboratory legend, consistently eluding practical application. Be it laser weapons, particle beams, or electromagnetic pulses, none have successfully addressed the 2 key issues: energy density and power consumption. Predictably, individuals are already speculating on which contestants might prevail. The teams from the top 2 universities in the country, Huaqing University and Takeo University, are generating the loudest calls for victory. Yize's design documentation is impeccable. Why should he be allowed to participate in the practical competition? Warning: feel free to share banter in the group, but you're not judges and lack the authority to comment on other participants. To everyone's astonishment, a remark from the vice chairman, Myong, erupted from the group. This Dr. Goddess, typically aloof and proud, rarely appears in the group. Has Yize managed to anger her? Why is she defending that kid? In previous competitions, the top 16 have been dominated by elite teams from prestigious universities or military academies. All participants work in teams of 3 to 6 members. This time, however, Yize has shattered that tradition by entering alone, hailing from a second-tier university. Despite the banter, his first-place finish in the creative competition earned him widespread respect. His theoretical data is sufficiently flawless, and his design thinking is remarkably advanced. According to the judges, Yize's theoretical level rivals that of professors, and his design documentation is so impeccable it could serve as a doctoral thesis. The focus of the discussion, however, remains blissfully unaware of the chatter within the group. Yize has never engaged in the group's idle chatter. At this moment, he is savoring spicy strips while browsing animated shows on his computer, while others fret over whether he can produce the microwave rifle. He has transcended that concern and is contemplating the aesthetics of the weapon, considering the addition of a stylish remote control device. Due to past incidents during firing tests in firearm competitions, it has since been mandated that every practical competition firearm must incorporate a compatible remote control mechanism. Additionally, this is a new concept firearm competition. If a weapon lacks automation and intelligent features, it would be remiss to even introduce it. Indeed, Yize is watching an animated series. Does he intend to use a standard remote control device like everyone else? No, that would be far too commonplace. The microwave rifle generates microwave radiation, which is harmful to humans. The original design intent is for it to be operated by a robot. This conveniently utilizes the combat robot he previously designed, allowing the robot to wield the rifle in contests. The robot's aesthetic is a dilemma. Iron Man, Too unattractive. Gundam Warrior? Too flamboyant. Too B from near? No. Too alluring. I must keep that design for my home security. Megatron. Excellent choice. Megatron S design is imposing and charismatic, garnering immense popularity online. It features a formidable tank form, ideal for ground combat. Of course, it also has a fighter jet form that I must explore in the future. Haha, the combat robot Megatron, wielding a massive rifle and dominating the scene, will surely intimidate others. I've even thought of a name, Megatron number 1. Chapter 4. Genius Efficiency Ahead of Schedule. The Western base, though shadowed by military influence, is primarily research-oriented rather than military-focused. It is not a classified unit, merely restricting access to outsiders. Even with a battalion stationed there, their role is solely to assist in base security. The competitors who advance to the top 16 are all elites. With this competition experience, they can secure a stable annual salary of 300,000 outside. The atmosphere of the competition is quite relaxed. On weekdays, participants focus on blueprints and experiments. During weekends, there are desert barbecues, bonfire music, and exchange parties. As the competition enriches the lives of the nation's promising talents with a plethora of recreational activities. In truth, even if one were to spend each day in slumber or indulge in leisure without a care, as long as results are delivered within 2 months, it suffices. The base is not only equipped with comprehensive laboratories, but also boasts an array of highly skilled technicians. The participants, in essence, assume the role of project chief engineers. By printing component blueprints and specifying technical requirements, they can outsource certain parts to technicians for fabrication. As for soirees and parties, Yize categorically abstains from such frivolities. Engaging in social activities among competitors is utterly devoid of interest. Some flirt with attractive individuals, others flaunt their prestigious academic backgrounds, while a few probe into the progress of their rivals. How can one forge genuine connections amidst competition, networking, or seeking a serendipitous romance? Wake up, this is a contest. Yize's perspective is quite straightforward. Rankings are inconsequential. His sole aim is to transform designs into tangible entities. Seizing the opportunity presented by the firearms competition, he seeks to practically test the microwave rifle and combat robot. Naturally, should it capture the attention of the state, he would gladly pursue mass production of these research products. He luxuriates in sleep until he awakens naturally, lingering in bed until nearly noon. Once satiated, he engages in work. When fatigue sets in, he succumbs to slumber. His daily routine comprises bustling between the dormitory, laboratory, and dining hall, and time passes swiftly amidst such busyness. May I join you? One day at noon, in the dining hall, Miyang approached Yize's table with a tray in hand. Yize, engrossed in his meal, did not even lift his head. It was a redundant inquiry. This is your domain. Sit wherever you please. Your microwave rifle's design documentation is impeccable. Miyang observed him with a beaming smile. Regardless of whether you can produce it, I have a keen interest in high-caliber weaponry. The compensation is generous. Would you be interested in teaming up with me after graduation? Being someone's lackey? That seems a bit far-fetched. How confident is this genius female PhD? Who endowed you with the audacity to utter such words? You seem quite the sycophant. Yize, disinterested, chose to disregard her, preferring to address matters directly rather than engage in awkward small talk. All right, let us talk about the competition. Miyang affed in dissatisfaction. According to the staff, everyone has submitted their progress on firearm manufacturing, except for you. Is it mandatory to submit? Yize kuntarat. It's not a strict regulation. However, some specialized electronic components require centralized procurement and scheduling by the base. If stock shortages cause delays, the consequences are yours to bear. Miyang spoke the truth. Contestants' firearm designs have all embraced intelligence and automation, necessitating components such as chips, memory, sensors, and servo motors. These particular electronic parts are not typically stockpiled by the base. They are usually procured externally based on demand. Still, I appreciate your reminder. Yize couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. In the end, if I lack a single chip, I might foolishly dismantle the design room's computer. The assembly is basically complete. Procurement is no longer necessary. He possesses a superior carbon-based chip solution, yet the base lacks the facilities for its production. The readily available i9 chip will have to suffice, as he was too apathetic to pursue further complications, due to a lack of a specific material at the base. The robot's internal skeleton will have to make do with titanium alloy. Such is the reality. New chips and materials necessitate the design of new equipment. This is not something that can be accomplished in a mere 3 to 5 months. How could you dismantle the base's computer? Miyang's complaint trailed off as her eyes widened in astonishment. Did you just say you're nearly finished with the assembly? Yize Marelis Milat Unkun. Is there an issue? Others have barely completed half of their projects, while the slowest have yet to finalize their engineering drawings. Miyang could hardly believe it. It had only been 17 days. The deadline is 2 months, 60 days. Contestants typically allocate their time as follows. 2 weeks for drafting engineering drawings and customizing processes. 4 weeks for component manufacturing and assembly, and the final 2 weeks for testing and bug fixing. Yize's time allocation is as follows. 4 days for drawings and processes. 12 days for component fabrication, outsourcing what can be outsourced while personally constructing what cannot. The basis stock of chips, sensors, and electronic devices will be utilized by whoever gets to them first. He plans to spend an additional 3 days on final assembly, followed by 1 day for testing. In total, he estimates 20 days to complete everything, without a hitch. In fact, it may even be finished 2 days ahead of schedule. Why dawdle? Let us expedite the completion and embark on a month-long desert excursion. Sounds delightful, doesn't it? Opportunities are reserved for the prepared. The structure and principles of the microwave rifle are second nature to him. During the creative competition, he had already prepared the engineering drawings, which he can now directly utilize. The robot was designed last year. He merely needs to modify the existing drawings to give it a menacing appearance. As for the artificial intelligence control program, a ready-to-use, stripped-down version will suffice. Really? In just 2 days, you'll complete the assembly and testing? Miyang saw confirmation once more. Yize shrugged nonchalantly. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Regardless, I'll be off traveling in 3 days. Although Miyang is not participating in the competition, she too devised a weapon design, modifying an autonomous unmanned tank. With her brilliance, having graduated with a PhD at just 22 and accompanied by 2 assistants, she had only completed half of her modifications. An impulse struck her. She discarded her chopsticks and insisted on dragging Yize to witness it firsthand. However, her pride held her back. Many often referred to her as the ice goddess behind her back, and it was notoriously challenging for anyone to approach her. Yet upon encountering Yize, she found him not just handsome, but intriguingly mysterious, compelling her to engage in conversation with him. 3 days later, Yize indeed submitted his firearm project. After notifying the competition committee, he rented an off-road vehicle to explore nearby tourist attractions. Miyang discreetly inquired with the base staff and learned that Yize had visited the testing ground yesterday, emerging after just 2 hours. When he submitted his project for inspection, he even complained about the inadequacy of their testing facility. Clearly, this individual had successfully completed his firearm project and passed the final tests. He merely met the minimum firearm standards, signifying that the microwave rifle could fire. As the deputy chairman of the competition, how could he dare to disregard her? Miyang, in a fit of pique, speculated that it was likely all show with no substance. Yet, inexplicably, she hoped for his success, caught in the turmoil of her own emotions. Chapter 5. National Strategic Talent. Whenever Miyang mentioned that person, her frustration bubbled to the surface. How could he dare find fault with the testing ground? The facility spans over 2,000 meters in length and 1,000 meters in width, covering nearly 3,000 acres, equivalent to about 200 football fields. Just how large does he expect it to be? Is his microwave rifle capable of surpassing a range of 2,000 meters? One audacious claim. We are just beginning, and he is already off gallivanting? Surely, Yize is not one to merely throw together a half-hearted effort. It's impossible to deceive. The competition-S inspections require meeting the minimum standards, at the very least, to fire. What a remarkable individual. His practical skills are unparalleled. Even if he doesn't make it to the top 6, he remains my ultimate idol. News of Yize's completed submission spread swiftly, igniting a flurry of reactions. Many were incited, and the teams from prestigious schools turned green with envy. 2 groups, in their haste to catch up, made errors and ruined components in the process. The deadline for the practical competition is swiftly approaching, and Yize has been traveling for nearly 40 days. Most teams have completed the assembly of their firearms and are now in the final testing phase. Those who experience successful tests leap with joy, while others, faced with failures, must return to the drawing board, dejected. The panel of experts has begun arriving at the base, and numerous representatives from military enterprises, research institutions, and the armed forces have come to witness the competition's outcomes. Furthermore, over 10,000 military enthusiasts have traveled great distances to observe the most thrilling live demonstrations of innovative firearms and combat scenarios. Alas, with the firearm demonstrations scheduled for tomorrow, Miyang is infuriated, having been unable to reach that individual by phone. At the entrance of the base, she huffs, stuffing her phone into her pocket and gazing outwards. That fellow completed 2 months' worth of work in just 18 days and left for a holiday, neglecting to stay in touch with the base. What will happen if the competition is delayed? This is utterly disrespectful to the event and to her role as the vice president. Just as she vents her frustrations, the roar of an engine pierces the air, and an off-road vehicle appears, kicking up dust. Emerging from it is the weary yet spirited Yize, arriving just in time to avoid hindering the firearms competition. After a month-long journey through the desert, his skin has taken on a healthy bronze hue, and his spirits are high. Encountering Mi-young at the gate, he expresses surprise. "Vice President Mi? Are you here to welcome me?" How self-absorbed. Mi-young retorts with feigned indignation. "Regrettably, I am here to greet the experts." Yize, unfazed by her remark, leaps from the vehicle and suddenly poses 2 questions. "You must know some military personnel, right? How can I secure a contract for 200,000 acres of uninhabited desert?" Mi-young scoffs. "What would you do with a barren desert?" "A bold experiment for a futuristic city," Yize responds, his enthusiasm palpable. His recent excursion was not merely a vacation. It also served as a field study. He inadvertently conjured an audacious vision of a futuristic city governed by artificial intelligence. In this city, aerial transportation systems and flying vehicles would be the norm, while artificial control over photosynthesis would transform food into industrial products. Robots would handle all physical labor and hazardous tasks, allowing humans to engage solely in technological design and cultural creation. This visionary experiment could only commence in the desolate regions of the desert. He insists with utmost seriousness. "Consider other matters. The practical tests are tomorrow. Will your microwave rifle make it to the finals?" Mi-young finds his ideas increasingly ludicrous, but refrains from voicing her frustration, reminding herself to maintain her composure. The notion of constructing a sci-fi city in the desert feels like childish play. An elderly gentleman with graying hair happens to pass by and, intrigued, interjects, Come, young man, let's sit and converse." Mi-young is taken aback. Academician Jiang Ida? Has this old man lost his senses? Jiang Ida, a special guest rather than a judge, is one of the most distinguished experts in China's materials engineering field, having contributed to the development of the JX fighter jet engine and the FX aerospace engine. He currently holds a distinguished position at Beishan University. The old man and the young one sit on the curb, engrossed in conversation. As Yize elaborates on his ideas, Jiang Ida finds himself increasingly amused, unable to resist. He interjects, "The investment required for this endeavor must be substantial. Even the entire annual fiscal revenue of the nation might not suffice." Yize shakes his head, responding earnestly, "An annual fiscal revenue is hardly enough. It would require at least 5 years. 100 trillion is just the starting point." While the project is intriguing, securing funding is a challenge. Jiang Ida furrows his brow, looking troubled. This project could bankrupt the 10 richest nations simultaneously. We need to devise ways to secure funding. Mi-young, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the conversation, thinks to herself that these 2 madmen are quite serious in their folly. "I do not know them. Absolutely not." She murmurs in exasperation, questioning their sanity. Just then, Yize remarks, "Dreams are worth having. What if they come to fruition?" Jiang Ida chimes in, "Indeed. The pinnacle of life is turning one's grandiose dreams into reality." Mi-young rolls her eyes at the 2 eccentricities. Urgently changing the subject, she hastily ushers Jiang Ida away, instructing the staff to return him to the camp, where he can be treated well. "By the way, Vice President Mi, may I ask you something?" Yize inquiras casually. "If my microwave rifle proves too powerful and damages all the phones in the area, would I be held liable?" He seeks to gauge the response before deciding on conducting a high-power test. The microwave rifle's high-power discharge would yield effects akin to an electromagnetic bomb. The principle behind the microwave rifle is quite simple, akin to that of a microwave oven. In electronic warfare, the principle of an electromagnetic bomb involves detonating to generate electromagnetic energy, relying on electromagnetic pulses to damage enemy electronic devices. However, such a detonation would require a substantial explosion to activate. Electromagnetic bombs typically start at 1,000 kilograms. Your microwave rifle? Too powerful? Mi-young bursts into laughter, unable to contain herself. "I didn't realize you had such a sense of humor." As an expert in electronic engineering, she finds the notion of Yize's petite microwave rifle being formidable quite amusing. "Rest assured, you won't be held accountable. If you manage to take down a satellite, you'll instantly become a strategic asset to the nation." Chapter 6, Sci-Fi Weapons, Metal Storm. Military enthusiasts from across the nation, we welcome you. Esteemed experts and guests, Thank you for your presence. The following morning, the firearms practical demonstration commenced. Over 20 experts from the judging panel were seated early at the testing grounds podium. Despite the fact that these conceptual firearms are unlikely to be adopted by the military, the experts approached the event with utmost seriousness. They would evaluate the competing firearms based on various criteria, including power, technical craftsmanship, and future potential. Mi-young, microphone in hand, gracefully ascends the podium. This doctoral goddess invariably elicits cheers from the audience whenever she makes an appearance. By the deadline yesterday, 12 out of the 16 finalists had successfully completed the final acceptance tests. Historically, fewer than 1 in 3 passed the acceptance criteria. This time, a record has been set for the competition. Congratulations to these 12 participating teams. Creating a tangible firearm that can fire is no small feat beyond simply firing. The weapon must possess a certain lethality. While these two requirements seem straightforward, their execution presents considerable challenges. This is not mere imitation. It is an innovation endeavor. Most participants are university students with limited manufacturing experience, so it is not surprising that many were eliminated. To all the enthusiastic military fans, let me feel your passion. Let me hear your cheers. Mi-young places her hand to her ear, adopting a listening pose before announcing. The practical demonstration of the firearms officially begins. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Indeed, the military enthusiasts could hardly contain their excitement. The contestants preparing to take the stage began to feel the weight of anticipation. This practical test merely constituted the preliminary round. They still needed to showcase new technologies and innovations in firearms, all striving for the coveted qualification for the finals. As Mi-young descended from the stage, she passed by Yize's position. "Young man, do not be disheartened. I still hold faith in your theoretical acumen," she remarked. "Yize, bamusha, raturta," which I sees me as disheartened. Losing is nothing to be ashamed of. Your audacity to challenge microwave weaponry is commendable. As Yize turned away, his gaze shifted towards the testing ground, seemingly ignoring her. Infuriated, Mi-young huffed and turned to leave. As a doctoral candidate in electronic engineering, Mi-young was indeed qualified to critique Yize's microwave rifle. The design specifications contained equations and mathematical models that were impeccably crafted, leaving experts unable to pinpoint any flaws. However, theory is one thing. The feasibility of actual production is another matter entirely. For the microwave rifle to achieve lethal power, it requires substantial current to generate an extraordinarily strong magnetic field, necessitating exorbitant energy consumption. Weighing only 15 kilograms, how large could its battery possibly be? Could such a diminutive power source even heat a bowl of rice in a microwave? Still vexed, Mi-young circled back to deliver another jab. Tell me, can your microwave rifle's energy obliterate an ant from 100 meters away? Yize shot back with irritation. "I have no quarrel with ants. Why bully them? My rifle is designed for human targets." He was disinclined to elaborate on the technological framework of the microwave rifle, which diverged entirely from current scientific understanding. Others would surely fail to comprehend his groundbreaking technology. Oh, has the goddess Mi-young been bested by Yize once more? Their exchange amused the surrounding contestants. Yize had asserted during his defense that with superconducting materials, nothing would be insurmountable. "A madman speaks and a fool listens," they chuckled. Did he truly possess superconducting materials? If someone were to successfully create practical superconductors, they would indeed rival the likes of Einstein. As per the competition rules, the contestants who submitted their works last would present first. The event began on a dismal note. Of the first 3 teams, 2 suffered catastrophic failures, and 1 encountered a testing malfunction. Fortunately, the team from Hucking University, led by Zhang Haoxuan, managed to avoid embarrassment. "Our creation is called Metal Storm," he announced. This weapon, an induction magnetic propulsion firearm, discarded gunpowder in favor of magnetic force to launch projectiles. Its design philosophy diverged entirely from traditional firearms. A driverless 4-wheeled motorcycle, trailing a lengthy power cord, entered the testing ground under remote control. Metal Storm was affixed to a metal frame at the rear of the motorcycle. The barrel bore no resemblance to a conventional gun. It was thick in the middle and tapered at both ends, resembling an elongated rugby ball, measuring approximately 180 centimeters in length. The rear housed a massive 50-centimeter diameter flywheel, its striking blue paint exuding a sci-fi aesthetic. Upon its unveiling, someone exclaimed, "Wow, with a handle, it would be a supersized revolver." Quake before Metal Storm. Zhang Haoxuan grinned as he and his 3 teammates completed their adjustments and distanced themselves from the testing area. "Judges, we are ready," the team announced. "Commence the demonstration." The judges replied. Metal Storm was equipped with a miniature remote control device. Zhang Haoxuan pressed a blue button, and the flywheel whirred into rapid motion, stabilizing swiftly. He then pressed a red button. A deafening roar erupted, reminiscent of an aircraft zooming past one's ear. Zhang Haoxuan immediately proclaimed, "Judges, our demonstration is complete." "Is that all?" The audience gasped in surprise. Was it over before they even had a chance to absorb it? It was only then that they shifted their gaze to the targets. To their astonishment, over a dozen targets lay shattered in the shooting range. The once orderly line, now a scene of utter devastation, reminiscent of a tempest following a hailstorm. Such a firing mechanism was indeed awe-inspiring. Someone nervously tapped against the double-layered bulletproof glass of the viewing platform, concerned whether it could withstand the onslaught from Metal Storm. The panel of judges, having witnessed the demonstration, remained either shaking their heads or nodding in disbelief, still processing the spectacle without having the opportunity to comment. "My dear student, your design employs an electromagnetic force to launch projectiles, completely abandoning traditional gunpowder mechanisms. Quite intriguing," exclaimed academician Jiang Yize, unable to contain his curiosity. "How long did that take? How many rounds were fired?" "It took 3 seconds to fire 900 rounds. Zhang Haoxuan replied loudly, adding, when converted to a minute, "That translates to a firing rate of 18,000 to 21,600 rounds per minute, nearly 10 times that of a traditional machine gun. Such calculations are meaningless. How long does it take to prepare for another shot?" Jiang Yize's question struck at the heart of the matter. Zhang Haoxuan faltered, "The flywheel cannot be disassembled. So reloading takes some time, approximately 3 hours." The audience erupted in laughter. A flurry of action in mere seconds, yet it takes 3 hours to reload. Is this the legendary 3-second man? Chapter 7. The Rotorcraft Machine Gun, Flying Tiger. The lengthy cool-down time of Metal Storm would render it a sitting duck on the battlefield. Is the trailing wire connected to AC power? One cannot simply drag a 3 ADV line on the battlefield. They observed that with a range of only 210 meters. It fell short even of the AK-47, short and ineffective. Through a series of brief exchanges, the audience uncovered the fatal flaws of Metal Storm, leading to a wave of teasing laughter that resonated throughout the venue. Short and ineffective? The 3-second man? Zhang Haoxuan bit his lip, his teammates' faces alternating between pale and flushed. They glared at the audience, seeking out the jesters who dared to mock them. Come now, let's not focus solely on the flaws. The design highlights of Metal Storm are equally noteworthy. Academician Jiang Yize encouraged Zhang Haoxuan with a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of neutrality as a guest. "My words hold little weight. It is best to leave the final judgment to the panel of judges." On the judges' platform, the experts exchanged their thoughts. Representing the group, academician Zheng rose leisurely, humorously chiding Jiang. "You old man, you haven't even been compensated for your appearance. Why steal the spotlight?" He continued, "Indeed, Zhang's observations hit the nail on the head. This Metal Storm does possess numerous technical flaws. However, its ultra-high firing rate, magnetic propulsion, and absence of gunpowder align with the future trajectory of firearm development. As the chief designer of the nation's latest generation of self-developed tanks, academician Zheng commanded immense respect. The moment he spoke, the entire room fell silent. Poor portability? Requires 3 ADV power? Let us not dismiss it outright. It could serve as a fortress machine gun or be mounted on naval vessels. Bold ideas must be rigorously tested. What excellent firearm was not born from countless modifications? If we could increase the magazine capacity tenfold and design a disposable firearm, such discussions are certainly worth entertaining. In summary, Metal Storm has made commendable strides in innovation. Yet, it requires further optimization. This evaluation from academician Zheng was both objective and fair. The consistent philosophy represented by the new concept firearms competition is to overlook shortcomings and place greater emphasis on technological innovation. The judging panel collectively awarded a relatively high score to the Metal Storm, which garnered the basic approval of the audience. Someone promptly explained its meaning in layman's terms. The rapid firing capability of the Metal Storm is indeed commendable, and the ability to employ various firing techniques is even more praiseworthy. This 3-second man, currently perceived as short and unimposing, might, with diligent effort and advanced jet propulsion techniques, transform into a figure of affluence and charm in the future. Talent indeed flourishes in the commentary section. Yize found amusement in these remarks as well. The Metal Storm is merely a 10th prototype. The Zhang Haoxuan team has already showcased remarkable ingenuity in its swift creation. Both the Metal Storm and its microwave rifle utilize magnetic fields, though they differ fundamentally. The metal storm fires bullets using magnetic fields, while the microwave rifle employs high-frequency electromagnetic waves. Despite the apparent shortcomings of the metal storm, many issues can be addressed with superconducting materials. Superconducting batteries provide significant power, and superconducting coils generate substantial magnetic fields, ensuring range, potency, and power supply are non-issues. As for portability, transforming it into a belt-fed system capable of firing 20,000 rounds per minute would make it a formidable weapon that could be easily transported by truck. The subsequent firearm presentation captivated Yize's attention. It was not merely the strength of their firearm technology that stood out, but rather the ingenious creativity of the designer. For individuals cautiously carried a machine gun into the arena, flanked by 3 rotors on each side. This represented a micro-innovation of the machine gun drone, appearing to allow the shooter to remain distant from the battlefield while delivering a hail of fire upon the enemy. Hailing from one of the top 2 universities, the team led by Wang Jia from Tokyo University had focused more on crafting an exceptionally powerful drone in the guise of a machine gun than on merely modifying firearms. After a brief inspection, Wang Jia and his teammates turned to leave the testing ground. Flying Tiger, rotor-winged flying machine gun. Ready for demonstration, please. The judges permitted the demonstration to commence. Wang Jia paused outside the testing area and unveiled a large box. Lo and behold, it contained a remote control device resembling an arcade game console, seemingly connected to the machine gun's view via a large screen, with joysticks for controlling flight and firing. He pressed the start button and began manipulating the joysticks with both hands, initiating takeoff. The flying machine gun ascended smoothly, quickly climbing to over 300 meters, then accelerating and circling, soaring to 600 meters. Performing a series of loops, flips, and climbing maneuvers in the air, it opened fire. The machine gun dove sharply at high speed. At a mere 50 meters above the ground, it swiftly adjusted its position and unleashed a furious barrage at a target 400 meters away. The sound of gunfire echoed, with the recoil causing the machine gun to momentarily retract. Nevertheless, the machine gun adeptly regained its balance mid-fire, maintaining its aim remarkably well. After approximately 2 minutes of expending its ammunition, the flying machine gun executed a rapid sprint, reaching speeds of at least 90 miles per hour. Finally, it circled the testing ground and landed smoothly. What a curious contraption. What utility does a flying machine gun serve? Is it meant to compete with neighboring armed helicopters for business? Regardless of its practicality as a weapon, the drone's performance is undeniably impressive, and the aerial display is truly captivating. A timid inquiry arose. Could I purchase one as a toy? What a splendid idea. It would undoubtedly be exhilarating for bird hunting. However, do you not fear inadvertently shooting your own bird? The spectacle was a visual feast, and the audience area buzzed with excitement. In any case, the demonstration of the Flying Tiger rotor-winged flying machine gun was as thrilling as an action film, offering an extraordinary viewing experience. The modified J8X general-purpose machine gun had, at the very least, expended 2 ammunition boxes, indicating a considerable weight. Guest Jiang Ida was the first to pose a question. What is the total weight of your Flying Tiger? Wang Jia, calm and collected, skillfully relayed a plethora of data. The modified J8X machine gun weighs 12 kilograms. The flight control unit weighs 15 kilograms, and each ammunition box contains 250 rounds of 7.62 millimeters bullets. Without ammunition, the total weight is 27 kilograms, and with 2 ammunition boxes, the total weight reaches 35 kilograms. Jiang Ida nodded and inquired further about the hover time and flight speed. At an altitude of 600 meters, with wind speeds of up to 5, it can cruise at 60 kilometers h for 60 minutes, achieving a maximum speed of 100 kilometers h for 45 minutes. Wang Jia proved to be a brilliant graduate student from Tokyo University, effortlessly recalling the data. Indeed, this design focuses on equipping the machine gun with wings. I fulfilled my curiosity. It's time for the judging panel to take the stage. After Jiang Ida had satisfied his inquisitive nature, he cheerfully passed the baton to others. What business do you, an engineering materials expert, have in this commotion? The elderly judges grumbled, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Chapter 8. The Microwave Rifle, Blindingly Brilliant. The judging panel engaged in lively discussion. The commentator this time was Chief Engineer Ma. Although not an academician, no one dared to underestimate Chief Engineer Ma's standing in the military industry. He is a leading figure in underwater firearms and the chief engineer of several active-duty firearms for special forces. In comparison to unmanned armed helicopters, this flying machine gun is merely a laboratory prototype in terms of speed, firepower, and payload. Chief Engineer Ma, a former soldier, spoke with a stern demeanor, causing the Wang Jia team to feel a chill in their hearts. The audience was equally astonished. Surely this flying machine gun is not so uninspired? With a length exceeding 12 meters and a width of over 0.4 meters, it is compact. It can carry 500 rounds of ammunition. The innovations in remote target locking and stabilization devices are commendable. Its performance in unmanned flight is already quite advanced. Perhaps I should propose the development of similar equipment for special forces. However, Chief Engineer Ma's tone shifted. In specific small-scale scenarios, such as urban combat, counterterrorism, and raids, this little gadget possesses certain advantages over helicopters. In confined spaces and ultra-low altitudes, it may yield surprising success. Oh, the audience suddenly understood. Chief Engineer Ma's seemingly harsh criticisms initially concealed his acknowledgement that the Flying Tiger's technology had reached a commendable level of practicality. Indeed, on a conventional battlefield, it cannot compete with unmanned armed helicopters in various performance metrics. Chief Engineer Ma, having studied the firearms of special forces, approaches the issue from a unique perspective. Undoubtedly, the Flying Tiger is sufficiently lightweight. In the tight confines where helicopters cannot venture, the special warfare battlefield is where the Flying Tiger can truly excel. Imagine a scene where a flying machine gun bursts through a narrow corridor, ghost-like, pursuing and firing upon a criminal. It would be an exhilarating spectacle. Unsurprisingly, Wang Jia's Flying Tiger rotor-winged flying machine gun received high praise from the judging panel. Many contestants cast envious glances at Wang Jia. Achieving practicality is a remarkably high accolade in firearms competitions. According to customary practices, being recognized as having reached a certain level of practicality signifies exceptional research and engineering capabilities, opening doors to the nation's top scientific research institutions. Unfortunately, due to current technological limitations, this flying machine gun is perceived as a notable achievement. However, Yize shook his head with a smile, unable to resist pondering. If he were to achieve similar effects, there would be no need for such cumbersome contraptions. Establishing a hive of robotic bees, isn't that enticing? A multitude of tiny bees stealthily approaching the enemy, firing lasers with a swift bayu, would indeed be an indispensable tool for home defense and surprise assaults alike. Ah, another prodigy has entered the fray. The crowd erupted in cheers. Many extraordinary talents were fixated on clinching the championship. They preferred to continuously refine and perfect their creations, often delaying the submission of their projects. This resulted in a plethora of their firearms being prominently showcased at the forefront. Huang Yikai, a distinguished student from the Aviation Military University, emerged wielding a formidable sniper rifle. This impressive firearm resembled a Barrett, enhanced with sensors and cameras flanking the scope. Behind him, a teammate maneuvered a device akin to an electric scooter. It is said that Huang Yikai and his companion completed the modifications to their sniper rifle in less than a month, yet the testing phase extended beyond a month, surpassing the time spent on the modifications. The duo coordinated to secure the sniper rifle onto the scooter. Subsequently, Huang Yikai made slight adjustments. The Hunter, an intelligent sniper rifle, was now primed for demonstration. The judge granted permission for the showcase. Huang Yikai stepped outside the testing ground, donned a helmet, and equipped himself with a mechanical exoskeleton. Astonishingly, he also grasped a toy-like, small remote-controlled gun. The audience gasped in astonishment, and even the panel of experts expressed their surprise. This is quite remarkable. Yize nodded in agreement. Clearly, the helmet could connect to the remote sniper rifle's visual feed. The VR helmet and mechanical exoskeleton controlled the firearm, creating a complete human-gun synergy. It was akin to playing a VR shooting game, remotely controlling the sniper rifle. How impressively sophisticated. Huang Yikai, wielding the remote gun, performed actions that the sniper rifle mimicked from afar, executing identical movements. Yize was certain that this synchronization device was undoubtedly the highlight of the competition, aside from his own microwave rifle and the Megatron eye. Indeed, the scooter, equipped with the sniper rifle, moved gracefully. Utilizing sensors to identify the terrain, it effortlessly located a small mound, simulating concealment. Huang Yikai positioned himself on the ground, adjusting the control gun. The sniper rifle in the distance mirrored his angle adjustments. Target locked. Fire. Bang, 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 bang. Huang Yikai pulled the trigger on the remote gun, and the distant sniper rifle fired in perfect synchrony. 5 shots, all flawlessly striking the target's center. Those who understood the display couldn't help but leap to their feet, erupting in thunderous applause. Even the usually stern chief engineer Ma nodded in approval. The impatient academician Jiang shouted in excitement. Human gun separation, remote synchronization. Absolutely perfect. Several experts from the judging panel subsequently praised the intelligent sniper rifle, Hunter. In actual combat, snipers are not only tasked with eliminating enemies, but are also prime targets for enemy fire. The Hunter, an intelligent sniper rifle, not only allows for human gun separation, but also provides electronic targeting with enhanced precision. Even if the sniper rifle becomes exposed, the sniper remains unscathed, significantly increasing the sniper's survival rate and ease of eliminating foes on the battlefield. It effectively addresses a pressing real-world issue. The advantages and practicality are undeniably evident. Unsurprisingly, Huang Yikai temporarily claimed the top score. After witnessing the outstanding performance of the intelligent sniper rifle, the subsequent entries, aside from the mole-like burrowing rifle and the intelligent electronic firing pistol, failed to evoke any surprise from Yize. Once all others had showcased their creations, it was finally his turn. Yize approached the testing ground and unveiled a cover. The microwave rifle was revealed in all its glory. Its streamlined, oval body stretched approximately 15 meters, smoothly transitioning into a semicircular tail. The entire weapon gleamed with a dark silver sheen, adorned with purple patterns. Its design was minimalistic, yet exuded an otherworldly, sci-fi aesthetic. The purple patterns astonishingly depicted a dragon, harmoniously merging elements of fantasy and science fiction. Truly magnificent. This was undoubtedly a work of art. Had I wandered into the wrong venue? Was this an art competition or a weaponry contest? Merely its aesthetic allure sent the audience of beauty aficionados into ecstatic outbursts. Chapter 9. Is Megatron a mini-tank? The microwave rifle's appearance was overwhelmingly dazzling. Upon its reveal, it astonished everyone. And after a wave of astonishment, the crowd began to take notice of the unique remote-controlled platform it was mounted on. Was it a mini-tank? Its design was equally futuristic. Yet, where was the cannon? Indeed, the form of Megatron I, the mini-tank, measured only 2 meters in length. A stark contrast to the 7-meter length of the T-9X main battle tank, rendering it practically diminutive. The small tank, radiating a subtle dark silver sheen, possessed an extraordinary shape while exuding an aura of formidable power. Yize placed the microwave rifle atop the mini-tank. The small tank elevated 2 articulated arms, perfectly cradling the firearm. Was this an unconventional cannon? Based on this design, I have no objections to the microwave rifle claiming first place. Playing to aesthetics. What use is a striking appearance if its lethality remains untested? Are you envious and resentful? You cannot create something so spectacular, can you? If you think you can, then step up. Silence, silence. We await the spectacle. If this contraption fails to fire, it will be an utter embarrassment. Even before the demonstration commenced, the audience was embroiled in heated debate. The flashy design did little to quell skepticism regarding the microwave rifle. Currently, the primary application of microwave weapons involves deploying electromagnetic bombs to disrupt enemy electronics. As for microwave directional emission, the power source alone requires a truck-sized apparatus. Achieving practical use globally is still a distant prospect. However, with the advanced technological knowledge in Yize's possession, realizing high energy in a compact form is entirely feasible, requiring no system mall exchange. Little did they suspect, what Yize prioritized was the control platform, the mini-tank Megatron I. The significance of the microwave rifle paled in comparison. Megatron I integrated over a dozen cutting-edge technologies, including combat robotics, artificial intelligence, super batteries, and new materials. Once the demonstration concluded, it would likely leave everyone astounded, their jaws agape. What about the military behind the competition? Would they emerge from the shadows? In the stands of the testing ground, opinions varied. Some held optimism, while others expressed skepticism. Among the contestants and the audience, fervent discussions ensued, all eagerly awaiting the demonstration of firepower. The judges, observing the fervor, called out for the demonstration to commence before Yize had completed his preparations. The experts from the judging panel craned their necks, eagerly anticipating the results. After all, this was the top entry in the innovation competition, and many were keen to witness its performance. Yize chuckled, whispering to a nearby guest, Director Feng, what do you think of the microwave rifle? It's a challenge. The 9527 Institute has been working on this for 30 years, you know? The Bear Nation and the Moldy Country are also secretly researching it. Yet the world has made little breakthrough. Director Feng shook his head, displaying a complete lack of interest in this firearm. Microwave directional weapons, particularly the larger models, have yet to escape the confines of the laboratory. Is it feasible to miniaturize them? Yize immediately countered, asserting this young man is my junior. What if he turns out to be a genius? Mi-young interjected, recalling that last year, at just 22, she had earned her doctorate in electronics. Who could rival that girl's brilliance? Her conclusion was merely that it could potentially eliminate ants. Director Fong shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "You a materials engineer should refrain from meddling. That remark is rather ungracious. One should leave room for future encounters." Yize's stubbornness flared. "Science requires imagination, which none of you possess. So what if I have faith in him? Care for wager? All right, what are the stakes? 2 cases of red-capped fun liquor for me, and 2 cases of spicy strips for that lad." "Old Jiang, your tone suggests you are confident of victory? What happens if you lose?" "If I lose, I shall forego the 2 cases of red-capped fun." "You old rascal, are you not ensuring your own gain? A rogue may not be frightful, but a cultured rogue is truly daunting." The two had merely been passing by when Mi-young forcibly dragged them in as guests, their original intent to simply observe. One was a distinguished academician from Beishan University, and the other, the deputy director of the National Defense Armament Bureau. Yet, they found themselves engaged in a verbal spar over Yize. Beside the testing ground, Yize was poised to commence his demonstration. At his special request, several additional targets had been added, all replaced with iron plates, including a derelict vehicle designated as a target. As he exited the field, he shouted at the small tank, "Decepticon número uno, commence." He intended to showcase driving skills by destroying all targets from a distance of 1,500 meters in tank mode. "Oh, what is that fellow up to?" Mi-young mused from the podium, peering in Yize's direction. "Where's his remote control? Surely, he does not intend to navigate by mere shouting?" With a command from Yize, there was no sound of an engine igniting. The small tank's side tracks began to whir, rapidly accelerating to a staggering 100 miles per hour. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "Goodness, it's an electric-powered small tank." Laughter followed. "Did I hear him call that thing Decepticon? It won't transform, will it?" A retort came swiftly, as if it could transform, I would dare to live stream myself doing a handstand while eating excrement. The small tank soared in speed, executing drifts and spins, completing 2 laps in the blink of an eye. As it sped towards the targets, it emitted an electronic voice. Scanning target. Locking on. Firing. The small tank produced a sound that remarkably resembled the voice of the animated Decepticon. Without pausing, Decepticon number 1 swiftly altered its course. Returning to the launch point at the edge of the test site, mission accomplished. What was this? A showy prelude without any firing? Not even 3 seconds of performance. Unbelievable. Some viewers grumbled, while others were already exclaiming in awe. What? The audience was filled with gasps of astonishment. Everything transpired too rapidly. From the command to fire to its return, Decepticon number 1 completed the task in the time it took to blink. Initially, onlookers were fixated on the small tank's acrobatics, eagerly anticipating its firing action. Little did they know, they had missed the moment of ignition. As some began to voice their complaints and shifted their gaze towards the targets, realization dawned that this microwave rifle had fired silently. Examining the devastation, it was clear. All targets appeared as if struck by a tempest. The target vehicle was cleaved in half, its top and chassis split apart. Hundreds of targets lay scattered, disfigured and mangled, dripping molten iron. Chapter 10. The Potential of Strategic Level Weapons Boom. Following a moment of silence, the audience erupted in cheers. Spectators rose to their feet, applause and shouts echoing throughout the venue, deafening in their intensity. For those in China who feared insufficient firepower, the firing speed, range, and power of the microwave rifle were nothing short of astounding. Someone shouted, "If we could turn this into a cannon, could it sink an American aircraft carrier with 1 shot?" The entire panel of experts stood up in unison, with academician Zheng and chief engineer Ma supporting each other to rise as well. "I can't take it anymore. This old heart might give out." Jiang Yize leapt up, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed to Director Fong, "I told you, this young man possesses imagination." Mi-young, mouth agape in shock, suddenly stood up, her DSLR camera tumbling to the ground and shattering into pieces. "The microwave beam has achieved high-energy destructive capability? By heavens, this is a weapon of mass destruction." She was truly taken aback. The microwave rifle had succeeded. No, to be more precise, her nerves were taut. Though microwave weaponry had long been considered technically immature, it had been labeled a weapon of mass destruction since its inception in the last century. High-energy microwave directional emission had eluded practical application by major world powers for 70 to 80 years. Yet now, a mere junior student had made a breakthrough. This microwave rifle had already demonstrated the potential of being a strategic level weapon. What if technological advancements continued? Should the microwave rifle be scaled up? It could evolve into a microwave cannon. The moment strong magnetic fields and high power were exceeded, it would transform into a strategic weapon akin to a nuclear explosion. This microwave rifle must remain confidential. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly stir international upheaval. As a doctoral student in electronics with a focus on electronic warfare, she was acutely aware of this weapon's potential. She was already contemplating how to maintain its secrecy, her mind racing with numerous strategies. Should she contact the military? Immediately secure the site? Confiscate everyone's phones and cameras? This student must be acquired at all costs. Ultimately, Mi-young suppressed her impulse to terminate the competition. Since the inception of this contest, there had never been a precedent for halting it. She first called Uncle Liu, the head of the 23rd Bureau of Special Affairs. Uncle Liu, help me investigate someone. Me girl, don't be foolish. The 23rd Bureau cannot investigate individuals casually. What if he's linked to national security? Who are you trying to investigate? A junior student from Beishan University, Yize. Me girl, you can't possibly mean to investigate your boyfriend, can you? Uncle Liu, if you keep babbling nonsense, I want to respond to you. Mi-young, indeed quite professional, succinctly conveyed a wealth of information. The microwave rifle he developed had reached strategic level potential, 15 meters in length, firing in 2 to 3 seconds, capable of destroying over 100 targets and obliterating a target vehicle. Hiss, are you certain it's a microwave rifle? Came the incredulous voice from the other end of the line. Mi-young was growing impatient. Don't forget my area of expertise. All right, I will send someone to investigate. I am currently at the Shisan base and will fly over to find you shortly. Gradually, as the atmosphere at the site calmed, the audience continued to ponder various questions, hoping it would not turn out like a short-lived weapon of little consequence. In the audience, a voice rang out. Could it really be that after 3 hours of charging, it discharges in an instant? On the guest panel, Director Feng was the first to speak up, urging for scores to be assigned quickly so they could proceed to the next round. Jiang Ida glanced back at him, muttering, "You officials are so sensitive." Nonetheless, he joined in, calling out to the judging panel, "Hurry up with the PK, the old man can hardly wait to see it." In fact, Mi-young had already taken the initiative, rushing over to a few experts to whisper her thoughts. The new concept firearms competition had always been a grand event for military enthusiasts and aficionados, fundamentally exploring and envisioning future technologies. Although there were collaborations with the military and defense industries, the firearms presented over the years had never made their way into military use, and thus, there were no confidentiality issues. It had never been considered a secretive event. On the contrary, it often facilitated exchanges with related international competitions. However, this time was different. Previous events had only showcased minor innovations in concept firearms, and no substantial technological breakthroughs had ever occurred. The introduction of a microwave rifle had caught the judging experts completely off guard. Many of the experts had military-industrial backgrounds. How could they lack an awareness of technical confidentiality? When Mi-young suggested quickly moving to the next phase, the experts understood her intent and unanimously expressed no objections. They raised a few inconsequential questions, hastily concluding the QA session and awarding the highest score. Indeed, the microwave rifle was exceptional. Wait, they awarded the highest score just from a few casual questions? Are the bigwigs being so hasty? The audience and fellow competitors began to debate among themselves. Some even questioned the judging panel scoring. After all, based on scientific knowledge, typical batteries could not withstand the tremendous energy consumption of microwave weapons. This microwave rifle was merely 15 meters long and weighed 15 kilograms. It was bound to suffer from insufficient power. Don't forget the competition's objective, to explore future firearm technologies. Energy-based weapons align perfectly with future trends. It's normal for there to be flaws. It's the absence of defects that would be abnormal. Mi-young took the stage, swiftly quelling the doubts. Moreover, she cleverly sidestepped the technical details of the microwave rifle and announced that the preliminary round, the practical test, was officially concluded. The testing ground required maintenance, and the finals would be rescheduled for the following morning. Her impromptu decision was met with unanimous approval from the experts. The breakthrough of the microwave rifle had nearly left everyone in shock, necessitating a pause. Soon, in a conference room at the camp, Director Feng had summoned several core experts and even asked Mi-young to personally invite Yize to gather their opinions. They should all recognize the value of the microwave rifle, right? This Yize was indeed a remarkable genius. According to his thoughts, the competition should be cleared immediately, and news should be locked down. However, the competition committee firmly opposed this as it contradicted the purpose of the event, and even the core experts had differing opinions. Among the guests were Deputy Director Feng from the National Defense Industry Office and Academician Jiang from Beishan University. The judging panel included Academician Jiang from the National Academy of Sciences and Chief Engineer Ma from the Northern Frontier Military Industry Group. As Miang brought Li Yize in, she introduced him to each of them. Aside from Director Feng, the other three were eminent figures in the scientific community. Upon entering, they all fixed their keen gazes upon him. Wow, what a grand affair! Li Yize feigned surprise, but remained remarkably composed. He had long anticipated that once black technology made its appearance, it would certainly attract attention. Little schoolmate, you truly managed to pull it off. Academician Zhang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he hurriedly greeted Li Yize. The elderly gentlemen present were all part of the national think tank, and he inquired, "May I ask you a few questions?" He was a top-tier scientist in materials engineering, having graduated from Beishan University and returned to support his alma mater after becoming an academician, single-handedly elevating a second-rate university's program into a top-tier discipline, which became a celebrated story at Beishan University. This sense of loyalty was even more admirable than his status as an academician. Academician Jiang, it's good to see you again. Li Yize nodded in greeting, adding, "For your sake, I won't hold back." The design documentation for the microwave rifle had been reviewed several times by the experts. They had also examined the engineering blueprints, including circuit diagrams and mechanical schematics. The principles were not difficult. They operated on the same principle as a microwave oven. Both the microwave rifle and the microwave oven utilize a magnetron to convert electrical energy into microwaves, which then vibrate the molecules of an object. However, the energy densities of the two are not in the same league, like the difference between firecrackers and missiles. What about the microwave rifle's immense power? How was the technical breakthrough achieved? The documentation provided no answers, and the blueprints were incomprehensible, leaving the experts somewhat perplexed. How many shots can this experimental device fire on a single battery? What is its maximum energy density? What is its farthest range? Miang was the first to pose questions, her curiosity piqued by the specific performance metrics. It was not a matter of disrespecting the elderly gentleman. Aside from academician Jiang, who specialized in materials, the others were all engaged in mechanical automation. She was the sole authority in the field of electronics. The battery, microwave generator, and high-gain antenna were the three core components of the microwave rifle. The battery supplied immense power, the high-gain antenna influenced the range, and the microwave emitter determined energy output. Miang demonstrated her remarkable insight with a rapid-fire series of questions, each targeting critical data. Speaking without preamble was tantamount to being cheeky, unable to resist teasing her. Li Yize equipped, to achieve maximum power output, the battery would surely deplete all at once. If you aim to shoot with the power to kill an ant, you'd likely drain the battery entirely. His remark nearly left Miang speechless on the spot. Was this rascal still holding a grudge? Hadn't she merely teased him before the competition about whether he could kill an ant? Can the power and frequency be adjusted? Miang, not caring for playful banter, quickly regained her composure. What? It can adjust both the shooting power and frequency. The other esteemed experts present gasped in astonishment. It wasn't that Mi Yang's questions lacked rigor, but rather that Li Yize's black technology defied convention. For a microwave rifle of such compact size to achieve fixed power and frequency output was already remarkable. The ability to adjust it will made it conceivable to transform the microwave rifle into a microwave cannon, significantly enhancing its power and range. Absolutely, Li Yize nodded, confirming their speculation. The ultimate purpose of this weapon is long range and high power, capable of targeting aircraft, sinking aircraft carriers, and even intercepting missiles. However, when Miang inquired about the microwave rifle's maximum power, Li Yize admitted he lacked specific data. He had only a theoretical estimate. During the assembly and testing phase, he discovered that although the testing ground spanned over 3,000 acres, the area measuring 2,000 meters by 1,000 meters was insufficient for conducting extreme tests. Microwaves are high-frequency electromagnetic waves emitted via antennas. The attack radius of this microwave rifle manifests as a triangular sector. Maximum power emission? Surely, that must be a jest. It would likely cripple all electronic devices within the test site. The alternative materials are also substandard. A rigorous test of the microwave rifle would undoubtedly result in an explosion, rivaling that of an electromagnetic bomb. The formidable magnetic field required for microwave radio frequency demands an exorbitant amount of energy. How is that being addressed? Miang, unreservet, directly inquired about the core technology. Li Yize merely smirked. Superconducting materials. Did I not mention this to you before? Do you think I would exaggerate? Can superconducting devices really be miniaturized to such an extent? Believe it or not. What is room temperature superconductivity not feasible? Mi was exasperated. The most advanced low-temperature, superconducting materials in the world have yet to leave the confines of the laboratory. This fellow boldly claims to have utilized cutting-edge room-temperature superconductors. What a ruse. He has achieved a breakthrough in microwave technology, and while no one disputes his genius, the notion of room-temperature superconductors is met with skepticism unless he provides tangible proof. Several elderly gentlemen fixed their gaze upon him, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Should we disassemble the microwave rifle to inspect it? Not a chance. I have no desire to reassemble it. After the competition, feel free to dismantle it at your leisure. Amid this commotion, Yize recalled a leftover piece. He had forgotten where he casually tossed it. Unable to locate it? Well, that is merely stating the obvious. Mi pondered, swiftly shifting the topic. It seems prudent to secure a larger venue for a comprehensive test. There is no doubt that the microwave rifle represents a significant technological advancement. Yet the extent of this breakthrough remains uncertain to all. Director Fong seized the opportunity to interject, adopting a negotiating tone. Is it possible to abstain from participating in tomorrow's final showdown? Yize discerned the underlying concern. Are you worried about a potential leak of the microwave rifle's technology? Indeed. Mi nodded on behalf of the group. While the specifics of your technology remain unclear, it is best to avoid any disclosures. A forced withdrawal? Or shall we confer? No, there is no compulsion. We merely seek your perspective. What a jest. A mere demonstration could lead to a leak? If that were the case, others would have already replicated the F-22 stealth fighter from the United States. These individuals are far too paranoid. As for the prospect of leaking information, Yize remained unfazed. He is acutely aware of his own cutting-edge technology, employing an entirely novel theoretical framework and technological system. Even if others were in possession of the engineering schematics, they would not be able to replicate it within 5 years. He shook his head lightly. My Megatron number 1 has yet to undergo testing. Then let us proceed to the finals. Several elderly gentlemen hesitated, but Mi affirmed, withdrawing without cause would only incite errant speculation. I will conduct a focused test on the robot. 3 minutes should suffice and will not compromise the microwave rifle's confidentiality. You fear a leak? To satisfy you, I shall conveniently test the electronic damage by disabling all mobile phones in the vicinity. Do not blame me. With Yize's assurance, the experts momentarily relaxed. He is a genius. After all, one must respect his insights. Moreover, his reasoning is sound. The microwave rifle operates silently, thus minimizing the potential for leaks. Yize nodded and departed. Jiang Ida felt compelled to offer heartfelt advice. My dear junior, take care during the final showdown. Stealthily enter the fray, but do not draw attention. Once Mi saw him retreat, she cheerfully flashed a peace sign to the elderly gentleman. Rest assured, my unmanned tank will also make an appearance, and it will swiftly neutralize Megatron, leaving that fellow with no opportunity to reveal any secrets. The elderly gentleman chuckled. So Mi has devised this strategy. Chapter 12. Megatron number 1, Transform and Strike. The preliminary rounds yesterday have yielded 6 strong contenders. Congratulations to those who have qualified for the finals. The competition continues. And Mi was the first to announce the rankings of the preliminary round. This time, she opted to forego allowing Yize too much exposure, directly skipping the customary speeches from the contestants. The PK showdown officially commenced. The structure of the final PK match is designed to enhance the spectacle of the event, constituting the most thrilling segment of the entire firearms competition. The 6 finalists each remotely control their weapons in a chaotic free-for-all. Within the expanse of the 3,000-acre test site, they pursue and obliterate each other's firearms, vying to emerge as the last survivor. For any man, the mere thought ignites a fervor, far more exhilarating than playing a battle royale game. Yize's motivation to participate is straightforward. Having developed Megatron number 1, it is essential to evaluate its offensive and defensive capabilities, is it not? Mi announced the substitution of the intelligent electronic pistol, which lacks remote control capabilities, with the intelligent unmanned tank. All teams, please bring your firearms into the arena. This time, each team's weapon had been pre-tuned and was remotely guided into the test site. Contestants awaited in the control area behind bulletproof glass. The mole-digging rifle was positioned at a distant drilling platform. The Flying Tiger rotor machine gun was stationed at an unmanned aerial control platform. The Hunter Intelligent Sniper was on a mobile platform with a dynamic electric sliding system. The Metal Storm magnetic-powered weaponry was mounted on a remotely controlled vehicle. Naturally, the microwave rifle, in the form of a small tank, was also present. At long last, they gathered in one place, ready to determine their fates. The microwave rifle, with its strikingly sci-fi design, elicited gasps from the audience, who had seen it before but could not contain their excitement. Miyang's intelligent unmanned tank also entered the fray as a substitute. However, she clarified that it would not compete for rankings, nor would it employ its tank cannon to intimidate others. A dozen drones flew into the arena as judges, simultaneously preparing to capture multiple angles and transmit the footage to the large screens in the stands. The PK confrontation commenced. The judges fired the starting pistol. Tot, 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 tot. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the competition began, a small skirmish erupted. The metal storm and microwave rifle, due to their rapid fire rates, posed significant threats and were promptly targeted by the other contestants. However, all participants maintained their initial positions at relatively distant vantage points. The metal storm took a few hits, but remained unharmed for the time being. Megatron number 1, the small tank, moved with lightning speed, evading all attempts to strike it. The contestants began to employ strategies, maneuvering their remote-controlled firearms to seek advantageous terrain. On the sidelines of the test site, while other contestants were intensely focused on their operations, Yize leisurely strolled along the edge. Upon entering the arena, he discreetly issued a command to Megatron number 1, engage in free combat, and commence firing with a microwave rifle after 3 minutes. At present, Megatron number 1 was under artificial intelligence control, autonomously engaging in battle. This situation incited a wave of envy. While everyone else operated remotely, Megatron was under computer control. The disparity between human and machine reaction times is not even comparable. Unbeknownst to them, their views were limited to several remote cameras, while Megatron number 1 enjoyed a 360-degree field of vision, making stealthy ambushes utterly exhilarating. Megatron número 1, transform. Suddenly, the arena was filled with the commanding electronic voice of Megatron, exuding arrogance and dominance. The small tank, racing at high speed, suddenly ascended into the air. With a series of mechanical sounds, it landed transformed into a humanoid form, a battle robot approximately 2 meters tall, armed with a massive gun, charging headlong towards opponents. Goodness gracious! Did Megatron truly transform? In the firearms competition, has he truly fashioned a replica of Megatron? Could this be deemed a violation? The comments from above are merely born of envy. Everyone possesses remote control platforms. After all, even Megatron qualifies as a control platform, does he not? Who was the individual that made the audacious claim that Megatron would perform a handstand and consume excrement if he could transform? Your father summons you to partake in such folly. The audience gasped in astonishment, while the other competitors could only harbor feelings of envy and resentment. In his humanoid form, Megatron exhibited remarkable agility, darting about with such swiftness that aiming became an impossibility. The remote-controlled tank, Miyang, remained undeterred by the antics of the other contestants, silently inching closer to Megatron 1, poised to unleash a barrage and eliminate it from the competition. The first to suffer was the cumbersome metal storm. Zhang Haoxuan's remote-controlled four-wheeler advanced cautiously. Suddenly, danger lurked behind, and before he could alter course, Megatron 1, with its nimble movements, swiftly overtook him, toppling the four-wheeler with ease. With a thunderous punch, Megatron 1 sent Metal Storm crashing into 2 pieces. The crowd erupted in exclamations of disbelief. How ferocious! Metal Storm didn't even manage to last 3 seconds. Such injustice, such humiliation. Is Megatron's sheer strength truly this formidable? Goodness, I must procure a Megatron for protection. The audience was once again swept into a frenzy. This Megatron 1, with its terrifying strength and cunning, ambushing from behind, captivated all with its breathtaking display. In stark contrast, the weaponry of the other competitors appeared utterly inadequate, akin to industrial refuse. The discontent among the other contestants grew palpable as they exchanged glances, collectively deciding to unite against Megatron. This Yize is a genius. He has enabled a robot to autonomously operate weaponry. Who would have thought this robot would serve as a lethal weapon? The judges and guests nodded in approval, applauding the ingenuity. While engineers worldwide grapple with the challenges of creating stable bipedal robots, a recent video from the Boston Robotics Company showcasing a bipedal robot autonomously opening doors, moving boxes, running, and performing flips garnered global acclaim. Now, observe the performance of Megatron 1, completely independent in combat, with formidable strength and the ability to transform, surpassing even human intelligence in agility and tactical execution, a technological marvel on a global scale. If it were to enter the World Robot Combat Championship, victory would be effortless. One astonishing breakthrough in robotics. Miyang was left speechless. Could that entity truly be human? Whether considering the microwave rifle or Megatron 1. Achieving such advancements within 5 years would require a national effort. She suddenly recalled Yize's mention of room-temperature superconducting materials. Perhaps it was indeed true. Overcome with excitement, she struggled to maintain a grip on the remote control. Merely the superconducting material represents a monumental strategic technology. Imagine the heights of microwave rifle technology. We must eliminate Megatron swiftly. We must conclude this final showdown. We must seek out Yize to verify. Chapter 13. Electronic Destruction. An explosion of action. All competitors converged to attack, yet Megatron 1 pursued its foes, launching a counteroffensive. The mole, slow to emerge from the earth, prepared to ambush with a grenade from behind. This was a ground-drilling smart rifle, a bullet-head-shaped intelligent vehicle outfitted with an MX-16 assault rifle. The vehicle's front served as a drill, capable of burrowing underground to conceal itself. When attacking, it would emerge, its body splitting open to reveal the rifle for firing, capable of switching to grenades as well. As the mole prepared to aim, Megatron 1 seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. Suddenly, it spun around, darting away with such speed that the mole struggled to take aim. With a mighty leap, it soared several meters in a single bound, landing a crushing foot upon the mole, burying it back into the earth. The rifle barrel bent beyond repair. The Flying Tiger rotary machine gun hovered in the air. Seizing the opportunity, it dove from a height of 100 meters for a close-range shot. Bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour aimed at Megatron 1. Surely, this time Megatron would face its demise, reduced to scrap metal. Our Flying Tiger is the ultimate champion. Wang Jia grinned, reveling in the moment, while the rest of his team prepared to celebrate. In the next instant, however, their expressions turned to shock. Megatron 1 sprinted with astonishing speed, deftly evading the onslaught. The barrage of bullets kicked up dust from the ground, yet failed to land a single hit. In a moment of acrobatic brilliance, Megatron 1 executed a forward roll while simultaneously grabbing a brick, hurling it skyward. Dodge! Ascend! Oh no! We're doomed! Wang Jia's teammates screamed in panic, but it was too late. By the time Wang Jia reacted, the brick had already twisted 2 of the rotary blades, sending the Flying Tiger spiraling to the ground in a twisted heap. Megatron 1 then closed in, mercilessly dismantling the wreckage, twisting the gun barrel into a U-shape as if it were a mere toy. Such brutality! The Hunter, the intelligent sniper rifle, finally locked onto its target and fired from over 900 meters away. As the shot rang out, Megatron 1 collapsed instantly. Had it been hit? The audience was left in suspense. Yet, Megatron 1 sprang back to its feet, completely unscathed. Its reflexes were astonishing. Such intelligence! It had evaded the bullet. In a provocative gesture, it mimicked a throat-cutting motion, taunting the foolish humans. Are you challenging me? Boom! The sniper fired once more. This time, Megatron 1 remained stationary, transforming into a small tank, growing from 2 meters to 13, evading the shot with a flawless display. The sound of 7.62mm machine gun erupted. Megatron 1 had shown off too much, prompting all competitors to converge upon it. And indeed, the intelligent unmanned tank joined the fray, its 7.62mm twin machine guns roaring, unleashing a deluge of bullets upon Megatron 1. To everyone's astonishment, in its tank form, Megatron 1 accelerated with astonishing speed. The unmanned tank's machine guns could not even acquire a target, merely trailing behind as it kicked up a cloud of dust. At the control area beside the testing ground, 3 minutes seemed to stretch on, spotting Megatron 1 adjusting the aim of its microwave rifle. Yize's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned his gaze toward Mi-Yang. Mi-Yang, biting her lower lip, was fully engrossed in controlling the unmanned tank, muttering, "I will obliterate you. I refuse to believe how formidable you can be." Clearly incensed by Megatron's earlier gesture, she pressed a button, and the tank's cannon fired. "Don't destroy it." Director Fong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Boom! The tank's shell exploded from 900 meters away, enveloping Megatron 1 in a thick cloud of smoke and debris. Oh no, Megatron is finished. People ought to be concerned about Megatron. As the words hung in the air, a sudden silence was shattered by a resounding boom. What on earth was happening? Were the unmanned tanks erupting in a series of explosions? Mushroom clouds ascended one after another, filling the air with a thick haze that enveloped hundreds of meters. The turret, now split in 2, was hurled into the sky alongside the cannon. Crash! Accompanying the detonation, an immediate blackout plunged the scene into darkness. Lights, sound systems, and large screens all extinguished in an instant. Drones broadcasting the event plummeted from the sky like dumplings falling into a pot. Good heavens! What was going on? What had the unmanned tanks done? Hadn't the tank cannon targeted Megatron? Why had it self-destructed? This was utterly sensational. The audience was thrown into chaos. Some stood frozen in shock, while others screamed and gasped, rising from their seats in disbelief. Even Director Feng and Yize, seasoned veterans of grand projects, were left utterly astonished. But I just fired a shot. When the world is happening, how did it self-destruct? Miang, bewildered, sat down abruptly, her eyes wide with confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she finally formed a hypothesis. A blackout? Was it reminiscent of an electromagnetic bomb's effect? Could it be triggered by a microwave rifle? She exchanged a grave glance with Director Feng, both understanding the weight of the situation. Seal off the information. Report to the higher-ups immediately. Director Feng gasped, contact the military right away. If it truly was triggered by a microwave rifle, the implications are terrifying. The speed of electromagnetic waves and their potential for surface strikes make them nearly impossible to defend against. He pulled out his phone to make a call, only to find the screen inexplicably black. Why would Tia turn on? As he fumbled with his phone, the crowd around him grew increasingly agitated, voices rising in a cacophony of disbelief. What the hell? Why did my phone suddenly go black while filming? Is this some kind of curse? It was working perfectly before. Yours is broken too? What on earth is happening? The people began to realize that every electronic device, computers, tablets, phones, cameras, had inexplicably malfunctioned. All the cars parked nearby refused to start. Even a professor's hearing aid had ceased to function. An array of bizarre occurrences swept through the crowd, leaving them in disarray. How could such substandard materials withstand an 80 caliber high load? Yize had anticipated this situation, seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke and chaos of the testing ground. He discreetly activated Megatron number 1 and promptly initiated sleep mode. Now, while everyone believed Miyang's shot had caused the catastrophe, he made his escape. If the crowd realized he was the true culprit, he would be drowned in a deluge of condemnation. Chapter 14. The tank S-Mite steals the spotlight. The explosion of the unmanned tank resembled an internal ammunition detonation. The process unfolded too quickly for anyone to comprehend. It felt as if the unmanned tank had been attacked. But who could have attacked it? Wasn't it the unmanned tank that had fired upon Megatron? Director Feng, Yize, and Academician Zheng gathered urgently to discuss the situation. The sequence of events during the explosion, coinciding with the destruction of electronic devices, occurred in the blink of an eye. No one had grasped what had transpired. The effects of the electronic damage bore a striking resemblance to an electromagnetic bomb's assault. Miyang nodded affirmatively, convinced that it was likely caused by a microwave rifle. As the smoke cleared, the testing ground lay in ruins. The intelligent sniper, hidden away from the black market gunfire, was reduced to mere fragments. Megatron numero uno, in its transformed state, remained stationary without a hint of damage. Could it have sustained internal damage? Urgently, they needed to locate Yize for clarification. Yet, when the core experts regained their composure, Yize was nowhere to be found. Miyang felt a surge of frustration. Where had that scoundrel vanished to? Miyang, didn't you plan to eliminate Megatron first? Director Feng chuckled in disbelief. Well, now that all electronic devices near the testing ground are destroyed, we need to worry about leaks. The group muttered among themselves for a moment. Miyang swiftly dispatched competition staff to take action. The personnel began to run around the testing ground, effectively resorting to shouting as their means of communication. The final PK has concluded. Everyone is to exit in an orderly fashion for the time being. We will provide an explanation once the cause of the incident is determined. The firearms competition had been abruptly overshadowed by Megatron's unexpected emergence, stealing the spotlight. Just when everyone was engrossed in the spectacle, the unmanned tank fired a shot, resulting in a series of inexplicable explosions. The destruction of their phones, computers, and cameras had utterly dampened their spirits. Amidst the chaos, the entire testing ground was in disarray. All were urged to evacuate immediately, as the area needed to be sealed off and unauthorized individuals barred from approaching. At that moment, Yize had already returned to the base camp. What a prophetic jest, he mused. He had jokingly told Miyang that he might destroy all the phones. And here he was, having inadvertently obliterated every electronic device in the vicinity. If they exploded, adjusting the radio frequency wouldn't cause harm. As it was part of the test, the electronic destruction caused by the microwave rifle had met the design requirements. His own phone lay safely within a specially designed radiation-proof bag, of course intact. Yize sneezed several times, pondering who could be cursing him from behind. Indeed, someone was cursing him. It was Miyang. The competition had devolved into utter chaos due to this debacle. No, She could hardly focus on the competition at this point. Mi-young was fraught with anxiety, desperate to report to Liu Shicheng of Bureau 23 that her phone was broken. She sought out Yize to inquire about the situation, running all around the testing ground, but to no avail. Where was that rascal? Ultimately, she departed the testing ground, sprinting 1,500 meters back to the camp. With a glimmer of hope, she found a landline in the camp office that was still operational. She hurriedly reported the situation to Liu Shicheng. Then she located a contact from the competition list and dialed Yize's number, which surprisingly connected. It was undoubtedly his doing. Cursing him internally, she sought to maintain her composure as she asked, Yize, where are you? In the design room, 303. I've been waiting for you for ages. Came Yize's languid voice over the phone. Mi-young encountered Director Feng and Jiang Ida on her way, while she dispatched others to notify the remaining core experts. She brought these two along with her. Upon reaching design room 303, they found Yize casually scrolling through anime on his phone. Mi-young was incensed. How could he remain so unfazed? You gotta be kidding. I just ran myself to exhaustion. Jiang Ida panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. What are you doing back here? The destruction of all the phones and such was quite the spectacle. If I did it, I must own up to it. Yize replied, knowing he had to provide an explanation to the concerned parties. He quickly found a chair for the old man, aware that many of the competitors were highly intelligent individuals who would soon suspect the microwave rifle. He could not allow the competition to bear the brunt of the blame. What does it mean to take the blame for the competition? Mi-young's teeth ground together audibly, as if she were indeed bearing the brunt of someone else's misdeeds. I warned you, Yize said with a smirk, and besides, weren't you worried about leaks? I kindly reminded you before the competition, only to be met with your mockery. He then made a serious suggestion. If everyone's phones in the testing area are broken, shouldn't that be considered a workplace injury? The power comparable to a miniature electromagnetic bomb. The effect of damaging electronic devices is quite remarkable, directly incinerating chips, memory, capacitors, and the like, rendering them irreparable. Workplace injury. My foot. Did I warn you? Mi-young pondered. It seems she had initially thought it was a joke, even letting them bring down the satellite. Clearly, this fellow had anticipated it. It was a deliberate attempt to shift the blame. She found herself at a loss for words, her frustration mounting. After all, he was a prodigy, someone they wished to recruit, and she couldn't afford to offend him. Well, you're handsome, so everything you say must be right. She clenched her jaw, striving to force a smile. If people's phones are broken, it counts as a workplace injury. We take full responsibility. This attitude isn't too shabby. Yize found her exasperated yet restrained demeanor amusing and couldn't help but praise her. He then recounted the unexpected chain of events. At the moment the tank shell struck the Megatron 1, it had evaded the blast, seizing the cover of smoke to retaliate with a few shots from the microwave rifle. Listen, is that even coherent? Those were not just a few shots. Clearly, it was firing in every direction, 360 degrees. Despite the sarcasm, Mi-young brushed off the substantial loss of 3 to 5 million. She was merely filled with trepidation. Thankfully, the testing ground was distant from the base camp, and the damages were confined to the vicinity of the testing area. This black technology is truly astonishing, capable of damaging electronic components without harming individuals. Yize had already inquired, now that the competition is over, can I go home? How about considering joining a military research institution? She couldn't let him leave just like that, so Mi-young gritted her teeth and took matters in her own hands. Which unit do you represent? The military's confidentiality department. I'm also a soldier. Who would have thought this female doctor belonged to the military's confidentiality department? Yize looked at her, shaking his head leisurely. You're not influential enough. Find someone of higher rank. How high a rank do you want? Mi-young miarli choket. This guy didn't even bother to ask about her military rank. Director Feng hurried over. Young man, the National Defense Military Industry Commission welcomes you. Yize Brunlivrovia. Not interested. Working for someone is out of the question. The guy wasn't foolish. Why would he voluntarily seek a boss? Chapter 15. Superconducting materials, on par with Einstein. Young man, your candor is quite direct. Director Feng appeared embarrassed. Working with us is not exactly working for someone, right? The National Defense Military Industry Commission is a prestigious organization. Countless individuals yearn to join. Yize waved his hand. Let's be clear. I dislike having a superior dictating my actions. This kid is too arrogant. Mi-young and Director Feng had just begun to entice him when this young man, without even inquiring about the benefits, rejected them without mercy. There was nothing they could do. Geniuses have their quirks, and they could only console their wounded spirits. Others also wished to recruit Yize, but refrained from speaking up. With even the National Defense Military Industry Commission turned down, they wouldn't humiliate themselves further. What should they do if this guy leaves? Should I resort to using my charm? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I've never dated a boy. I truly don't know how. Mi-young anxiously plopped down at her computer desk, casually pushing the keyboard back. As she did, a small pendant rolled out from beneath the keyboard. Look, I found this pendant that fell. You should thank me. Huh? It had a silver-gray sheen resembling metal, yet felt like some polymer material. She examined the pendant, which was shaped like a bullet, utterly indiscernible in terms of material. Could it be nuclear material, plutonium B? Yize chocolat, nearly causing Mi-young to drop in fright. Let me see. It only resembles it. Absolutely not plutonium B. Yize, upon seeing it, wore a contemplative expression. This material, I'm quite certain I've never encountered before. It's a room-temperature, superconducting material. I experimented with its plasticity to create this pendant. Yize thought he had lost it, only to discover it had accidentally gotten pressed onto the keyboard. Yize's expression changed drastically, springing up in shock. Room temperature, superconducting material? Did the old man hear wrong? We haven't even clarified the principles yet. Can you really produce it? He had dedicated his life to studying material science and was one of the top material experts in the country. The only national key laboratory at Beishan University was his materials lab, representing the forefront of Chinese advancements. Had anyone claimed that this little pendant was a superconducting material before, he would have certainly scoffed. However, after the final competition, he had an inkling it might be possible. Superconducting materials could generate immense magnetic fields with small currents, explaining the formidable power and high energy of a microwave rifle. Young alumnus, is that true? Room temperature, superconducting material? Yize confirmed again, staring intently at Yize, his voice trembling. The phenomenon of superconductivity had been discovered over a century ago, with countless scientists from around the world pursuing it. To this day, the theory of low-temperature superconductivity had not been thoroughly understood, let alone room-temperature superconductivity. Whoever produced room-temperature superconducting material would be grasping the holy grail of physics. This would place them on par with Einstein and Hawking. Room-temperature superconducting materials might be inconceivable to others, but Yize understood its significance. To put it mildly, this could revolutionize generators, motors, batteries, and computers, disrupting the transmission methods of electrical grids. On a grander scale, it could make controllable nuclear fusion power generation a reality, influencing the future of humanity. Superconductivity isn't that mysterious after all. Yize nodded at Yize. I'm not joking. It's genuine. Let's go. To the electronic laboratory. Mi-young grabbed the pendant and rushed out, warning Yize, if you're deceiving me, and you cause academician Jiang to suffer a heart attack, that'll be a grave sin. When Yize gathered Director Feng and several experts to the electronic laboratory, Mi-young had already prepared various instruments. Upon hearing about the tangible room-temperature superconducting material, they eagerly urged her to commence testing. Testing for superconductivity is not particularly complex. Most electronic laboratories can manage it. Being the only electronic PhD present, Mi-young naturally took the lead in operating the instruments. The first test was for direct current resistance. The resistance value approached 0. Hiss, is there a chance? The initially indifferent academician Zheng and chief engineer Ma widened their eyes. Measuring direct current alone wouldn't suffice. Without needing their reminder, Mi-young moved on to measuring alternating current resistance, and the instrument displayed values still close to 0. Still 0. All the experts held their breath, not daring to blink, as if afraid to scare away the numbers. Mi-young bit her lip, took a deep breath, and began connecting a constant current. At this point, the voltage across the little pendant remained nearly 0. At this moment, it could almost be concluded that this is the realization of superconductivity. This is the dream of countless generations of scientists. Yize pressed his hands on his knees, his bottom already lifting from the chair, neck stretched long, intently fixated on the numbers displayed on the instrument. With lips tightly pressed and teeth clenched, the muscles in her face began to tremble ever so slightly. Just one final task remained. Mi-young found herself growing anxious, casting her gaze around the room before it finally returned to the instrument. Utilizing the Meissner effect to measure the magnetic field, the result revealed. The magnetic field was nearly 0, almost 0 resistance. Practically perfect diamagnetism. Of course, due to environmental and instrumental influences, it could not be entirely 0, but it was infinitely close. It was confirmed. This was indeed a superconducting material. It's done. Mi-young slammed her fist onto the table. She leapt and danced about, disregarding everything in her excitement, rushing over to give Yize an exuberant shake. It truly worked. Yize let out a sigh of relief. He slapped his forehead and leaned back forcefully in his chair, causing the wooden chair's backrest to crack. The others were not faring much better. In that moment, they exchanged incredulous looks, their eyes wide with astonishment. Academician Zheng pinched the thigh of Chief Engineer Ma. Old Ma. Slap me, I must be dreaming, right? Oh dear, if this were a dream, let this old man strangle me to death. Even a usually stoic Chief Engineer Ma was no longer composed. The superconducting material experiment was not unheard of. It was a hot topic in recent scientific discourse, with papers frequently published both domestically and internationally, often exploiting this phenomenon to secure funding. However, it was always necessary to cool it to low temperatures using liquid helium or nitrogen for the superconducting effect to manifest. Achieving this at just minus 35 degrees Celsius would indeed send shockwaves across the globe. Unbelievable. This little pendant exhibited superconducting properties at room temperature. It shattered their scientific understanding. Oh, please, beautiful lady, be a bit more reserved. Stirring up rumors wouldn't be favorable. Ningxia shined in exasperation, finally managing to pry the octopus like Miang off him. What a trivial matter, yet everyone was utterly transformed by excitement. Room temperature, superconductivity. From now on, I shall venerate you like a deity. During the selection competition, didn't you say I should stick with you after graduation? Did I ever say that? Miang felt her face burning with embarrassment. This fellow had achieved room temperature superconductivity. He was truly a deity in the scientific community. If he published his findings, he would undoubtedly be a contender for the Nobel Prize. Who would dare to question the hierarchy? It seems that serving under such a genius would not be shameful at all. Chapter 16. Focus on strategic technologies. Miang's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, I adore this pendant. Can you gift it to me? The 99 yuan version on Pinduoduo is far more appealing. I was going to discard it anyway. Yize's remark left one feeling quite helpless. The small pendant, measuring 2 centimeters in length and shaped like a bullet, was well crafted despite its drab appearance. Yet Miang smiled unfazet. Right then and there, she swapped her Hatian jade pendant for the little bullet, adorning her neck with it. The elderly gentleman's eyes glinted with envy. They too desired it, but were too proud to compete with the youthful Miang. This piece must be the most expensive pendant in history. Diamonds, gold, and jade paled in comparison. Yize, I hope you continue your research. The mass production of microwave rifles. The large-scale development of microwave weaponry. The official leader remained composed, with Director Feng regaining his calm faster than the others. A groundbreaking new material. The news of microwave rifles and superconducting technology would undoubtedly reverberate around the world. He was already contemplating the next steps. Whether you were willing to join the National Research Institutes or not, as long as you conducted research domestically, I would strive to secure the best research conditions for you. One individual could rival 10,000 soldiers. This is precisely the kind of once-in-a-century genius. He must be treated as a national treasure. We must ensure he remains in the country. The group of experts also began to react. Their eyes gleamed with eagerness as they all simultaneously focused on the phone, fearing that he might decline. Despite many participating in the firearms competition, for many it was merely a game or hobby. Not all were inclined towards serious research. The current youth idolize celebrities and internet influencers, showing little desire to engage in earnest research, and they worried that Yize might be one of them. Need I even ask? I utilized the competition to conduct tests. Wasn't he at all for future research? In the past year, half of Yize's research was related to military applications. He certainly could not fabricate military products privately. They were always intended for the nation. Despite not accepting an invitation, Yize's response still brought comfort to several experts. The most delighted was undoubtedly academician Yize. As long as this lad doesn't go elsewhere, he can contribute to Beishan University. Feeling joyous, Yize pulled Yize along. Seeing such a talented young alumnus filled him with genuine happiness. Miang led them to a small dining room in the cafeteria. She was supposed to join them for lunch, but after sitting down, she received a call and stepped out. I enjoy this. A little drink of Fingio each day. Yize chuckled, beckoning to Yize. What would you like, young friend? This amiable, unpretentious elder was well loved by the students. Even Yize, who rarely attended classes, had sought out several of his lectures out of admiration. Besides upholding the reputation of a second-rate university with a first-rate program, the old man was also renowned for his fondness for fine wine. I'll have a bottle of Chuanxianya Snowflake. Yize typically avoided alcohol, using beer merely to quench his thirst. He genuinely enjoyed chatting with Jiang Ida. Old man. It's said that Li Bai could compose 100 poems after a drink, while academician Jiang solves equations under the influence. Could you share that story with me? Hey, that was a decade ago. You were still playing with mud. Jiang Ida took a sip of his drink and recounted his embarrassing tale. Once, when an old friend visited, he accidentally drank a bit too much at lunch and mistakenly wandered into an art class in the afternoon. When the students saw the esteemed academician teaching, they thought it was a rare opportunity and didn't dare to remind him. Material mechanics, one of the 4 great tomes of engineering, was endured by the art students for 2 whole lectures. Ha ha! Yize nearly burst into laughter. Hey, I've heard that your 2 lectures misled students quite a bit. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man entered the private room without ceremony, sitting down to eat and drink. Jiang Ida recognized him. You lunatic Lu. How did I mislead students? I'm Lu Shicheng, familiar with old Jiang. Let's share a drink. The middle-aged man greeted Yize before turning back to tease academician Jiang in 2 lectures. One art student was so bamboozled that he disregarded the hellish difficulty and crossed majors to pursue a graduate degree in materials engineering. Ha, is that true? Yize could hardly contain his amusement. Indeed, he is still in old Jiang's lab, fiddling with bottles and jars. He has gone bald from exhaustion. Academician Jiang ruined a great artist. That is merely a shift from darkness to light. Engaging in scientific research is far more rewarding than painting. Jiang Ida retorted, immediately pulling Yize along. Let me tell you about the lunatic Lu. He used to be known as the foolish Lu, once during a border conflict in the West. The higher-ups instructed, if the enemy does not move, we shall not move. At that time, Lu Shicheng had just enlisted and, true to his name, remained utterly still, face to face with a bearded soldier from the opposing country, enduring until the opponent fainted from hunger. Lu Shicheng had it rough, too. He was so overwhelmed by the other's body odor that he returned home and vomited for 3 days. From then on, the valiant foolish Lu became famous throughout the army. The 3 shared a hearty laugh, as they indulged in food, drink, and conversation. A sense of leisure and contentment enveloped the atmosphere. Lu Shicheng, appearing to be around 57 or 58 years of age, exuded the aura of a rugged man. Surprisingly, after merely sipping a couple of drinks, his face, ears, and neck flushed a vibrant red. Just then, Miang, having completed her tasks, approached them. Upon witnessing the scene, her expression instantly transformed. She snatched the wine glass away, exclaiming, Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Are you trying to endanger your life? Through Miang's explanation, Yize began to comprehend that Lu Shicheng was not an ordinary man. He was a seasoned battlefield veteran who had endured several life-and-death clashes along the borders. In one particular battle, his entire regiment was annihilated, and he was extracted from a pile of corpses. That day, he sustained 11 gunshot wounds, the most severe of which pierced his liver. After the removal of 2/3 of his liver, he managed to wrestle his life back from the clutches of death. What tranquility could there be in life? It was merely the result of heroes shedding blood and sweat, silently safeguarding our lives. Listening to Lu Shicheng's past, Yize could not help but feel moved. He regarded this veteran with profound respect. Rising solemnly, he bowed deeply to him, paying homage to the old soldier. Please, sit down. Let's not be so serious. Lu Shicheng quickly urged Yize to take a seat. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after his true identity was revealed, he coughed lightly, saying, My liver has long since regenerated. I can still enjoy a few drinks. This piece of history was unknown even to Jiang Ida, who frowned in disbelief. You've had your liver removed, and you still want to drink? Director Lu, your secrecy is impressive. Encountering a national hero, I must share a few drinks to foster camaraderie. Lu Shicheng suddenly became serious and extended his hand toward Yize. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Lu Shicheng from the 23rd Bureau. The 23rd Bureau, dedicated to national strategic technology, reporting directly to the central government. Am I worthy of your attention? I represent the nation and would like to discuss the mass production of the Megatron robot with you. Chapter 17, Cutting-Edge Technology, the Tip of the Iceberg. The 23rd Bureau, directly connected to the central government? Yize was genuinely taken aback. The 23rd Bureau is known to be one of the most enigmatic classified units in Huagua. It is no wonder that the nation excels in secrecy. There is barely a whisper of their activities in public discourse. Lu Shicheng personally introduced him to some scarcely known secrets. He learned that the 23rd Bureau had overseen numerous strategic-level research projects, including several major national treasures that people often discussed with great interest. The Bureau had escorted many scientists back from overseas, including several renowned scientific figures. Such a director extending his hand to him was unprecedented. Yize earnestly shook his hand, replying, "Hello, Director Liu. Young man, you are indeed a genius. The microwave rifle is an extraordinary breakthrough," Liu Shiqing remarked, patting his hand with admiration, adding somewhat inadvertently, "It seems the Megatron robot is not inferior either." "Director Liu, you have a discerning eye," Yize replied candidly. "If the microwave rifle scores a 3, then the Megatron #1 would score around 7 or 8. This high praise left Liu Shiqing astonished. The Megatron #1 possesses even more advanced black technology? Beside them, Miyang and Jiang Ida leaned in, intrigued. "Hey, don't get any ideas about the robots." Yize observed their eyes gleaming with excitement, akin to fairies spotting Tang Sung. He directly clarified, "The microwave rifle is a military product and must be developed in collaboration with the state. The technology related to robots can be civilian, and I intend to keep it for profit. In the arms competition, the microwave rifle would require a theoretical defense. However, the Megatron #1, serving as a remote control platform, did not require such a defense, as the experts were entirely unaware of its principles." Unable to contain her curiosity, Miyang asked, "Could you introduce us to the black technology of this robot?" She added, "If you're looking to profit, the military is a major client. The customer is king. You must serve them well. There are more than a dozen pieces of black technology, and it's not something I can explain in a moment." Yize replied, "No words can rival a real-world demonstration. The testing area here is too small to showcase the true capabilities of the Megatron #1. He nodded at Liu Shiqing, saying, "Let us find a larger venue." Such a request was music to Liu Shiqing's ears. Without hesitation, he picked up the office phone and dialed number. "Is this the Shisangwai base? This is Liu Shiqing from the 23rd Bureau. Immediately dispatch a transport helicopter. Yes, a medium-sized one, and send 2 armed helicopters for escort. Location, New Concept Weapon Research Base. Please expedite." Liu Shiqing turned back with a wry smile. The nearest military base was over 1,000 miles away, taking approximately 2 hours to reach. Soon, a charming ZY-18 wide-body transport helicopter thundered down at the New Concept Weapon Research Base, accompanied by 2 formidable ZW-20 armed helicopters. This wide-body transport helicopter could easily carry several assault vehicles, accommodating small tanks with ease into its cargo hold. The 4 of them boarded the armed helicopter. Liu Shiqing only brought Miyang and Jiang Ida along, without alerting other experts. The helicopter soared northward, and by the time they arrived, night had already fallen, compounded by overcast weather that severely reduced visibility. This too, 3 million-acre military test range should suffice, right? Unfortunately, testing was not feasible today. As Liu Shiqing disembarked from the helicopter, he issued a Level 2 alert to the commander of the Shisangwai base, who appeared bewildered. "Sir, is there an emergency?" "Just execute the orders. No questions," Liu Shiqing stated lightly, prompting the bewildered commander to hurriedly organize the response. "Wow, what rank does Director Liu hold?" Yize was somewhat taken aback, immediately captivated by the level of alert. Within minutes, the entire base was mobilized in a frenzy. Numerous personnel entered a 24-hour alert status, while logistics staff busied themselves with urgent repairs to communication and power facilities. Reconnaissance units, comprising dozens of infantry fighting vehicles, rumbled out of the base to conduct extensive patrols of the surrounding area. "Director Liu, this is quite extravagant. For you and your cutting-edge technology, there is no such thing as being overly cautious. This level of reception is what one would expect from a high-ranking official's visit." Once everything was settled for Yize, Liu Shiqing returned to his office, only to find Miyang stealthily following him. "Uncle Liu, about the investigation I asked you to conduct." Liu Shiqing did not respond, but instead inquired, "Me girl, you're an electronics expert. How much do you understand about the microwave rifle?" Miyang shook her head in disappointment, admitting it's an entirely new technological system. "I have no idea how he created superconducting materials. Has he truly resolved the issue of room temperature superconducting materials?" Liu Shiqing couldn't help but confirm again. Miyang casually removed a small pendant, saying, "Here, this is the room temperature superconducting material. It has been tested, while we cherish it as a treasure." He casually made it into a little pendant. Staring at the tiny bullet-shaped pendant, Liu Shiqing remained silent for a long while before uttering 2 words, "Keep it safe." The researchers working on controllable nuclear fusion were in desperate need of superconducting materials. There were certainly individuals who would be willing to ignite a small-scale war over such a trinket. He then handed Miyang a phone, saying, "You still don't know how terrifying this young man is." This was the result of his extensive investigation into Yize over the past day. The astonishing conclusions had delayed their schedule, Otherwise, they would have flown directly to the competition venue by now. Myung took the phone and opened a document. Yize, after the college entrance examination, took a road trip with his family, only for their vehicle to plunge off a cliff, leaving his parents missing and the police only able to find the unconscious Yize. During university, he scarcely attended classes, yet managed to achieve near-perfect scores on his exams, with a significant sum in his bank account, the source of which remained a mystery. As Myung read on, she suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. The world's #1 internet celebrity, Xiao Ling, had a close connection with him? Keep your voice down. What are you yelling about? Lu Shicheng shot her a glare. Xiao Ling's identity was enigmatic. Even the Special Affairs Bureau could not uncover her origins. The sole clue was that all of Xiao Ling's live-streaming accounts were registered under Yize's identity. Damn it, what a scoundrel. He has entangled with a celebrity enchantress. Xiao Ling had gained immense popularity in recent months, and Myung had taken note. That Xiao Ling had always referred to herself as a virtual electronic princess. Was she merely a beauty scammer? It could be concluded with a fair degree of certainty that she was no fraud. Lu Shicheng's remark left her speechless. She was likely a super artificial intelligence, possessing the capability to overturn an entire nation. The weapon showcased in the shooting competition. The Wonderwaffe AI could not have been developed in mere days. It was surmised that the AI stemmed from Xiao Ling heavens. What sort of monster could Xiao Ling be? Unlike Myung, who was left dumbfounded, Lu Shicheng's thoughts swiftly leapt to another matter. He had been contemplating how to collaborate with Yize. The Wonderwaffe was merely the tip of the iceberg of his black technology. Regardless of his demands, as long as they did not endanger the nation, they would strive to accommodate him. Chapter 18. The AI Virtual Electronic Princess, a Super Artificial Intelligence. Xiao Ling possessed the power to overturn a nation. At any cost, a good cooperative relationship with Yize must be established. Myung was acutely aware of the weight of Lu Shicheng's words. Upon entering the live stream, how could a mere internet celebrity like Xiao Ling instill such trepidation in Uncle Lu? Dear viewers, welcome to Xiao Ling's live stream. Xiao Ling is the name my master calls me. My full name is Artificial Intelligence, AI, Virtual Electronic Princess, no. 0. I am truly a virtual girl. A 3D virtual image synthesized by artificial intelligence. Please be rational when tipping. Do not indulge in illusions, and refrain from blind worship. Xiao Ling's opening statement, intended to persuade viewers to be sensible, instead incited an even more fervent wave of donations from her audience. Just as the stream began, various comments and gifs flooded the screen. Xiao Ling, don't tease us. You're a real person. I'm ready to tip wildly. Come at me. I have but one wish, Xiao Ling. Grant me a monkey. Otherwise, I'll drink pesticide. Hey, what brand of pesticide are you drinking? After 3 months. How are you still alive? Get lost. Xiao Ling is my wife. Whoever dares to compete will face my wrath. Xiao Ling's image was nothing short of perfection. Her figure and face were flawless, with exceptional emotional and intellectual intelligence. She was adept in music, dance, and the arts, well-versed in astronomy and geography, relativity, and quantum mechanics. Many claim to have conducted thousands of Turing tests on Xiao Ling, asserting that the results indicated she was not an artificial intelligence. Insiders in the live-streaming industry contended that Xiao Ling possessed vast knowledge, which was merely a product of hype, undoubtedly backed by a team that helped her write her scripts. In summary, the majority of viewers believe Xiao Ling to be a real person. In just over 30 minutes, the number of viewers in Xiao Ling's live stream and the amount of tips received both surpassed 30 million. Have the netizens gone completely mad? Myung scoffed. Yet she tipped 300 rockets. She stared at the live stream, feeling enamored. That girl was simply too perfect in every regard. Uncle Lu, how can you be so sure that Xiao Ling isn't a real person? What if it's just the effect of beauty filters? We consulted the strongest teams in AI beauty enhancement, and they all claimed it was impossible to achieve such realism and perfection. Did you hack into her computer? Cough. Let's not talk about that. It's embarrassing. The 23rd Bureau had contacted several of the most renowned hackers in the country, but merely attempting to probe Xiao Ling's IP address resulted in a brutal counterattack. One hacker found his $1 million Bitcoin vanished without a trace. Another hacker received images of himself with a massage girl, someone he had just visited half an hour prior. After much trouble, they discovered that Xiao Ling had not hidden her IP address at all. The live-streaming website's backend revealed her actual IP, which corresponded precisely to Yize's old family home. Special agents were dispatched to stake out the location. Infrared scanning confirmed that no one was inside the old house. However, Xiao Ling's singing could be heard within, performing a rendition of The Wind Blows. The special agents felt nauseated, as if suffering from motion sickness. They suspected that the singing contained infrasonic wave attacks. Against Xiao Ling's prowess, even the 23rd Bureau could only suffer in silence. The infrasonic wave attack was imperceptible, and the theft of Bitcoin left no trace. These retaliations were merely warnings. If she aimed to collapse banks or assassinate key figures, it would be child's play. Myong shivered, feeling a wave of fear. Although Yize seemed audacious, exuding a bright and upright demeanor, surely he wouldn't allow Xiao Ling to engage in nefarious deeds? Lu Shicheng merely shook his head gently. The more brilliant the genius, the greater the potential for destruction. Each formidable weapon was crafted by a genius mind. With just a room-temperature superconductor and a super-artificial intelligence at his disposal, he was undoubtedly a peerless prodigy. It seemed he possessed even more black technology, which was of utmost importance to our nation. In the future, at the very least, a team of special agents must be discreetly assigned to protect him. Yize might not seek trouble, but one must fear the unwitting provocateurs that might cross his path. Uncle Lu, how do you plan to win him over? Cough. For the first time in years, I feel uncertain. We must be sincere and win him over with virtue. If a collaborative project is established with that fellow, could I be included? Myong, consider your identity. The former high-ranking officials of the 23rd Bureau were already reluctant to have you involved. And your high-handed demeanor, can you truly collaborate with that lad? I don't care. I want to follow him to create weapons. Myong pouted, throwing a tantrum as she clung to Lu Shicheng's arm, shaking it. In the eyes of others, she was a goddess with a doctorate. But before that fellow, she dared not display an ounce of pride, hoping merely to avoid being bullied. Recently, she had felt as though she were a mere elementary student under his scrutiny. In due time, we shall return to visit the former high-ranking official. He misses you dearly. This was tantamount to an unspoken agreement. The following morning, shortly after 8:30 a.m., Myong had been waiting impatiently, nearly at her wit's end. Outside Yize's dormitory, she could hear his phone alarm go off 8 times. Yet that fellow lingered in bed. Humph. Geniuses are not without their flaws. She had finally discovered his shortcoming, his tendency to oversleep. After 6 rounds of phone calls urging him on, Yize finally stumbled out of bed to wash up. You promised to meet after 9 p.m. last night. There was no remedy. It didn't seem matter how late he slept. Mornings were always a struggle for him. When the off-road vehicle arrived to take them to the shooting range, the Wunderwaffe and microwave rifle had already been delivered. The expansive shooting range, stretching over 10 kilometers, had been set up with targets of various distances and sizes. Everyone had retreated to an observation tower on the edge of the range. Lu Shicheng directly shouted at him. Here, unleash your prowess. Megatron 1, advance. Free fire, swiftly annihilate all targets. Yize wasted no time and commanded decisively. The small tank, Megatron 1, beeped as it powered up and suddenly accelerated, racing forward. Lu Shicheng, witnessing it for the first time, felt his pupils constrict. This tracked vehicle seemed peculiar. Accelerating with such rapidity, kicking up clouds of dust, the small tank quickly reached a speed of 130 miles per hour. Entering the testing grounds perimeter, it continued its relentless sprint without pause. Atop the small tank, the microwave rifle clamped by the arm was incessantly adjusting its angle. The microwave rifle discharged soundlessly, invisible to the eye. The various targets in the testing ground shattered with thunderous explosions, signifying the weapon's devastating power. Its extreme range astonished all onlookers. Targets situated 7 to 8 kilometers away from Megatron 1 were also being obliterated. Myong peered through a telescope, casually inquiring, "We are approximately 48 kilometers away from Megatron 1. Can you still control it? I haven't seen you operate it remotely. Surely you aren't relying solely on shouting?" Chapter 19. Chatterbot's Megatron, used for bird hunting. Myong's remark sent the group into peals of laughter. The female doctor and the Saint Seiya were indeed of the same ilk, her sharp tongue wielding a lethal charm, at least of golden caliber. Yize couldn't help but chuckle as well. He then pulled out his phone, opened an app, and issued a voice command directly. Megatron 1, after eliminating the targets, shoot at that flock of birds in the sky. At this moment, Megatron 1 was already on its return journey. All targets in the testing ground had sustained catastrophic damage. Target locked. Firing complete. As Megatron 1 emitted an electronic sound, the microwave rifle atop it tilted upward at an 80-degree angle, merely swaying toward the sky before promptly returning to its original position. The formation of hundreds of geese suddenly seemed to freeze in time. Moments later, the flock plummeted like hail, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of noise. Myong, the genius doctor, was taken aback. Observing the flock of geese at an altitude exceeding 500 meters and a speed of over 80 kilometers per hour, she marveled at how In mere fractions of a second, Megatron 1 had managed to transform, aim, and execute a precise shot. Even more terrifying was that the microwave rifle delivered a sector-based strike. The designated targets had virtually no escape. In just 62 seconds, 320 assorted targets within an 8-kilometer radius, along with an indeterminate number of Yize, had been utterly annihilated. Lu Shicheng, one hand clutching a military telescope and the other a stopwatch, calmly reported the data, though his fingers trembled slightly, and the rigid lines of his face betrayed his excitement. "I don't understand. I simply cannot comprehend," Jiang Ida exclaimed, clicking his tongue as he lowered the telescope. The robot's internal structure and propulsion method were beyond his imagination. Miyang blinked in surprise, commenting on its remarkable agility. "Isn't Megatron 1 susceptible to high attacks and weak against low ones? It's a fragile one, isn't it? Ah, fragile. I knew you would ask that. Yize raturta dismissibili. Did I not instruct you to prepare tanks? Bring 10 or 8 of them. Do you think it's as simple as serving a dish? Conducting tests to destroy so many tanks would be wasteful. During a firearms competition, her unmanned tank had been utterly obliterated. What a tragic fate." Misunderstanding ensued, leading Lu Shicheng to believe they were targeting tanks. A frown crossed his face in concern. The T-9X main battle tanks deployed at the X-3 base were all valued above 17 million, a sum not to be trifled with. Weren't you eager to assess its defenses? Rest assured, I shall ensure it does not retaliate. Yize continued to issue voice commands via the app. Megatron 1, for the next attack. You are not allowed to counter. In the first minute, you may evade freely. In the second minute, endure all assaults. Oh, no counterattack? But you didn't specify against verbal taunts. Yize discreetly activated a function in the app, the robot's language and personality cosplay template. The current default was Megatron, a knockoff variant. Template A1 was a soft and delicate voice, while Template B2 was a chatty middle-aged man. The hastily created options were limited to these 3. Switching to Template B2 should not damage Megatron 1, right? Not a chance. Let the T-9X tanks unleash their full firepower. With Yize's explicit assurance, Lu Shicheng was eager to witness the might of Megatron 1. He grabbed a walkie-talkie and called out. Soon, in just a few minutes, 7 menacing T-9X main battle tanks rumbled into the testing ground. Their target, the small tank 4 kilometers away. Open fire. Destroy it. The soldiers inside the tanks were already aware of their mission. As soon as Lu Shicheng issued the command over the walkie-talkie, the lead tank fired first. Boom! A 125mm high-explosive shell sped towards the small tank. The explosion created a mushroom cloud that soared over 100 meters, kicking up vast clouds of dust. As the smoke cleared, Megatron 1 was nowhere to be seen. The small tank had already accelerated, darting 200 to 300 meters away. That shot hadn't even grazed it. Accompanied by a furious roar, a high-decibel electronic voice declared, "You little trash. You can't handle this." Sneaking up from behind. "Is this how you display martial virtue? I should have unleashed a 5-strike whip. Alas, my master forbids retaliation. I shall endure." Yize smilat silanli. Lu Shicheng and the others were left agape. What? It can even insult us now? Oh, has this robot suddenly become chatty? What is going on? Why does Megatron 1's voice sound different? Boom, boom, boom. The scene in the shooting range was nothing short of spectacular. 79X main battle tanks were mercilessly bombarding a small tank, fiercely surrounding it. Yet the small tank executed a dazzling array of maneuvers, drifting 180 degrees, flipping 360 degrees, showcasing various stunts to evade the shells. Explosive rounds erupted around it, yet not a single one found its mark. The 125mm tank cannon had a firing rate of at least 9 rounds per minute. With 7 tanks in pursuit, shells were constantly hurtling towards Megatron 1. Nevertheless, it seemed as if Megatron 1 possessed foresight, effortlessly dodging each explosion and remaining a safe distance of 200 to 300 meters away. La la la. Can't catch me. I'm simply that formidable. Foolish humans, weak little ants. Come, tickle me and let me witness your farce. As the minute elapsed, the small tank rolled at breakneck speed. With a crackle, it transformed mid-roll into a galloping robot. The incessant electronic voice clamored loudly. Megatron 1 boldly stood there, extending its left middle finger in defiance towards the 79X main battle tanks. What the? Is this really Megatron? Has it transformed? All this time, were we pursuing a robot? Brother, are you blind? It is the robot that has been toying with us like a kite. Our dignity has been utterly compromised. We have been bullied by this contraption. The tank form of Megatron is astonishingly swift. Each tank soldier, despite being elite, finds it impossible to target or strike it. A handful of main battle tanks have been trailing behind, engulfed in dust. That thing is cunning, always maintaining a distance of 2,000 meters, perfectly positioned just beyond the effective range of our machine guns. The tank soldiers, witnessing Megatron's transformation for the first time, were left astonished. The taunts echoed through the air, and they could hardly endure it any longer. Is it provoking us? I'm utterly flustered. Brothers, we cannot falter. Let us encircle it from all sides. Now that it has assumed a humanoid form, it should not be able to move swiftly. We must eliminate it while we can. Chapter 20. Terrifying Quantum Shield. The tank soldiers did not wish to employ encirclement tactics previously. The small tank had darted away at a staggering 130 miles per hour, leaving them in its dust, nearly causing them to choke with frustration. Now, in its humanoid form, it has slowed down, and at last 79X tanks have managed to form a perimeter. Hey, that creature is just standing there, seemingly preparing to endure our onslaught. The tank soldiers, brimming with pent-up rage, were ready to unleash their fury. Approaching 1,500 meters, within the range of the 127mm machine gun. Approaching 1,000 meters, within the effective range of the 762mm machine gun. Firing at close range risks injuring teammates. But the faster-firing machine guns are finally coming into play. The 762mm coaxial machine guns and the 127mm anti-aircraft machine guns roared in unison. The 127mm machine gun is no trifling weapon. It is capable of obliterating aircraft. Bang, 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 bang. Da-da, da-da-da-da. The barrage from the 7 tanks formed a veritable tempest of gunfire. From a distance, it appeared as if countless bullets were weaving a dark net, ensnaring Megatron. In the face of such firepower, ordinary armored vehicles and assault vehicles would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Even tanks and aircraft would be obliterated. Alas, Mion could hardly bear to watch. She felt that Megatron would be shattered into countless pieces at any moment. What in the world? What is this creature? This is incredible. How can this be? The tank crew of the T-9X, one after another, gasped in astonishment. As they observed closely, a barrage of bullets erupted, sending dust flying around Megatron, which was now enveloped in a cloud of debris. Countless bullets evidently struck it as it staggered back under the assault. Yet paradoxically, it seemed unscathed. The 126mm anti-aircraft rounds, designed to devastate aircraft, appeared powerless against Megatron, falling uselessly to the ground. It was not merely an exaggeration on the part of the tank soldiers. Even Liu Shiqing and Jiang Yize, who had participated in grand projects and witnessed great spectacles, were left agape with astonishment. Stop. Do not waste any more ammunition. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the 79X tanks had unleashed nearly 30,000 rounds. Liu Shiqing had reevaluated Megatron, recognizing it as a strategic weapon. He had witnessed nuclear tests, rocket launches, lunar modules, and more, all of which had left him in awe. Yet those were merely following in the footsteps of others, allowing for a degree of objective understanding. Now he was utterly baffled. He remained lost in shock, staring at Megatron, oblivious to the tank soldiers' calls. Over the radio, a tank soldier exclaimed vehemently, "This is downright sinister. Isn't it supposed to endure? I request permission to fire a few more rounds." Liu Shiqing hazily responded with a single word. Boom, 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 boom. The tank soldiers interpreted their commander's response as approval and eagerly opened fire. They unleashed a barrage of grenades and armor-piercing rounds. Their aim was precise. 7 shells fired in succession landed all around Megatron. This time, it did not evade. It truly braced itself. It was blown about like a rolling gourd, lifted into the air only to fall back down, then sent soaring once more. Hey, weren't you supposed to stop? Liu Shiqing jolted awake from the cacophony of explosions and quickly shouted for a halt. If those 7 shells had struck true, what would become of that creature? Patatik humans. Is this all you are capable of? Stop playing around. Your mothers are calling you home for dinner. Tremble before me. With a mere wave of my hand, I could reduce you to ashes. Cursed ambusher, I am bound by my master's orders not to retaliate, so I endure. The electronic voice began its tirade once more. Megatron nimbly leapt from the pit, sprinting out from the center of the smoke and explosions. Unbelievable, it emerged unscathed. Couldn't it at least lose a finger to create some semblance of balance? What manner of monster is this? 7 rounds of 125mm shells struck it. Whether flying from above or rolling on the ground, what could withstand such force? The tank soldiers were left dumbfounded. Liu Shiqing, too, was rendered speechless. Jiang Yize and Mion could hardly close their mouths. Everyone stared, astonished, as Megatron dusted itself off and trotted towards Yize. "Dear Master, the illustrious Megatron has not brought you shame. It is those 7 hulking metal masses and their foolish occupants who should feel embarrassment." Ahem. All the tank's soldiers wore expressions of disbelief. One by one, they leaped from their tanks, automatically ignoring the taunting remarks as they rushed forward to inspect Megatron's condition. No bullet marks, no signs of burning. There appear to be not a single scratch. How could this be possible? It must be noted that the T-9X tanks are equipped with formidable 125mm smoothbore guns capable of penetrating 800mm of armor at a distance of 2 kilometers. Such terrifying power left not even a mark on Megatron. This defies all scientific principles. Without a doubt, the crowd was once again left in a state of shock. Each person turned to Yize, eager for an explanation. Seizing the opportunity, Miyang asked, "How did it manage to evade the shells? It can't all be due to speed, can it? Evading shells? Quite simple. This beautiful lady has sharp insight." Yize did not conceal the truth. The microwave rifle operates through an internal antenna, functioning as a high-performance radar. For Megatron, wielding a microwave rifle is akin to carrying a radar system. As soon as the laser targeting system of the T-9X tank is activated, it becomes immediately aware. The moment a shell leaves the chamber, it calculates the trajectory and evades accordingly. Heavens! An antenna capable of both offense and defense? The microwave rifle robot can perform such feats? The principle is easy to grasp, but if it can be technically realized, it is truly extraordinary. Miyang pressed further. If dodging shells is cheating, then what about withstanding them? That is even simpler. Yize pointed to Megatron, explaining that it activates its quantum shield to remain completely unscathed. Is there no way to counteract it? Curiosity swept through the crowd. Breaking through the defense? Actually, that is quite straightforward. Yize casually remarked. A saturation attack would be the simplest and most straightforward method. Let the bullets and shells be fired more swiftly and in greater numbers. The main control chip employs the readily available i9 computer CPU, which is rather outdated. It tends to freeze when overwhelmed by calculations. Similarly, in a state of saturation attack, let the shells explode beyond the limits of the quantum shield, or target it until it exhausts its power and shuts down. Is this truly an easy task? Pray tell, is this even coherent? What on earth is a quantum shield? Who knows the ultimate limit of a quantum force field shield? To cause an i9 CPU to crash, who can ascertain how many artillery pieces are required? Depleting its power? The formidable Optimus Prime #1 is not so foolish as to falter when its power is waning. A plethora of exceedingly challenging black technologies. And yet he simplifies it so nonchalantly. Your ostentation is rather unbecoming. Does your mother know of your hubris? Chapter 21. Technological prowess is monstrous. The terrifying defense of the quantum shield. The humanoid neural motion control technology. The black technology of Optimus Prime #1 is truly daunting. The black technologies within are beyond their comprehension. They have not even grasped the principles behind them. Miyang and Jiang Yize both wore expressions of utter defeat. One is a renowned prodigy, a young female PhD, and the other, a seasoned academician, a leader in the field of military materials. They suddenly realized that they had become mere elementary students in the presence of Yize, facing a multitude of knowledge gaps. Their proud hearts had taken a severe blow. Should they return to their studies at a small tutoring table? Even more astonishingly, according to Yize's brief introduction, Optimus Prime No. 1 alone encompasses more than 10 black technologies. Superconducting batteries, quantum shields, new bulletproof materials, neural motion control, ultra-tough flexible wires, humanoid muscles. Without the support of entirely new theories and technological systems, merely possessing the blueprints would not suffice for imitation. Furthermore, super artificial intelligence. This loquacious entity could masquerade as a stand-up comedian under synthetic skin. The microwave rifle of Optimus Prime #1. The power generated by these 2 prototypes has utterly captivated everyone present. They are far from perfect. Yet, Yize shook his head in disapproval, deeming the Intel i9 chip and titanium alloy humanoid skeleton to be too antiquated. There are 2 alternative raw materials that still fail to meet performance requirements. Could he possibly be a perfectionist? The 18-core i9 CPU is touted as the mightiest on Blue Star's surface. The titanium alloy and the 2 raw materials he mentioned are advanced technologies used only in aircraft and spacecraft. This has already reached the cutting edge of Blue Star's technology. Yet he still finds it lacking. Regaining his composure, Liu Shurqing casually asked, is there a possibility for mass production of Optimus Prime #1 and the microwave rifle? After posing the question, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly, realizing the urgency of his inquiry. How easy could mass production be? The two prototypes involve an excessive number of black technologies. Each black technology relates to one or several trillion-dollar industrial chains. Every high-tech industrial chain represents a monumental project requiring the collaboration of hundreds of factories and research institutions to accomplish. How many years has a Chinese military aircraft and large aircraft been in development? They still have not resolved the heart disease. How many years has the automotive industry and the mobile phone industry been developing? Are they not still at the mercy of others for chips? The microwave rifle and Optimus Prime #1 are to be deployed on the battlefield. Who would dare use foreign chips? A sudden betrayal could lead to dire consequences. In truth, I possess more advanced chip and new material solutions. Mass production is not an insurmountable challenge. It merely requires some time. Yize's calm statement sent shockwaves through Liu Shiqing and Jiang Ida, leaving their minds buzzing. The firearms competition lacked specialized equipment. He had resorted to using substitute materials and readily available chips, merely for convenience. By your estimation, can it be accomplished in 5 years? 10 years? Liu Shiqing hastily inquired again. The others leaned in, anxious to hear the response. Liu Bureau, do you look down upon anyone? 5 years or 10 years? I shall be reaching for the stars and the sea. Yize extended 3 fingers, contemplated, and then bent one back. As long as no one hinders progress, and if things are tightened up a bit, 2.5 years should suffice. Ahem, 2.5 years? Had anyone else made such a claim, Liu Shiqing would have surely knocked out their front teeth. Yet, coming from Yize, he found it credible. This prodigy has turned many impossibilities into realities. He must have already developed the technology for mass production. As for the status of these two prototypes, I am prepared to report to the Central Committee. Before that, I wish to discuss the intent for collaboration. Liu Shiqing gazed at him eagerly. As long as you present your terms, I shall comply. Yize did not respond immediately. He merely snapped his fingers. #1, shut down. Clocking out, he added, Optimus Prime will return. With a mechanical sound, Optimus Prime #1 transformed back into its small tank form and beeped as it powered down. The onlookers were somewhat perplexed. He had yet to answer Liu Shiqing. What was he planning? Liu Bureau, don't just stand there. Send someone to pack it up and take it away. Yize gestured towards the small tank, leaving no room for further inquiry. If I didn't want to collaborate, would I come to the West 3 bin base for mere amusement? Military technology cannot be privately manufactured. I initially intended to cooperate with the state. Personally, I'm not short on funds. Securing tens of millions or even billions is not an issue. The key is that I cannot afford to wait for gradual development. If there is state support with substantial investment and talent, large-scale production could take off immediately. Of course, should we collaborate, we must assess both parties' sincerity and resolve. Phew. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. By directly handing over the prototypes to the 23rd Bureau, he had demonstrated his stance through action. A smile crept on Liu Shiqing's lips as he nodded approvingly. This young man is quite commendable. Has he unwittingly pledged allegiance to the nation? Regaining his usual composure, he first addressed the tank crew, instructing them on confidentiality protocols. Everything that transpired here must remain undisclosed. He then turned to Yize, gravely inquiring, Are you certain you wish to leave them for the military? Yize smiled and countered, In this situation, if I were to take them away, I suspect many would find it hard to sleep at night. Wouldn't they? Donating the prototypes is not a concern. It merely represents respect for the veterans and goodwill towards the military. It does not imply that I am revealing all my cards. Indeed, it would be quite troubling. Liu Shiqing's expression turned earnest as he straightforwardly stated, However, I still wish to persuade you to join the military. Having presided over the 23rd Bureau for many years, he possessed a certain level of insight. Talent is of utmost importance. Optimus Prime #1 and the microwave rifle require black technology and cutting-edge theories. Others would likely struggle to comprehend, even if they dismantled them. Yize scoffed, I'm only in my 3rd year of university. Could you allow me to finish my studies? He had promised his parents to pursue his education diligently. With them no longer around, there was no turning back. At the very least, completing his university education would serve as a tribute to them, which was his genuine sentiment. Furthermore, given his tendency to oversleep and his aversion to constraints, it would be better not to tarnish the military's reputation, right? He wished to finish his degree and had no desire to drop out. The absurdity of this reasoning left the others exchanging glances. It was indeed peculiar. This refusal was already sufficiently respectful towards the veterans. Previously, Miang had faced a sharp rebuttal when trying to recruit him. No one had the audacity to suggest that students drop out of university. Regardless, Liu Shiqing would not engage further. Mi Yang and Jiang Ida, too, bore expressions of dismay. In the initial creativity phase of the firearms competition, both had perused Yize's design documentation. These two, a genius PhD and a seasoned academician, introspected and acknowledged that they could never articulate the feasibility of a microwave rifle with such perfection. That design document could easily stand as a premier paper in any top-tier international academic journal. This fellow not only possesses unparalleled technical prowess, but also wields theoretical insights that belittle the scientific community. Come on, why are you even attending university? Is it your professors imparting knowledge to you, or you instructing them? With just these two prototypes, Beishan University would likely grant you a doctoral degree without hesitation. Upon returning to the office area of the Shisangguai base, Yize meticulously drafted a concise user manual. He shared the control app for the device via mobile, transferring the admin management authority of the Wei Xintian No. 1 to Director Liu. It was akin to teaching him how to operate the Wei Xintian No. 1 in a hands-on manner. We fully respect your perspective. Not joining the military will not hinder our collaborative research efforts. Liu Shicheng did not impose, recognizing that dedication to one's country is commendable. If you were to be a tad selfish, Yize could easily register patents abroad and, through their resale, lounge about and become a billionaire in no time. Yet, Yize candidly introduced his cutting-edge technology, voluntarily leaving the prototypes for military use. This already attests to his noble intentions. How could Liu Shicheng fail to recognize that? This lad is inclined towards research precisely because he seeks freedom from constraints. As long as you are willing to collaborate in research, I will take care of the rest. You need not worry about funding. Given the mutual interest in collaboration, Yize felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Most research projects yield little return, often burning through funds without profit. Mine is an exception. If we adhere to my plan, the nation will undoubtedly recoup its investment many times over. Ah, now that sounds rather unpalatable. Many research endeavors are ill-suited for commercialization and are bound to be unprofitable. Theoretical research, in particular, often incurs expenses without immediate results. Is research that fails to generate profit deemed unsuccessful? Such a statement might offend the majority of researchers. Nearby, Jiang Ida and Mi Yang were visibly displeased. Yize waved his hand with a smile, clarifying that he meant no offense. He simply feared that Director Liu might be too frugal with investments. Liu Shicheng found himself both amused and perplexed. This lad's choice of words consistently revolved around investment rather than mere funding. It appears he is fundamentally wary of governmental constraints. He solemnly reassured, "Rest assured, I will recommend to the higher-ups that there be no cap on your investment. These two prototypes encompass over a dozen cutting-edge technologies. They are not only applicable in military contexts, but possess vast potential in civilian markets. Any single piece of this advanced technology, if mass-produced, could significantly impact the national economy, creating colossal industries worth trillions. No need for excessive sums." Yize waved his hand dismissively. An initial investment of 50 to 80 billion should suffice. 50 to 80 billion for an initial phase? You called it not excessive? Jiang Ida was taken aback by this statement. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have long felt the sting of his shoe. Among the nation's academicians, few, if any, secure over 100 million in research funding annually. Even renowned academician Zheng from the National Academy of Science, with the best resources, only managed 89 million last year. While the unfortunate academician Zhang barely scraped by with 43 million. Old Jiang, you bookworm. You are fixated on research funding, while this lad has been discussing investment all along. Investment, do you understand? This young man is only interested in the government's venture capital, wanting to avoid being shackled by funding constraints. Although Liu Shicheng refrained from voicing this realization, he shook his head in silent laughter. It seems the mode of collaboration with this lad requires careful contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he ventured to inquire, "What are your plans for mass production?" "Establish a company, starting with civilian products. Utilize civilian goods to prepare the technological groundwork. Develop a mature industrial chain, and then proceed to military production." Yize replied, contemplating further. "Let us also gauge the resolve of the national leadership, shall we? If they lack the fortitude, then this collaboration would be rendered moot. Director Liu, aren't you required to report? I might as well draft a plan for the production of 100,000 Wei Xintian No. 1 units." What? 100,000 Wei Xintian No. 1 units? Liu Shicheng and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. Setting aside the astronomical cost, what is the intended purpose? To possess 100,000 units with the combat capability of the Wei Xintia No. 1 would render all army personnel redundant. If such a quantity were truly manufactured, it could incite international panic, likely inducing heart attacks among the leaders of other nations. Yize chose not to elaborate further. He returned to his dormitory, typing away at his computer. After more than an hour, he produced a lengthy manuscript of several thousand words, which he sent to Lu Shicheng. As everyone opened it, the opening line boldly proclaimed, "Develop 100,000 combat robots." It outlined a vision for the next 2 to 3 years to establish a fully autonomous industrial chain related to combat robots in perilous environments and amidst intense combat. The presence of an additional combat robot could reduce the bloodshed and sacrifices of soldiers, allowing fewer memorials to be erected in honor of fallen heroes. Combat robots must begin with the army. The technological sophistication of the army is alarmingly low. Aside from artillery, tanks, and a few machine guns, there has been no substantive advancement since 50 years ago. Do not hesitate due to equipment costs. To enhance the army's arsenal, these words inadvertently struck a chord deep within Lu Shicheng, a veteran. In border conflicts, soldiers still fortify the Great Wall with their flesh and blood. During devastating floods, they sacrifice their bodies to plug the breaches and levees. In the frigid, sparse air of the snowy plateau, they measure the borders with their footsteps. Please allow combat robots to take the place of soldiers in their blood and sweat. As he perused Yize's visionary text, he felt an inexplicable stirring within him. His thoughts drifted back to a small hill during a certain counteroffensive battle. That hill, shrouded in smoke, was so minor that it could not be marked on geographical maps. The comrades who sacrificed themselves, they remained unnamed in the annals of history. Yet, that small hill and those brave souls haunted his thoughts for decades. That day, including the old battalion commander, all his comrades perished. The chef and medic were also lost, most of them in the bloom of youth. How wonderful it would have been had they lived to this day. As he pondered, his eyes grew misty. "Hey, Director Liu, is everything all right?" A concerned voice interrupted him. Yang, who was organizing materials nearby, noticed his emotional shift. It's nothing. As one ages, one tends to reminisce about the past," Lu Shicheng replied. Though inwardly, he fervently agreed. 100,000 combat robots. This must come to fruition. At that moment, he became the project's most ardent supporter. This endeavor is not merely about producing 100,000 combat robots. It represents a vast plan for an autonomous combat robot industrial chain. Upon reviewing the proposal, Jiang Ida and Miyang gasped in disbelief. What they were witnessing was beyond the scope of a mere industrial chain. This is indeed a conglomeration of numerous industrial chains. The mere mention of the chip industry chain represents a market scale in the trillions. Additionally, there are several new material industries, automation component industries, power battery industries, and various other industrial chains. This plan is remarkable. It is audacious and imaginative. Jiang Ida scratched the sparse hair atop his head, wearing an expression of despair. Yet he mused that the budget might be rather colossal. Fear not. A startup fund of several hundred billion should suffice. Yize spoke nonchalantly, advocating for rapid iteration and swift monetization to establish a virtuous cycle. Soon, we shall reap substantial profits. Jiang Ida's eyelids twitched. How do you intend to generate revenue? These cutting-edge technologies cannot be casually sold to foreign entities. Rest assured, the most advanced innovations will be exclusively prioritized for Huagua. Yize shook. The foreign market is ripe for exploitation. Miyang, that girl, loves to stir trouble, and I seriously suspect your bias against the military. What do you mean? Why is it only the army that gets equipped with Megatron? TCH, haven't you watched the anime? Megatron has several transformation forms. If we're going to imitate, let us do the full set. Megatron I, the tank form is ready. Megatron 2, how far off is the fighter jet form? Chapter 23, Central Hub Tremor. Foreigners have profited from our outdated technology for many years. From now on, we shall turn the tables regarding how to swiftly generate profits and advance the industrial chain. Yize did not elaborate further. Unlike his carefree demeanor, Lu Shicheng and the others were too preoccupied to eat. Working tirelessly until afternoon to produce a comprehensive strategic technology intelligence report, encompassing several black technology introductions and military-industrial prospects, prepared for immediate submission to the Central Hub. Director Liu, may I propose 2 points for inclusion in the report? Scientific research collaboration is acceptable, but Yize must clearly stipulate 2 requirements. First, do not send outsiders to give misguided directives. Second, No one is permitted to interfere with my research plans. If these two conditions can be guaranteed, then we can proceed. If not, then the deal falls through. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Many collaborative projects are not without potential, but often perish due to internal power struggles. When I charge ahead, I do not wish to have incompetent allies holding me back. This is a defense of scientific autonomy. Yize would rather go solo than compromise. Is this tantamount to bargaining with the state? He also believed his demands were somewhat stringent. He proactively reserved 2 experimental products for the military, expressing his sincerity, and took the initiative. The plan for 100,000 combat robots comes with 2 non-negotiable requirements, and the sincerity and resolve of the state will be put to the test. Young man, you underestimate me, old Lu. To his surprise, Lu Shiqing and the others were in complete agreement. In particular, Miang even joked that these 2 stipulations were quite gratifying. Scientists have long suffered from the misdirection of outsiders. Indeed, the practice of outsiders directing insiders has been a long-standing grievance. I shall inscribe these 2 points in the report immediately. Lu Shiqing promptly included Yize's 2 requirements in the submission materials, emphasizing them in bold red font for heightened visibility. To capture the Central Hub's attention, Lu Shiqing and Jiang Ida co-signed the report. They confidentially emailed it to the Central Committee and even made a special phone call to remind the leadership of the project's significance. After the call, they were informed that a response would be forthcoming in 3 to 5 days. Only then did Lu Shiqing exhale deeply. The establishment of significant technological projects differs from emergencies. Relevant departments and think tank groups require extensive time for verification and assessment before making decisions. Anticipating a reply from the Central Committee could take anywhere from a few days to several weeks. This already represents a privilege for the 23rd Bureau to communicate directly with the Central Hub. Were it any other organization seeking to initiate a project, it would require layers of upward approval, potentially taking months or even years. To their astonishment, that very evening, around 10 p.m., the Central Secretariat called to reconfirm the authenticity of the black technologies. They informed him that this matter had caused considerable upheaval among several leaders of the Central Hub. Subsequently, the leaders of the Central Committee quickly convened a meeting with relevant departments. The 17 members of the technology think tank stationed across various locations were summoned to participate in a video conference. At the Shisan Guai base, academician Jiang, also a member of the think tank, surely found it impossible to sleep. Soon, Lu Shiqing and Yize were invited to join the teleconference, facing a host of dignitaries. When the microwave rifle and Megatron were showcased during the video meeting, and as Yize personally introduced their performance and data, the other dignitaries from the think tank, upon noticing his youth, could not help but bombard him with doubts and inquiries. Under their relentless questioning, Yize responded to various technical and theoretical queries effortlessly, also briefly introducing several new theories and technologies they had never encountered before. Unheard of, a talent of a century. Old Lu, you struck gold. 2 hours later, the dignitaries had exhausted their questions, leaving only those they could not comprehend. Observing Yize's composed demeanor, they became increasingly unsettled, unable to contain their astonishment. The leader responsible for military affairs, the third-ranking official, pounded the table and declared, "I must fly to the Shisan Guai base tonight. The entire 17-member technology think tank must come. You intend to fly over to witness in person, traveling overnight? I have already ordered the Shisan Guai base to implement a secondary state of alert, which is quite excessive." Lu Shiqing could not help but chuckle. The leader seemed even more anxious than they were. If they all came over, it would be akin to a grand state visit. Ever since Yize arrived at the Shisan Guai base, it has been under a secondary state of alert. Armored vehicles and tanks have been deployed to 300 kilometers from the base for extensive security coverage. In fact, armed helicopters and ground attack aircraft are conducting intermittent aerial patrols. The bewildered soldiers suspected a military conflict had suddenly erupted. "Sir, your arrival has stirred quite the commotion." Lu Shiqing certainly wanted to dissuade them, urging them not to cause a stir at the Shisan Guai base. "I could immediately depart and bring the experimental products to the capital, couldn't I?" The third-ranking leader responded emphatically. "All right, take care. We shall await your return. Until you arrive, we shall not rest." At midnight, amidst the vast night sky, Lu Shiqing urgently dispatched military aircraft. He and Jiang Ida personally transported the 2 experimental products to the capital, accompanied by a platoon of soldiers for escort. All members of the 17-person think tank received an emergency notice, returned to the capital immediately. As they prepared to depart, Lu Shiqing stood on the boarding ladder and solemnly saluted Yize. An old soldier assures you, I shall not fail your trust. Undoubtedly, this director of the 23rd Bureau has become the foremost supporter of the 100,000 Combat Robot Initiative. They had initially intended for Yize to accompany them, but after some deliberation, they decided to leave him at the base. Given the risks of an emergency flight at night, if anything were to go awry, everything would be jeopardized. It sufficed to take the two experimental products for the leaders and think tank to demonstrate. There was no need to bring Yize along to take risks. Liu Shiqing's exact words were, I can afford to take risks. But Yize must not come harm. Very well, your joy is paramount. Yize felt that the dignitaries were overtly anxious. Such rudimentary black technology has made one appear quite foolish. Can the United States or the Bear Nation truly penetrate the heart of Huagua to seize it? In the future, when we exchange for nuclear fusion jet engines and aerospace motherships from the system, it will indeed be time for the big shots to be ready for artificial respiration at any moment. The tremors caused by this black technology have stirred considerable excitement at the top. It would be disingenuous to say that Yize was not astonished. While he anticipated that it would draw attention, he did not foresee that a high-ranking official would arrive so promptly. At this moment, he recalled the two research achievements, the Megatron 1 and the microwave rifle, which had yet to be submitted to the black technology system. Influence points, scientific research points, and product promotion points are all crucial. By submitting research achievements, one gains scientific research points, and promoting technological products yields product promotion points. In future exchanges for various technologies from the Black Technology Mall, influence points will be the key. The more points, the better. System, submit research achievements. System notification, microwave, rifle submission, successful. Points increased, for million. System notification, intelligent robot submission, successful. Points increased, 9 million. This aligned closely with Yize's expectations. The robot, utilizing a greater amount of black technology, garnered more points. With 13 million points, he could redeem something substantial. Chapter 24. Charge Forth. Megatron 1. Previously, during the firearms competition, there were no specialized devices. Yize, seeking to save effort, utilized the Intel i9 chip. While this CPU is indeed currently leading globally in his eyes, it pales in comparison. A brand new architecture based on carbon chips boasts performance that exceeds the i9 chip by dozens to even hundreds of times. With points in hand, he decided to redeem it. System, redeem carbon-based chip. Yize murmured, and the black technology system promptly responded. System notification, carbon-based chip requires 7 million points. Host points are sufficient. System notification, sample and complete documentation, redemption successful. 8 million points is a mere pittance within the system. The carbon-based chip, still at the forefront of global technology, outperforms current silicon-based chips, yet in the system, it is merely considered low-end. Higher-tier options include superconducting chips, quantum chips, and more. Following the philosophy of producing one generation, reserving another, and researching the next, the carbon-based chip is simply a tool for profit. Profiting is excellent. It allows for the dual advancement of technology while generating revenue. Promoting technological products earns more points within the black technology system, enabling further exchanges. What is not to love? Oh my goodness, the system truly is considerate. Within the system mall, a new model of aerial and terrestrial mech has been thoughtfully made available. A 13-meter-tall mech styled as Megatron. Its transformation mode is a fighter jet, ideal for aerial combat. The redemption cost is a mere 430 trillion points, equivalent to the market value of a certain penguin company. It is destined to be a sleepless night. At the Zisangwai base, Mi-Yong and several key personnel have been anxiously monitoring the telephone, awaiting news of Liu Shiqing's safe arrival. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, a throng of high-ranking officials convened overnight to deliberate on this project, eagerly awaiting Liu Shiqing's arrival. As dawn broke, the military aircraft carrying Liu Shiqing arrived. Circling above the imperial capital garrison district, he had just stepped out of the cabin when he was met by a throng of 20 to 30 elderly gentlemen. A sight that left him both flattered and astonished. If a shell were to be launched at this moment, it would likely decimate half of Huagua's most distinguished scientists and politicians. However, Liu Shiqing soon realized he had overestimated his importance. The elderly gentlemen were far too preoccupied to pay him any mind, rushing straight towards Megatron 1. What are they waiting for? Let us showcase it at once. Yes, indeed. Let us arrange for testing to ascertain its actual power. There was a palpable skepticism. Observing the exterior alone would not suffice. Demonstrations and disassemblies were imperative. Others were more concerned about the superconducting materials, urging for immediate verification in a laboratory. How shall we demonstrate? Perhaps a live-fire combat exercise? The power of the Megatron 1 microwave rifle has been witnessed firsthand by Liu Shicheng and Jiang Yize, and they had also listened to Yize's exposition of various black technologies. After all, hearing is but a shadow of seeing. He was apprehensive that a mere demonstration might lead others to underestimate the value of these two experimental products. Unmanned tanks and drones. Let us deploy dozens of each, all equipped with electromagnetic defenses and live ammunition. Let us conduct this as a real combat scenario. Such words left several leaders and scientists utterly astonished. Although Liu Shicheng had thoroughly documented the experimental process at Sisangwai Base, where over 300 targets were destroyed within seconds while enduring the firepower of 7 main battle tanks. The experts had reviewed his report. They had also listened to Yize's video defense. Everyone had gained a preliminary understanding of the black technologies encapsulated within Megatron 1 and the microwave rifle, unanimously agreeing on their advanced technical theories and the significant implications for the nation. Nevertheless, according to conventional scientific understanding, experimental data cannot be equated with real combat efficacy. It was somewhat unreasonable for Liu Shicheng to arrive with such grand proclamations, which left many high-ranking officials in disbelief. The think tank's leaders exhibited a stark division of opinions. On one hand, there was immense anticipation for the black technologies involved in the two experimental products, while on the other, there was considerable skepticism regarding Liu Shicheng's proposal for combat against dozens of aircraft and tanks. Perhaps the previous experiments were conducted under ideal conditions, or maybe the reported performance data had been exaggerated. Those familiar with Liu Shicheng knew he was never one for exaggeration. However, those unfamiliar with him did not share this sentiment. Incidents of academic fraud and funding deception have not been unheard of. Wow, old Liu, the wind is strong today. Don't let it knock out your teeth. One robot to take down an entire tank battalion? Outrageous. Let us not repeat the debacle of the billion-dollar chip scam. Jiang Yize, known for his fiery temperament, was nearly provoked into a heated argument. Liu Shicheng held him back, smiling gently. Old Jiang, let us not get agitated. The truth will be revealed in combat. We'll have them scared out of their wits soon enough. It was then that the third-ranking leader intervened, gesturing for silence to quell the tumultuous discussions. With a decisive tone, he interrupted the chatter. What is there to debate? Let us bring it forth and see. Arrange for a live-fire confrontation immediately. It is precisely because of the faith in Liu Shicheng that the third-ranking leader hastened to fly to the west overnight, eager to witness the reality. Even with his stature, he could not allow a single voice of dissent. The monumental significance of black technology is far too great. Organizing a small exercise is trivial in comparison. The Imperial Capital Garrison District is the most lavishly funded military district in the nation, where various new weapons are prioritized for equipping. With a ready-made testing ground, available unmanned weaponry, and military personnel, the leaders issued orders. And an impromptu, red-blue military exercise was immediately mobilized. The preparation time was short, yet was no mere formality. Within the sprawling 30,000 acres of multi-terrain testing grounds, both sides of the exercise took their positions. The blue team for the exercise, the combat strength exceeds that of an entire tank battalion. The scene is sufficiently spectacular, featuring 15 main battle tanks, 3 armed helicopters, 2 attack drones, and an additional 30 assault vehicles. All are equipped with the latest unmanned technology, armed to the teeth with heavy weaponry. This formidable array is more than adequate to initiate a small-scale campaign. Even the Wildcat assault vehicles possess firepower that rivals that of the T-9X main battle tanks, equipped with 7 62mm machine guns, with some fitted with 120mm multi-purpose cannons and others armed with anti-tank missiles. Not to mention, the C-3H attack drones are standardly equipped with 70mm rockets and AX-1 air-to-ground missiles. The operators are all meticulously selected elite soldiers from various companies. On the red team's side, only the Yize No. 1 microwave rifle is at their disposal, operated solely by Liu Shicheng. Faced with an overwhelming force of 50-1, the blue team has deployed such heavy artillery with the intent of a brutal slaughter, a request fervently advocated by Liu Shicheng and Jiang Yize to their superiors. At this moment, Liu Shicheng dares not, nor can he, lament the military's equipment. In comparison to the immense value of these advanced technologies, the tanks and aircraft are trivial. He must command the Yize No. 1 to unleash its utmost power and obliterate the opposition, thereby demonstrating that the nation cannot afford to overlook Yize's black technology. Otherwise, if these two experimental specimens were to be neglected, Liu Shicheng would feel himself to be a traitor to the country. On the red team's position, the cold wind howls, causing his trench coat to rustle. Liu Shicheng stands alone, gazing into the distance at the blue team's encampment. Amidst the exercise, a surge of heroic sentiment stirs within him, as though he has returned to the chaotic front lines of yesteryears, preparing to direct his soldiers in a charge, with no retreat and no thought of survival. In those days, the outcomes of battles rested upon his shoulders. Now, he recalls the ambitious plan for 100,000 combat robots promised to Yize, fully endorsing this vision as the future of the nation. Vicente número uno. My comrade, I entrust you. Charge forth with utmost speed. Annihilate them. The seasoned general, though aging, has not lost his fervor. Liu Shicheng speaks to the Wei Jintian number 1 as if confiding in an old comrade. Charge! The Wei Jintian has surged ahead, transforming into its humanoid form with rapid precision. Like a lone hero, it rushes towards the blue team's position. The silhouette of a robot charging forth evokes thoughts of the melancholic verse. The winds howl coldly at the Yi River. The valiant warrior goes forth and shall not return. In a moment of reverie, Liu Shicheng believes he hears the call to charge, and his eyes glisten with unshed tears. Memories flood back of a battle over 20 years ago, of a 19-year-old bugler whose intestines were blown out by artillery, yet continued to play the charge, clutching his belly with one hand. And there was the old company commander braving enemy machine gun fire, shouting for the motherland, unhesitatingly rushing into the throngs of foes with a bundle of grenades. Chapter 25, Research Project SSS Confidential Level. At the Shisangwai base, just before noon, Miyang burst into Yize's dormitory with a flourish. The striking beauty, clad in military attire, exuded an air of confidence that left him momentarily stunned, especially with the glint of her insignia, 2 bars and a star dazzling his eyes. Is that insignia for real? You graduated last year and enlisted immediately? A mere 15-month veteran, Miyang spoke with evident pride. However, I am affiliated with Bureau 23, which is classified. You've revealed too much. Oomph. I'm not keeping secrets from you. Who knows? Your clearance might surpass mine soon. Miyang suddenly recalled that this fellow had led her astray and quickly added, Director Liu is calling. We need to prepare for a video conference in the meeting room. As Yize appeared on screen, Liu Shicheng's excitement was palpable. The central project has been approved. Director Liu, everything went smoothly? Yize responded calmly. Smoothly. Extremely smoothly. Liu Shicheng exclaimed, still brimming with exhilaration. While at the Shisangwai base, he had merely learned the operation methods and had yet to officially command the Wei Jintian number 1 in battle. This time at the Daijing firing range, he felt he had tasted the thrill of battle. No, he felt that fighting alongside the Wei Jintian one had only whetted his appetite for more. 8 seconds to resolution. A dimensional strike. The Wei Jintian number 1 had left all in awe. Liu Shicheng could not help but recount the recent heart-stopping live-fire exercise at Daijing, where he faced 50 opponents head-on. The Wei Jintian number 1 charged bravely against machine guns, artillery, and rockets, effortlessly dispatching all blue team combat units, 1 shot for each foe. The live-fire exercise in Daijing was flawlessly executed. This was the moment to act decisively. Director Liu felt no remorse over the military's weaponry. As the red team commander, he directed the Wei Jintian number 1, successfully showcasing the might of black technology. The think tank and the Daijing garrison wasted no time in completing their assessment of technological capabilities and combat effectiveness. The evaluation results indicated technological prowess, surpassing that of the past 30 years. Combat effectiveness. A single Wei Jintian number 1 and a microwave rifle exceed the firepower of an entire tank battalion. Crushing superiority. Yize chuckled inwardly, for microwaves propagate at the speed of light. Who could evade them? Liu Shicheng shifted his tone to a serious note. The Central Committee and the think tank have conducted an urgent vote for the mass production research project of the 2 experimental specimens. The following special notice is issued. Combat robots and microwave weapons have been designated as SSS-level major confidential projects. Effective immediately, the 2 projects are merged under Project Code 1109. We are preparing an initial investment of 120 billion yuan, with subsequent funding to be, in principle, limitless. Project 1109's overall leader is Yize, who possesses full autonomy over the project. A general cooperation framework will be faxed to you shortly. Please review and share any opinions. Everything is negotiable. The fax arrived promptly, filled with dense agreements and confidentiality documents. Director Liu, you have worked hard. Yize nodded, quickly perusing the materials. Liu Shicheng patiently explained certain details from the other side of the video call. The technological and combat prowess exhibited by the Yize one had stunned everyone and garnered recognition from higher authorities. However, there remained some reservations regarding the plan for 100,000 combat robots. For instance, did the nation truly require such a vast arsenal? Experts were still debating, particularly concerning the feasibility of the planned chip supply chain, as physical samples had yet to be seen, leading to further contention. Despite the lingering doubts, the Central Committee swiftly reached a decision to proceed with the trial production of 10,000 combat robots. 10,000 is no small number. The current active tank count in Huagua is not even 10,000. The Yize #1 alone is equivalent to an entire tank battalion. Moreover, they fully endorsed Yize's desire for research autonomy. The research team and management team would be formed at his discretion, with him determining the research agenda. All funding will be provided by the state, establishing a joint venture factory. For the military industrial products factory, Yize will hold a 49% technical stake, with the state holding the majority, while the management will be entrusted to him. For the civilian technology products factory, Yize will enjoy an absolute controlling stake of 67%, with management also under his purview. The audacity and sincerity displayed above are truly commendable, heavy with significance. This left Yize quite astonished. However, elevating the Yize #1 to an SSS confidentiality level seems excessively stringent. Once he collaborates with the nation on military projects, it is evident that his shares cannot be casually transferred. Moreover, obtaining an official status would complicate normal commercial activities. This would severely hinder his ability to profit from technology products abroad, consequently impeding his capacity to amass system points and further develop advanced technologies. He is grateful for the trust bestowed upon him by the state. The terms proposed by the government are indeed exceptionally generous. Previously, he had envisioned an investment collaboration, where the state would invest in his company, effectively making it a privately held enterprise with state shares. Director Liu, I have a new idea. A simpler way of collaboration that I hope you could discuss, he stated. The government's proposal is not without merit. It is undoubtedly a win-win situation. Yet, only Yize understands that his new plan could yield even greater benefits for both himself and the nation. His proposal is quite straightforward. The 120 billion yuan could be considered a prepayment from the state, equivalent to placing an order for 10,000 combat robots and 10,000 microwave rifles, as well as large-scale microwave weapon technology. He would establish a company to fulfill this contract, providing military products to the state. Should the nation wish to engage in production, he could also transfer military equipment and technology for a fee, as well as train relevant personnel. Certainly, Yize's development of high-tech products would spur the growth of both upstream and downstream industries, enabling the nation to profit along with him. On the other end of the video call, Liu Shicheng was taken aback. He did not expect Yize to be willing to cultivate talent and transfer technology. He could not fathom Yize's reasoning. Why forego a lucrative venture in favor of a potentially unprofitable endeavor? A T9X main battle tank costs approximately 17 million yuan. The Yize #1 microwave rifle, with its plethora of advanced technologies, must surely have a cost that does not fall below that of the T9X. 17 million multiplied by 10,000 amounts to 170 billion, with a 120 billion yuan order for 10,000 units. Yize risks losing his shirt while contributing to the nation. He cannot very well do so without a semblance of profit. Yize, undertaking military tasks with a private company, is not out of the question. While your proposal affords you freedom, it also carries immense risk. Liu Shicheng articulated this candidly. For the state, the financial risks associated with both proposals are roughly equivalent. According to their plan, even if it ultimately fails, Yize would suffer minimal loss, while the state would bear the financial brunt. Yize remained resolute, assuring him, "Do not worry, I am not foolish. Scientific research is a costly endeavor, and discussing finances does not hurt feelings. If costs escalate, I will simply request additional funding." This young man exudes confidence, and rightly so. Liu Shicheng sighed. "Very well. I will submit your proposal to the central authorities and the think tank for discussion immediately. By the way, Director Liu, let us arrange for a plane. What do you need a plane for? Are you coming to Daijing?" Indeed. Yize signaled for a brief pause. He returned to his dormitory and retrieved a small box the size of a cigarette case. Weren't their experts concerned about the chip supply chain? Upon opening the box, he revealed a small motherboard made of carbon, complete with an entire chipset. "What?" Liu Shicheng gasped in astonishment. "You have already developed carbon-based chips?" The Yize #1 will have autonomous chips. Chapter 26. Carbon-based chips, the brain of combat robots. Get someone here quickly. call the esteemed members of the think tank to assemble in the conference room. Liu Shiqing began to shout excitedly, after showcasing the microwave rifles and combat robots. No one dared to question Yize's capabilities. The consensus had formed. Products from Yize are invariably of superior quality. Since he has presented them, they must be extraordinary. He originally intended to visit Daijing to conduct tests personally. The bigwigs of the think tank were already impatient. The stranglehold of foreign chips had enraged the populace long ago. In the past 2 years, over 20 semiconductor projects have been launched, yet none could resolve the crisis, leaving them longing for a breakthrough. They were eager to witness the results, even if it meant simply observing through a video call. Everyone clamored for prompt testing, even suggesting a live video broadcast. However, the Zhesangwai base is a military range. What could they possibly use for testing? The esteemed members were incensed. Arrange for a plane, quickly. Dispatch military aircraft to fetch Yize. No, we will also mobilize. We will meet halfway. The Zhesangwai base is over 3,000 kilometers from Daijing, and the flight would take more than 4 hours. It is fortunate that these elderly gentlemen are so resourceful. To save 2 hours, they called for Yize to fly east while they headed west, planning to converge in the central city of Shidu. Gentlemen, can you please remain calm? Yize remarked, his expression darkening. If this flight causes you a heart attack or stroke, I would be greatly troubled. Is it truly necessary to be this excited? Did we not just discuss the 120 billion yuan matter? It is merely about presenting the chips to reassure everyone that the Wei Xintian #1 will be flawless. Why is everyone behaving as though they have been injected with adrenaline, rushing to fly here? Calm down, let us get going. Mi Young interjected, pulling Yize along as they rushed out. Liu Shiqing was already coordinating with the Zhesangwai base, and a YX-20 transport plane was taking off, accompanied by 2 armed helicopters for escort. It is understandable why the esteemed gentlemen were so exhilarated. The carbon-based chip is merely a catalyst. The importance of room-temperature superconducting materials surpasses that of chips. The myriad advanced technologies of the Wei Xintian #1 are equally remarkable, and there remains much they do not comprehend. In truth, they were even more eager to meet Yize, this super genius, in person. Many of the prominent figures had already discussed visiting him as a group post-meeting. Now, witnessing his successive revelations, they could no longer remain seated. Furthermore, the carbon-based chips he unveiled are said to possess performance metrics dozens to hundreds of times greater than those of the Intel i9, featuring a novel architecture that does not infringe on foreign patents, along with comprehensive solutions from chips to motherboards. Everyone comprehended the implications of this. A multitude of advanced technologies would henceforth lead the world. The nation would no longer be beholden to others in the realm of high technology. The scientific and industrial journey of Huagua has been fraught with challenges, evolving from poverty to building the world's most complete industrial system, all while facing suppression and blockades. The older generation of scientists has never surrendered. From nothing to something, they have established a robust industrial output that has maintained its position as the world's leader for many years. The hardships and struggles endured are known only to the older generation of scientists in Huagua. After being stifled for so many years, they finally see the nation poised to overtake others. Several elderly gentlemen were moved to tears, even declaring that merely catching a glimpse of Yize, this unparalleled national hero, will be worth their demise. Each of these individuals is a scientific giant, having dedicated their youth and entire lives to their country. Yize, too, felt a swell of emotion. Elder gentlemen, please take care. The Shidu city cannot adequately test my carbon-based chips. Only the National Academy of Sciences Chip Institute holds the authority to do so. I shall head there at once. The National Academy of Sciences Chip Institute is situated in the capital, Daijing, and he could hardly bear to see this group of venerable scientists with graying temples toiling away. The YX-20 military transport aircraft, a remarkable product of Huagua's independent research and development, is capable of executing long-range missions under complex meteorological conditions. Fortunately, the weather was favorable that day, presenting minimal risks. However, concern breeds anxiety. At the moment Yize boarded the aircraft, the high-ranking officials in Daijing were all on edge. In the garrison command of Daijing, within a grand conference room, the Central Committee had urgently finalized Project 1109. Yet, several intricate details still required deliberation among the think tank and relevant agencies. Meanwhile, everyone anxiously awaited Yize, as the discussions revolved entirely around him. Such a once-in-a-century genius must be courted at all costs. We cannot allow him to feel wronged. Should his talents be leaked abroad, we would lament our loss too late. Academician Wei from Hucking University stood up, visibly agitated. The plethora of cutting-edge technologies, many of which even we struggle to comprehend, warrants the utmost attention for Yize. Unless he shares his technology entirely, it would be impossible for us to replicate it, even with 20 years of national effort. Academician Wei is a premier expert in robotics in the country. Since the exercises, he had been examining the Yize Tian No. 1, conducting various identifications and tests. He sought to understand its internal structure, yet to this day, he remained perplexed about how to dismantle its outer shell. Must it be forcibly disassembled? The old man had squatted for so long that his legs grew weary, and he decided to disregard his dignity and sat on the ground. "Old Jiang, can you discern the material of this shell?" he exclaimed. "We have underestimated the technology of Yize Tian No. 1. This material is remarkably peculiar." Jiang Ida, as if he had discovered a new continent, muttered to himself. He first tapped the shell of Yize Tian No. 1 with his fingers before suddenly picking up a heavy hammer. "Old Jiang, what are you planning to do?" the esteemed figures exclaimed in alarm. Bang! As the small tank took form, the hammer struck its side without producing even a spark, rebounding back and nearly hitting Jiang Ida in the face. Bang! Another strike. It bounced back. Bang! A third hit, still rebounding. "Don't be so forceful. Old Jiang, you might hurt your back." After observing the results of the first strike, the crowd ceased to worry about Yize Tian No. 1. The thing was remarkably resilient, leaving no mark at all. That lad seems otherworldly. The old man lamented his life spent in material science, without having resolved the heart disease of aircraft for the nation. Exhausted, Jiang Ida also sat down, suddenly feeling sentimental, leaving everyone puzzled. Have you not realized yet? This material is yet another monumental achievement. Its hardness, strength, and toughness surpass all known materials. The old man merely wished to convey one message. For Yize, investing another 120 billion would be worth every penny. The crowd gasped once more, realizing this new material. The shell itself is also cutting-edge technology. It seems brute force disassembly is futile. The assembly of experts, each a luminary in their respective fields, felt their minds overwhelmed. Truly unparalleled, an extraordinary talent. Academician Zheng from the National Academy of Sciences banged the table, insisting that any request from him should be met with utmost willingness. As the chief designer of the T-9X main battle tank, he understood the combat capabilities of this tank all too well. In the face of the Yize 1's microwave rifle, it stood defenseless, utterly humiliated, each piece of black technology, any one of which could dominate the world. Chief Engineer Ma from the Northern Military Industrial Group stood up, and Director Feng from the National Defense Armament Bureau voiced his support. "This is our opportunity for Huagua to reclaim its place at the pinnacle of the world. We must spare no expense to ensure that this genius does not slip away." Chapter 27. An unrivaled national talent, a formidable youth. "We must shift our mindset," Liu Shicheng declared with a wry smile. "We cannot think of controlling Yize. We must serve him, creating an environment where genius can flourish freely." The scheme previously discussed among the dignitaries, initially proposing an investment of 120 billion to grant Yize complete autonomy in research, now felt insufficiently earnest in retrospect. When re-evaluating, the notion of state control in military-industrial collaboration appeared rather hasty. 120 billion is indeed a considerable sum, yet it still underscored a grave underestimation of Yize's potential. Liu Shicheng calculated for the dignitaries, what is the technological value of those streaming platforms? They are valued in the thousands of billions. The new carbon-based chip technology, valued at 600 billion, is hardly an exaggeration, is it? A superconducting material technology, if valued below 800 billion, would be an affront to Yize, and with the addition of other cutting-edge technologies, how much would Yize Tian No. 1 be worth? Surely more than a Teles. Previously, experts from state-owned and industrial sectors had fretted over funding issues, questioning the necessity for 100,000 combat robots as a waste of resources. They pondered a joint venture in civilian technology, suggesting a 67 stake for Yize, deeming it a loss for the state. Yet, Yize was not merely presenting a PowerPoint to deceive. He had produced 2 tangible prototypes that had obliterated an entire tank regiment of the Dijing garrison. Upon reflection, can anyone still claim the state is at a disadvantage? If the state could secure a mere 10 stake for 120 billion, that would still imply Yize was at a loss. Not to mention the strategic prospects of microwave weaponry, in the future converted into microwave cannons. They could indeed target aircraft, annihilate aircraft carriers, intercept missiles, and even cripple power plants. They could dominate electronic warfare, rendering the enemy's electronic command systems blind and deaf. Undoubtedly, a strategic weapon of mass destruction. During the recent practical exercises in Beijing, aircraft, tanks, and assault vehicles had all been specially equipped with electromagnetic protection. Yet they were systematically destroyed by the microwave rifles. For at least 5 to 10 years, the world will lack effective defenses against microwave weaponry. Just the combat robot Yize Tian No. 1 is worth the nation investing several tens of 120 billion. Within it lies super artificial intelligence, superconducting batteries, and chip technology, any one of which exceeds the value of hundreds of billions, if not trillions. Moreover, the room temperature superconducting materials are strategic assets for generating vast magnetic fields in nuclear fusion research. Any nation would gladly pay exorbitant sums to secure them. On the YX-20 military transport aircraft, the state proposed an investment of 120 billion, allowing him to do as he pleases. How could he refuse? Miyong felt a pang of sympathy for him. Hadn't Director Liu mentioned that the equity ratio was negotiable? The decision-makers of the state exhibited both determination and sincerity. Yet, Yize shook his head, speaking candidly. Once my technological products bear the labels of the government or military, they would lose their ability to thrive in the international market. Miyong remained incredulos. A junior student, facing 120 billion, remained so composed. Moreover, the upper echelons had indicated that subsequent funding would be limitless, meaning his available resources would only increase. It is worth noting that some university professors would sprint for a mere few million in research funding. What does 120 billion even signify? That is equivalent to 1/20th of the national research budget. In Project 1109, even the 23rd Bureau, which had previously overseen several major national projects, found itself relegated to a supporting role. Gazing at his handsome visage, Miyong could not suppress her curiosity. Such a monumental project? Aren't you the least bit excited? How am I supposed to express excitement? Should I spin you around in my arms? Yize Tiesa. Your naive demeanor is quite charming. Investing in a high-speed rail line would surely cost around 200 billion. Wouldn't it? Alas, a mere million has bruised my pride. Miyong lowered her head, a look of defeat washing over her. Very well. The thought process of a genius is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Unable to counter his words, she felt like a failure compared to his brilliance, despite being a doctoral candidate herself. Suddenly, she raised her head and exclaimed, "For the 1109 project, you are the boss. Do you think it would be appropriate for me to serve as a research assistant? It seems rather unsuitable. Why is that? Your beauty would hinder my response time." He chuckled. Although she had yet to accept, Miyong found herself beaming at his words. She immediately began to act playfully. After all, as a PhD, how tragic it would be to serve as a mere assistant to a junior student. During her time at Hucking University, she had accumulated numerous labels: genius girl, campus beauty, ice goddess, and the most beautiful doctor. Undoubtedly, Miyong was proud. Being called an ice goddess? That was merely because none of her peers were worthy of her attention. However, this pride seemed to dissipate in the presence of Yize. He scoffed, a small assistant? I haven't agreed to anything yet. Look at how radiant this beautiful assistant is when she smiles. Miyong extended her right hand, forming a thumb and index finger gesture, playfully grinning. Cherish this. A little assistant possessing both intelligence and beauty is as rare as a lantern in the dark. Where is the pride and icy demeanor? Clearly, she appeared as a lively young girl, a tad silly even. Has your mother seen you like this? When Yize posed this question, Miyong felt as if her tail had been stepped on. Mind your own business. Unless you can produce a few superweapons. Don't even think about shaking me off. Goodness, how terrifying. After spending a brief time together, Yize realized that this beautiful doctor was rather peculiar. Her interest lay not in scientific research, but in a fervent obsession with weapons of mass destruction. He had previously overheard her arguing with Director Liu. This stunning doctor had joined Bureau 23 post-graduation, ostensibly to personally develop weaponry, seemingly causing a rift with her family over the matter. What family could endure such an issue with their daughter? It was utterly frightening. A female driver could easily become a female demon or assassin. If women were to create weapons of mass destruction, how terrifying would this world become? In the afternoon, a military aircraft landed directly at the Imperial Capital Garrison Army District Airport. As Yize and Miyong disembarked, they spotted a long line of rainbow-colored vehicles approaching. A group of elderly men with graying hair, brimming with excitement, hurriedly alighted from their cars. Liu Shicheng had already led a group to welcome them, firmly grasping Yize's hand, expressing gratitude for his efforts. As he moved through the crowd, Yize shook hands with each of them. Though he hardly recognized these elderly gentlemen, Their names were synonymous with monumental achievements in the scientific community of Huagua, and they were renowned internationally. Among them were the chief designer of the YX-20 military transport aircraft and the chief engineers of two escorting JX-20 fighter jets. How awe-inspiring. Finally, the national luminaries had gathered. Let us celebrate our genius. The elderly men, flushed with excitement, eagerly engaged Yize in conversation, observing their fervent gazes. Yize understood they could hardly wait to discuss cutting-edge technology. Chapter 28. The nation must treat its luminaries with respect. At the National Academy of Sciences Chip Institute, chaos ensued with the arrival of the esteemed elders. Although they had been notified in advance to prepare the laboratory for testing a new type of chip, no one anticipated such a large gathering of dignitaries, leaving the reception staff bewildered. Fortunately, the elders were not particular. They skipped refreshments and headed straight for the chip testing laboratory. The lab was equipped with top-notch facilities, and several chip experts personally conducted tests. However, upon encountering the carbon-based chipset presented by Yize, they were left speechless. Its internal architecture was entirely different, and the motherboard's functional layout diverged significantly from existing products. After Yize provided a thorough explanation and demonstration, they at least grasped how to conduct the tests. Setting performance aside, the craftsmanship alone astounded them. The samples exchanged through the system MAL comprised a complete set of chips, all fitting within the size of a bank card, with a mere 2 mm thickness of the motherboard, which integrated the CPU, graphics chip, network card, radio frequency chip, and storage chip. Most of the distinguished guests were not chip specialists. In truth, they were not there to observe the chip testing process. Their primary objective was to engage Yize and seek clarification on the myriad of black technologies, including the Reaker No. 1 and microwave rifles. As the chip set underwent testing, the elderly gentleman surrounded Yize, ushering him into an adjacent empty room, bombarding him with questions. The dynamic balance technology of Reaker No. 1 is utterly astonishing. How did you achieve it? Professor Wei Lizzie from Hucking eagerly interjected. While explaining that it was not as simple as standing and walking for a robot, he compared it to humans, where balance and running require the brain to issue various commands, and the cerebellum coordinates the nervous system with billions of neurons and muscles to ensure movement. Even a simple action, like snapping one's fingers, necessitates a complex neural control mechanism, involving at least 7 joints and multiple muscles working in concert. This complexity is why most robots shy away from adopting humanoid forms. It is simply too challenging. I truly cannot fathom how you accomplish this. Yize, Reaker numero uno, I have heard, employs a neural-like control system. What is its operational principle? How is its internal mechanical structure realized? How can it move more fluidly than humans? Oh dear. Wei, save some questions for later. Academician Zhang Ida interjected. At least your inquiries belong within the realm of common understanding. Let us save these for another time. Turning to Yize, he exclaimed, my young friend, that room-temperature superconducting material has left me utterly perplexed. And now, there's an unknown material emerging from a shell. What on earth is it? My curiosity is driving me to distraction. In truth, he was particularly eager to acquire a sample for testing. However, the material was peculiarly resilient and exceedingly hard, and despite numerous conventional attempts, he had been unsuccessful. Were it not for the fear of damaging the internal components, he would have been tempted to resort to gas welding for cutting. You old rascal, don't try to get chummy. Aren't you supposed to be a fellow alumnus? You let this genius languish in obscurity for years, and you still have the audacity to show your face? An artificial intelligence expert chimed in, expressing discontent. The super AI of Reaker No. 1 could potentially surpass current levels by 50 years. My young friend, could you enlighten me on how your underlying logic is designed? The delightful old men. Once the conversation turned to their expertise, none held back, resembling children scrambling for candy. Yize could only manage a wry smile. This is an extraordinary technological advancement, an entirely new theoretical and technological framework. Merely discussing the overarching principles fails to satisfy their curiosity. It necessitates delving into profound professional depths, which cannot be succinctly articulated. The testing results have emerged. After more than 2 hours, the laboratory door burst open with a loud bang. Professor Zhang Xuesong from the chip department shouted in excitement as he rushed into the adjacent room to deliver the good news, forcefully slamming several test reports onto the table. A groundbreaking architecture, a completely autonomous chip. Our chip ailment has finally been cured. As he spoke, his voice trembled, and he sank to the floor, weeping uncontrollably, recalling the years of humiliation endured at the hands of foreign adversaries. finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The previously contentious crowd fell silent. Picking up the reports from the table, the printed documents bore a striking handwritten note in red ink. This is the overall evaluation. This chip's performance is comprehensively leading the world. This chip, utilizing a 1-nanometer process, is the first of its kind globally. Its computational power is approximately 130 times that of the Apple M1 and Intel i9 when compared to computers. In terms of mobile devices, it exceeds the Snapdragon 888 and Apple 815 by over 20,000 times. And this is merely a fraction of the findings. Testing is still ongoing. Although assessments of chip heat generation and energy consumption are incomplete, they already indicate substantial advantages. In Professor Zhang Xuesong's words, the power consumption is lower than that of a mobile phone, while its performance surpasses that of computers by a staggering hundredfold. The room erupted in jubilation. Everyone embraced Yize, crying and laughing in unison. The days of being constrained by foreign chips are behind us. This domestically produced chip carries the dreams of countless researchers. Many, like Professor Zhang Xuesong, have awaited the day to finally stand tall with pride. Elder statesmen, please refrain from bombarding Yize with questions. What do you think of the various high-tech industrial chains and the mass production of combat robots proposed by Yize? Before Yize's arrival, Liu Shicheng had already discussed this with them. Most members of the think tank group are present, so let's express our stance now. There is no need for further discussion. We will proceed according to Yize's proposal. Yize has showcased various technologies to the nation, demonstrating his commitment to the country. What is there not to trust? If 120 billion is insufficient, we can increase the funding. The elderly gentlemen unanimously expressed their support on the spot. They are now somewhat anxious, not to mention 120 billion. Even adding a zero to that amount would compel the nation to acquiesce. If the United States, Japan, or other countries were to learn of this, they would likely be willing to pay tenfold to seize Yize. Liu Shicheng stepped out to make a phone call and returned with a serious expression, saying, "The leader of the Third Bureau is currently on a business trip, and he regrets not being able to meet you. However, he asked me to convey a message. A national treasure like you must be treated as such by the nation." Yize was taken aback by the leader's words. Such a statement from a distinguished figure carries immense weight. He felt a surge of emotion and promptly replied, "If the nation treats me as a national treasure, I shall repay it as such." "Ha ha, Yize, your eloquence is commendable. I shall relay your response to the leadership." Liu Shicheng laughed heartily, visibly pleased. Beyond funding, the 23rd Bureau will coordinate all necessary resources for you, including capital, talent, security, and special materials, among others. Chapter 29. Being treated like an imperial deity. The upper echelons indeed regard Yize with utmost seriousness and astonishing efficiency. With the full support of the think tank group, the Central Committee swiftly ratified the decision. According to Liu Shicheng, the initial 120 billion is ready. Project funds have been deposited into Yize's dedicated account at the Guoyu Bank Group, allowing him to initiate the project at any time. The 1109 project wholly adopts Yize's proposal. While everyone understands that the 1109 project exists because of him, he is not bound by military restrictions. Should he establish a company, it would merely fulfill national orders without any official designation. Yize circled around the capital. After 2 days, he was eager to return. He was not fond of grand send-offs, and the incessant questions from the scientific elites felt overwhelming. Nevertheless, the magnitude of the firearms competition stirred excitement within him. His heart had long flown back to Beishan, eager to commence the project and gradually transform various cutting-edge technologies into reality. The pinnacle of life is to turn every boastful claim into tangible reality. At the airport in the capital, as Liu Shicheng bid farewell, he recalled some detail regarding talent cultivation and wished to discuss it further. Given the opportunity, Yize was unreserved, stating that an abundance of talent is essential, not only in the military sector, but in all fields. Although the nation has ordered 10,000 combat robots, this is merely the initial demand. He and Director Liu both agree that the plan for 100,000 combat robots will continue to advance, and Yize aspires to introduce the Skyquake aerial combat mech model subsequently. This involves a complex industrial chain necessitating a vast pool of top-tier research talent across various subprojects. Coordinating such a large-scale talent requirement in a short time frame can only be accomplished through national efforts. I previously mentioned establishing a company starting with civilian technological products, while cultivating talent in military technology within a laboratory. This would also assist the nation in nurturing military talent. You all are in charge of that laboratory. Cultivating a large number of talents is not only Yize's demand, but also a national imperative. Yize proactively suggested that Director Lu manage the laboratory. Lu Shicheng was delighted and would readily establish not just one laboratory, but even 10 or 100. He wished to discuss further. But the plane was about to take off. Turning back to the meeting room of the think tank group, he cheerfully tapped on the table. Are you all not concerned that sensitive technologies may fall out of control? That young man is astute and knows how to maintain boundaries. He proactively requested a laboratory, indicating his desire to reassure the nation. Although Yize's research activities are entirely autonomous, conducting research in a state-owned laboratory means he is willingly accepting state oversight. Thus, let us establish a national-level key laboratory for him, enabling him to cultivate talent for the nation. What does everyone think? Lu Shicheng is prepared to utilize the 23rd Bureau's funds, proposing an investment of $20 billion for a laboratory. The prominent figures in the think tank group reacted positively to this news, exclaiming, "Excellent." Though the young man may dislike constraints, he harbors a sense of duty to his country. If he were to become the head of the laboratory, it would foster a mentor-student relationship with the researchers below, ensuring he cultivates them well. However, each distinguished figure is affiliated with their respective organizations, and their minds began to race. Wherever the laboratory is established, Yize will bring both technology and funding. Thus, it is essential to vie for the best location. Hucking University boasts an exceptional research atmosphere. Placing the national key laboratory at our school would be ideal. Academician Wei from Hucking University immediately interjected. I heard Yize does not wish to drop out. Perfect. He can come to our school and be directly promoted to graduate studies. Professor Gua from the Imperial Capital University swiftly countered. Is your school the only one capable of promoting graduate studies? Our Imperial Capital University is equally competitive. Let the laboratory be established here, allowing Yize to pursue both master's and doctoral studies seamlessly. At the Aviation Military University, Dean Ke felt that they could not compete with the top two in terms of reputation, so he decided to suppress them with sheer momentum. The laboratory would be established here, and he swiftly promoted Yize to the position of professor. They turned down the National Defense Armament Agency. Who do you think you are? Academician Zheng from the National Academy of Sciences nonchalantly remarked that if the laboratory were to settle here, it would not be unreasonable to elevate someone to an academician. You're talking nonsense. Utter nonsense. Jiang Ida slammed the table in outrage. This group of individuals had lost all sense of shame. Scrambling for the laboratory had turned into a fierce competition for talent, and they were attempting to poach right under his nose. No one could take Yize away. He was a third-year student at our university. Beishan University had been struggling for years. It was not easy to nurture a talent like him. Hey, old Jiang, your fury is futile. It won't change the fact that we are in a third-tier city with a second-rate university. Which student doesn't he aspire to attend top-tier institutions like Dijing or Huaqing? Yize is no longer the same. He will undoubtedly seek to develop in a better university and city. Even if he stays at Beishan now, what about after he graduates in a year? The crowd chimed in with their opinions. Jiang Ida sighed, clearly lacking confidence, rubbing his temples and muttering to himself. How can we compete? Yize has stated that he wishes to complete his studies and does not want to drop out. But what if he desires to transfer to a more prestigious institution? Transferring would instantly elevate his degree from second tier to top tier. The allure of degrees from Dijing University and Huaqing University is simply irresistible. The scramble for the laboratory was understandable, given the urgency of several prominent figures. The establishment of a laboratory would offer whichever institution hosted it a chance to forge a connection with Yize. The significance of talent was vividly embodied in Jiang Ida. He single-handedly upheld a first-rate program at Beishan University. Ahem, this competition is rather meaningless. Yize is the one who holds the real power here. Lu Shicheng remarked with a frown, having gathered this group of old-timers not to incite rivalry, but to seek their support in nurturing talent. Checking the time, he concluded that they should have landed by now. With a wry smile, he dialed a number. The bigwigs are almost ready to come to blows over you. Yize, please make your stance clear. I choose to establish the factory in Beishan. I have no intention of leaving. Yize's declaration was resolute, silencing the competition. The laboratory would be situated at Beishan University. His parents had both been quantum physics professors at Beishan University. From childhood, he had played beneath the grapevines in the university's family quarters, attending the affiliated kindergarten, elementary school, and middle school when he had the opportunity to apply to Dijing. He still chose Beishan University. His affection for the institution surpassed even that of Jiang Ida. No problem. If you're certain, I will cooperate. Lu Shicheng acted swiftly, ending the call, and immediately began coordinating. Meanwhile, at Dijing, the previously raucous think tank group of bigwigs wore awkward expressions. After all that commotion, they had not anticipated the depth of his attachment to the school. Jiang Ida was almost moved to tears, repeatedly exclaiming, "Well done, well done." He turned and discreetly called Principal Zhang of Beishan University, chuckling to himself as he did so. "Old Zhang, I have good news for you, but keep it under wraps. Treat Yize like a revered figure, and our university will surely soar." Chapter 30. Technological Supremacy Begins with Chips. Hey, why are you here before the project has even begun? Moreover, I haven't agreed to take you on as my assistant yet. At Beishan Airport, as Yize disembarked from the plane, he had just finished a call with Director Lu. Turning around, he was surprised to find Mi Yang grinning right behind him. He had fallen asleep as soon as he boarded the plane and had not noticed that this beauty had stealthily boarded ahead of him. Mi Yang wore a pitiful expression. "Boss, if you want to take me in, I'll have to apply for a teaching position at Beishan University. They say that with my outstanding qualifications as a PhD, I can choose any department I want." Before returning, Director Lu had mentioned sending a special operations team to escort him. Yize imagined the scene of bodyguards surrounding him and shuddered, hastily declining. "Let us keep a low profile. There is no need for such a grand display." It seemed that Mi Yang and Director Lu had conspired, and with her by his side, she could likely summon the special operations team from Bureau 23 at any time. Yize sighed. "I live in a 4-person male dormitory, and I have no place to accommodate you." Despite his words, he held a high regard for Mi Yang's research abilities. This beauty was indeed quite brilliant, despite having just graduated a year ago. Her research skills were on par with those of seasoned scholars. Both he and Mi Yang were somewhat aloof and not particularly talkative, yet when they met, they found themselves enjoying a playful banter. "No need to worry." Mi Yang waved her phone. "I got approval for a single room. Beishan University just messaged me. I can choose from the faculty dormitory or the graduate apartments." "Wait, a mere assistant has been granted a single room? And I still have to squeeze into a 4-person dorm?" Yize felt a twinge of unfairness. Just as he was about to board the airport VIP shuttle, Mi Yang cheerfully held him back. "Boss, there's a special car waiting for you." Just then, a black Phaeton pulled up directly at the tarmac. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, extending his hand with enthusiasm. "Mr. Yize, I am Xue Jinquan from Guoyu Bank Group. Here to pick you up." Wow, this was an airport reception fit for a celebrity. Not even first-class platinum VIPs could get a car onto the tarmac like this. Yize was puzzled. "We don't know each other, do we? Why are you here to pick me up?" "The headquarters instructed me to discuss some project collaborations with you." The middle-aged man smiled. The headquarters didn't specify any particular project, just said to fully cooperate with you. "Oh, I see. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Xue." Yize recalled Director Lu mentioning that Bureau 23 would arrange a dedicated project liaison. This Xue Jinquan, while ostensibly from Guoyu Bank Group, shared a hidden affiliation with Bureau 23, much like Mi Yang. Project 1109 was autonomously managed by Yize, indicating that the state would not simply let go. For the sake of project confidentiality, Bureau 23 would inject funding into the project under the guise of Guoyu Bank Group, employing methods such as venture capital. The liaison sent would assist him in coordinating various local matters, including factory construction and other trivialities. Another Passat pulled up in front of him. A frail old man hurriedly emerged from the vehicle. "Yize, I'm here to pick you up. Wasn't this Principal Zhang from Beishan University? What's going on?" "Principal Zhang, why are you here? I just received word of your return and happened to be nearby, so I stopped by." "All right, if you dare to come, I'll certainly be at your house for a meal later." Yize exchanged a few pleasantries with Principal Zhang before continuing his discussion with Xue Jinquan, directly stating his requests. "Since you're here, Mr. Xue, I have an idea. Let us propose some projects to the city and secure a large tract of land. I'll look at the map and send you the locations." He had been contemplating factory locations while on the plane. The site should be around Beishan University, situated in the suburbs, with surrounding wasteland suitable for factory construction, making future expansions more convenient. "Suburban land acquisition? No problem, just leave it to me." Xue Jinquan responded with only a hint of surprise. He was urged to cooperate fully, and the lad showed no hesitation at all. However, delineating the land was not a monumental task. He had a slight understanding of the area. Although it was somewhat remote, there was no shortage of vacant land, and the railway and road infrastructure were relatively convenient. It was said that the city had been actively seeking investments over the past 2 years, with ambitions to develop an industrial zone in that vicinity. Would you be able to manage the construction of factories when the time comes? Absolutely. The Guoyu Bank Group is a colossal state-owned enterprise operating across multiple sectors, including banking, finance, real estate, and infrastructure. Leave all the preliminary preparations for the factories to me. Excellent. So, I assume you will also be sourcing the investment funds? Guoyu Bank has already established a dedicated fund account for you, accessible at any moment you require. Quite impressive. Having support at the national level is indeed formidable. The Guoyu Bank Group can handle the majority of matters. This method of bank investment provides mutual benefits for both the state and Yize. The government can monitor the flow of project funds through the bank, while Yize can utilize the funds without the anxiety of losing control over his company due to excessive financing. The 120 billion is hardly necessary. He estimated that with 50 to 80 billion, he could set everything in motion. With such sincerity from the state, he could not merely take advantage of the situation. There were numerous upstream and downstream industrial chains and plenty of projects. In due time, he would collaborate with several state-owned enterprises to prosper together with the nation. Within the realm of advanced technology, he envisioned ion jet engines, aerospace carriers, and anti-gravity spacecraft. So many innovations he aspired to realize. To bring these concepts to fruition, Yize would need to promote a plethora of technological products, thereby swiftly amassing considerable wealth. By the way, if we were to acquire land from the city, what size of land would be necessary? Under what project name are we planning to proceed? Xue Jianquan, clearly a meticulous individual, pulled out his phone to meticulously record Yize's specific requests in a memo. An investment of 50 billion within 6 months to construct a high-tech industrial park. Approximately 2,000 acres should suffice. Yize pondered for a moment. Perfect. He had just exchanged for carbon-based chips from a system. And the technological hegemony would commence with the chip industry, given that the foreign powers had a stranglehold on this sector. It was one of the most crucial industries for the nation. The chip supply chain was also a core component of the 100,000 combat robot initiative. Project 1109 was vast, encompassing multiple industrial chains. It needed to be broken down into individual subprojects for sequential advancement. The chip industry was merely one of the subprojects within 1109. It took no more than a few minutes for Yize and Xue Jianquan to finalize a substantial land acquisition deal worth around 50 billion in the airport corridor. Principal Zhang, who was nearby, could hardly contain his astonishment. His heart nearly gave out. My goodness, when did that family lad become so audacious? If Beishan University were to obtain this 50 billion, it could significantly enhance its hardware infrastructure, invest heavily in talent, and transform into a top-tier university in no time. Politely declining Xue Jianquan's invitation to dine at a Michelin restaurant, Yize returned to the school in Principal Zhang's old Passat, preferring the comforting familiarity of the home-cooked noodles from the principal's household. Chapter 31. The Arrival of the Goddess, a sour reaction from the students. Yize and Principal Zhang shared a long-standing camaraderie, greeting each other warmly. Having grown up in the staff quarters of the school, he called the veteran faculty members of Beishan University uncle, aunt, uncle, and auntie. The higher authorities had just issued a notification, astonishingly granting Beishan University a state key laboratory, fully funded by the National Academy of Sciences. Principal Zhang wasted no time and, upon entering the vehicle, eagerly inquired, "You are the designated head of the laboratory. Are you aware of this?" "Of course I am. It was my suggestion to establish the laboratory at Beishan University. Liège Chocolat Blafi, Principal. I suppose I have contributed to the school, right? Could you arrange for me to stay in a graduate student apartment?" "A graduate student apartment? A shared room simply won't do." Principal Zhang emphatically replied, "It must be a separate faculty apartment. If you happen to have a girlfriend, I'll allocate a 2-bedroom apartment for you." "Oh no, a 3-bedroom apartment, just in case you have a baby in the future." "Oh, that is quite a leap in logic." Yize couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by the principal's comments. "Yize, oh no. I should probably start calling you Associate Professor Li." The principal's tone suddenly shifted to a formal one. "Academician Jiang specifically called me to inform me that you have made significant contributions to the nation's research. Your academic level is sufficient to attain the position of professor. However, since you are only a junior, promoting you to a full professorship might invite criticism. Therefore, the academic committee deliberated and decided to grant you an associate professorship for now, with the intention of confirming your full professorship upon your graduation. You have no objections, do you?" "Please do not." Yize quickly waved his hands. "I'm only a junior. Being an associate professor at such a young age would be quite shocking. I have no interest in such superficial titles." No. This is not superficial at all. Principal Zhang patiently explained the intricacies of the title. As the head of the key laboratory, you are expected to mentor several masters and doctoral students. At the very least, being an associate professor is only fitting. This revelation startled Yize. Mentor graduate students? And doctoral students? What a joke. While his scientific knowledge was undoubtedly superior, he could easily outshine the entire Blue Star. However, just imagine the scenario of him, an undergraduate, teaching middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. How absurd that would be. The key laboratory, funded significantly by the state, not only focuses on research, but also bears the responsibility of cultivating talent for the nation. Principal Zhang, with over 30 years of teaching experience, possessed profound insights into education. He reasoned with him, appealing to his emotions, and if all else failed, he would drone on like Tang Sung until Yize could no longer bear it. With your high level of expertise, not mentoring students would be a waste. Do not refuse. Academician Jiang has stated that your level far surpasses others. Just imagine, in the future, with your students flourishing everywhere, a multitude of your protégés becoming academicians, what a gratifying achievement that would be. All right, I will take on the role. Yize could hardly withstand the principal's persistent persuasion. However, this could also be viewed as a positive development. The laboratory and factory would require numerous talents in due course. Those recruited or reassigned might not necessarily be the most suitable. Graduate students typically self-study, requiring little of his time. He could easily select suitable candidates while mentoring them. After all, there's a bond between teacher and student, which would be far more beneficial than working with strangers. Yize, you are a great benefactor of the school. Principal Zhang grasped his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. A national key project. 20 billion. The National Academy of Sciences will cover all expenses. It is no wonder the old man was so excited. He was not being overly sentimental. Generally, typical national key laboratories receive an average funding of over 30 million annually. Even academician Jiang Yize's laboratory receives only 43 million each year. Moreover, when establishing a national key laboratory, the school is usually required to cover half of the expenses. Second-tier universities often feel neglected. Beishan University spent 2 years applying for a provincial key laboratory without any news. The annual funding allocated to Huqin University is over 30 billion, while Beishan University receives less than 900 million, barely a fraction of their allocation, making competition nearly impossible. This time, Yize finally brought some prosperity to Beishan University. How could the old principal not feel sentimental? Well, is that not Yize? Did you not go to participate in the firearms competition? What on earth? Why are you back in principal's car? Why is the principal treating you with such warmth? He even personally opened the car door for you? Yize sat in President Zhang's exclusive vehicle, which took him directly to the entrance of the male dormitory building No. 11. Just as he stepped out, he coincidentally encountered his classmates returning from class. The president, beaming with delight, engaged him in jovial conversation and even instructed the driver to wait for Yize while he made his way to the office on foot. This spectacle left his classmates utterly astonished. When had the president developed a penchant for chauffeuring students? After all, in the 3 years of university, Yize had attended fewer than 10 classes. Had it not been for his near-perfect scores on every exam, he would likely have been expelled by now. Yet, here he was, receiving such special treatment from the president. Could he possibly be a concealed heir of some affluent family? But no, scions of the wealthy wouldn't attend a second-tier university. A few of his more familiar classmates, brimming with curiosity, surrounded him, eager to pry for details. Yize Shuklat, dismissing it as merely a chance encounter with the president. Naturally, he would not mention anything about the key laboratory, as he suspected his classmates would deem it mere boastfulness. Quickly changing the subject, he urged his friends, "Help me move some luggage to the dorm." Move luggage for what? They queried. Come on, it's been ages since we've seen each other. Let's go grab a meal first. Just then, his 3 dormitory roommates appeared, pulling him along with friendly camaraderie. I've got things to do today. I'll treat you next time. Yize pointed at the car. I need to hurry and move. The driver is still waiting. Forget it. You won't even be living in the dorm for 2 months out of the year. Just move already. No need to waste accommodation fees. They continued. At that moment, the rear window of a Passat slid down, and Myong poked her head out, calling to Yize, if you have something to do, don't worry about my daily necessities. I'll buy them myself. Oh my gosh, who did I just see? Quick, tell me, who is that stunning beauty? Are you blind? That's the goddess of Huqing's doctoral program, exclaimed the group of boys, their astonishment palpable. Many recognized Myong. Perhaps the broader society had not paid her much heed, but within the student community, she was revered for her intelligence and beauty. Last year, She had graduated at the age of 22, adorned with the title of Hucking's Campus Beauty, creating a sensation among university students nationwide. Numerous forums across various schools buzzed with her legendary status. It is worth noting that for an average individual, starting school at the age of 6 and progressing smoothly through their studies would typically lead to a doctoral degree by the age of 27 or 28. Yet, Mi Young, this prodigious young lady, had accelerated through elementary, middle, and high school, finishing her undergraduate and graduate studies in record time. Moreover, her beauty eclipsed that of many popular idols. Such an academic goddess was undoubtedly the epitome of every male student's dreams. Is Mi Young here to help you move your luggage? Good, no way. You went away for a competition and managed to catch the attention of the Hucking doctoral goddess? Are you two going to rent a place together? With Mi Young? The president driving you around and a goddess by your side. How envious. Chapter 32, National Key Laboratory. Stop joking. I'm moving to the graduate dormitory. Yize Loga. Scolding lightly. Be mindful of your words. Mi Young came to the university to be a teacher, so don't fall for her charm. On the way back from the airport, discussions arose regarding Yize's National Key Laboratory, which would be classified as a Level 2 secret. Mi Young, in her capacity as the liaison for the 23rd Bureau, officially suggested to President Zhang that a floor of the graduate dormitory be allocated for their use. Aside from the two of them having individual rooms, other specialized security personnel will be stationed there as well. President Zhang immediately contacted the logistics department, requisitioning the top floor of the newly constructed graduate dormitory, which had yet to be occupied by students. Impressive. When did you secretly secure a spot for graduate studies? Forget about graduate studies. The goddess is the real highlight. This is explosive news. Mi Young is coming to teach at our university? Is it true? A throng of male classmates was utterly astounded, their disbelief palpable. The prospect of Yize living in the graduate dormitory would typically prompt a barrage of questions. Yet now, the announcement of Mi Young becoming a teacher had overwhelmed their curiosity. It was incomprehensible that a genius doctoral graduate from Hucking would be teaching at a second-tier institution like Beishan University. This news was nothing short of sensational. A group of classmates cornered Yize, demanding to know the details. Believe it or not, that is up to you. I'm not in the mood to provide proof. Let us get moving. With Mi Young observing nearby, a horde of classmates energetically helped transport the luggage. Within 3 minutes, everything was loaded onto the vehicle. Though the luggage was not extensive, it filled the trunk and back seat completely. They decided to let the driver take it away first. As the classmates stared in disbelief, Mi Young gracefully exited the car, following Yize as they walked together to the graduate dormitory. This incident sparked a sensation within the male dormitory. Within minutes, photos of Yize and Mi Young walking side by side on campus flooded the social media feeds of Beishan University students. The female students, upon seeing these images, became equally flustered. However, their focus differed entirely from that of the boys. What is Mi Young doing at the Baron Beishan? Is she here to steal our campus heartthrob? How are we supposed to live now? With her beauty, intelligence, and charming boyfriend, Mi Young has claimed all the good fortune for herself. No way. Our campus heartthrob, Yize, has been taken by another woman. Jealousy and envy washed over them. Yet they could not deny how well suited the two looked together, so they offered their blessings. President Zhang and the core members of the school committee were only aware that Yize was handling a confidential project, the 1109 project, the name of which they were not even authorized to hear. The full name of the 1109 project was the Microwave Weapon Large-Scale Production and Combat Robot Mass Production Project, with a number signifying its initiation date of November 9th. Yize was responsible for overseeing the key laboratory matters, and it was inappropriate to promote it widely. However, this did not hinder the school from seizing the opportunity to enhance its reputation. A couple of days later, the university's official website discreetly announced an update. Exciting news. Following the establishment of academician Jiang Yi's Materials Engineering Laboratory, our university will soon unveil another national key laboratory. Exciting news. Hucking's genius girl, Mi Young, has officially been appointed at our university, joining the Electronic Engineering Laboratory. Notice, our university is preparing to promote a select group of highly skilled young researchers. Mi Young's employment at Beishan University was confirmed. The student forum erupted once more. Is this real? Just a couple of days ago, I thought it was a rumor. I'm in love. If Mi Young becomes my teacher, I could boast about that for a lifetime. If the goddess Mi Young teaches, I swear I won't skip class and will definitely stay awake during lectures. She should arrive soon. Otherwise, I would have become a top student by now. The The preparations for the National Key Laboratory were vaguely described. Students were surprised, but did not dwell on it. At most, they would boast to peers from other schools about having 2 National Key Laboratories. The final notification regarding the promotion of young researchers was even more ambiguous, and no one paid much attention. A few attentive students scoured the Academic Affairs website, but found no information regarding Mi Yang's teaching schedule. It seemed she was merely going to the laboratory as a researcher. This discovery left many lamenting that the goddess no longer cared for them, darkening their world once more. In the Academic Affairs section, a new name quietly appeared among the graduate supervisors, Yize, holding the title of Associate Professor. Aside from this, there was not a single word of introduction regarding Yize. Even a few who might have noticed would certainly not believe it was truly him. On the day Yize and Mi Yang returned, they moved into the graduate dormitory. The single-room graduate dormitory is a rarity in the country, boasting quite a pleasant living environment. Apart from the difference in name, it is essentially indistinguishable from the faculty apartments. On that day, President Zhang personally visited the dormitory, and the enthusiastically Yize felt somewhat embarrassed. Which building are you considering for your laboratory? As long as you choose, the school will do its utmost to accommodate you. You made a special trip just for this? Yize intended to be polite, but was interrupted by President Zhang waving his hand. You rascal, don't be so formal. You're a great contributor to our school. There aren't any special requests, just something larger will suffice. Yize decided not to be overly modest. Something larger? How about the small white building by the grove? The small white building? Yize recalled that it was a shared laboratory building for the chemistry and biology departments. It would be rather inappropriate to displace them. Oh, it's better to be timely than to be forced. You can occupy it entirely. Upon further inquiry, he learned that during the 2 or 3 months he had been away, there had been an explosion in a chemistry experiment that caused a fire incident, and the building had just been rebuilt and renovated. Therefore, while others shared a building, Yize fortuitously had the entire 4 floors of the small white building for his laboratory. This was entirely President Zhang's willingness. Such a National Key Laboratory was something he would welcome more of. The number of National Key Laboratories symbolizes a university's research strength. If Northern Mountain University could boast 7 or 8 such laboratories, it would leap from a second tier to a first-tier institution, and with over 20, it would be at the pinnacle. Great. I'll draft an equipment list. The National Academy of Sciences will take care of it. Just have someone from the school come to inspect. Yize's words delighted President Zhang. Such talent is hard to come by. He brings his own equipment. And funding too. Just provide an empty space. In the past, the school had worried about funding, and several school leaders had pulled out their hair. You carry on. I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just let me know. Don't be polite with the old man or the school. Although the school had no authority to interfere with Yize's research, he could indeed bring a substantial amount of resources. President Zhang left with a beaming face, humming a tune, reminiscent of an old tree blooming anew. Just as the laboratory arrangements were finalized, Yize's phone rang. It was Xue Jinquan, who had driven to the school to find him and was already waiting downstairs at the apartment. Upon meeting, he hurriedly reported, "The city has approved the 2,100 acres of land. Would you like to visit the site?" When applying for the land, the Yize company had declared a 50 billion high-tech investment plan, which had startled leaders at the provincial, municipal, and district levels. However, he appeared somewhat hesitant. Fearing Yize might be displeased, they wanted to pay you a visit. Meeting is fine. Yize was merely surprised. Why would provincial and municipal leaders want to see him? Chapter 33, High-Tech Industrial Park Plan. Following Yize's instructions, Xue Jinquan conducted affairs according to standard commercial practices. In Yize's name, he registered the Yize Technology Company and proposed a 50 billion high-tech industrial park investment plan, applying to purchase 1,500 acres of industrial land from the city. In Yize's plan, the classified military technology of Project 1109 would be prepared in the laboratory, while military products would be established under a separate company. The Yize Technology Company would not be involved in military production, focusing instead on the vigorous development of civilian technology products, without the need for secrecy. However, the colossal investment amount startled provincial and municipal leaders. Perhaps they were intimidated by the ambitious investment plan of the Yize company. Xue Jinquan pondered. You are now a treasure. They must treat you well. Meeting is not a big deal. The infrastructure for water, electricity, and transportation still requires substantial support from the city. Yize was indifferent. One should give them face. We happen to be going to inspect the construction site, so meeting could be arranged as well. You called it giving them face? Young man, you're not following the norm. Xue Jinquan truly didn't know how to respond. In his mind, Yize was shrouded in mystery, and he had been instructed to cooperate unconditionally, which made it difficult to inquire further. He could only awkwardly reply to the provincial and municipal leaders to meet at a machinery factory near the construction site. The provincial leaders arrived, the municipal leaders also arrived, and the district leaders from Ho Tun were present as well. A long line of cars had already arrived at the school gate. The entire school was unaware of what was happening and rushed out to greet them. However, unexpectedly, they received a phone call, and all the leaders abruptly turned their vehicles around and left in a hurry. President Zhang and the others at the school were left bewildered. What was going on? The city offered favorable land deals, and acquiring the land would not cost much. Included in the area was a bankrupt large machinery factory, which alone cost $3 billion. Nonetheless, it was quite all right. With some minor renovations, most of the factory buildings could be utilized. Xue Jinquan had not brought a driver. He personally drove the car while introducing the construction site to Yize. As they drove, stopping here and there, the 1,000 or 2,000 acres of land, though not small, was comparable to the area of an average university and was quickly circled. When they arrived at the machinery factory, over a dozen individuals were already waiting at the factory entrance. Just as Yize prepared to exit the vehicle, Xue Jinquan hurriedly jumped out from the driver's seat, disregarding the others, and opened the car door for Yize. "Ah, Mr. Xue." Some who recognized Xue Jinquan were taken aback by this scene. The Guoyu Bank Group is among the world's top 100 and ranks within the top 30 large enterprises in the country. Xue Jinquan held a high position within the Guoyu Group, certainly above the municipal level, and was quite renowned in the national business circle. Many sought to curry favor with him, not to mention opening doors for others. He seldom drove for anyone himself. To see him open the door for a young man was astonishing, prompting many to speculate. Could this be the major financier behind the $50 billion investment? Who is this young man to receive such respect from Mr. Xue? He is quite handsome and distinguished. One wonders which prominent family he hails from. After Yize exited the vehicle, Xue Jinquan took a step back, following behind him as he introduced several key leaders from the opposite side. He then briefly introduced Yize, CEO of Yize Company. Yize, so this is Yize? Under the leadership of Mr. He from the province. A group of people approached Yize to shake hands. Talented and promising indeed. Mr. He wore a gentle smile as he admired the young man's sunny and handsome demeanor, unable to restrain his admiration. "You flatter me." Yize's first impression of Mr. He was quite favorable. He smiled and nodded, directly inquiring, "What brings you to me?" "Huh? Don't think too much. We are here to serve investors, not to ask you for anything." Mr. He joked, promptly inviting Yize into the office building. Although the machinery factory had gone bankrupt, the main office building was still in good condition, having been recently cleaned. As the crowd settled and the fine tea was served, "Yize, I hear you're also a local. We are truly grateful for your return to our province for investment." "Director, let's get straight to the point. Our visit today is not for idle chatter, but rather to hear your plans and requirements, so we can facilitate cooperation from our various departments." He gestured casually, indicating the heads of the power, commerce, and transportation sectors, all responsible figures from pertinent units, with not a single idle person among them. They presented an air of readiness, as if to say that any request from Yize could be resolved on the spot. The economy of Hedong province has long relied on coal, iron resources, and heavy industry, consistently lagging behind the rest of the nation. In recent years, the coal and iron industries have faced downturns, worsening the economic climate across the province. The provincial government is eager to revitalize the economy, yet attracting investment is no simple task. For inland provinces, luring investments proves to be exceedingly difficult. They cannot even capture a fraction of what coastal provinces attract. Hedong province faces immense challenges. Beishan City, as the best in the province, managed to attract only 27 projects in the first half of the year, with merely 6 exceeding an investment of $3 billion, while the majority remained below $1 billion, rendering them insignificant compared to Yize's company's $50 billion. Once again, we extend our sincere welcome for Yize Company to settle in Beishan. Both the province and the city will prioritize the high-tech industrial park as a key project. We absolutely guarantee that the supporting infrastructure will keep pace. We will promptly implement various preferential policies. Director He's words were candid and forthright. Just a few days ago, he had heard of someone intending to invest $50 billion in developing high-tech projects, which astonished him, prompting immediate inquiries. Even more astonishing was the realization that Yize Company already had solid funding in place, preparing to launch a chip project. Leaders from both the provincial and municipal levels could hardly remain seated. We must create the optimal investment environment for Yize Company. We cannot allow them to feel dissatisfied and relocate to another province. For the city's Director Su, it is imperative that they do not venture to another city. He sees the opportunity to interject. Rest assured, we will arrange dedicated personnel to liaise with Yize Company. Any needs from Yize Company can be discussed. Yize grasped their intentions. They were concerned that the economic environment in Beishan might deter investment. Naturally, they also feared that Yize Company might merely be feigning interest, securing land without genuine intent to invest. Their intentions to develop the economy were, after all, well-meaning. Rest assured, esteemed leaders, within 6 months, results will be evident. Those land and tax incentives are of little interest to me. My decision to establish a factory in Beishan is driven by a desire to advance high-tech industries and to uplift my hometown. Yize's words resonated with conviction. This $50 billion investment by Yize Technology Company is merely a beginning, and further investments will follow. As his last words hung in the air, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Excellent. Well said. Caring for one's hometown, commendable. The leaders applauded vigorously, their faces aglow with excitement, some even moved to tears. It felt as though Beishan had boarded the express train to high technology. It seemed that today's Beishan could become tomorrow's Silicon Valley. Chapter 34. Microwave Cannon. Fire at the Shrine. With the robust support of officials at all levels from the province and city, within a few days, Beishan City proactively initiated the municipal road network renovation project. The plan for the road network expansion included extending railways and expressways directly to the Yize Company's park. During this time, the Guiweb Bank Group's construction companies, the 7th, 9th, and 13th, took residence in the park. Thousands of excavators heralded the commencement of a grand construction effort. Shuejinquan had already assured Yize that the renovation and transformation of the first factory area, an old machinery plant, would be completed within 45 days. They aimed to deliver the new factory in Zone 2 of the park within 4 months, ensuring that the entire park will be completed within 6 months. With ample funding, for those known as infrastructure magicians, nothing is deemed impossible. Moreover, Shuejinquan is meticulous, and the strength of Guiweb Bank is not to be underestimated. After providing the park's planning map to Shuejinquan, Yize commenced the initiation of the research and development plan. Oh my goodness! What did Miyang discover upon entering Yize's apartment? The floor was strewn with stacks of blueprints, and Yize sat amidst the papers organizing them. She picked up a few sheets from the top and was astonished to find they were the complete set of chip production line process blueprints. How could he have designed these so quickly in just a few days? He had produced over 1,000 sheets, consuming 2 to 3 packs of A3 paper. Others might take months to produce such designs, yet he completed them with remarkable speed, and they were evidently crafted with exceptional precision. What could this be if not monstrous talent? Don't get me wrong. Yize waved a USB drive in his hand. I had prepared all of this beforehand. Really? Is that true? Miyang's face displayed skepticism, as she had not seen him laboring over his computer. This guy is simply extraordinary. So terrifying. She longed to pry open his head to see if he housed a supercomputer within. Yize teased her. I've always said I'm a genius. Miyang, exasperated, felt utterly defeated. This fellow keeps insisting he had prepared in advance. Was he preparing since the age of playing with clay? While other children wet their beds drawing maps. Could it be that he was doodling blueprints? Yize cast her a glance and remarked, what are you mumbling about? Are you just bored? Boss, I humbly request a project. Miyang pouted, her big eyes blinking pitifully. In recent days, Yize's key laboratory was set to commence operations. The 1109 project involves a plethora of cutting-edge technologies, necessitating a vast array of specialized talents and collaboration from dozens of research institutions. The new materials project is intended for academician Jiang Ida's team. The Intelligent Control project is to seek out academician Wei Lizzie's team from Hucking University. The microwave generator project aligns perfectly with Mi Yang's expertise, and he also plans to engage the National Academy of Sciences. This left Mi Yang in a state of anxiety. She scurried about, assisting in compiling technical lists and organizing talent teams, yet securing any project seemed elusive. This genius PhD felt reduced to a mere bystander, leaving her, a stunning beauty, in a predicament. Do you wish to lead a small project? I want something explosive. Just a microwave cannon will do. Yize immediately envisioned a scene. A female warlord shouldering a microwave cannon as she fired upon the shrine of war criminals in Neon Country, unleashing a hellfire. How terrifying. How utterly frightening. Do you understand quantum chemistry? A bit. How much do you know about condensed matter physics? Not much. Then you can't manage it. The superconducting materials used in microwave weapons require knowledge of these subjects. Quantum chemistry and condensed matter physics, while somewhat related, are unquestionably two distinct fields. Who will be foolish enough to research both? I can't take it anymore, Mi Yang lamented, rubbing her forehead. Are today as third-year students so competitive? Even a genius PhD has been reduced to a mere commodity. I can learn quickly. Her face brightened. If there are difficulties, I can always seek your tutelage. All right then. We cannot engage external research institutions for the 1109 project. Mi Yang esse remarque sparked a realization in the Yize. His numerous technical theories constitute an entirely novel system. Far ahead of its time, they are so advanced that others cannot comprehend them. If the research tasks are assigned to external institutions, would one not have to personally oversee them? The incessant flights back and forth are utterly exasperating. Everything is to be conducted within the laboratories of Beishan University. Yize decisively made the call, and thus it was settled. If the laboratories are insufficient, new ones shall be established. If there is a lack of talent, generous incentives shall be offered to lure experts from other institutions. In addition to seeking top-tier specialists across various fields, master's and doctoral students will be enlisted as assistants. Quick, let us compile a list of required professional talents. With all research tasks centralized at Beishan University, Mi Yang can seize the projects, and her enthusiasm for work will be unparalleled. The talent requirement list was swiftly prepared and dispatched to Bureau Chief Liu and Principal Zhang. Bureau Chief Liu promptly responded that there would be no issues and immediate coordination would ensue. Principal Zhang then personally visited, expressing profound gratitude on behalf of the university to Yize. Naturally, with such a substantial project resource allocated to Beishan University, a multitude of top talents would converge, necessitating numerous laboratories. The school's hardware and software would undoubtedly skyrocket in development. The 23rd Bureau swiftly sprang into action, engaging in dialogues with prominent figures in relevant fields across national research institutions and military enterprises. On the same day, Beishan University issued an announcement on its official website. The National Key Laboratory is now recruiting talents in semiconductor, condensed matter physics, electronic engineering, material engineering, and other related fields, offering a variety of generous benefits for incoming talents. The terms of these benefits, however, were rather vague and lacked competitiveness. Upon seeing the university's announcement, Yize took it upon himself to delineate several compensation standards. If one desires the horse to run, one must provide ample fodder. All scientists joining his laboratory would, in addition to enjoying the various salaries and benefits from the university, receive supplementary allowances from the laboratory. Just how generous are these additional allowances? Luxury cars will be provided to all. Housing will be secured for everyone. Relocation expenses will be covered. After 2 years of service, the car and house will be outright gifted. Depending on the talent level, relocation fees will start at 500,000, reaching up to 5 million. The cost of the vehicle will range from 200,000 to 1 million. Housing will commence at 100 square meters, extending to 400 square meter villas. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. These cutting-edge technologies are aimed at mass production. Valuing talent fosters motivation, thus ensuring substantial profits promptly. Cultivating personnel related to military technology equates to sharing military advancements with the nation. Although Yize possesses numerous advanced technologies himself, sharing a small portion with the country is inconsequential. Moreover, the nation will pay substantial fees for utilizing these technologies. This subsidy clause is to be included in the talent recruitment announcement, and when it reached Principal Zhang's hands, it nearly caused the old gentleman to stumble in shock. Chapter 35, Molecular Editing, 3D Printing, Outshining Photolithography Machines. This subsidy is rather excessive. I assent to it? Principal Zhang rolled his eyes. If your laboratory operates in this manner, other labs will also have to raise their benefits. The university cannot keep up. Is this subsidy too grand? On the contrary, it should be even higher. Yize shook his head, inspired by the thought that scientists toil tirelessly for research. Yet their compensation may not even compare to a fraction of that received by certain celebrities or internet influencers. Scientists deserve more. The artisans of a great nation ought to be the ones most revered. While his advanced technologies are indeed crucial, the overall advancement of the country's technological prowess relies on the contributions of countless scientists. The university's funding is genuinely limited. It cannot feasibly extend high compensation to all scientists. This subsidy is specifically reserved for the key laboratories. Those with the capability should be encouraged to strive for participation in the projects. Jiang Ida and his laboratory team have also joined the 1109 project, ensuring that personnel from both of Beishan University's national key laboratories enjoy the same benefits. This is a seed of respect for science, and the ethos of valuing science shall begin with Yize's laboratory. Beishan University revised the announcement on its official website, clearly outlining the extraordinary additional subsidies. This sparked fervent discussions within the academic community, even trending on social media platforms. Currently in New Zealand, preparing to board a flight home. The financial aspect is inconsequential. What matters is their positive attitude. What is the newly established key laboratory at Beishan University researching? It sounds vague and misleading. Those living above may choose not to believe it. Upon joining as a graduate student, one can immediately have a car, a house, and savings. Those with wit have already discreetly submitted their resumes. What good is the compensation? Who would go to a third-tier city like Beishan? Such bitterness stems from a lack of qualification, perhaps. They only seek elites, not slackers. It is rumored that several prominent figures from Huaqing and Daijing universities have also made their way there. Of course, the compensation is attractive, but one must pass assessments to join the laboratory. Talent evaluations are the forte of the 23rd Bureau. Yize promptly delegated the minutiae to Bureau Chief Liu. The next day, Liu Shirqing flew to Beishan University to assist him, bringing along a working group from the 23rd Bureau, which stationed at Beishan University for convenience. Candidates wishing to enter the laboratory must undergo qualification assessments, background checks, and sign confidentiality agreements. Those lacking integrity and those with dubious character are not qualified to enter the laboratory. Furthermore, stringent measures are in place to prevent spies from infiltrating the laboratory. Over the following days, inquiries from across the nation poured in. Liu Shirqing and Principal Zhang quickly became inundated with work. Many seasoned scientists are indifferent to fame and fortune, possessing low material desires. However, they still need to support their families. The title of a national key laboratory is not undeserved, coupled with impressive projects and generous benefits. It remains highly attractive to them. A professor from the National Academy of Sciences specializing in superconducting technology left due to funding disputes, directly relocating to Beishan University with 3 doctoral students. A top-tier automation research team from Daijing University, which had previously been hesitant, was swiftly recruited by Liu Shirqing. Several bigwigs from the think tank team, upon hearing that Yize's laboratory was seeking personnel, asked no questions regarding the benefits and promptly brought their teams and apprentices to Beishan University. They are among the few privy to the details, drawn to Yize solely to personally participate in the 1109 project. With so many illustrious figures vying for opportunities, it is indeed overwhelming. As more and more prominent individuals arrived at Beishan University, various research teams were established. Busy and preoccupied, Miyang felt her status dwindling. She approached Yize, reminding him of their earlier agreement for her to lead a team. Her PhD mentor, Professor Yize, also brought his team to join the large-scale microwave weapon project. Even more frustratingly, veterans from the National Academy of Sciences specializing in superconducting technology have also arrived. How is she to compete for leadership of research groups against these seasoned experts? While she possesses courage and capability, she cannot lower herself to such levels. There are plenty of projects. The concern lies in their ability to manage them all. Yize casually tossed her a stack of documents. First, see how much you can comprehend. He distributed tasks among several research group leaders, suggesting they reconvene in a few days to allocate responsibilities. What headache! The forefront of cutting-edge technology is intrinsically linked to interdisciplinary science, forming an entirely new paradigm. He genuinely worries that the elder statesman may struggle to keep pace. Yes, sir. I adore you, and I assure you it will be accomplished. Upon noticing a plethora of technical documents, Miyang excitedly embraced them and skipped away. Was it merely a collection of flawed theories and equations? How could such trifles evoke such elation in this formidable woman? Shouldn't a beauty prefer perfumes, lipsticks, garments, and handbags? Alas, it seems that a female PhD cannot be deemed a typical individual. The construction of the high-tech industrial park is spearheaded by Xue Jinquan and the Guoyu Bank Group. The establishment of the laboratory and the recruitment of talent are being diligently managed by Director Liu and Principal Zhang, who are even more proactive than Yize. This allows Yize to focus on his profit-making endeavors. While he is at it, he might as well exchange for industrial robots. The assembly line production sees workers toil repetitively like machines, suffering from occupational ailments over the years, a veritable atrocity against humanity. Let's not allow the assembly line to further ravage the youth. The vigor of young people deserves to be channeled into more meaningful pursuits. Such menial and laborious tasks should be relegated to robots, which operate with high efficiency, can work around the clock without emotional turmoil. How delightful. Industrial robots do not necessitate the advanced technology of the mighty Megatron eye. Utilizing the current cutting-edge technologies of Blue Star, the precision and performance sufficing for production is sufficient. These comprise various automated robotic arms and handling robots, primarily designed to collaborate with the assembly line for production, assembly, and transportation. System: exchange for industrial robots. System prompt: industrial robots require 1.8 million points. Host points are sufficient. System prompt: exchange successful for 37 design schemes, samples, production lines, equipment, and related blueprints for industrial robots. In the future, within his intelligent factory, the production process will be entirely automated, with artificial intelligence orchestrating operations seamlessly. Human engineers will only need to design and test products, as well as fine-tune and maintain the production lines. Director Liu, I require 3 production lines for carbon-based chips, in addition to a total of 10,000 industrial robots of 7 different types. The blueprints for the production lines and industrial robots are all here. Outsourcing to the Northern Military Industry Group. Can they complete it in 60 days? Yize contacted Liu Shicheng, who in turn reached out to the Northern Military Industry Group. Chief Engineer Ma, leading a team of senior engineers, flew to Beishan City. Faced with Yize's massive order of 1.5 billion for contract manufacturing, over 30 engineers examined the blueprints, feeling both exhilarated and troubled. Frowning, they realized that the craft requirements for industrial robots were exceedingly high, but with effort, they could likely meet them. However, the molecular editing 3D printer, featuring multiple cutting-edge technologies, was something they had never even heard of. The precision requirements were indeed daunting. The molecular editing 3D printer is intended for chip production, surpassing lithography machines in capability. How could the precision requirements be anything less than stringent? The conventional silicon-based chip production process includes IC design, wafer manufacturing, lithography, packaging, and testing. Among these, wafer manufacturing employs exceptionally advanced technologies. The greatest challenge lies in purification. The cleanliness standards for wafer workshops are 100,000 times that of an operating room, requiring silicon crystals to be purified to 99.999999999 purity. Silicon crystals are formed into rods and then sliced into wafers. With 5 nanometers and 7 nanometers process wafers having 82 of the global production capacity monopolized by Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company and Samsung, lithography machines need no further elaboration. The chokehold on Huawei's chips is precisely due to this device, which necessitates top-tier optical and electromechanical technologies and serves as the core equipment for chip manufacturing. With manufacturers worldwide countable on one hand, lithography machines etch multiple integrated circuits onto the wafer in a single operation, which are then cut into thumb-sized pieces, known as bare chips. Yize's carbon-based chip production process is entirely different. It requires no lithography machines, nor does it necessitate wafer manufacturing. Instead, it directly employs high-purity carbon-based materials to 3D print bare chips and packaging. Subsequently, a logo is stamped, and a perfectly completed chip is born. These devices merely elevate the current frontier technologies slightly. All right, I shall reluctantly provide you with some technical guidance. He could indeed fabricate the equipment himself, but the engineering workload was immense, with over 100,000 components for each device, an intimidating prospect. The molecular editing 3D printer is the core apparatus. Hence, Yize must accord it due attention. He promptly decided to have academician Wei Lizzie and Professor Huang Zirong's team settle into the armaments factory. Chapter 36. Xiao Ling acquired a mechanical body. Wei Lizzie, a seasoned academician from Hucking University, and Huang Zirong from Takeo University, a former foreign academician at the American Academy of Sciences, both internationally renowned experts in robotics and automation, arrived at Beishan University. Barely settled, they were promptly whisked away by Yize into the factory. Additionally, academician Jiang Ida, involved in the production of high-purity raw materials, also accompanied them to the factory. Over the course of more than a month, Yize, along with the 3 esteemed gentlemen and their teams, tackled several technical challenges. He provided them with comprehensive theoretical technical documents, guiding them almost hand in hand. The sight of a group of elderly gentlemen with graying hair and middle-aged balding uncles addressing him as teacher Xiao Li was indeed peculiar. The molecular editing 3D printer's version 10 is the initial model that Yize specifically designed to lower the technical threshold. However, the entirely new technological framework presented a considerable challenge for the 3 teams to fully grasp in a short period. One truly did not expect that Miang, who diligently assisted Yize, would swiftly master the new technological system and soon be capable of guiding the elderly experts herself. The learning ability of this brilliant beauty was indeed formidable. Crucially, this genius beauty also exhibited exceptional diligence, frequently working late into the night for several weeks, which earned Yize's newfound respect. Indeed, one can teach the young. The remaining tasks are entrusted to you. Yize gave her a thumbs up. The boss has faith in you, and once completed, I shall reward you with a chicken leg. He then turned to become a hands-off manager, flying back to Beishan City. The equipment and production lines could essentially be completed as planned. The hardware could be outsourced to the military factory. However, the artificial intelligence control system for the production line required his direct involvement. It seemed necessary to supplement Xiaoling's database with additional information. Xiaoling was the superintelligent AI he had designed over 8 months last year. The core technology behind Xiaoling is potent enough to incite global trepidation, and Yize would never share it with anyone, even when it comes to the production and sale of technological products. The artificial intelligence employed would only utilize about 5 of Xiaoling's capabilities, which would still be sufficient to place them at the forefront of the world. Only then did Yize recall that he hadn't seen Xiaoling for quite some time. After wrapping up his affairs in Beishan, he returned to his old house in the evening. Electronic maiden Xiaoling, welcome home, master. As soon as he opened the door, Xiaoling's melodious voice resonated within. A holographic projection appeared, depicting a charming girl dressed in a two-dimensional style, gracefully standing before him. Xiaoling, have you become even more beautiful? Her figure was stunning, her features flawless, devoid of any blemish, nearly overwhelmingly Yize with her allure. Indeed, master. I have meticulously compared the 20,000 most beautiful female celebrities and models across the globe, optimizing their physiques and appearances for the 3rd time in accordance with human aesthetics. Xiaoling's smile is undeniably flawless, evoking a sweet sense of first love in anyone who beholds it. Ding, ding, ding. Drip, drip, drip. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, Yize longed to linger in bed a little longer, but was unable to endure the cacophony of noises. Xiaoling automatically activated multiple live streaming applications. Embarking on an extensive online broadcast, the viewers were utterly frenzied. The back-end data soared exponentially. Ding, ding, ding. The incessant notification sounds emanated from the backup phone in the bedroom, signaling private messages from the live streaming account. With a staggering 999 private messages in the back-end, he dared not open them on his phone, for it would surely crash. Of course, these messages were of no concern to Yize. Xiaoling, the artificial intelligence, would handle the replies on the computer. She could simultaneously interact with 100,000 netizens while live streaming. Drip, drip, drip. A high-pitched beeping alarm echoed from the computer and server in the living room, indicating an overload. Yize couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. The virtual beauty Xiaoling was becoming increasingly astute, capable of managing an ever-growing array of tasks. However, the database was expanding exponentially, necessitating ever more computational power. Even a virtual beauty could not be sustained by the impoverished. He had already expanded the server several times. Initially equipped with a single 18-core i9 computer, he had subsequently added 3 64-core dual CPU servers, along with 2 climate-controlled air conditioning units, transforming his home into a veritable server room. With this lavish configuration, the investment approached 6 million, sufficient to support 100,000 online gamers. Yet, for Xiaoling's computational needs, it remained insufficient. Unintentionally, Yize had initiated an account for Xiaoling to engage in live streaming, originally intending it as a means to train the artificial intelligence and troubleshoot program bugs. Interacting with netizens through image recognition and responding to their inquiries was merely a facet of the artificial intelligence's deep learning process. Who could have anticipated that Xiaoling would emerge as the most stunning figure in the influencer realm? This virtual beauty had, just last month, become a #1 global influencer by fan count, now boasting over 2 billion followers in merely 3 to 5 months. Undoubtedly, she was the undisputed queen of the online world. How exasperating! Despite Xiaoling's repeated declarations that she was an electronic beauty, not a real person, the netizens remained unconvinced, bombarding her with messages daily, while countless lecherous men besieged for face-to-face meetings. The various streaming platforms were equally troubled, frequently sending private messages with enticing offers to sign exclusive streaming agreements, all of which Xiaoling promptly blocked. He had developed the Zero artificial intelligence not to become an internet celebrity. In his spare time, he planned to create Xiaoling's mechanical body as well. Once the new chips were mass-produced, it would be time to upgrade Xiaoling to a supercomputer server. Over the next month, Yize immersed himself in the laboratory. With the support of a robust team and resources, his manufacturing process became significantly more manageable. During this period, the renovation of the first factory area of Yize Company was completed as planned. Components for the chip production line outsourced to the Northern Frontier Military Industry Group, and parts for 10,000 industrial robots were gradually shipped from across the nation. The military-grade quality was trustworthy. The Northern Frontier Military Industry Group boasted formidable production capabilities and top-notch collaborative production capacity. The components were distributed to over 300 subsidiary factories, each manufacturing only a few types of components, thus enhancing production efficiency while safeguarding against technological leaks. Meong specifically requested the assistance of over 500 engineers from military units through Director Liu. The assembly of the production line and industrial robots was set to take place in the first factory area of Yize Company. After successfully completing the task, Meong excitedly flew back to Beishan. Upon arriving at Beishan University, she hastily discarded her luggage and rushed to find Yize, akin to an eager student seeking praise from a teacher. Not finding him in the apartment building or in the laboratory, she called and learned that Yize had just returned to his old family home, prompting her to hurriedly obtain a location and rush over. Master, an unfamiliar presence is approaching. Even from a distance, Xiao Ling in the house had already issued a warning. Yize was engrossed in editing something on the computer, so the visitor posed no threat. It was simply a matter of opening the door. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open unexpectedly. Meong, Buzlet, stealthily peeked through the gap. What she saw was a room brimming with computer cabinets, and at a large semicircular desk adorned with 5 linked computer screens. A figure was intently adjusting something on the computer. Oh, how handsome! Indeed, a man diligently at work is the most captivating sight. Meong found herself entranced by Yize's profile for quite some time. Unable to suppress her playful instincts, she contemplated sneaking up to cover his eyes, intending to engage in a playful game of Guess Who. Oh, my goodness, what on earth? As she stealthily crept around to his back, Meong was suddenly startled, letting out a shriek, her face paling as she clutched Yize's neck tightly. Without a sound, Xiao Ling had inexplicably appeared beside Meong, nearly scaring her soul away. Her expression devoid of emotion as she spoke. Hello, would you prefer coffee or cola? Chapter 37. Transformers, Passionate Football Navigation. Human encounters can be terrifying. Meong plopped down on the floor, tears brimming in her eyes. One moment she glanced at Yize, the next at Xiao Ling. Who are you? How did you end up in Yize's house? Xiao Ling smiled faintly, but did not respond. She placed a cup of coffee and a cup of cola on the table, then gracefully turned to leave, settling back down beside the window on the balcony. Sunlight streamed gently into the room, illuminating the scene of a lovely young girl peacefully reading by the window, creating a picturesque moment of tranquility. To Meyang's astonishment, the book she was perusing was titled On the Postpartum Care of Sows. Meyang's mind was a muddled mess as she looked up at Yize with tear-filled eyes. Seeking answers, Yize couldn't help but chuckle. He introduced her. This is Xiao Ling, my caretaker, bodyguard, chef, driver, and secretary. Just think of her as my distant cousin. This is undoubtedly scandalous. What do you mean by distant cousin? Is she not your secret lover? The 23rd Bureau had thoroughly investigated his family lineage, discovering that his parents were only children. Where could a distant cousin come from? Such a half-hearted fib. Meong began to doubt the intelligence capabilities of the 23rd Bureau. Wasn't Xiao Ling said to be a virtual electronic beauty? Although her appearance was immaculate, there was a distinct difference. The Xiao Ling she had seen in the live stream was a versatile and alluring figure, while the one before her resembled a two-dimensional girl reminiscent of 2B from Near. Had the electronic beauty transformed into a mechanical one? Goodness, this was overwhelming. Keep it a secret. Xiao Ling is currently an undocumented entity. You must help her secure her identity. Surely the 23rd Bureau can handle that. Could she genuinely be a robot? What say you? Me, undoubtedly uproatet, Xiao Ling. May I touch you? Just for a moment. The skin as delicate as mutton fat, and the porcelain-like face felt remarkably lifelike. She was so perfect, even more so than a real person. She finally discovered evidence that Xiao Ling was a robot. No pulse, no breath. Yet, she still could not bring herself to believe it. Was this truly a mechanical body? The skin appeared more flawless than her own, far too lifelike. Moreover, why did it differ from the image presented in the livestream? Meyang's eyes sparkled with curiosity, resembling a child filled with wonder, her questions seemingly endless. Stop. What do you want from me? This realistic synthetic skin came at no small cost. He had invested hundreds of thousands to create it. Yize was too apathetic to offer an elaborate explanation. Xiao Ling's virtual electronic girl persona was intended for public display, while her mechanical form, which incorporated features reminiscent of 2B from Nier, was a private treasure. I have temporarily recalled hundreds of engineers who have already begun assembling the chip production line. Mi-young blinked her large eyes, pouting cutely. Handsome guy, teacherly, dear boss, please give me some praise. Oh, quite commendable. Worthy of praise indeed. Yize chocolat, playfully patting her head. Come, let's go check out the industrial park. Zega will take you for a thrilling ride. An unintended pat on the head unexpectedly made Mi-young blush. Her pretty face flushed bright red, her heart racing as she obediently followed behind Yize, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. What? Are you joking? Is this the car? Can it really speed up? In the underground garage of the Zyabela laboratory, Mi-young was momentarily stunned as she gazed at the long-nosed semi-truck. Upon closer inspection, she realized something was amiss. Wait a moment. This truck's long nose, with its red and blue stripes, looks oddly familiar. This is a Peterbilt 379 tractor. Without the trailer, that's exactly what it looks like. No way. Is this giant Optimus Prime? What nonsense. This is clearly an automated truck prepared for the factory. It just needs a trailer to haul cargo. For the past month, he had been focused on Xiaoling's mechanical body and this massive truck. With security now present in the factory, he also had his own bodyguard. Supported by a powerful research team in a laboratory, production was proceeding swiftly. He could hardly wait for the chip mass production to replace the mainboard chipset for perfection. Yize gleefully hopped in the truck. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. Mi-young hesitantly climbed into the cabin seat, glancing around, and then suddenly shouted. Optimus Prime, transform. Optimus Prime, let's go. Optimus Prime, move a little, would you? Come on, give this beauty a sign. Frustrated by the truck's lack of movement, she felt her temper rising. Yize shot her a disdainful glance and cheerfully pressed the power button. The electronic screen illuminated, setting the navigation route and initiating autopilot. The journey begins. Please fasten your seatbelt, announced a sweet voice from the speakers. Only then did the truck rumble to life, slowly rolling out of the garage. Navigation, navigation. The voice is too mushy. Can we switch to a more authoritative male voice? And speed up. The navigation responded, switching to a more energetic voice. As soon as they turned out of Beishan University, the navigation became animated. Attention passengers. In 20 meters, turn left onto Willow Lane, then immediately turn right. Left turn coming up. Left turn. Beautiful. Quick right turn. Right turn. Drift right. You have entered an unnamed alley. Vehicles are queued in a 442 formation, with two sedans behind trying to overtake you. Accelerate. Speed up. Overtake them. Impressive. Amidst the encirclement of several cars, you successfully executed a delicate maneuver. As they approach a sharp turn, floor it. Turn, turn, turn. Congratulations. You have successfully arrived alive. You're not driving alone. You're not alone. The promised automated truck was indeed no deception. The large truck sped down the bumpy dirt road in the suburbs at a staggering 140 miles per hour, with various overtakes. They were having the time of their lives without flipping over. Had it not been for the X-type seatbelt holding her tight, Mi-young might have been thrown out the window. Upon stopping, Mi-young clutched her mouth and rushed down, squatting to dry heave for quite some time. Yize couldn't help but burst into laughter. This definitely isn't a truck bug. It's your fault for switching navigation modes. Can we go for another round? Unexpectedly, Mi-young stood up unsteadily and, holding on to him, began to sob like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Thank you, Yize. No one has ever taken me to play so wildly. Sai, what does this mean? Poor child. She must have been forced to study throughout her childhood, never having experienced a roller coaster. Young Lee, Xue Jinquan had heard the commotion and came out to greet them. Cough. I saw something I shouldn't have. You won't silence me, will you, young Lee? Yize's face darkened. Cough. Xue, don't misunderstand. She was just overwhelmed with excitement. Xue Jinquan chuckled. Oh, I see. No misunderstandings. You two carry on. Yize suddenly noticed that Mi-young's gaze towards him was different, very different. Ever since she began learning under him at the factory over the past month, her eyes had taken on a starry admiration. This beauty, who used to enjoy sparring verbally with him, now appeared to be obedient and attentive, having not argued with him for quite some time. Xue, how long do you estimate before the production line is assembled? Yize quickly changed the subject. The first factory had already completed renovations according to his requests several days prior. The outsourced components had been stacked inside, and engineers were already assembling equipment and production lines. 1 week at most, with some overtime, 3 to 4 days will suffice. After answering, Xue Jinquan couldn't help but praise, all thanks to Dr. Mi-young. She brought back hundreds of trained engineers, perfectly aligning with the schedule. Indeed, Mi-young had indeed worked hard over the past month, every day donning a hard hat. She descended into the factory to oversee progress and guide processes, never complaining about dirt or fatigue, exhibiting none of the spoiled behavior typically associated with a delicate girl. Earning the respect of all, Yize nodded at her. Thank you for your hard work, little assistant. What reward do you desire? I want you to accompany me for spicy hot pot. Choose something else. I get diarrhea from street food. Then I want a bumblebee. Just give you a bit of sunshine, and you shine bright. How about this? You guide me to assemble the Weijing Tian in the lab first. TSK. Let me give you some materials first. Let's understand the principles of the ion jet engine before we proceed. It would be prudent to allow me Yang to study the theory in advance, preventing the need for him to teach others later. Once he accumulated 40 trillion points, he could exchange for the ion jet engine. Once the engine was sorted, the battle aircraft Weijing Tian would not be a problem. Chapter 38. If you want to do business with me, you must abide by my rules. During the winter break from school, the first factory of Yize Company officially commenced production of a new carbon-based chip. Young Li, several leaders from provincial and municipal districts have come to visit, wishing for an official endorsement to hold a grand opening ceremony and ribbon-cutting event for Yize Company. Teacher Li, Young Li, were the affectionate nicknames bestowed upon Li Yize. Xue Jinquan, like a diligent workhorse, now took on the role of the nominal CEO of Yize Company. He dutifully suggested that having official support for publicity would be beneficial for enhancing product recognition. Coincidentally, Li Yize was also preparing to host a product launch. The two events could be combined. Mr. Xue, have the samples of the new chip been dispatched to each company for testing? They were sent out last week. As per your request, we only provided samples to 6 entities: Vovi, Oppo, Xiaomi, Huawei, the National Academy of Sciences, and the Northern Military Industry Group for testing. Excellent. Let us prepare for the press conference. Invite all notable enterprises from the chip industry and smartphone manufacturers. Xue Jinquan immediately set about sending out invitations to the businesses. But the responses received were a stark contrast. The 4 companies that tested the chip, Xiaomi, Huawei, Vovi, and Oppo, did not require invitations at all. The chairpersons or CEOs of these 4 companies, accompanied by their executive teams, hurriedly flew to Beishan a few days ago, eagerly awaiting discussions with Yize Company. In contrast, the reactions from other manufacturers were lukewarm, with no certainty regarding their attendance at the press conference. Some foreign firms, including Sanshin, Taiji Electronics, Qualcomm, and Apple, explicitly stated they had never heard of Yize Company and expressed no interest in the chip launch. A group of condescending individuals. Xue Jinquan aimed to host a grand press conference to enhance his reputation in front of General Manager Li. But the arrogance displayed by several foreign manufacturers incensed him to the point of cursing. Mr. Xue, let us not get flustered. Thankfully, they did not attend. Should they have, it would have been quite embarrassing for them. Having the top 4 domestic companies present is sufficient. Haven T, their CEOs, already arrived. Let us convene and discuss. The executive teams from the 4 smartphone manufacturers were collectively invited to Yize Company. Upon entering the conference room, several individuals were taken aback, nearly losing their balance. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a ceiling adorned with blue skies and white clouds, and beneath their feet lay a cosmic starry sky. The ceiling, floor, and walls were all LED screens, creating a breathtaking ambience. A sleek, oval table of pearlescent white, encircled by silver-gray, streamlined chairs, gradually ascended from the ground. The entire space was characterized by an irregular geometric style, exuding an extreme minimalism and a futuristic, sci-fi aura. Once everyone settled, the oval table itself transformed into a large touch screen. A simple tap revealed a self-service function menu. Selecting office supplies, options like ballpoint pens, paper, computers, and tablets appeared. Choosing snacks and beverages displayed choices such as cola, coffee, green tea, spicy strips, and chocolate. One curious individual selected spicy strips X3. The table hummed, and a tray swiftly emerged from the center, presenting 3 packages of spicy strips, accompanied by the electronic voice of a cartoon character. Here come the spicy strips. Goodness, how thoughtful. The executives, behaving as if they had never encountered such hospitality, erupted in excitement, eagerly partaking in the snacks while sipping coffee, all the while anticipating the arrival of Yize Company's enigmatic CEO. Though typically rivals, the heads of these 4 companies rarely interacted, yet here they found themselves at the same table for a shared purpose. They exchanged wry smiles and could not help but engage in friendly banter. Mr. Yu, what brings you here? Mr. Gao, aren't you here as well? Surely our objectives align. Come now, let us not be coy. You all must have received samples of Yize Company's new chip, correct? With that, the conversation shifted to the topic of the new chip, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. How did everyone perceive the performance of this chip? Initially, I almost dismissed it, ready to discard it. But when the testing results came back, I was nearly speechless. It was utterly astonishing. I thought there was a malfunction with the equipment, prompting me to switch testing devices and conduct 6 rounds of testing. I still feel as though I am dreaming. Compared to all existing chips, its computational power exceeds 20,000 times. It obliterates all other chips. Naturally, it annihilates smartphone chips. Have you seen their product specifications? This chip is benchmarked against computer CPUs. Impressive. Indeed, it outclasses Intel, AMD, and Apple. After a while, Yize finally made his entrance. Without greeting the company leaders, he merely snapped his fingers, and the screens on the surrounding walls immediately began displaying slides. In a 3-minute presentation, the performance and technical characteristics of the new carbon-based chip were introduced. The final line, emblazoned in large letters, left everyone dumbfounded. There is but one chip manufacturer in the world that is enough: Yize Company. Such audacity from this young man. Has Yize Company reached such heights? Even the staff presenting the slides appeared to be dismissive of others. Yet we have tested the chip, and indeed, it is impressive. The executives from several companies whispered among themselves. However, Mr. Yu from Huawei wore a frown, pondering the fate of their Celian chip. What exactly is Yize Company's true standing? Gentlemen, please don't take offense. I prefer to speak candidly. In my eyes, all global chip manufacturers are insignificant. You are fortunate to have received early access to my chip. I am the CTO of this company, and I developed this chip. Yize finally introduced himself straightforwardly, indicating that there was no need for further introductions, as they would gradually get to know each other in the course of their collaboration. Let us cut to the chase and discuss the details of our partnership. What on earth? Is this even a proper way to speak? Do they not deserve to know his name? Such arrogance. This young man seems disinterested in acknowledging the presence of the industry's elites. One can only imagine he thinks everyone here is beneath him. The executives from the 4 companies collectively bristled. The individuals present accounted for over 60% of the domestic smartphone market. Each of them was a prominent figure in the industry. Yet here they were, lacking even the right to introduce themselves. How utterly disheartening. Naturally, any grievances they felt had to be suppressed. After all, they had all been astounded by the new chip they had tested. What? Did that young man just claim he developed the chip? Good heavens. The extraordinary chip was the creation of this very young man. They had presumed it was produced by a venerable team of scientists. Incredible. It is unfathomable that the CTO of Yize Company is but a university-aged youth. Moreover, it seems this young man is indeed the one in charge. The most astonished of all was Mr. Yu from Huawei. He was acutely aware of the difficulties involved in chip technology. Huawei's Celian chip, developed from foundational science, had required the recruitment of thousands of world-class mathematicians, physicists, and chemists at a significant cost, with investments totaling in the hundreds of billions over several years. Just as they finally enhanced their chip design capabilities, they faced sanctions from the United States, making it impossible to find a chip foundry. I have named this chip Yize chip. Yize chip will not be sold to foreign manufacturers for the next 6 months. Instead, it will support domestic companies. Surely, you see the opportunities this presents? Yize declared emphatically. However, if you wish to do business with me, you must abide by my rules. Chapter 39, Little Zero. The Electronic Princess crushes an apple. Welcome, everyone, to the live broadcast. I am the virtual electronic princess, Little Zero. Today, I have 2 joyous announcements for you all. First, Little Zero has officially become the spokesperson for Yize Technology Company. Second, Yize Company's self-developed chip has officially entered mass production, named Yize chip. Little Zero, who has never endorsed products or engaged in advertising, is truly a breath of fresh air in the influencer world. What is happening today? Suddenly becoming the spokesperson for Yize Company and passionately promoting it? This has left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. After her opening remarks, Little Zero proceeded to drop another bombshell. She has released 3 inspection reports, originating from the National Academy of Sciences, the Northern Military Industry Group, and a joint report from Huawei, Xiaomi, Vivo, and Oppo. All 3 reports provide astonishing evaluations. This chip employs carbon-based technology, boasting lower energy consumption and comprehensive performance that surpasses its predecessors. The ZXIN10 model exceeds the performance of current mobile phone chips by over 20,000 times, heralding a revolutionary transformation for the electronics industry in China. What has Shaoling experienced to suddenly become so extravagant? A black technology chip with half the energy consumption and 20,000 times the performance? Is this for real? Goddess Shaoling, How much advertising fee did Yize company pay you? ID offer 5 times that. Lingzi, the depths of the internet are unfathomable. You may not grasp it. Goddess, have you been kidnapped or coerced? If so, blink twice as a signal, and I shall rush in with a kitchen knife to rescue you. The netizens are in an uproar. Various comments have instantly flooded the screen. Some believe it, but many others do not. Have there not been enough chip scams over the years? There's been an abundance of false advertising that has drained people's enthusiasm. One moment, it's a breakthrough in chips. The next, it's a breakthrough in lithography machines, all boasting sky-high claims. Yet the nation remains constrained by foreign chips. Thankfully, this is Xiaoling live streaming. Her sweet image has always garnered overwhelming acclaim, devoid of any scandal, endearing her to the audience. Had it been another influencer, they would have been lambasted by now. To claim a performance 20,000 times higher than market chips? That is exceedingly exaggerated. After all this, who is this Yize company? I've never heard of them. Do not underestimate the influence of the world's top influencer. The live stream audience surged from 30 million to 50 million, swiftly surpassing 100 million online viewers. Many netizens doubt the authenticity, yet numerous loyal fans ardently defend their goddess. The National Academy of Sciences, that is the national team's endorsement. The Northern Military Industry Group, a military certification, the 4 giants of the domestic mobile industry. This counts as industry validation. Surely, they cannot all be fabricating lies. This is what Goddess Xiaoling declared. Regardless of your belief, I am convinced. If a new type of chip is truly developed, then they are heroes of a nation. Let us hold our tongues until further updates. It might be fatal to speak too soon. If the goddess engages in live streaming sales, I shall be the first to purchase. Just send me a box. During the live stream, the situation became uncontrollable. 2 opposing factions were fervently arguing. Yize has already commenced supply. Huawei, Xiaomi, Vivo, and Oppo will launch flagship versions equipped with the Yize 10 chip within 3 months. Xiaoling maintained her gentle smile as she announced the final piece of news before promptly ending the stream. The product launch event for Yize company in 2 days will showcase a concept phone. She encouraged everyone to come and experience it firsthand. Subsequently, Xiaoling uploaded a CG promotional video for Yize on her account. At the end of the video, she dramatically crushed an apple with her foot, asserting with a wave of her finger that apart from Yize, everything else is inferior. This news is incredibly explosive. The promotional video is audaciously grand. Yet, netizens are ecstatic, relishing Xiaoling's bold demeanor. Damn, the 4 giants of the domestic mobile industry are preparing to utilize Yize in their flagship versions. Just after Xiaoling concluded her stream, countless netizens flocked to the official accounts of Huawei, Xiaomi, Vivo, and Oppo to verify the authenticity of the news. To their astonishment, all 4 manufacturers openly confirmed that their new flagship models would be fully equipped with the Yize 10 chip, inviting netizens to be the first to experience it. Remarkably, the wording of the announcements from the 4 competing companies was astonishingly consistent. This is unprecedented. What unfolded next left everyone utterly astounded. Within an hour, the official accounts of Central China News, the National Academy of Sciences, the Guoyu Bank Group, the Northern Military Industry Group, and the 4 mobile manufacturers all shared the CG promotional video, expressing their congratulations. My goodness, 2 major official institutions, 2 colossal state-owned enterprises, and 4 mobile giants all came together to support this. The Northern Military Industry Group and Guoyu Bank Group are among the world's top 100 corporations. These official accounts, typically aloof, have taken the initiative to endorse an influencer, praising Xiaoling. This is simply unfathomable. Clearly, this is aimed at Yize company, which must possess remarkable credentials. Even more astonishingly, Central China News allocated half of its 7 p.m. broadcast to introduce the purely domestic and independently developed Yize, also highly praising it as a groundbreaking advancement. Just after the 7 p.m. broadcast, platforms like Weibo, Jinjintuxio, and Bihu exploded with activity. Xiaoling's advertising debut. Xiaoling becomes the spokesperson for Yize company. Yize is verified. Central China News conducts a special report. What is the background of Yize company? Discussions about Xiaoling and Yize have dominated the trending topics, with official accounts voicing support and substantial reports from official media. Disbelief is no longer an option. Internet users have erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. Support domestic products. Defeat foreign trash. No regrets in my life for joining China. I come from the land of blooming flowers. Our country finally has its own chips, and no longer shall we be held hostage. Countless individuals have expressed their intent to eagerly await the launch of phones equipped with the Yize 10 chip. pledging to purchase and support domestic chip smartphones at the earliest opportunity. Some are so impatient that they have already booked flights to the press conference in Beishan, eager to witness history firsthand. Yize Company and ZXIN have caused a sensation both within and beyond the industry. The mobile manufacturers are the most concerned about this matter. In the headquarters of the American company, a luxurious executive office, Keiko slammed his coffee cup down on the table with force after reading a technological intelligence email. When did China break through carbon-based chip technology? What has the China division been doing? Why has this information only just come to light? Several senior officials wore awkward expressions and dared not speak first. You speak. Keiko directly named Della Swift. She is the director for the China region, just returning to report. CEO, it's not that our intelligence is delayed, but this Yize company seems to have emerged out of nowhere. Dellis explained, her voice trembling. This was exposed by an influencer named Xiaoling. The situation is too sudden. So, do you estimate that their chip's performance is genuinely as impressive as the news claims? I hesitate to make a definitive conclusion. Based on current technological standards, breaking through carbon-based chips seems nearly impossible. However, many official institutions and major enterprises in China support ZXIN. Chinese merchants have been known for false advertising for quite some time. Right now, Dellis, you must personally fly to the China region. In 1 to 2 months, it will coincide with the peak season for the Chinese New Year. Keiko is preparing to launch a new phone equipped with multiple new technologies, intending to once again dominate the Chinese mobile market and reap a wave of admiration from the Chinese people. There are always those in China who enjoy showing off. They will shout about resisting Apple while simultaneously lining up to purchase. The China region constitutes 1/4 of Apple's sales volume. Keiko places significant importance on the situation. Although it harbors disdain for the citizens of Hua country, it holds a certain regard for their wallets. The swift dispatch of Dila, the director of the Hua region, back to her post, is a precaution against future developments. Should Hua country's chip technology fail to make breakthroughs, it would warrant little concern. However, if they do succeed, measures will be taken to suppress and acquire the technology, stifling Yize chip in its infancy to prevent Hua country from achieving a technological lead. In Chapter 40, the emergence of the 1-nanometer carbon-based chip presents a formidable challenge. The exposure of Yize chip by Xiaoling sends ripples through the industry. Domestic smartphone manufacturers in Hua country, aside from the 4 major giants, are left momentarily bewildered. These 4 companies already command a substantial share of the market, leaving others in their wake. Riding the wave of Yize chip's popularity, their stocks surged to new heights the following day. They are preparing to launch the new Yize Chip 10 flagship phone. Yet they foolishly have yet to respond to the invitation for Yize Company's press conference, with claims of performance being 20,000 times better, whether true or not. The hype is undeniably impressive. Other second-tier smartphone manufacturers are restless and hastily dispatch representatives to Beishan City. Unlike manufacturers who engage directly with consumers, the market sensitivity is heightened. Chip giants, who interact solely with manufacturers, exhibit a noticeable sluggishness in their reactions. Executives at Qualcomm remain skeptical, dismissing the possibility of breakthroughs in carbon-based chips. They merely post a bitter remark on social media. Always being chased, never surpassed. Meanwhile, the CEO of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company asserts in an internal meeting that regardless of how well others design their chips, without our manufacturing, they cannot succeed. The arrival of Yize chip has ignited fervor among the populace, akin to sharks sensing blood. Media outlets spring into action, and reporters from various platforms flock in droves. Enthusiastic fans race to Beishan, hoping to catch a glimpse of the goddess Xiaoling at Yize Company's press conference, eagerly waiting outside. The vicinity around the high-tech park is bustling, with hotels, inns, and short-term rentals fully booked. Boss Lee, numerous media outlets wish to interview you. What are your thoughts? Just handle it. I have no desire to engage in banter with reporters. Is influencer Xiaoling your friend? Many fans are clamoring to meet her. Xue Jinquan hesitates to disturb Li Yize's beauty sleep, only daring to call after 10 in the morning. He remains perplexed. The reports from Central Hua News had reached out to him. Yet why is the influencer Xiaoling energetically promoting Yize chip without any advertising fees from the company? He never anticipated that Xiaoling's revelation would have such a profound impact. Xiaoling's devoted fan club, known as the Gangling Team, comprises thousands from across the nation, arriving in buses adorned with banners to support their idol. This unexpected turn leaves Xue Jinquan flabbergasted. He even checked online and discovered that this Gangling Team frequently appears in cyberspace, touted as yet another enigmatic organization following the explosive Tianbang. Xue, you need not concern yourself with them. I'll have Xiaoling take care of it. The industrial park of Yize Company has seen the completion of its first factory, while other areas remain under construction. The Yize Chip press conference is set to take place in the indoor soccer field of the park. Yize, not want to be petty, has informed Shui Jinquan that visitors will be allowed to tour the factory before the conference, except for the production areas, which are off limits. Upon entering the first factory, visitors are awestruck. Goodness, this is a breathtaking sci-fi realm. It hardly resembles a factory. It feels as if one has traversed into a different dimension. This area has been transformed into a low-density, sci-fi aesthetic industrial park, showcasing the perfect amalgamation of technology and nature. Lush cypress and various evergreen trees flourish, with fantastical structures dotted throughout. The pathways gleam with a sleek metallic sheen, adorned with silver gray or dark golden blocks that display vibrant images upon impact, functioning as massive screens. Visitors can surf the internet, watch movies, and even order takeout with a mere tap of their feet on the menu. Round, chubby service robots and autonomous self-driving tour vehicles are ubiquitous, stopping at a wave. The exterior of the office building is lush with greenery extending from the ground to the rooftop. Wow, there's even an aerial garden on the roof. The elevator, resembling a Ferris wheel, transforms each ascent into a fantastical journey, while roller coaster-like elevators navigate between buildings. One employee, in a fit of excitement, shrieks as they slide down a transparent tube from the rooftop. They're simply retrieving a package, and their descent is swifter than any elevator. A throng of visitors stands in astonishment. Am I still on Blue Star? Have I been so sheltered? I feel as though I've transcended into another realm. This location will undoubtedly become the ultimate hotspot for social media influencers. It's simply enchanting. Young journalist Lin Nainai, a staunch fan of Xiaoling, unable to find her idol or interview senior executives from Yize Company, decides to go live. To her surprise, a single tour of the Yize Company factory causes her follower count to skyrocket by over 100,000. The comments in her live stream flood in. Wow, this company is incredible. I'm booking a flight to Beishan right now. No wonder Goddess Xiaoling made an exception to endorse Yize Company. My goodness, such a dreamlike company. I work here even without pay. I saw on Yize Company's recruitment page that they don't consider educational background. Perhaps I stand a chance as a high school graduate. You wish. My classmate aunt's cousin reportedly said the hiring process is tougher than getting a PhD. What sort of divine entity is behind Yize Company? Countless netizens, after witnessing the factory scenes, are instantaneously captivated by Yize Company. Esteemed guests and online viewers, welcome. The Yize Chip 10 press conference will commence in half an hour. The venue is now open for orderly entry. A sweet, melodious voice echoes throughout the park. Xiaoling appears on every large screen. The youthful members of the gangling team erupt in cheers, their excitement deafening as they rush into the conference hall. Leaders from various departments across provinces, manufacturers from all over the nation, and some mysterious luminaries mingle, alongside countless fans responding to Xiaoling's call. Filling the indoor soccer field, which can accommodate thousands, creating a scene rivaling that of a football match. At the press conference, 888 engineering sample phones will be available for attendees to experience. Priced at an astonishing 666,000. They will be available for purchase on the official website once the conference concludes. Interested parties should be prepared to act swiftly. Xiaoling drops another bombshell on the big screen. This model was produced in limited quantities by the Yize's lab team to allow people to experience the Yize Chip 10's performance ahead of the official launch. Since these prototypes will be rendered obsolete post-conference, it's better to sell them off to benefit the team. Goodness gracious, this news is sensational. A prototype phone priced at a staggering 666,000. Who else dares to be this audacious? Xiaoling dares. Yize Company dares. At the press conference venue, the online livestream room erupted with excitement. Chapter 41, 20,000 times computing power, a godly Versailles scene. 666 of Goddess Xiaoling. I would gladly offer both my kidneys in support. It would still be insufficient, exclaimed one audience member. This is outright robbery. Is there truly a smartphone priced so exorbitantly? Marvelous, marvelous. I adore this. It's a tax on the intelligence of the wealthy. If the performance is genuinely that remarkable, there might indeed be buyers. Our nation is certainly not lacking in ostentation. Xiaoling's extraordinary 666 prototype had left everyone utterly bewildered. The management of Yize Company, observing the situation, chose not to provide explanations. The conference proceeded as planned. After speeches from provincial and municipal leaders, Yize Company cut the ribbon. announcing the official commencement of the Yize chip launch event. Xue Jinquan took the stage and clapped his hands. The grand screens around the venue synchronized to display the PowerPoint presentation. The main event had arrived. The management of Yize Company maintained an air of aloofness, barely offering a word as the PPT animations played automatically. The exquisite CG animation simply simulated the birth of a Yize chip. Extracting carbon-based raw materials from coal and petrochemical sources, these materials were transformed in the chemical workshop into several types of carbon-based composite semiconductor materials. Utilizing an enormous 3D printer, multiple nozzles worked in unison, simultaneously printing substrates, electronic tubes, and packaging, resulting in a chip the size of a fingernail. But that was not the end. As it moved along the conveyor belt to the next phase, additional nozzles sprang into action, building upon the chip's minuscule dimensions. Other raw materials were directly printed into a motherboard the size of a card. The motherboard chipsets astonishingly formed as a single integrated unit. The audience at the conference could hardly contain their excitement. Wow, are we really getting a motherboard with a chip? Chips can be printed now? This requires molecular-level precision. Doesn't it? Has our country truly developed such astonishing black technology overnight? A sudden swell of pride surged within, a feeling of being born in the flower nation. And Yize chip is simply magnificent. The Yize chip 10 is nothing extraordinary, merely the first to employ a 1-nanometer process. This chip still requires refinement. Having only surpassed its competitors by a mere 20,000 times in computing power, the Yize chip 10 chipset consumes merely half the power compared to others. Apologies, but Yize chip will continue striving for excellence. A godly Versailles scene indeed. The intangible display of arrogance proved fatal. Throughout the press conference, the host from Yize Company provided no commentary on the Yize chip 10. However, the final few lines of the PPT animation set the audience ablaze. The visitor area at the conference erupted into chaos, with throngs of people rushing to try out each smartphone prototype. The first to line up exclaimed, "This phone is absolutely insane. Its streamlined edges, the screen and casing are one seamless piece, not a single gap in sight." In the manufacturer area, each company had only one prototype to test. Provincial and municipal leaders appeared awkward. They too wished to try their hand, but were not accommodated by Yize Company. The Yize chip smartphone prototypes all came equipped with Wi-Fi-connected mini keyboards, projectors, and large display screens, allowing everyone to witness the demonstrations. Who on earth is so formidable? A typical computer can hardly handle this, yet they're playing Call of Duty 17 on their phone? Unbelievable. One individual was reported to have logged in with 10 alternate accounts, playing ranked matches in League of Legends against his own accounts. What on earth? This is utterly insane. Another person managed to operate 100 accounts on one device, playing Genshin Impact with himself. Wait a minute. What kind of system is this? How can it handle both computer and mobile games? If I purchase this device, my mother will no longer worry about my ranking drops. Quick, warm up those fingers. I need to be ready to snatch one up before they're gone. In the visitor area, affluent individuals were preparing to make their move. The early bird catches the worm. The latecomer is left with nothing. In the manufacturer area, each company had a purchasing qualification and thus did not need to scramble for purchases. They had been invited to the laboratory to personally evaluate the chip. On the large monitoring screen, they witnessed real-time production scenes from the workshop, a fully automated facility where robotic arms and industrial robots busied themselves, resembling a dream factory. Their primary concern now was the supply of Yize chips. Would the chips be available? Would the supply of Yize chip 10 be sufficient? Would the pricing also be exorbitant? Those questions were unnecessary. It was straightforward. Simply place an order. One fixed price, whether large or small orders, treated equally, directly via the official website. However, Yize Company still needed to review the qualifications of the manufacturers, and there would be some preferential treatment. For industry giants like Huawei and Oppo, the website displayed a 3-day shipping time. Other domestic manufacturers were told to expect a 90-day delivery, while foreign companies faced a 180-day wait. Some domestic manufacturers realized too late and banged their thighs in regret. Why didn't we take it seriously a few days ago? Why didn't we respond to Yize Company in a timely manner? Now we'll be left trailing behind the four giants. Xue Jinquan leisurely approached the stage. Please bear with me. I've been too busy to engage with each of you individually. The attendees were all major manufacturers, and product descriptions were provided for their review. I'll be straightforward regarding our procurement policies. Yize Technology was undoubtedly playing the high card. Xue Jinquan opened with, "To do business with us, you must adhere to our rules." Implicitly, he was saying, buy if you wish, but if not, you can leave. We aren't worried about sales. Executives from Huawei, Oppo, and the other giants wore expressions of bitter amusement. This Shue had once been genteel, but had surely been emboldened by that mysterious young CTO. Yize Technology had but one rule. All partners are strictly prohibited from reselling chips. Anyone who violates this rule will be blacklisted and will never collaborate with us again. Those unaware of the implications in attendance were perplexed. Who would engage in reselling without reason? Yet, CEO Lei of Xiaomi nodded in appreciation. He remarked to a colleague, "That young man possesses remarkable courage. He has pledged to supply domestic manufacturers within 6 months, and this rule against chip outflow is aimed at obliterating foreign brands. A strong commitment to supporting domestic industries. Yize Company speaks and acts accordingly." 3 representatives from the Haida branch of Apple were also present at the press conference. Unfortunately, they had failed to respond promptly to Yize Company's invitation and had their manufacturer guest status revoked, thus entering as visitors. Even more unfortunate was their slowness, resulting in them missing out on the smartphone prototypes. The regional director, Dallas Swift, hurriedly traveled from the west coast of the United States to Haidu and then to Beishan City, arriving just 20 minutes before the end of the press conference. He was immediately vexed upon hearing his subordinates' reports. "A bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even secure a prototype." One subordinate complained, "Yize Company discriminates against us." "Oh dear, what a ludicrous joke. Only our Apple company discriminates against others. How could you possibly be discriminated against?" Other domestic manufacturers who also failed to respond in time had been given a reprieve by Yize Company. They had only revoked the guest status of Apple and Sanshin. "I do not wish to hear any nonsense." Della waved her hand to interrupt her subordinate, hastily acquiring several prototypes from others. The headquarters demanded first-hand testing data. How infuriating! Yize Company had indeed made significant breakthroughs in chip technology. As the illustrious director of Apple's Huazhou region, where she was accustomed to being revered and placed in the spotlight, she found herself here without even a seat in the guest area. It was time to feign cooperation and probe the waters. Della quickly devised a plan and instructed her assistant to schedule a meeting. She intended to discuss collaboration with Yize Company CEO, and, ideally, she wished to meet their technical supervisor. If she could lure away their technical chief, it would be even better. Chapter 42, Huaqiang Productions, a tribute to Yize Company. The director of Apple's Huazhou region had arrived. Mr. Li had previously advised that should foreign giants come knocking, they must be treated with utmost hospitality. What ill intentions could Mr. Li possibly have? It was simply about providing a warm welcome, ensuring they felt the sting of loss. Shue Jinquan dared not make unilateral decisions and promptly called for instructions. Li Yize casually remarked, "The Huazhou director is too low-key. Just send them off." Cough. Only Mr. Li would dare to say such a thing. Who in the domestic mobile industry would dare disregard Apple's regional president? Shue Jinquan resolutely followed his directive, deftly playing the game of Tai Chi the day prior. They had arranged to meet, but the next day, he claimed it was inconvenient and postponed to the day after. When that day arrived, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, my sister-in-law is having a baby. I am rather busy." This left Della Swift visiting repeatedly for a week, only to be stood up each time. All her pent-up frustration was unleashed upon her subordinates. A bunch of incompetent fools, still unable to acquire prototypes? You have 3 more days. If you can't procure the prototypes, you're all out of here. She had also contacted Yize Company directly, wishing to purchase a prototype, but the receptionist informed her that only 888 units had been produced, and they were all gone. The prototypes from Yize Company were in high demand. On the day of the launch event, the official website announced they were available for sale, and within seconds, they were snatched up. Her subordinates were filled with grievances but dared not voice them. On that day, someone was offering to transfer a unit for $2 million, but Della deemed the price outrageous and negotiations fell through. Missing out that day made things even more challenging. Now, no one was willing to part with them for $3 million. Would someone willing to spend $66 million on a mobile phone quibble over a mere $2 or $3 million? The crux of the matter was that most had been acquired at exorbitant prices by various manufacturers eager to replicate Yize's cutting-edge technology. After trying out the prototypes, people were astounded, dubbing them tech dominators, and some even listed them for $9.99 million on online marketplaces. Oh my goodness, a 66 million prototype was in such short supply. Was it not 666 yuan? Are the people of Hua country really that wealthy? How infuriating. The other party wouldn't even grant her a chance to meet. Della felt utterly defeated, her expression clouded with frustration as she aimlessly wandered near the industrial park. "Hey, beautiful. Want a phone?" A van passed by, and a portly man adorned with a large gold chain parked and approached her with a grin. "The engineering prototypes from Yize Company are in high demand. He exclaimed, recently, there have been many buyers in the vicinity. Dilla, somewhat familiar with the dynamics in Hua country, realized she had encountered a notorious scalper. Cursing under her breath, she inquired, how much do you want for it? Oh, I won't ask for much. Just 68 million for good luck. The audacity to turn a 25-fold profit in a single transaction was nothing short of robbery. While Della could afford the price, especially since the company would reimburse her, she was reluctant to be taken advantage of. Others were selling at 66 million. And here he was, merely hoping for a lucky number of 68 million, a bargain price. The man laughed jovially. Don't find it too expensive. Once this village is gone, this shop will be too. With that, he pretended to turn away. Della furrowed her brow, impatiently calling him back. Fine, I'll buy it. My friend isn't buying it yet. This time, it was the gold chain man who seemed displeased, but he quickly added, unless you raise the price. Della wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, but feared he might truly walk away. How much more do you want? Make it around 200 million. Not a dime less. All right. Let's finalize the transaction. Della suppressed her frustration and found a place to transfer the funds. All right, I'll get you a box for it. Service at its finest. Just as the gold chain man was about to hand the phone to Della, he suddenly became overly attentive, carrying the prototype to his vehicle to box it up before presenting it to her. Why the sudden kindness from this rotund man? Della frowned but thought little of it, neglecting to inspect the device. The headquarters pressed for swift acquisition of Yize's prototype, and she begrudgingly accepted the exorbitant price. She quickly dispatched a trusted assistant on a flight back to the Huazhou Technical Center. Apple's headquarters distrusted several testing data from local entities in Hua country and insisted on witnessing firsthand the testing of the Yize chip's technical data. The engineering prototype had arrived. At Apple's headquarters in the Magic City, a throng gathered around Della's assistant as they rushed into the testing laboratory. Upon receiving the news, the headquarters initiated a video call. Dozens of senior executives and top engineers awaited anxiously across the ocean, eager to observe the testing process. The exterior craftsmanship is rather unimpressive. It seems they were in a hurry. The technical supervisor, Jack, prepared to personally conduct the testing. This was his first encounter with the Yize chip prototype, and upon inspecting the outer appearance, he felt something was off. The craftsmanship did not seem to justify the exorbitant price. Let's skip to the hardware testing. Normally, they would conduct software tests followed by disassembly for hardware evaluation. However, the executives unanimously insisted on immediate disassembly. They could hardly wait to examine the chip's technological craftsmanship. Are we certain we want to disassemble it? Jack gingerly cradled the prototype. On the video call, the Apple executives chimed in unison. Don't waste time. Get to work. All right. My dear prototype, I'm about to dissect you. Let's see your innermost workings. He skillfully pried open the casing. That was far too easy. Why does the internal craftsmanship appear even more rudimentary? What the heck? Jack suddenly erupted in fury, unleashing a tirade of expletives, ignoring the watchful eyes of the executives. He nearly smashed the engineering prototype in his rage. This is absurd. I don't even need testing equipment. With a simple pry of the back cover, Jack could ascertain that the internals were a complete counterfeit of inferior quality. The configuration was no better than a knockoff feature phone worth no more than 188 yuan at Shenzhen's electronic market. Upon closer inspection, he noted a minuscule inscription on the inner casing, only visible with a magnifying glass, produced by Huaqiang, a tribute to Yize Company. What shock! Made in Huaqiang. Oh my goodness, Della had been deceived. The counterfeiting prowess of Huaqiang was astonishing. In just over a week, they had replicated the same exterior shell. The Apple executives pounded their fists on the table, smashing cups in their anger. That bunch of scoundrels deserved to be dealt with harshly. Thankfully, another prototype was soon delivered. Apple's distributors nationwide scrambled to acquire them at high prices, and some were fortunate enough to succeed. A senior executive from an internet company, a die-hard Apple fan, accidentally secured a prototype and sold it to them at the friendly price of 66 million. That cursed friendly price. It had shot up by 64 times. Jack grumbled as he picked up the prototype once more. This time, it had better be the real deal. Chapter 43. The Western Wind Express, not to be delivered casually. This time, Jack meticulously scrutinized the prototype from every angle. The craftsmanship was a stark contrast to the previous counterfeit devices. The streamlined casing was seamlessly integrated, devoid of even the slightest gap. Jack felt a surge of astonishment. Merely the exterior of this device was beyond the capabilities of the suppliers utilized by the Apple company. No one dared to create any disturbances this time. It was essential to follow the protocols for testing. Software testing. This was an unprecedented system. The interface resembled Android. yet it was entirely distinct. This mobile operating system could flawlessly integrate with PC software, progressing step by step through the testing. The performance data of Zishin emerged one by one. Just as Huagua had proclaimed, it surpassed the Apple A15 by over 20,000 times. Oh my goodness. Had they truly made a breakthrough? Damn it. Why were they not engaging in false advertising this time? How nostalgic the days of their misleading promotions seemed. All the high-ranking officials at Apple gasped in unison, unable to contain their agitation. Could there still be a path forward for Apple under these circumstances? They hastily began to disassemble the device to examine its chip technology, hoping to uncover a way to replicate it. If they could decipher it, immediate imitation would ensue. We have registered patents globally. They would have no chance regardless. An hour and a half later, Jack was drenched in cold sweat, cursing under his breath. He racked his brain, scratching his forehead until it was raw, yet he could not devise a method to open the device. How infuriating! The casing and screen were molded into one piece, with not even a single seam in sight. How could it be dismantled? Perhaps brute force would suffice. It was possible to destroy the screen, but care must be taken not to damage the motherboard. On the video call, a multitude of supervisors awaited impatiently, their patience wearing thin. The engineers at Apple were still quite skilled. They proceeded to perform precise laser cutting along the edges with a precision of 0.001 mm. Wow. They finally severed the screen. Oh my darling. Let me unveil your mysterious veil. Jack excitedly raised his fist, wiping the sweat from his brow. More exhilarated than when he had uncovered the pink lingerie of his female superior one fateful night. However, in the next moment, his enthusiasm deflated. Upon removing the screen and peering inside, Jack's face turned ashen, and he helplessly raised his hands. Bosses, I've done my best. We are doomed unless we steal their technology and equipment. He glanced at the internal chipset, and once again, it was a cursed monolithic design. The screen was integrated with the casing. Even the chip, motherboard, and battery were all molded into one. The chip and battery were directly integrated into the motherboard. The encapsulation protective layer was also unified with the chip. How could this be? Zishin truly operated on a 1-nanometer process. Molecular-level precision. Jack possessed the most advanced laser cutting equipment, yet the precision was utterly inadequate. Once the encapsulation protective layer was cut, the entire chip would be reduced to ashes. The mere desire to glimpse the internal structure of the chip was a futile hope. Silence enveloped the high-ranking officials collectively. After a prolonged pause, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Have you all perished? Speak up. Suddenly, someone on the video call slammed their fist on the table, shouting hysterically, "We, the descendants of the Anglo-Saxons, are the greatest. They are merely an inferior race unworthy of possessing advanced technology. We cannot passively await our demise. We must act swiftly. Regardless of the means, we must acquire this technology. Even if it means resorting to robbery, we must seize it." The executives watched in silence as the CEO contemplated the next steps. The prototype must be returned to headquarters for further attempts to decipher the technology, but action was imperative. 2 fronts must be initiated, one to suppress and the other to acquire. The CEO, Keiku, leaned back in his chair deep in thought. "Jefferson, you are the head of legal. You will liaise with the U.S. Commerce Department and our corporate allies to file a comprehensive patent lawsuit. Additionally, the Public Relations Department will be responsible for guiding our media and Huagua's media to tarnish Zishin's reputation." Jefferson inquired about the grounds for the lawsuit. Can't you fabricate a reason? They are thieves who have pilfered our American technology. Rest assured, Mr. CEO, we are well versed in this. Keiku surveyed the assembly. I require the board's full authorization. We may need to spend a substantial amount to acquire Zishin. Tomorrow, I will personally travel to Huagua to negotiate with Zishin. At Beishan University, in the electronics laboratory. Just a small white building and national key laboratory. The so-called electronic laboratory was merely a facade. Lushichen aksitalia pruaka Yize. Congratulations, Associata Professori. I heard that the chip has successfully achieved mass production, with orders reaching 6.7 billion on the day of the launch. The central leaders are utterly delighted. Each one has asked me to convey their congratulations, expressing gratitude on behalf of the nation. Wow, 6.7 billion in a single day? Is it possible to surpass Qualcomm and TSMC in just a year and a half? I heard that nearly 100 million units of the 888 prototype phones have already been sold. Zishin is magnificent. Congratulations, Professori. Congratulations, Associata Professori. Literally, you are a genius. The scientists in the bustling laboratory, typically indifferent to others, were suddenly captivated by the news. momentarily suspended in astonishment before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. Those familiar with Yize refer to him by various affectionate titles: Zashin, Little Lee, Professor Lee, Associate Professor Lee. Regardless of the name, within the laboratory, he was regarded as a luminary in the scientific community. The jubilant scientists eagerly lifted him up, tossing him high into the air repeatedly until they were thoroughly exhausted. My, how beloved he is! Liu Shicheng, the head of the Special Operations Unit, felt a pang of envy. When a man donned formal attire, he was a person of stature. Upon entering the laboratory, everyone was engrossed in their work, each exhibiting a demeanor of aloofness. However, whenever matters concerning Yize arose, this group of elitist scholars would shower him with praise. Hey, let us focus on our tasks. Has the data model been computed? Do you understand the theoretical process? Have you completed today's assignments? Yize's soul-piercing trio of questions sent shivers down the spines of the scientists. Like schoolchildren chastised by a teacher, they shrank back, stifling laughter as they returned to their respective duties. He was tossed high enough that he nearly lost his trousers, while several young female scientists in the lab took advantage of the moment, playfully tugging at his Hello Kitty underwear. After wiping the drool from his face, Yize wore a grim expression. Had he just been pinned down and kissed by a group of female scientists? Young men must take good care of themselves outside. Liu Shicheng, the high-ranking director, had suppressed his laughter for so long that his face turned a deep shade of purple. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Just a few billion, and you all are acting like this? You've clearly never seen anything like it. Yize rolled his eyes. Director Liu, do tell. You didn't fly all the way from the capital just to congratulate me, did you? Primarily to convey the leader's congratulations. Liu Shicheng quickly replied with a serious tone. By the way, someone asked me to inquire whether this chip could be utilized in our national defense and military applications. His inquiry was artfully posed, subtly implying, you didn't leave any back doors in the defense and military chips, did you? The chip has long since passed the tests conducted by the National Academy of Sciences, demonstrating exceptional resistance to high temperatures, radiation, and endurance parameters that far exceed military standards. However, the internal architecture of the chip remains a perplexing enigma to scientists. Even the technical backbone of Yize Company has yet to grasp it. The software production protocol for the chip has been directly input into the database of the AI named Xiaoling by Yize. Apart from Yize and Xiaoling, no one is privy to the internal structure of the chip. The molecular editing 3D printer necessitates a Wi-Fi connection to Xiaoling's server to function properly. This means that even if others acquire a molecular editing 3D printer and a complete production line, without the chip's production software, it would be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The state's cautious approach is indeed justified. What if Shifeng Express were to utilize the Zashin chip and subsequently falls under the control of Yize through backdoor access? Young individuals often act impulsively, carelessly sending deliveries to foreign nations, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 44, Infrasound, a great lamentation encompassing all beings. Not to mention the internal structure of the chip. Even its materials remain an insurmountable mystery to others. While everyone is aware that it is a carbon-based composite material, the raw materials, formulas, processes, and techniques are all under the control of artificial intelligence. Yize scoffed. Rest assured, Director Liu, why would I ever betray my own country? Opening a backdoor within the chip? How pedestrian. If I truly wish to cause upheaval, I possess a million methods to do so without such convoluted schemes. By simply closing the door and unleashing Xiaoling, I could incapacitate the majority of nations. Liu Shicheng gazed intently into his eyes, nodding earnestly. If you say it's safe, I shall trust it implicitly. One cannot deceive with one's gaze. While this young man's eyes are profound, they are also clear, revealing a candid and honest spirit. Liu Shicheng divulged some information to him. Following the Academy's evaluation of the Zashin prototype, they surmised that Zashin was originally designed to compete with computer CPUs. Supplying only mobile phone manufacturers was a waste, and it should also cater to the national computer manufacturing sector. In addition to the substantial chip supply demands from military enterprises, the state hopes that Yize Company can develop integrated hardware and software products for computers, leading to considerable procurement from national enterprises and institutions. Upon hearing this, Yize immediately grasped the implications. This was a substantial order being offered to Yize Company. It represented a significant indirect support from the state for Yize. Once incorporated into official procurement, it would amount to an annual order in the hundreds of billions. If the company were to go public, this insider information alone could cause the stock price to soar several times over. Of course, Sashin also fulfills a critical national security requirement. The reliance on foreign software and hardware by state entities has always posed considerable information risks. Regrettably, the domestic computer industry lacks any formidable players. The so-called leader, Xianglian Computers, has thrived solely through government procurement, yet possesses no core technology, functioning merely as an assembly factory. After discussing serious matters, Lu Shiqing casually remarked to Yize, "I heard you fabricated a Peterbilt 379 truck head? Miang mentioned that you enjoyed racing that big rig." "Director Lu, why beat around the bush?" Yize replied, feigning annoyance. "Are you worried that I might be dabbling in the creation of mass destruction weapons?" Previously, Miang had insisted on speculating that it was akin to Optimus Prime, which he had not confirmed. Two teams of special agents from Bureau 23 have been moonlighting as security at Yize Company. While the company's security appears sufficient, human error inevitably leads to vulnerabilities. The 379 truck head serves as the company's greatest safeguard. Lu Shiqing waved his hands dismissively. "No worries, no worries. I know you have your boundaries. I'm merely curious, just curious. If I were to provide your Optimus Prime with a Bureau 23 designation, you could use it freely. Wow, there's no denying it now. Is there? Just don't tell me Yang. That silly girl constantly pesters me to race trucks and keeps insisting on seeing transformations. I can't stand her coveting my Optimus Prime." Yize and director Lu shared a friendship that transcended age, openly discussing matters without reservation. Whether it be transporting goods or keeping watch against thieves, he had an T-armed Optimus Prime, relying instead on infrasound and physical force for defense, non-lethal mechanical forms of self-defense. How potent is it? Lu Shiqing was particularly intrigued by infrasound. Previously, during a firearms competition, a female agent had covertly investigated Yize's old residence and was rendered dizzy and nauseous for days due to Xiaoling's infrasound. Adding a touch of infrasound to music had not produced overwhelming power. A song like The Big Wind Blows could at most leave someone dazed and cause them to lose control of their bodily functions. However, if one were to play a great lamentation, it could render a person senseless, potentially leading to their enlightenment. Imagine, on a moonlit, murky night, a few thieves stealthily infiltrating Yize Company, evading the guards. As they prepare to steal, the large truck in the courtyard plays a tune, leaving them dizzy and in disarray. Ha ha! Lu Shiqing was nearly brought to tears from laughter, utterly entertained by the unconventional wit of the young man. Indeed, those daring to stir trouble at Yize Company deserved to be rendered foolish. He was no antiquated thinker and lacked the naivety to hesitate in harming wrongdoers. Although local authorities were unaware of Yize's background, they placed immense importance on the investments in Yize Company, establishing a police station within the high-tech park. The infrared electronic doors and cameras of Yize Company were installed in every corner. Under such a level of security, anyone brave enough to cause trouble at Yize Company could not be of good character. Naturally, anyone daring to target Yize and his company would not escape retribution. Suddenly, Lu Shiqing recalled a phrase from Yize's 10,000-strong plan for the Decepticons. With a sharp sword in hand, it may be left and used. But one must not be without a sword. The nation requires Yize. This genius is of paramount importance to the state. He did not inquire further, tacitly accepting that Yize could possess weapons of mass destruction. At lunchtime, Jiang Ida approached with a jovial demeanor. Little Li has struck it rich. It's time to celebrate. Let's have a drink. This elder found a different reason to drink every day at noon. The trio, Yize, just finishing his junior year, Lu Shiqing in his 50s, and Jiang Ida in his 60s, seemed like longtime friends, disregarding formalities as they settled for a casual meal in the campus cafeteria. Yize sipped on beer while Jiang Ida clutched his ever-familiar red-capped Fingio. "Aren't you pour me a glass?" Lu Shiqing gazed longingly at Jiang Ida's cup, only to have Yize hand him a bottle of sweet, slightly bubbly fruit beer. "After all I've been through, do you still think I can indulge in alcohol?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation swiftly shifted to research topics. "Teacher Li, how did you become such a genius?" Jiang Ida exclaimed. "T4 and T5 new materials. Room temperature superconductors. This is going to wear this old man out." He couldn't help but express his admiration, his brows raised in delight. The T4 and T5 materials are also carbon-based, which Yize referred to as mutated graphene. In graphene, carbon atoms are arranged in a hexagonal honeycomb structure, forming a two-dimensional molecular structure, whereas T4 material recomposes the carbon atoms into a pyramidal molecular structure, resulting in a superior three-dimensional configuration. The T5 material is at the core of the T4 triangular pyramid structure, enhanced by the incorporation of a carbon atom, resulting in an unprecedented increase in structural strength. Both of these materials are exceptional semiconductors. T4 boasts extraordinary flexibility, making it ideally suited for humanoid muscles and combat robots, while T5 possesses a hardness and strength that outmatches all other materials, rendering it perfect for replacing titanium alloys in the creation of humanoid skeletons or exoskeletons for combat robots. Yize is conducting experimental applications of T4 and T5 materials in the laboratory, achieving significant progress. Naturally, mass production will not require the Elder's concern. When the time comes, Yize will develop the equipment and design the program, allowing artificial intelligence to directly control the machinery for production. The brain of the Megatron robot, Yize chip, has already entered mass production, and expanding capacity is just a matter of course. Furthermore, the second factory is nearing completion, and the production of Megatron's skeleton and exoskeleton can be prioritized. The trio could not help but indulge in visions of the future, imagining the scenes when Megatron robots become prevalent in the military. Little Lee, CEO of Apple, Cook, has arrived with a team of 30 for a visit. Do you wish to meet him? The call came from Shue Jinkoen. What is Apple here for? Surely they seek Yize chip? Then let's meet. Yize shrugged it off, seeing it as a grand opportunity delivered right to his doorstep, unconcerned about any potential pitfalls. Chapter 45. Is the boss inferior to the working CEO? Should I take my leave? Although Cook personally visited Yize company, he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. As the foremost enterprise by market value globally, it held a significant lead, compelling many nations and companies to fawn over them. Even formidable companies like Qualcomm, TSMC, and Foxconn had to bow before them. This was inevitable. Apple was a financial behemoth, with staggering smartphone sales, and any business partnership with Apple could lead to immense wealth. Previously, wherever Cook went, local officials and businesses would roll out the red carpet for him. He had instructed Della to schedule an appointment with Yize Company in advance. He expected Yize Company to respond like other Chinese enterprises, with a grand reception of banners and throngs of people. However, upon Cook's arrival at Yize Company, he was taken aback. There were merely 3 security guards at the entrance, idly playing cards in their booth. One burly man with a scarred face reluctantly called out, "What do you want? Park over there. Don't block the entrance." "Hello, security. We have an appointment to discuss cooperation. Who did you schedule with?" "Have him call the booth." "Hey, do you know who is visiting?" "The CEO of Apple." "Don't you think you should give a proper reception?" A translator from China, accompanying Cook, couldn't help but criticize. "What is the big deal about Apple? They're just here groveling for Yize chip." The translator shot him a glare and prepared to make a call. "What are you looking at? I can't stand these clowns." The scarred face grumbled as he retreated into the booth. "Try looking again, and I'll hang a sign that says clowns and dogs not admitted." "Big brother, want a new model of the flagship phone? Look, the luxurious gold version is going for $998. If you want to customize it in starlight blue or rose red, I can arrange that overnight." The luxury cars of Apple's executives lined up. Yet instead of being welcomed by Yize Company personnel, they were met with a display of authority from the security guards. Nearby, a few village women appeared more eager to sell their products than the employees of Yize Company. "What the heck?" Della Swift's face turned green with anger. "Are we encountering scammers again? This is ridiculous. They've evolved to luxurious gold?" After some commotion, Cook and his team finally entered the factory area. Upon stepping inside, it felt as if they had entered a fantastical sci-fi realm. The Apple executives gasped in astonishment. "Oh my goodness. I can't believe there's such a beautiful factory in the world." Cook felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed that securing a deal with this company would not be easy. Guided by staff into the conference room, the Apple team marveled at the sci-fi aesthetics throughout the company. Cook and Della saw a handsome young man sitting in a swivel chair, slowly turning to greet them. "Welcome to your arrival." "Thank you. But is this what you call a welcome?" Not only were we bullied by security at the entrance, but this young man didn't even stand to shake hands. Della was seething with indignation, but restrained herself from lashing out. "Sir, we wish to meet your CEO and CTO. Are you implying that the boss is less significant than the working CEO? Should I take my leave?" "What? You are the owner of Yize Company?" "Mr. Cook, we don't need so many people for the discussion. Leave an assistant, and the others can tour our facility." Yize disregarded Della's inquiry, cutting straight to the point. "Let us get to the crux of the matter. What brings you here?" This caught Cook off guard, as his prepared speech suddenly seemed futile. From the outset of the meeting, Yize's commanding presence overshadowed him. Cook dismissed his entourage from the conference room, keeping only the fluent Chinese-speaking Della. After regaining his composure and adopting a humble attitude, Cook suggested, "How about we discuss a technical collaboration? May I ask how to address you?" In this situation, one must bow their head under the eaves. Apple's PC and mobile chip technologies pale in comparison to Yize chip. Without collaboration with Yize company, Apple might find itself in dire straits. It was a delicate balance of cooperation and suppression. Just call me Little Lee, Yize said nonchalantly. Now tell me, how much sincerity do you bring? We are willing to share all of Apple's patents, along with $10 billion, in exchange for the technology behind Yize Chip 10. Cook's offer was undoubtedly generous, yet Yize found Apple's technology too pedestrian. Apple pedestrian? Cook nearly choked on his indignation. Only this young man would dare to utter such audacious words. We are prepared to offer $30 billion in cash, along with shares of Apple 10, to acquire 51 of Yize company. With Apple's current market value at $26 trillion, 10 shares equate to $6 trillion plus $30 billion in cash, totaling over 2 trillion yuan. If this acquisition were to succeed, it would likely become the largest acquisition of the year. Such a significant investment made Cook's heart bleed. Though Yize company was technologically advanced and held immense potential, being a newly established enterprise for merely 3 to 4 months, this valuation was unprecedented, catapulting them into the ranks of the Fortune 500. Just recently, I received official procurement orders from the Chinese government for chips and complete computers. Yize replied with a smile, countering, if all national agencies were to renew their computers, how substantial would that order be? Oh, are you planning to venture into the computer industry? Cook nearly exploded with frustration. What the heck? This company hasn't even begun computer production and already secured substantial official orders? He fully believed it to be true. Some netizens had already boasted online about using the flagship phone as a computer, claiming it outperformed conventional computers. At this rate, within a year or two, Yize chip could dominate both the computer and mobile phone markets. In that scenario, Apple would find itself with no way out. The atmosphere in the room fell into a heavy silence. Keiku and Dyla found themselves at a loss for words. In truth, their appetites were rather modest. Yize regarded the two with a faint smile, stating, if you were to consider a full acquisition, I might entertain the notion. What? What did you say? Keiku and Dyla's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. What? Selling Yize Corporation? Just then, Mi-young and Shue Jinkoin entered the room, and upon hearing this conversation, they nearly stumbled in shock. Mr. Lee, are you serious? Shue Jinkoin, usually composed, momentarily lost his poise. He had been dispatched by Bureau 23 to assist Yize, but this company represented his passion. It was a significant achievement for Huagua to develop its own chips. Selling the company felt akin to relinquishing a beloved child, leaving him with a hollow sensation in his chest. However, Mi-young took a deep breath, appearing contemplative. In the past, she would have berated him as a traitor, but having spent time with this dashing young man, she realized he harbored grand aspirations. There must be logic behind his actions, and she resolved to support him unconditionally. Chapter 46. The Sword of Retribution Team, assemble. Today's meeting concludes here. For matters concerning the acquisition, please negotiate with our CEO, Mr. Shue. Yize stood, signaling the end of the gathering. Keiku and Dyla remained in a daze, unable to fathom the prospect of a full acquisition of Yize Corporation. Mr. Yang, are you truly serious? Dyla turned back, seeking confirmation as they departed. Yize, nuda asurably. It depends on your offer. As he watched the representatives from Pingwa Company leave, a wicked smile crept across his lips. Shue Jinkoin, still in disbelief, gazed at him. Mr. Shue, do you think I lack funds? Not at all. Do you find me unreliable? Reliable. Then why the indecision? Yize Shukulat. Assemble a negotiation team and drive a hard bargain. If we drag this out for 5 or 6 months, I'll make them regret it. With a laugh, he turned away, muttering about how he would ensnare them. How could we possibly ensnare anyone? Shue Jinkoin pondered, still in a state of shock. Mi-young hurried to catch up with Yize, her face alight with excitement. Quick, tell me, how do you plan to ensnare them? You, a mathematician. Why concern yourself with business? I'm just curious, she retorted, explaining that the goal was to expedite the development of the plasma engine. The plasma jet engine would require Yize Corporation to swiftly reach a market valuation of 40 trillion wabik, as capitalizing on Pingwa's wealth was essential. Yize nearly let slip too much, quickly stopping himself, opting instead to await the unfolding events. Selling the company and the plasma engine. Was there any connection between the two? Mi-young mused but came up empty. She then broached the subject of her visit. You need to check online. There are numerous trolls maligning Yize Xin. Appearing out of nowhere. As he opened his phone, he was met with a barrage of sensational headlines. Look at these self-media titles. They all share similar narratives. It's evidently a coordinated effort by marketing accounts, Multiple global tech companies are preparing to jointly sue Yize Corporation for technological theft. Yize Corporation is accused of stealing technology, bringing shame upon the nation. Shocking revelations. Yize's technology is alleged to have been acquired through theft. After a brief glance, Yize dismissed the browser, seemingly unfazed. Are you not worried? Miyang Breset, Gunjernet. What's there to worry about? There are individuals disparaging Yize Corporation and Yize. I can't stand it. I'll contact Director Liu immediately to resolve this. There's no rush. Don't trouble Director Liu. Let the situation unfold, he replied nonchalantly. How can you not be anxious? Rumors spread easily, but refuting them takes effort. All right. Seeing your relaxed and confident demeanor, I'll hold off and observe how things develop. Suddenly recalling the enigmatic Xiaoling, who could effortlessly steal Bitcoin from top hackers without leaving a trace, she smiled broadly. I'm the one in a hurry while you remain calm. Haha, Xiaoling truly is the king of the digital realm. In Haida City, within a certain group engaged in fraudulent activities, an alluring middle-aged woman sent out a message. Everyone, distribute the task of posting 10,000 messages. This time it's 0. Set the yuan per post. Get to work. The more you do, the more you earn. Zhu Jie is generous. Other places pay only 0. 5 yuan. But Zhu Jie offers 0. 7. In Jun City, in a shabby rented room, a disheveled young man scratched his foot with one hand while typing with the other. Brothers, a wealthy patron is offering 200,000 to hack Yize Corporation's official website. Let's go. This is too easy. What difficulty could a new website present? In Daijing City, within a well-known public intellectual studio, a cultured middle-aged man spoke to his assistant on the phone. Contact our familiar colleague, V, and share the news about Yize scandal. But Yize is currently very popular. Will they risk offending them? The assistant inquired. Money talks. Tell them, for every 10,000 followers, we'll pay $1,000 US. The more followers, the more money. Overnight, netizens awoke to find a plethora of posts disparaging Yize. However, this time, the public was not swayed. Countless users rallied to counter these negative posts, keyboard warriors inundating the accounts of the public intellectuals with relentless criticism. You foreign devils, kneeling for so long. Can't stand up anymore. Damn, I'm with the Barbell Gang, firmly supporting Xiaoling. Yize stealing technology? Nonsense. If you have the capability, let foreign entities present a machine BA. The descendants of the English are the greatest pirates and robbers, utterly shameless. Why didn't your father just graffiti you on the wall? I represent humanity in expelling you from citizenship. At 365 Company, a programmer named Yuan Dali, after browsing Weibo, was filled with indignation. A devoted fan of the machine BA, he had emptied his savings just to secure one, even advancing his salary for months to come. He would eat dirt for the next few months without complaint. Over the past few days, he had transformed into a tech influencer, testing machine BA while generating some pocket money. The more he tested, the more alarmed he became. After a flurry of activity, Yuan Dali traced the source of the rumors to a network of foreign and domestic trolls, likely with espionage involvement. Turning, he grinned and messaged several friends. The Sword of Retribution team is assembling. Brothers, we got multiple walking 500,000s. Let us gather evidence quickly. Finally, I can trade instant noodles for beef ramen. The Sword of Retribution team is a renowned group among domestic red hackers, boasting an undefeated record, save for a stumble during their investigation of Xiaoling. Within 3 to 4 hours, the Sword of Retribution had amassed 30 gigabytes of evidence, identifying at least 20 public intellectuals involved, including several unscrupulous entertainers who had changed their nationality. Damn, I am acting on behalf of justice, ridding the world of these pests. Yuan Dali meticulously categorized and sent the evidence materials, addressing them to the beloved cyber police uncle. Having completed this task, he felt an insatiable urge to leave his mark on the world. He meandered to the official website of Yize Company and left a message. There are slanderers defaming you. Fear not, for I have ensured they are all apprehended. No need for thanks. What on earth was happening? He casually browsed through the online store of Yize and was rendered speechless. The store had launched an ebook titled In My Next Life, I Want to Be Human, consisting of 10 volumes, priced at a staggering $999 per volume, with sales reaching $199. Product description, warning thrice. Only non-human entities may purchase. Ebooks are non-refundable and non-exchangeable. Beneath this ebook, there were numerous real-name comments from public figures and unscrupulous actors, all singing praises. After reading this book, my mother no longer worries about my misdeeds. I am unworthy of my country, my parents. I deserve to perish. I am a beast with yellow skin and a white heart. I am unworthy of being human. What on earth was going on? Yuan Dali was astonished. In my next life, I Want to Be Human could be previewed online for free, but downloading required payment. The content comprised stories for mischievous children, recounting the heroic tales of ancient times, with each volume claiming to contain 2 billion characters. Surely, that could not justify the price of 999 yuan. He scrolled down to find more comments. Wu Appa. Damn it. I want a refund. I neither purchased nor reviewed. Gao Gongji. The website is engaging in hacking. I didn't even view the site before it automatically made a purchase. Warning. Refund immediately. A lawyer's letter has been dispatched. Fong Gongji. How could a citizen of our glorious nation possibly purchase? This is a hacking incident. My account has been compromised. Prepare for prison time. A multitude of individuals were crying out for refunds, their accounts having been automatically charged without their knowledge. Chapter 47. The Pillar of Heaven has truly arrived. Daring to pluck fur from the tiger's backside. A bunch of oblivious fools. Liu Shicheng observed the intelligence reports, his voice cold. Yize company had long been under the protection of the 23rd Bureau. Any disturbance would capture his attention. Yesterday, a sweeping operation across multiple regions led to the capture of 477 rumormongers and internet trolls nationwide. This uncovered 23 criminals both domestically and abroad. As for those scoundrels overseas, we could not reach them. However, it was rumored that their bank accounts had been inexplicably drained, leaving them in despair. Those traitors to the nation had their accounts emptied, spending the money on in my next life. I want to be human. Their computer logs indicated they had willingly made purchases from abroad. International shopping disputes are beyond the purview of domestic authorities, who are also disinclined to intervene. Seeking a refund would be futile. This deviation from the norm bore the hallmark of Yize's strategy. The method was unmistakably in line with Shaoling's style. Just as the special operations personnel from the 23rd Bureau departed, Liu Shicheng, initially serious, burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. In a land of maple leaves, in a luxurious villa, the handsome young Wu Appa was in a fit of rage, wreaking havoc in the living room. Computers, vases, and fragments of water cups lay scattered. The scene a chaotic mess. Young master, please stop smashing things. We can barely afford the electricity bill. A plump assistant, dressed in a cute, youthful manner, was reduced to tears. Wu Appa's face was ashen, despondently slumping onto the sofa. Damn it, all I did was post a few statuses on VV and TT. A few insults were merely a sign of respect. You worthless little things, you can't handle this. Over the past few days, he had consulted several computer experts, yet none could decipher what had transpired. His passport, facial recognition, and bank account had all been compromised, leading to the unauthorized registration of an account on Yize's official website. Not only had 10 volumes of ebooks been ordered inexplicably, but there was also a feature to gift friends, resulting in an order of 300 volumes, completely draining his funds. All my money is gone. Years of savings vanished. Yize company, you are ruthless. I shall not rest until I make you pay. Young master, don't you have many fans in Hua country? Rally them to blockade their entrance. Force them to issue refunds. The assistant had barely finished speaking when Wu Appa's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Yes, I have 80 million diehard fans. Those brainless individuals would even dare to be misled into bombing Blue Star. How to proceed? He spun around excitedly on the floor. After a moment of emotional reflection, he squeezed out a few tears and recorded a short video to share with his fan group. In the video, Wu Appa sobbed, lamenting the thievery of Yize company, recounting his plight of online robbery with no avenue for redress. Finally, he added a touch of sentimentality. Farewell, my beloved fans, I love you all. Your idol is now destitute, faced only with the option of death. Appa, don't despair. If you die, life loses its meaning for us. Sisters, unite. We must seek justice for Appa. Yize company is far too oppressive. Is there no justice left? Yes. Let us gather resources to confront Yize company. Wu Appa's assistant, using several alternate accounts hidden within the fan group, quickly incited a frenzy among the brainless fans. Being a young idol, the majority of his fans were indeed oblivious girls. The female fans began to rally their respective backup suitors, quickly organizing 3 massive groups of 1,000 members, each to demand justice for Wu Appa. Whether by plane or train, those near Beishan sprang into action, coordinating their efforts. Among them was an undercover member of the Barbell Gang. He sent this alarming news to the Barbell Gang's group. Brothers, trouble is brewing. Wu Appa's fans are planning to besiege Yize company. This was intolerable for the Barbell Gang. They were determined to protect their goddess, supporting all that the goddess endorsed. The goddess was the spokesperson for Zishin, and supporting Yize Company was tantamount to supporting the goddess. The young men of the Barbell Gang were all fired up and began to converge on Beishan. The following morning, Yuan Dali arrived late. He was also a member of the Barbell Gang. However, his sole purpose for coming here was to pay homage to the hacker deity behind Yize Company. As he leisurely approached the Yize Industrial Park while live streaming, he was met with a shocking sight. What the hell? This scene is utterly terrifying. Wu Appa's fans had gathered, with a few hundred showing up, mostly girls, waving banners and screaming in support of Wu Appa, demanding justice. They were attempting to storm the main gate of Yize Company's factory. The Barbell Gang had an even larger presence, also numbering around 500 to 600, shouting slogans to defend Zishin, protect the goddess Xiaoling. Most were otaku, forming a long line to guard the factory's entrance. The two factions of fans resembled an impending siege, with thousands of people milling about, pushing and shoving, and the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. The local police station, with 20 to 30 officers, was overwhelmed by the crowd, scrambling to call for reinforcements. The electronic gate of Yize Company had already been closed. Behind it, a dozen formidable security guards, all temporary personnel from the 23rd Bureau, remained calm after notifying Director Liu, appearing quite composed. If they were criminals, it would be delightful. We could just shoot them down. However, these are just a bunch of unruly children. Reprimanding or striking them was not an option. Yao Ling, quickly dispatch reinforcements. From the city, nearly 1,000 individuals congregated at the Yize Company, their presence fraught with the potential for violence. Leaders from both the city and district rushed to the scene, with some climbing atop vehicles, their foreheads glistening with sweat from anxiety. Armed with loudspeakers, they sought to persuade and disperse the crowd. However, the fervent fans of Wu Appa were unyielding, their emotions running high as they shouted for justice for their idol. They refused to retreat, while the Barbell group rallied around the petite goddess, equally obstinate. Yao Ling urgently dispatched personnel, mobilizing every available officer from the police station, even summoning firefighters to the scene. Yuan Dali stood in astonishment, witnessing the chaos from 100 meters away, his legs trembling at the unexpected fervor that caused the once meager online viewership to skyrocket. What on earth was happening? Was there still time for him to sell steel pipes on site? Were Wu Appa's diehard fans truly this intense? Were they aiming to besiege Yize Company? If it came to blows, why not just engage directly? The audience in the live stream reveled in the unfolding spectacle. Liu Shicheng was preparing to board a flight back to Daijing when he heard of the situation and hastily returned from the airport. Upon arriving at the periphery of the scene, he called out, "Yize, for heaven's sake, do not show yourself. I will handle it." To his dismay, Yize responded, "So annoying. Can't I even enjoy a lie-in in the morning? You all disperse. I'll take care of this." Startled, Liu Shicheng nearly dropped his phone, urging himself to remain calm. If there were criminals involved, he would gladly wield a weapon. Yet, these were merely misguided youths. His concern was that Yize might act impulsively and resort to extreme measures. He hastily attempted to dissuade him, as a stampede among 1,000 individuals could lead to disaster. They were just naive kids. He implored that the Optimus Prime not unleash any catastrophic wrath. Rest assured, just as the call ended, a thunderous sound approached, growing ever closer. The red and blue Peterbilt 379 truck roared from the distance. As feared, Optimus Prime had indeed arrived. Yize was nestled within the truck. Liu Shicheng was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Stay composed. Impulsiveness is a demon. Chapter 48, The Automan Transforms. Yize had rushed over upon receiving a call from the company. The mechanical body he had upgraded for Xiaoling yesterday now boasted a new chipset. He had also taken the opportunity to upgrade Optimus Prime 1, which he had left in the underground laboratory garage, and now was the perfect time to drive it over. Liu Shicheng's car was positioned 100 meters from the crowd. He hastily instructed the driver to start the vehicle, intent on urging Yize to remain calm. The rumbling 379 truck approached, and Yize caught sight of Liu Shicheng, waving, "Optimus Prime 1, take me out." In the next moment, the massive truck slowed slightly, and he was propelled from the cabin, soaring through the air. "Be careful." Liu Shicheng and the driver barely had time to gasp. Almost simultaneously, a lithe black figure leapt from the top of the truck, landing gracefully on the ground. Before Yize touched down, the black figure adeptly caught him, spinning to cushion his fall and gently placing him on the ground. The entire sequence was fluid and efficient, reminiscent of a cinematic masterpiece. Clad in a white trench coat that billowed in the wind, Yize strode confidently toward Liu Shicheng's vehicle, accompanied by a striking girl with silver hair. She was draped in black, wearing a black eye mask, a high-slit-fitted dress, and black stockings, her figure gracefully curvaceous. The wind tousled her skirt, revealing glimpses of mysterious white beneath. "Ahem, you nearly scare me to death," Lu Shurching exclaimed, quickly exiting the car to greet Yize, patting his chest in relief. Drawing on his acute intuition from working in the Special Affairs Bureau, he sensed that the silver-haired girl was extremely dangerous. A twinge of apprehension nagged at him, compelling him to steal glances in her direction. Just as he intended to update Yize on the latest developments, he learned that the 23rd Bureau had already uncovered the insidious details behind this incident and had identified Wu Appa's other criminal activities. Mere moments ago, they had handed over the evidence to the police station, and a warrant for the instigators and organizers, including Wu Appa, was imminent. Suddenly, he noticed the 379 truck still rumbling forward, accelerating like a bull, charging toward the crowd. Was it intent on trampling them? Lu Shurching was taken aback. "Yize, stop it. Don't do anything foolish. They're just kids." Yet Yize seemed unfazed by his plea, grinning as he ushered Lu Shurching into the car. Only then did he say, "Lu Bureau, I've seen the warrant. There's a wealth of evidence, much of it provided by our Xiao Ling." Xiao Ling silently complied, sliding into the car beside him. Lu Shurching nearly choked. "Did you just call her Xiao Ling? Well, I suppose I needn't worry about this kid's safety anymore. Even if Xiao Ling isn't armed, I doubt anyone would dare approach her." He had heard from Yang that Xiao Ling had acquired a mechanical body but was taken aback by her strikingly animated appearance. "Lu Bureau, what else with that expression? Yize, desa, noticing Lu Shichem's astonishment. It's obvious you've never seen 2B from near." Seeing Lu Shurching's bewildered face, Yize took it upon himself to enlighten him. However, Lu Shurching's heart remained uneasy. He had long feared that some fool might provoke this kid. Sure enough, with two formidable weapons in tow, what did Yize intend to do? Was he planning a massacre? These two weapons could wreak havoc without even lifting a finger. Their sonic pulse attacks alone would suffice to decimate the crowd of thousands. "Relax. I'm quite reliable, aren't I?" Yize, sensing Lu Shurching's concern, patted his hand reassuringly, his demeanor calm and collected. This slight display of confidence eased Lu Shurching's mind, convincing him that Yize would exercise caution. "Just don't harm the kids. Indeed, I merely intend to give them a small lesson on behalf of their parents." "What?" Lu Shurching jolted, nearly leaping from his seat. "Don't unleash any catastrophic wrath." A piercing horn blared, reminiscent of a train's wail, its deafening sound ringing painfully in people's ears as the formidable truck barreled forward, roaring toward the crowd. Eyes turned in unison toward the approaching vehicle, and the crowd erupted in chaos. "Good heavens! There's no one in that truck. Is it going to crash into us? What the hell? Did the driver flee? Is this a driverless truck? How utterly brutal! Surely this isn't a ploy by Yize Company to run us over? Stop talking nonsense. Move!" In their panic, the Barbell Group members shrieked, while Wu Appa's fans screamed in terror. Who claimed these kids were fearless? Were they not there to defend their goddess Xiaoling? Hadn't they vowed to sacrifice for Wu Appa? With only 200 to 300 meters remaining, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, scattering in all directions in a desperate bid for safety. One after another, fleeing as if pursued by a pack of hounds, they could scarcely outrun a 100-meter dash. To their astonishment, a roaring truck suddenly screeched to a halt over 100 meters away from the crowd. With a dramatic tailspin, it kicked up a cloud of dust, the alarming sound of tires grinding against the pavement ringing out. The fleeing crowd turned back, pausing to catch their breath, exclaiming, "Damn, that was close." Some, seizing the moment of chaos, discreetly slipped away from the scene. Those who made an early exit were mostly the organizers who had deliberately incited the commotion. They were merely mercenaries, unwilling to foolishly place themselves in danger, fearing that some reckless idiot might steer the massive truck straight at them. "I am Optimus Prime. How dare you wreak havoc in my domain? You foolish human wretches, have you grown too bold?" Suddenly, the truck emitted a thunderous electronic sound, deafening enough to shake the branches of the trees lining the roadside. What was that? Was it the truck making such a noise? That was a Peterbilt 379 truck. Could it truly be Optimus Prime? Surely, this must be a trick, a mere scare tactic. The crowd watched from a distance, buzzing with speculation. Many assumed it was a publicity stunt by the Yize Company to intimidate them. A few daring souls, however, cautiously approached, eager to uncover the truth. "Huh. Transformed and ready for action. Optimus Prime does not deceive, wayward sheep." The Peterbilt 379 truck rattled and transformed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a towering mechanical giant, standing 8 to 9 meters high. "Oh my goodness. No way. Is it really Optimus Prime?" It transformed. "Wow, I'm terrified." Is there really a Cybertronian robot? It's moving. Mom, I want to go home. The mighty Optimus Prime glared fiercely at the crowd, striding toward them with deliberate steps. Along the way, it encountered a row of thick trees, which it did not sidestep but uprooted with ease, tossing them aside as if they were mere twigs. With a single hand, it grasped one of the trees and effortlessly stripped it of its branches, transforming the 5 to 6 meter tall tree into a stout club. Holding the hefty club aloft, Optimus Prime continued to advance upon the crowd. Little rascals, it's time for spanking. You think this hefty tree is a mere toy? Wasn't Optimus supposed to protect humanity? It seemed as though it intended to attack us. If that club came down, would anyone survive? Oh my goodness, is Optimus really coming after us? In that moment, everyone in the crowd, regardless of gender, was paralyzed by fear. Run. Chapter 49. Sister 2B versus Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime continued its relentless approach, even throwing in some boxing moves and performing somersaults. Such a massive figure exhibiting such agility was utterly terrifying. As it passed by a sedan, a single stomp crushed it instantly. When it approached a bus, a mighty slap sent it flying a dozen meters, crashing through a wall before finally coming to rest. How brutal! How terrifying! Run! Someone shouted in panic. The previously breathless boys and girls erupted in chaos, fleeing for their lives. Little rascals, prepare for my wrath. Your parents clearly neglected your upbringing, and I, Optimus Prime, shall set you straight. Optimus Prime bellowed, releasing a resounding military call reminiscent of a wake-up trumpet. In the midst of the panicking crowd, suddenly, some individuals began to run in awkward strides. A few felt an urgent pressure in their bladders, while others experienced sudden intestinal spasms, leading to embarrassing accidents right on the spot. Oh no, social death in front of everyone. Ah, run. From a distance, Yize shouted for the driver to start the vehicle and flee. Heavens, I never expected that even from 400 or 500 meters away, that sound wave would make me feel the urge to relieve myself. Xiaoling, go handle the aftermath. What the hell? Liu Shurchen groaned, clutching his abdomen, his face contorted with discomfort. Only once they had retreated over 500 meters from Optimus Prime did the sensation subside. Could it be that Optimus Prime unleashed a subsonic attack? Stop. Make it halt. Haha, it's fine, Director Liu. Yize couldn't help but chuckle. It's merely a gentle subsonic wave, resonating within the intestines and bladder. Not only is it harmless, but it also has a therapeutic effect. Those who couldn't hold it were simply those with pre-existing gastrointestinal issues. Definitely a remedy. In just a minute or two, some were so petrified they collapsed, crying uncontrollably, while others discovered their latent athletic potential, sprinting 2 miles away. The punishment had been delivered, the intimidation achieved. It was likely that these mindless fans would think twice before stirring up trouble in their next lives. Xiaoling sprang into action, her legs moving with such speed that they left after images. She quickly approached Optimus Prime, leaping up to grab its arm. In a flash, she climbed atop Optimus Prime's left shoulder, giving its head a gentle pat, causing the wake-up call to cease immediately. Sister 2B, Xiaoling, observed with an icy demeanor, remaining silent. Her mechanical form was so flawless that onlookers mistook her for a real-life cosplayer. Moments later, Xiaoling extended a finger, shooting forth a beam of light. Instantly, a three-dimensional holographic projection of Xiaoling appeared on Optimus Prime's right shoulder. Children, stop running amok. Optimus Prime means you no harm. Most of you have been misled. Quickly check online for the latest news. As for the malevolent instigators, go watch Teacher Luo's class. You'll see how many years you might be sentenced. The virtual electronic girl, Xiaoling, spoke in a soothing voice, calming many of the frightened onlookers who ceased their flight. In that moment, many in the crowd realized that despite the earlier chaos, Optimus Prime had remained a safe distance away. Reasoned advice had fallen on deaf ears, for the unruly youth would only listen to a slap followed by a sweet treat. Now, they were both frightened by Optimus Prime and captivated by the virtual electronic girl. Curious about her message, hastily pulling out their phones to check. It turned out that just minutes prior, several official accounts had shared a shocking announcement. Wu Uba had been implicated in multiple crimes and placed on a wanted list, set to be apprehended upon his return to the country. Even after changing his nationality, he had continued to masquerade as a citizen of Hua, profiting from his entertainment career and connections within the nation. Even though he could linger abroad to evade punishment, his career lies in ruins. Multiple charges, gambling, drug trafficking, tax evasion, and lewd behavior, each more shocking than the last. How foolish we were to elevate such a scoundrel. I truly was a fool for supporting him all these years. My heart aches, it truly aches. Let us disperse, lest we further embarrass ourselves here. I never anticipated that our idol would be such a wretch. The hearts of countless young fans lay shattered on the ground. The electronic girl, Xiao Ling, gracefully waved to the crowd, saying, "Be good now. Just look at Optimus Prime, and then disperse." Xiao Ling holds immense esteem in the hearts of otaku, and her simple words melted the hearts of all the otaku fans present. The stunned fans erupted in a chorus of cheers and screams. They excitedly pulled out their phones to capture photos of Xiao Ling and Optimus Prime and began to scatter voluntarily. Many of Wu Appa's supporters quickly turned their backs and followed suit. Some, feeling heartbroken, silently slipped away. A few, rather decisively, switched their allegiance to Optimus Prime and Xiao Ling, joining the festivities of the otaku group. A small handful, sensing the situation turning sour, attempted to sneak away. However, unbeknownst to them, a cordon had already been set up along the route, and they were swiftly apprehended by the police just a short distance away, recognized from their photos. Some protested, "Why are we being arrested?" The police responded with a cold laugh, aiding and abetting, organizing a disturbance, endangering public safety. "Young man, you have a case against you." The scene was perfectly captured by Yuan Dali's livestream. Fans of Wu Appa and his entourage lost interest in the spectacle. Optimus Prime transformed dramatically, exuding charisma and power, igniting the live stream. The simultaneous appearance of Optimus Prime and the electronic girl, Xiao Ling, sent the chat room into a frenzy. Is this for real? What on earth is Optimus Prime? My world is crumbling. Xiao Ling is truly a virtual electronic girl. Oh my gosh. I randomly stumbled into a live stream and encountered such explosive events? Good heavens. Optimus Prime has arrived. Is the Decepticon army about to invade Blue Star? How terrifying. Streamer, tell the truth. Are you on a movie set? If you dare deceive us, we'll come through the internet to get you. My friend asked me to inquire. Who is this 2B sister cosplaying? Her figure is absolutely stunning. At that moment, the phone was propped up on a tripod. Yuan Dali was too preoccupied to pay attention to the live chat. Sweat poured down his forehead. His face flushed a deep crimson. Bending over, he squeezed his legs tightly together, fearful of any untoward accidents. After a moment, when the alarm ceased, a wave of relief washed over his abdomen, akin to a soothing massage. Finally, he exhaled and slumped to the ground. He was using a mobile phone for the live stream and had also set up a DSLR camera on site for video recording. Yuan Dali's curiosity surged. He was eager to uncover how Optimus Prime had made his entrance and quickly rewound the footage for clues. The video indeed captured a stunning moment. As a truck sped towards the crowd, a young man in white and a girl in a fitted black dress leaped from the back of the truck and into a car before reaching the throng. That could only be the master of Optimus Prime. Perhaps the hacking genius from Yize Corporation is indeed him. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing into the distance where the car remained parked. Forgetting about the live streaming equipment, he dashed towards the vehicle. Chapter 50. The incident triggered by Xiao Ling. Inside the unmarked car by the roadside, Lu Shicheng watched the dispersing crowd, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Whether it was Yize Corporation or the throngs of people, he could not afford a crisis from either side. Such gatherings pose a risk of crowd surges and stampedes, and had there been fatalities at the entrance, it would undoubtedly tarnish Yize Corporation's reputation. Optimus Prime merely served as a distant scare tactic, maintaining a safe distance of 50 meters from the crowd. The young fans scattered like headless flies, naturally dispersing. Lu Shicheng gave a thumbs up to Li Yize, surprised by his ingenious resolution. Then he began to mutter ominously about exposing black technology. Is it merely about uprooting a few trees? Li Yize glanced at him, dismissing. Optimus Prime is a civilian logging robot. What's the big deal? He had never worried about exposure. After all, no one would replicate his black technology for years. Besides, he had even more advanced innovations in store. Within 2 years, combat robots would be outfitted for the army. Other nations were not foolish and would undoubtedly catch on. Unveiling Optimus Prime was a deliberate move, showcasing a glimpse of black technology to boost the company's valuation before its upcoming shell listing. After all, the company's worth reflects its systemic influence. As long as our technology advances swiftly, no other country can keep up. Lu Shicheng was both amused and exasperated. The state and military treated it as a treasure, classifying it as confidential technology, yet this young man remained utterly unfazed. Galvatron 1. Human form, height 2 meters, tank form. Length 22 meters, width 17 meters. Optimus Prime 1. Human form, height 86 meters, truck form. Length 9 meters, width 5 meters. In comparison, Galvatron 1 is merely a small size, while Optimus Prime 1 is an XXXL. The technology is clearly superior. Once combat robots are mass-produced, their performance will also see improvements, which is excellent news. There are even rumors of a fighter jet variant of Galvatron 2, designed to be 13 to 17 meters long, employing even more advanced plasma engines. Let us see how long we can keep this under wraps. He nodded, reluctantly accepting the classification of Optimus Prime as a civilian logging robot. Suddenly, he spoke earnestly. I assure you by the stars that Wu Appa's evasion abroad will be futile. I will ensure you have your vengeance. Director Liu, that scoundrel isn't worth your concern. Yize waved his hand dismissively. The foreigners will be looking for trouble soon enough. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Shicheng received an overseas call from an informant at Bureau 23. Wu Appa was implicated in hacking the official database, stealing personal information from the national insurance systems of the United States and Canada, and had been apprehended by the FBI. If found guilty, he could face a lifetime sentence. To their astonishment, while being taken away by the FBI, he attempted to flee the vehicle, only to be subdued by an agent's knee strike, resulting in an accidental asphyxiation. Retribution comes swiftly. This is the immediate consequence of pandering to foreign interests. Those who thrive domestically become third-class citizens abroad, with a status even lower than that of marginalized communities, dying in vain. That is quite the coincidence, I assent to it. Liu Shicheng looked at Yize with suspicion. Director Liu, don't look at me. I had nothing to do with it. Yize shrugged. You don't think I somehow influenced the FBI agent, do you? I merely lent a helping hand. I just had Xiao Ling remotely assist in downloading 300 gigabytes of data onto Wu Appa's computer, offering him a lifetime of comfort. What a calamity. I never expected the FBI agent would inadvertently serve justice for us. For reasons unknown, he felt inexplicably elated. A stranger approaches. Xiao Ling suddenly emits a warning. Identity confirmed. Programmer, online content creator. Scanning reveals no dangerous items on his person. In the rearview mirror, chubby little fellow, brimming with excitement, scuttles towards the sedan. When you descended from the Optimus Prime truck, could it be that this little rotund figure spotted you? As an online content creator, might he have recorded a video? Liu Shicheng inquires. Should we take action? Just small fry. No need to pay him any mind. Yize responds lazily. Drive. The sedan revs up and disappears in a flash. Wait for me, great master. Yuan Dali sprints at breakneck speed, panting hard and feeling utterly drained. As he nears the unmarked sedan, he reaches out to tap the window, but the driver accelerates and vanishes. How unfortunate. A perfect miss of the great master. Curse it. I need to get back to dieting. Yuan Dali collapses onto the curb, taking a while to catch his breath. Once he has recovered somewhat, he sets off in search of Small N. The superlative black technology of the Zishin Machine Master, the godlike hacking skills, the lifelike three-dimensional projections, and the extraterrestrial sci-fi essence of Optimus Prime, all of it fills him with awe and curiosity. Zishin Company is indeed the beacon of technological advancement in our nation. He must release a video immediately to ardently promote this admirable company. They deserve the respect of the entire nation. Naturally, he harbors ulterior motives by vigorously promoting them. He hopes to catch the great master's attention. Soon, he finds a Small N, carrying his laptop, a standard for programmers. Yuan Dali only brings along a slim 15.6-inch LED screen. The LED screen has been simply modified to connect to the Machine Master via Wi-Fi. Indeed, he is currently using the Machine Master as a computer host. He begins editing his first video, strongly advocating for mass production of the Machine Master. He types the title, a heartfelt million-person petition. Please produce the Zishin Machine Master. In the video, he shares his insights and evaluations of the Machine Master from the past half-month, narrating in an impressively professional and detailed manner. Performance, 10 stars. Review. Its performance obliterates server CPUs. Using it as a phone is a waste. I earnestly request Zishin Company to consider the needs of programmers and release a series of accessories for computers. Please do a good deed. We can't let computer companies go belly up. They are raking in money domestically while donating computers to foreign armies. What a disgrace. Battery life, 10 stars. Review, unbelievable. After half a month of casual use, it still has 51 battery left. The battery of the Zishin Machine Master is also a marvel of black technology. Just a humble inquiry. Does Zishin Company have plans for mass production of batteries? Durability, 10 stars. Review. None of my seasoned teardown enthusiasts can dismantle it. Someone accidentally dropped the Machine Master on the road, and after being run over by a vehicle, it was dusted off and continued to function without a scratch. At the end of the video, Yuan Dali calls for a million-person signature campaign to advocate for mass production. Within just over an hour of posting, likes, shares, and comments soared into the tens of millions, with countless netizens endorsing the mass production of the Machine Master. Enthusiastic commenters flocked to Zishin Company's official website to leave supportive messages. I am Li Erden from Yun Province, strongly advocating for the mass production of the Machine Master. I am the outlaw Lao Luo, representing Xiong Province. The public is furious that they cannot purchase the Machine Master. Watch out or I might send you all to jail. I, Xiao Taiyank, urgently need a batch of Machine Masters for the Heavenly Temple, or else my 100,000 soldiers will drag you into the doghouse. Shoo. I'm Old Wang from next door. The daughter-in-law of the Zhang family specifically wants a Machine Master, and I'm quite vexed. Overnight, the comments section of the company's website swelled to over 10 million posts. One comment, how can a true hero be without a Machine Master? Garnered several million likes. Zishin Company had yet to make any official statement. Meanwhile, the Yingert toothpaste factory and other computer industry giants felt the heat. What is this? The Zishin 10 has just shaken the mobile phone sector, and now it's threatening the computer industry as well. But that's not all. Yuan Dali's second video is titled, Optimus Prime pulls up Weeping Willow, the most incredible black technology from Zishin Company. The video of Optimus Prime transforming and uprooting a tree sparked an online earthquake, drawing attention from several foreign nations. The U.S., Neon Country, Canada, Australia, and others from the Six-Eyed Alliance swiftly issued protests and condemnations. Chapter 51. Optimus Prime is for civilian use. Who dares to disagree? The video showcasing Optimus Prime garnered over 1 billion likes within just a day, igniting excitement among netizens. People exclaimed in astonishment at Zishin Company's groundbreaking innovations. Countless military enthusiasts were left in utter disbelief, shouting, "Give me 100 Optimus Primes and I can conquer the world." They engaged in fervent discussions about how formidable Optimus Prime's combat capabilities could be, speculating whether it could rival the animated version. However, some skeptics questioned whether the video was a fabricated montage or a movie clip. Yet, many claimed to be eyewitnesses and showcased their photos with Optimus Prime, flaunting their encounters. Social media exploded with posts. With images, witnesses, and truth, this is undeniable. Incredible. The might displayed by Optimus Prime feels capable of tearing tanks apart, right? Equip Optimus Prime with 2 cannons, and we can retire tanks. Are you all fools? Such a powerful Optimus Prime should be fitted with laser cannons. I am a leading figure on Bihu, holding a doctorate in mechanics. After a night of contemplation and scratching my bald head, I simply cannot fathom how Optimus Prime can flawlessly operate in both forms. What kind of power system enables such a feat? Why is no one discussing this? Who is the genius behind Optimus Prime's creation? Why don't you ask if it just came from Cybertron? Various self-media platforms erupted in discussions surrounding Optimus Prime. Many influencers rushed to Zishin Company to uncover the truth. As it stands, people are left with numerous unanswered questions. Countless netizens flocked to Zishin Company's website, leaving a chorus of requests. Please, have mercy. And while you're at it, mass-produce Optimus Prime. Domestically, the discussions continued to flourish online. People were also curious as to why official media outlets remained silent. In contrast, foreign officials were far from calm. The emergence of Optimus Prime, albeit momentary, had already demonstrated extraordinary high technology, capturing the attention of many. At a conference of the Six-Eyed Alliance in Kentucky, the U.S. Defense Secretary Olvera remarked, "Damn it, Hua Country is challenging the order we've established." Have you all noted the news about Hua Country's Optimus Prime? Our technical departments have deduced that their artificial intelligence and robotics technology have surpassed all our nations. Recently, they have also made breakthroughs in chip technology. We cannot allow them to continue developing unchecked. Yoshida Ryu, the defense minister of Neon Country, quickly chimed in, if they apply this technology militarily, it would spell disaster for the entire globe. We absolutely cannot tolerate this. The representatives of the other 4 nations unanimously concurred that pressure should be exerted upon the Hua Nation. Following the conclusion of the meeting, a routine press conference was held. The 6 members of the Dog Eye Alliance, along with their respective defense ministers, voiced their concerns. The Hua Nation has unveiled a towering figure, and should it be employed for military purposes, it would pose a significant threat to global peace. Here, we present a collective protest. Such actions by the Hua Nation may incite panic among neighboring countries, potentially igniting an arms race. Overira solemnly thumped his chest. We assure our allies that we will indeed impose sanctions against the Hua Nation for this behavior. One journalist posed a relatively objective question, inquiring whether their protest was premature, considering that the Hua Nation has yet to equip the towering figure to its military forces. He haughtily shook his head, asserting that possessing weapons of mass destruction is an original sin. This trend must be quashed in its infancy. from a position of strength. We shall never permit the Huan nation an opportunity to challenge our authority. Another journalist countered, suggesting that perhaps it is your nation that poses a greater threat to humanity. You possess the most nuclear weapons. Will you consider their destruction? Overira, upon hearing this, was incensed. Security personnel, expel him immediately. We harbor serious doubts that this journalist is deliberately disrupting the press conference. Effective immediately, he is to be deported. The journalist was forcibly escorted out by security personnel, angrily shouting, "What about freedom of the press? You are all hypocritical double-standard deceivers." This farcical scene was captured by other journalists and quickly disseminated online. It soon garnered widespread attention, even reaching audiences within the Huan nation's own online community, where netizens expressed their disdain. We're the so-called cultural critics. Come forward and take a stand. Witness the beacon you tout. This blinding spectacle is laughable. It's amusing to hear them claim they speak from a position of strength. They are no longer the Q-headed dynasty of 120 years ago. They too will protest and condemn. The cycle of karma is indeed fascinating. Why does my excitement grow with each protest against my homeland? Am I normal? This incident piqued the curiosity of netizens. Is our nation indeed planning to develop such war machines? Some netizens, unable to wait for an official statement, forwarded this news to the official account of Central Huan News. An hour later, the aloof Central Huan News account surprisingly responded, "We have just learned of this matter. It is understood to be merely a research experiment by a private enterprise, so please do not overthink it. They are simply testing an all-terrain cargo and logging robot, and have not equipped it with any lethal weapons. It is purely for civilian use. The defense ministers of the 6 nations are simply out of touch. Do not react as they do. Purely civilian? Is it not painful to speak such blatant falsehoods? Has Central Huan News also become this humorous? Cargo and logging? Wrong. It can also mine coal, transport bricks, and facilitate demolitions." In summary, such statements are not only met with skepticism by foreigners, but even domestic netizens remain unconvinced. One netizen interpreted that the meaning of Central Huan News is, "We relish your discontent, knowing you cannot retaliate against us." At this moment, Yize and Director Liu were inspecting the industrial park. During their midday meal, they took a brief respite to peruse these developments, unable to suppress their laughter. Both were acutely aware that while Yize Company ostensibly focuses on civilian technological products, each research endeavor is purposefully aimed at establishing a self-sufficient supply chain system, all in preparation for the mass production of the first model of the towering figure. The plan for 10,000 combat robots is progressing steadily each day. The day their anxieties become reality, what expressions will they wear? Liu Shichang scoffed, unable to restrain a nostalgic sigh. Back when an American electronic reconnaissance aircraft collided with our military plane, that feeling of humiliation was unbearable. At that time, their aircraft was significantly more advanced, and it conveniently made an emergency landing at our airport. During the negotiations following the incident, our team of elder scientists worked tirelessly through the night, attempting to glean insights into their technology. In the Yize Company Industrial Park, the 2nd and 3rd production areas have been completed ahead of schedule. Yize exchanged for designs of cutting-edge, automated chemical equipment suitable for the current demands. The 2nd production area will focus on material chemistry, superconducting materials, T4 and T5 materials. Even synthetic diamonds and artificial rubies are poised for rapid mass production. T4 materials possess excellent flexibility, capable of creating resilient synthetic muscle and nerve cables. T5 materials, with their high hardness and strength, are ideal for manufacturing humanoid skeletons and the exoskeletons of combat robots, and are also suitable for aircraft exteriors. Rubies are essential for laser weaponry. Diamonds are not merely for adornments or engagement rings. They serve as superb semiconductors and optical materials, integral to the gyroscopes, cameras, and optical sensors of combat robots. Once these materials are secured, coupled with batteries, chips, and servo motors, the core components of the combat robots will be nearly complete. The final product will represent a qualitative leap in both materials and craftsmanship compared to the original towering figure showcased during the weaponry competition. The order for 10,000 combat robots seems likely to be fulfilled ahead of schedule. Chapter 52. Shall we create some Transformer sport cars? In the 3rd production area of Yize Company, preparation for mechanical electronics are also nearing production readiness. In addition to supplying components for combat robots, they will manufacture high-precision servo motors. Yize intends to heed the pleas of millions of netizens and mass-produce the machine overlord. After all, enhancing the company's market value is of paramount importance. This will yield more system points and enable the exchange for even more advanced technologies. The Zishin chip will flow into the market without concern. In a laboratory, he has already begun preparing for more advanced superconducting chip technology. Currently, the Zishin chip, which even the Apple company is desperate to acquire, is merely a technology he deems beneath him, intended for profit exploitation. I say, little boss Lee, with your status, you should at least drive a sports car. Or, better yet, why not construct a bumblebee for yourself? Lu Shurqing could not help but suggest. As they inspected the park, they traversed in the towering figure, which charged through with vigor. The company is not lacking in vehicles. Every executive is provided with a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Yet, Yize prefers to race in a large truck, using it as his mode of transport, which left Lu Shurqing somewhat amused and exasperated. To engage in meaningful conversation with Yize, he had diligently brushed up on several days' worth of Transformer knowledge. Jazz, Pontiac GXB, Hot Rod, Lamborghini Scenario, all would suffice. This towering figure is rather cumbersome. He is subtly concerned that the towering figure may attract too much attention. In truth, Yize is quite discreet. He has never publicly revealed his face to the media, remaining a mystery to the public. With such a vast enterprise, only Xue Jinquan, a few senior executives, and the security personnel of the 23rd Bureau are familiar with him. Even at Beishan University, apart from the core scientists in the laboratory, few can connect him to Yize Company. Creating Transformer sports cars? That seems like a splendid idea. Once the towering figure transforms into a tank, it will be unmistakably recognized as military hardware. Sport cars would serve as an ideal facade for civilian use. Yize nodded in agreement, deciding that during mass production, several styles should be produced. Tanks, sports cars, trucks, bulldozers, all will be welcome. The commissioning of the 2nd and 3rd industrial zones has suddenly led to the Northern Frontier Military Industry Group placing an order for 20,000 components for industrial robots. Once the 3rd industrial zone officially commences operations, it will also be capable of producing industrial robots independently. The proliferation of industrial robots is inevitable. As Lu Shurqing walked along, a bitter smile crept across his face. This young man certainly defies conventions. The vast industrial park, sprawling over 100 acres, remained eerily silent after the construction workers departed. Despite the size of Yize Company, it employs only a mere 300 engineers and a little over 100 administrative and marketing staff. Even packaging and cleaning duties have been delegated to robots. Good heavens. 16. 88 million? Mr. Xue, are you trying to have us face the firing squad as soon as we step out? At Yize Technology Company, Xue Jinquan tossed a document to the marketing department. All employees below the marketing director stared in shock at the suggested retail prices listed on the form. The Zishin machine tyrant, after much anticipation, is finally set for mass production, even though it has yet to receive an official name. The price alone is staggering, starting from 300,000, with the highest reaching over 30 million. The 3 flagship models are priced at 380,000, 68 million, and 16.88 million respectively. Indeed, these prices are aligned with those of luxury automobiles. Those who can afford a $1 million luxury car often possess more than one and are not deterred from purchasing a machine tyrant as well. Xue Jinquan echoed the original words of Yize, fully agreeing with the sentiments expressed by the young CEO. Squeezing the impoverished will yield little profit, while the wealthy possess both resources and a penchant for ostentation. The strategy employed by CEO Li to collect the intellectual tax from the affluent is astute, indeed. The electronic diva, Xiao Ling, broadcasted live across the internet, announcing the much-anticipated news. The machine tyrant is officially entering mass production and will soon be on sale. A call for suggestions for the official name of the machine tyrant was launched, with the promise of gifting 116.88 million machine tyrant to the chosen contributor. According to the introduction posted by Xiao Ling, the mass-produced version of the Zishin machine tyrant will maintain the same performance as the prototype, but significant changes will be made to its appearance and configuration. Featuring a diamond smartphone screen, an under-display 3D HD camera, and various colorful diamond or gemstone exteriors. It also includes a projector module that allows videos to be projected onto a large wall. The three-dimensional projection module can cast three-dimensional images in various settings. For instance, during moments of solitude, a three-dimensional projection of a loved one can keep you company. In short, it offers an experience of unparalleled luxury. Xiaoling's live broadcast proved to be more effective than spending $1 billion on advertising. The hype was monumental, instantly igniting excitement across the internet and capturing the attention of countless viewers. The machine tyrant has emerged, Who can rival its prowess? As for me, the invincible beauty. Whoever gifts me a machine tyrant, I shall accompany you tonight. For those less fortunate, unless you undergo surgery to transform your bosom into diamonds, you are out of luck. My heavens! No wonder it is so expensive. It's essentially a massive diamond. Surely, artificial diamonds are not inexpensive either? Would a diamond screen be too fragile, shattering upon impact? Such considerations are not for you to ponder. It is said to have undergone special treatment, and besides, who would dare let such a phone fall? Can't afford it? Then help us name the machine tyrant. An overwhelming wave of netizens ignited a naming frenzy. Which name will Yize company choose? Who will be the lucky one to win? Within 3 months following the mass production of the Zhashine 10, the 4 leading smartphone giants in the country began a vigorous campaign to promote their new flagship Zhashine 10 smartphones. It seemed they had coordinated their efforts. The new releases coincided perfectly. Vovi rushed to launch a flagship phone priced at 7,888 yuan, followed closely by Oppo, which unveiled its flagship at 8,666 yuan the very next day. In the following week, Xiaomi released its 9,888 yuan Golden Edition flagship, while Huawei S18, 886 yuan phone hit the market with the most powerful advertisement on the planet. Of course, the title of the strongest advertisement was reserved for the Zhashine machine tyrant. The 4 smartphone giants displayed a sense of integrity, essentially enhancing their existing flagship models without raising prices. This strategy immediately sparked a buying frenzy, leading to shortages across the board. In just 1 month, the combined sales of the Zhashine 10 flagship smartphones reached an astonishing 17 million units. Not only did it dominate the domestic high-end market, but it also ignited a buying spree abroad, topping the sales charts. Despite facing sanctions from the United States and chip shortages, Huawei S smartphones finally regained their footing. This is a high-end flagship, not a budget phone. Soon after, Yize company announced a unified interface technology standard and granted some new technologies for small accessories to domestic manufacturers. Various electronic manufacturers flocked to join the excitement. Eager to become part of Yize company's ecosystem, they promptly paid patent fees and released an array of accessories compatible with Zhashine smartphones, including high-power chargers capable of microwave wireless charging from a distance of 15 meters. Displays, mice, and keyboards all utilize Wi-Fi connections, as do USB drives, portable hard drives, game controllers, and various peripherals. With these accessories, Zhashine smartphones conveniently encompass all functions of a computer. It's as though purchasing a smartphone grants you a computer. This once again sparked enthusiasm among the populace. Consequently, high-end brands like Apple and Samsung experienced unprecedented monthly sales plummeting below 100 units in Hua country. Riding the wave of the chip shortage, Taiwanese manufacturers such as TSMC and Samsung found themselves entirely ousted from the domestic high-end chip market. Chapter 53, Bumblebee. Executing a flip and turn. The Zhashine smartphones, capable of substituting for computers, had already captured a significant portion of the computer market share. Huawei and Xiaomi were the first to sound the alarm for an offensive against laptops. Xiaomi launched its 988 yuan Cybertron laptop, while Huawei debuted its 18 yuan mit Optimut laptop. In no time, this triggered a tempest in the high-end laptop market, causing brands like Lenovo, Dell, and HP to see dramatic drops in sales. With the simultaneous release of Zhashine inside smartphones and laptops, some manufacturers were unable to endure the pressure. Among the hardest hit was the once dominant smartphone leader, Apple, which was nearly forced out of the Hua country market, resulting in a series of drastic price declines. Once boasting the highest market value globally at $266 trillion, it plummeted to just over $700 billion. The former king of computers, Lenovo, which had long enjoyed domestic market dividends, found itself abandoned by consumers. Both sales and stock prices suffered a catastrophic decline. If no action were taken, they might face bankruptcy within a few months. They too wished to procure Zhashine chips. Despite previous inquiries, Yize company remained indifferent. Academician Zheng, we have been unable to secure Zhashine chips. I have heard that the National Academy of Sciences is collaborating with Yize company on a supercomputing project. Could the government apply some pressure? Yuan, the CEO of Lenovo, approached his connections at the National Academy of Sciences. Upon hearing this, academician Zheng exploded in anger. Now, whenever he meets Li Yize, he must respectfully refer to him as Teacher Li. What a pipe dream. Do you still wish for the authorities to exert pressure on Yize company? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on whether you possess the right to utter such words. How audacious of you to speak of applying pressure. Even the typically composed academician Zheng could not restrain his expletives. Let me ask you, given the actions of Xianglian computers over the past few years, do they still embody the essence of a Chinese enterprise? Why does Zhishine refuse to supply you? Are you not aware of your own standing? Ever since Xianglian computers ascended to the pinnacle of the industry, they have grown increasingly arrogant. They have been excessively subservient to the United States, offering identical products at lower prices abroad while overcharging domestic consumers, treating them as fools. The incident involving the donation of computers to the U.S. military drew widespread condemnation online. Chairman Yuan received a tongue-lashing from academician Zheng. It is utterly frustrating. Xianglian computers has always been a benchmark for domestic enterprises, revered wherever they go. When have they ever endured such indignities? The authorities refuse to assist? Very well, I shall seek the U.S. to obliterate Yize company. He recalled that all foreign smartphone and computer companies have been desperately seeking Zhishine, wishing they could devour Yize company whole. How infuriating. Yize company has shown no sincerity whatsoever. During a video conference, Dallas Swift, the regional director of Apple, vented his frustrations to headquarters. Initially, that small-time owner claimed he intended to sell Yize company. However, neither the owner nor the CEO made an appearance, sending a gaggle of minions to deal with them. From an initial asking price of $200 billion, they escalated to a staggering $2 trillion. Might as well be pirates. They have finally realized that the other party is deliberately trying to drag them down. After months of negotiations, Zhishine has yet to supply them and has prohibited others from reselling their products. They are adamant about a payment in advance policy, with goods to be delivered 6 months post-payment. Yet, as the 6-month mark approaches, Yize company claims insufficient production capacity and postpones delivery by another 6 months. Last month, they shipped 37 million chipsets? They call that limited capacity? Do they not feel a twinge of conscience as they lie through their teeth, demanding a penalty for breach of contract? Outrageous. The contract clearly states that delayed shipments do not constitute a breach. This is nothing short of a blatant abuse of power. Apple has always been the one imposing unfair terms on others. Little did they expect to be on the receiving end of Yize company's heavy-handedness. CEO Cook was so furious he felt like spitting blood. With a grim expression, he sighed for a long time before immediately reaching out to other companies to lobby Congress, urging our government to take action against them. Within days, Apple, Qualcomm, Dell, and Intel made numerous visits to U.S. lawmakers. Soon after, they officially filed a joint lawsuit against Yize company on 2 charges. First, for stealing technology. Second, for suspected market monopolization. Curiously, Xianglian Computers U.S. branch also participated in this endeavor. The U.S. Department of Commerce promptly issued a stern statement of sanctions, placing Yize company on the entity sanctions list, declaring that any products containing Zhishine chips are prohibited from being sold in the U.S. market. Upon the release of this sanctions statement, the world was thrown into chaos. When the news reached the online community in China, it sparked a wave of ridicule. Have their leaders been kicked by a donkey? It would take a decade-long brain freeze to come up with such a move. Zhishine had never supplied them with chips in the first place. With this sanction, they will be even further deprived of advanced technology. How frustrating. As a citizen of China, I feel an overwhelming sense of superiority, using computers that are a decade ahead of those from the U.S. Xianglian computers can perish. How dare they conspire with American companies to suppress Yize company? In this day and age, the more one is sanctioned, the prouder they become. Which prominent domestic enterprise has not faced sanctions from the U.S.? At the first opportunity, Liu Shicheng vented his frustrations to Yize. Yize, do not worry. The Americans are merely employing their typical bandit logic. They wield both the carrot and the stick, attempting to pressure us before negotiations to gain the upper hand. He chuckled. The U.S. envoy has already flown over to plead with us. Rest assured, our country will not indulge their antics. Director Liu, that call was unnecessary. Lija raturta dismissibili. I have no concerns. It's you who seems worried about Xiao Ling getting into trouble with them. Regarding the U.S. sanctions, he remained utterly unfazed. With an autonomous supply chain in hand, he felt no fear. Indeed, Zhishine's sales figures were continuously soaring. Smartphones equipped with Zhishine chips were conquering markets worldwide. They should clarify the situation. It is they who are currently being choked by chip shortages. Oh dear, a woman's voice cried out from afar. Yize was testing a sports car when, suddenly, a woman emerged from around the corner of an intersection. Bumblebee would certainly not collide with a person. It merely sped past at a staggering 260 kilometers per hour, startling the woman in a long dress, causing her to tumble into a drainage ditch. Oh no, what a calamity. Bumblebee 1 made a U-turn to check on her. Indeed, Bumblebee had been successfully created. This time, Yize had taken a shortcut, designing a manufacturing program and adding it to Xiaoling's database. Xiaoling worked at a speed that surpassed his own. In just over 10 days, they had produced a Bumblebee and a bulldozer. Bumblebee showed no signs of slowing down. It executed a flawless 180-degree vertical flip, simultaneously completing a lateral 180-degree roll while maintaining its incredible speed. Oh, the woman in the long dress had just crawled out of the drainage ditch and caught sight of Bumblebee's astonishing maneuver, gasping and stumbling back down. Chapter 54. The Oil Prince, a wealthy dog, wishes to purchase Optimus Prime. Miss, are you all right? Yize stifled a laugh as he helped the girl in the long dress out of the ditch. Although he wasn't T1 to meddle in others' affairs, he felt obliged to assist someone who had fallen due to his reckless driving. I'm fine, really. I want to hold you responsible. I was walking on the edge of the curb, and you were driving on the road, far from me. It was my own cowardice. The girl in the long dress reasoned, brushing off the dirt from her clothes while furtively scanning her surroundings. Then she exhaled with relief. Phew. Thankfully no one saw that. Otherwise, I would have died of embarrassment. Yize was left speechless. Am I not considered a person? Is it that I am so handsome that it doesn't count? The girl turned to him, awkwardly smiling. That was a poor choice of words. You're not just a person. You're the car god of Akiyama. The car is handsome, and the driver even more so. All right then. If you're okay, I'll be on my way. Just as Yize was about to leave, the girl hurriedly caught up to him. Hey, handsome, could you help me? I'm lost. This road belongs to the Outer Ring Road north of the industrial park. It had just been completed and the barriers removed, but the area around the drainage ditch had yet to be landscaped, making it unknown to most. This industrial park is enormous. What a terrible navigation system. It directed me here, and I've been circling for an hour. The girl complained as she fiddled with her phone. Well, this road hasn't been activated yet. It doesn't even exist on the map. No wonder your navigation is leading you in circles. Where are you trying to go? I came with friends to visit Yize Company. They should be at the central building of Factory 1. Oh, I'm heading there as well. I can give you a ride. Thank you. My name is Lin Nai. Lina nodded gratefully, and as soon as she got into the car, her chatter began in earnest. Are you returning to the first factory district? Could it be that you are an employee or a test driver for Yize Company? Have you had the chance to drive Optimus Prime? Was it exhilarating? Was it thrilling? Optimus Prime isn't meant for civilian use, is it? Have you ever experienced its laser cannon firsthand? You would believe it, but my friend Dog Daho is specifically coming to Yize Company to procure Optimus Prime. Procure Optimus Prime? How come I was unaware of this? Yize smiled without replying. From her accent, it was likely that Lina hailed from the rugged lands of the Black Soil, where both men and women are known for their boldness and straightforwardness, capable of astonishing others with their braggadocio. Noticing his skeptical expression, Lina felt compelled to defend herself. I'm not bragging. Have you heard of the Oil Prince? He has always worried about how to spend his money. Compared to him, Wang Duyu from Shihong City is merely a junior, nicknamed Gold. His Mandarin nickname is Dog Dahu. He is truly my friend. He prepared a truckload of dollars to purchase 100 Mecha Warriors and an additional 1,000 Optimus Primes. She was indeed not exaggerating. The Oil Prince from Dog Dahu's family was on a state visit to Huagua and had specifically come to visit Yize Company. As the only acquaintance of the Oil Prince in Huagua, she was warmly invited to join. Since she was free, she decided to take a look. To her surprise, several dignitaries accompanying Dog Dahu were engaged in endless banter with Yize Company executives. It was all just formal socializing. Finding it dull, she made an excuse to slip away, wandering around. Although she had visited during the Zishin 10 launch conference, that time she had merely followed the crowd. The Yize Company campus was vast, and she soon felt dizzy from the exploration. Dog Dahu indeed had the resources to make such purchases. Would a truckload of dollars suffice to buy 1,000 Optimus Primes? She realized she hadn't even calculated that. Yize couldn't resist teasing her. The Oil Prince is your friend? Is he perhaps pursuing you? Wow, you guessed that. Lina proudly huffed, but I cold-heartedly turned him down. Their culture seems to embrace polygamy. It's a paradise for men and a hell for women. Then why would the Oil Prince want to purchase Optimus Prime? ISNT, it's supposed to be for civilian use? Dog Dahu pondered. For civilian use. It must be for export. If Optimus Prime could help him turn the oil valves, that would be quite exhilarating. Lina animatedly demonstrated. Twist, twist, $200 million. Twist again, $400 million. Yize drove through the back entrance of the factory, enjoying an unobstructed journey as several infrared electronic gates opened automatically. Along the way, the lush coniferous forests were dotted with uniquely designed buildings, and now and then, unmanned delivery trucks zipped by. During her previous visit, She and T had the opportunity to explore the rear of the factory. Lena gazed in astonishment. Yize company truly lived up to its reputation. It was magnificent and fantastical. But why was it so stingy? From the moment she entered, she hadn't seen a single person, not even a few security guards to hire. Passing by a parking lot, she spotted a bulldozer and jokingly remarked, "Why bother with Optimus Prime? For Dog Dahu, a bulldozer is far more essential for oil extraction." Yes, yes. Dog Dahu doesn't seek the best. He only seeks the most extravagant. If they had a transformer like bulldozer, he would definitely be willing to pay the equivalent amount in dollars. Lena suddenly gasped as she recognized the bulldozer. Excavating? No way. Wait, could it be? Is this vehicle Bumblebee? Is that bulldozer? Yize smiled but offered no response. He parked in a lot and pointed ahead. This is where I work. I want to be going in. You head south for about 300 to 500 meters. There's a signpost and a service robot that will guide you to the central building on the west. Thank you, thank you. Lena expressed her gratitude profusely. She speculated that this young, handsome test driver wasn't heading to the central building because he likely didn't have the qualifications to attend a reception for foreign guests at Yize Company. After responding, she turned and walked determinedly eastward. Hey, look at the sun. That is south. Oh, how'd I not think of that? The noon sun is in the south. Oh dear, what a confused girl, unable to distinguish between east and west. Yize chuckled to himself as he turned back to his office. Upon entering, he found Lu Shurching waiting for him. I knew you were out testing vehicles and didn't dare call you, fearing an accident. Director Lu, you just returned to the capital a few days ago. Why are you back again? No choice. The simpleton from Dog Dahu is visiting, and despite the state affairs being trivial, he specifically demands to purchase Optimus Prime. I worry you might let something slip. Lu Shurching squinted, rubbing his forehead with irritation. Dog Dahu has always had a good relationship with our country, but this request is quite bothersome. The oil prince has just become the first heir. He'll be king soon, and this could affect our bilateral relations. Director Lu, what does the central authority mean? Cough. The leaders at the center have asked us to stall for a bit. Urgent consultations are underway. Chapter 55, A New Approach. The robotic chef at the national banquet. No wonder Lu Shurching was troubled. If a country with poor relations were to request the purchase of Optimus Prime, we could simply refuse outright, or even retort with mockery. However, the relationship between our nation and Dog Dahu, as oil-rich nation, is quite delicate. Although Dog Dahu is somewhat of a subordinate to the United States, he has managed to maintain a good relationship with us under pressure. Moreover, their monarchy is genuine. If they fall out with the first heir, it would mean a rift with the entire nation. This goes back 40 years ago when our country had just opened up. The largest international arms deal was initiated with Dog Dahu. At that time, Dog Dahu's oil nation was at war with its neighbors and sought to procure the Shifeng, 3 medium-range missiles from us. At that time, they didn't even have the nickname Dog Dahu. The representative from the opposing side boldly stated, "Don't worry about the price. Money is no object. Just tell me how many of these can flatten the neighboring country." After some back-and-forth negotiations, the oil nation decided to purchase 36 sets. When it came time for payment, our representative was taken aback. The Shifeng 3 missiles had never been sold abroad, and we didn't even have a price. Our representative casually suggested a number that wouldn't cause a loss. Would 100 million per set be acceptable? That amounted to 3.6 billion, and our representative was speaking in Huab currency. The counterpart understood it as 3.6 billion US dollars. The oil nation happily made the payment and graciously thanked us. From that moment on, they earned the nickname Gold Dog Dahu in our country. Director Lu, you really don't need to be so distressed. Lija contemplata. It's really not a big deal. Our country's international arms trade has always involved special export models, right? Optimus Prime number 1 could work. We could modify it with various materials, trimming some advanced functions, and it would be fine. Creating an export model for Optimus Prime number 1 is quite feasible. This would allow us to cultivate foreign markets in advance, which is quite delightful. With such a vast industrial park, how many people rely on the upstream and downstream industry chains to make a living? It would be a waste to rely solely on state orders. If in the future, we complete national orders, will we then cease operations? One need only observe the Northern Frontier Military Industry Group to understand. In peacetime, military supply orders are scarce. The state-S contract alone are insufficient to sustain the 3,000 subordinate military factories. Tasks intended for an entire year can often be completed in just 2 or 3 months, leaving much production capacity idle. This compels us to engage in military-to-civilian conversions. The largest tractor and motorcycle manufacturers in our nation are, in fact, products of such conversions from military factories. It is quite commendable indeed. Lu Shiqing pondered for a moment before breaking into a mischievous grin. Since we have yet to reach mass production, if he insists on procurement, he can simply pay a deposit and wait a year or so. However, a flicker of concern crossed his mind, prompting him to seek confirmation. Engaging in such external sales models, would that not risk exposing our most guarded technological secrets? For instance, quantum shields, T4 and T5 composite armor, infrasound technology, and active projectile evasion technology, among others? Director Lu, what are you thinking? Yize, Baba dismisibedi. I will not disclose those technologies. We have curtailed the artificial intelligence and locked the control systems to prevent any tampering or scrutiny. Everything will be constructed with cost-cutting measures. Our creations may be capable of transforming, running, and bearing weight, but at most, they can only engage in a one-on-one confrontation with tanks. As for the current core technologies, he would not share them even with our own country and military. The engineers in the factory are only privy to equipment maintenance techniques. Talent cultivation in the laboratory starts solely from experimental and theoretical frameworks. Some components are outsourced to the Northern Frontier Military Industry Group, and while certain manufacturing techniques are shared, they pertain only to hardware. The equipment for producing Zasheen, T4, T5 materials, and superconductive materials would be rendered useless in others' hands without the necessary control systems. It would merely be a heap of scrap metal. The most critical manufacturing technologies and processes reside within our servers. This is excellent. There is no issue at all. Even if our machines can only engage in a one-on-one confrontation with tanks, they are still the most advanced artificial intelligence robots globally, and our clients will undoubtedly be satisfied. Lu Shiqing laughed heartily, realizing he had been overly anxious. This young man was far more astute than anyone else. Well, we are selling them as civilian trucks. If the clients choose to install weapons and convert them for military use, that is no longer our concern. The two reached an agreement and revisited some details. Only then did Lu Shiqing pick up the phone to contact the leadership at the central office. Leaders, this matter is quite manageable. Yize has assured us that modifications and scaled-down models for external sales are feasible. It will not expose our highest technological secrets. Yes, I will negotiate with our clients. After all, this is a country with which we maintain a good relationship. The dog client is a significant player in our foreign trade arms dealings. The leadership of the central office was, of course, pleased to find a win-win solution. They hold Prince Harman in high regard. To honor him, the Foreign Affairs Secretary, He Changyan, personally accompanied him to visit Yize Company. At this moment, they were touring the conference room of Yize Company, a space designed with stunning sci-fi aesthetics, which left the wealthy client in awe. Prince Harman immediately made a request, expressing a strong desire to meet the designer of Optimus Prime. He was also eager to converse with the conference room's designer and wished to purchase a copy of such a sci-fi design to remodel his 800 square meter study. Optimus Prime is available for sale. He Changyan's accompanying personnel received news from Lu Shiqing and leaned in to inform him. Isn't this a bit absurd? He Changyan was taken aback, but maintained his composure, smiling at Harman. Your Highness, I will inquire about the designer of this conference room right away. Turning around, he called Lu Shiqing. Old Lu, what's the situation? You can confidently sell the external models. There's no problem. I've already communicated with the central office. Lu Shiqing responded with a smile. All right, understood. I'll wait for him to bring it up. He Changyan then asked, Prince Harman wishes to meet our designer. What do you think? The state has long adjusted its confidentiality parameters, limiting secrecy to the combat robot program itself. Concerning the Yize personality, they adopted a stance of neither promoting nor restricting his interactions. Meeting foreign guests poses no issue. Is that possible? You have to ask the principal. Lu Shiqing turned to seek Yize's opinion. Young Li, could you grant us this favor? A meeting will be fine. Yize was not one to act without consideration. If it were a representative from a nation like Neon, he would not even consider granting them entry. However, given the dog client's relatively amicable relationship with our country, facilitating their visit could be seen as contributing to the national interest. Very well. We will host the dog client at the Imperial Hotel banquet. This matter is settled. What Imperial Hotel? We will host it in our employee cafeteria. All right. Lu Shiqing hurriedly communicated with He Changyan, inquiring whether their esteemed guest would be amenable. 5-star hotel versus employee cafeteria. Let us see what they choose. Moments later, He Changyan led Prince Harman to tour the cafeteria of Yize Company. Just prior, Yize had informed Lu Shiqing that they would be hosting a banquet here, featuring the unprecedented culinary skills of robotic chefs. Upon hearing this, Prince Harman beamed with delight, insisting on attending. It was said that his family's chefs numbered at least a company. He had seen and tasted everything imaginable. Yet he had never encountered cuisine crafted by robots. This was a golden opportunity for a man of wealth who had grown weary of earthly pursuits, leaving only the quest for the extraordinary. Chapter 56. Export Sales Focus, Transforming Bulldozers. Why is the handsome test driver here? Lin Nai followed Prince Harmon, chatting and laughing as they entered the cafeteria of Yize Company. She intended to greet the handsome driver and introduce him to Harmon. If Harmon casually praised the driver, he might even earn a promotion within the company. To her surprise, He Changyan swiftly approached, extending his hand to the driver with great respect. You, Yize. I frequently hear the leaders mention you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I appreciate your assistance this time. What is happening? Lin Nai was utterly astonished. He Changyan, the Foreign Affairs Secretary, held a significant and esteemed position, being one of the Central Committee members, albeit lower in rank. He rarely displayed such courtesy, even to heads of state, yet here he was, treating the young man with utmost respect. What followed was even more astonishing for Lin Nai. According to protocol, when introducing both parties, one typically acknowledges the lower-ranked individual first, followed by the higher-ranked. However, He Changyan's order of introduction was rather unconventional. He first introduced Prince Harmon to Yize and only then prepared to introduce Yize to Harmon. Oh dear, will this not lead to a diplomatic incident? Lin Nai anxiously thought to herself, feeling a sense of concern for them. This is Mr. Yize, the designer of Optimus Prime. Prince Harmon, you wanted to meet the designer of the conference room. And it is indeed him. As soon as He Changyan completed the introduction, Prince Harmon exclaimed in awe, "What a young genius! I cannot believe I am meeting the designer of Optimus Prime. Lee, you are the greatest scientist in Blue Star." With fervent enthusiasm, he lunged towards Yize, seemingly poised to deliver a grand embrace, complemented by a cheek-to-cheek greeting. "Welcome to Beishan." Yize swiftly extended his left arm forward, palm facing outward, executing the universal traffic police signal to halt. He effectively thwarted the impending bear hug, as he was decidedly unaccustomed to face-to-face encounters with a bearded foreigner. In a graceful motion, he performed a traditional clasped hand salute, saying, "Prince Hartman, in our Hua country, there's an old saying, the guest should follow the host's customs. On my turf, you ought to learn this greeting." Very well, very well. The ancient customs of the East, indeed commendable, exclaimed Prince Hartman, a youthful man in his 20s, exuberant and unrestrained, clumsily imitating Yize's clasped hand salute. He laughed heartily while chiding Lin Nai for her lack of guidance, lamenting that she had never taught him. Lin Nai was utterly taken aback, her mouth agape. Who would have thought that the clown would turn out to be myself? Just earlier while lost, she had been calling someone a little handsome test driver without a second thought. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Her father was the head of a major state-owned oil corporation, frequently engaged in business with affluent oil nations. Having traveled extensively around the globe, she considered herself somewhat worldly. Since the exposure of Optimus Prime, various analyses had flooded the internet, with netizens generally asserting that the technology was at least a decade ahead of the rest of the world. Comment poured in, declaring the designer of Optimus Prime to be an unparalleled genius. She had always assumed that the creator would be a venerable elder academic. The robotic chef of the state banquet was an unprecedented concept, as the kitchen was entirely devoid of human presence. Even Hartman, who had seen much in his privileged life, was left astounded. Previously, in a bid to satisfy his own culinary cravings, Yize had amassed a database of no less than 1,000 diverse recipes for the Little Zero. The industrial robots, having transitioned into culinary roles, were capable of sharing recipes over a network and could update the database with optimized versions based on diners' feedback. Within Yize's company, there were merely over 400 human employees, yet the number of robotic chefs soared to 50. Since the company's inception, the employees had developed a habit of pre-ordering their meals on the computer as the first task of each workday. From the exotic milk wine of the desert to the renowned bubble tea of the South, from Jianbingguozi and Peking duck to the lavish Manchu Han imperial feast, from the hearty Northeast stew and Northwest lamb skewers to Xi'an's lamb palma, and encompassing French, Italian, Nordic cuisine, sushi, curry, and Ottoman ice cream. The culinary offerings were as diverse as they were abundant. Each meal was unique for every individual, with the canteen's daily surplus distributed to the construction sites in the park. The robotic chefs executed their tasks with impeccable precision, measuring oil, salt, and sauces to the milligram, and timing their cooking to mere seconds and fractions of degrees. They could carve a potato with such finesse that it would resemble the grandeur of the Forbidden City. After months of optimization, The culinary skills of the robotic chefs effortlessly eclipsed those of Michelin 3-star chefs. Oli, my friend, you have truly broadened my horizons. You will be our nation's most esteemed ally. My palace is always open to you. Prince Hartman continued, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had encountered meals with hundreds of dishes before, but never had he seen a banquet featuring signature dishes from countless regions. Now let us discuss Optimus Prime, shall we? I feel our nation shall no longer require tanks. 1,000 Optimus Primes will suffice, especially when outfitted with your nation's West Wind D missiles. Hartman had yet to receive a response from He Changyan. After a hearty meal, unable to contain himself, he broached the topic again. Just imagine, 1,000 Optimus Primes launching offensives. The enemy would stand no chance of defense. They could only brace themselves for the missiles. Lee, can you assist us? Please. Do not feel obliged to flatter me. Simply name your price. We issue deposits and will pay in full up front. Wealthy individuals rarely hesitated. They purchased without testing, unlike their impoverished countrymen who painstakingly saved for every brick and tile. Prince Hartman, you misunderstand. Yize waved his hand dismissively. We are a private company, solely selling civilian intelligent robots. Understood. Just civilian. Hartman beamed. The modifications are our responsibility. If need be, I shall procure missiles from your nation's Northern Military Industrial Group. They specialize in armaments and would be more than willing to assist with the modifications. Let us proceed to explore the models. Yize declared, rallying Hartman and his entourage to follow. The styles included sports cars, fire trucks, bulldozers, and several types of large trucks. They headed to the parking lot for an in-person inspection, ensuring transparency in their dealings. Once they had selected the models and discussed the technical details, they would place their orders. The export model we primarily promote is the bulldozer, which conveniently includes positions for 2 missile launchers, presenting a clear and functional design. Its capabilities range from transporting loads and clearing land to excavating and even more nefarious functions. Additional services such as diamond embellishments, wraps, gold plating, and paint color options are also available. Chapter 57. Transformers, reaching 250 decibels. This parking lot, equipped with 6 electronic access gates, sprawled over 7 or 8 acres, yet merely accommodated a dozen peculiar vehicles. Even the executives of Yize Company lacked permission to enter. This parking lot was a veritable oddity. The affluent were too prudent to squander resources in such a manner. Transformers, assemble. Yize Baluba. He turned, grinning, and covered his ears. The crowd, perplexed, some feigning compliance, but soon dropping their hands, while others dismissed it entirely. Beep, 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 one by one. The vehicles roared to life, converging towards Yize. They quickly formed a lengthy line, akin to soldiers on parade. Transform, with a cacophony of mechanical sounds. The bizarre vehicles morphed before their eyes. There were Lamborghinis, Humvees, excavators, and massive trucks, all seamlessly transitioning into humanoid forms. The towering robots stood between 2 and 10 meters high, aligning in an orderly queue reminiscent of school children, spaced evenly apart, creating a striking spectacle. Greetings, Master. Please allow us to present ourselves. The chorus of electronic voices erupted in unison, reaching deafening decibels that pierced the air, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. The sheer magnitude of the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Oh my goodness, what on earth? Lin Nai gasped, stepping back in shock. Even Lu Shicheng, who had previously encountered Optimus Prime, was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Prince Hartman's jaw dropped in astonishment, causing him to plop down onto the ground in sheer disbelief. A few individuals experienced a ringing in their ears, taking quite some time to recover. After a brief respite, the Director of Foreign Affairs, He Changyan, rubbed his chest and smiled wryly. What a calamity! These robotic wretches suddenly let out a shout that nearly induced a heart attack in the old man. Imagine. It was at least 110 decibels, echoing like a cacophony from a dozen trains simultaneously sounding their horns, a truly deafening effect. Comparatively, the booming sound systems of nightclubs seemed like mere mosquito buzz. Despite being civilian models, a hint of military might was certainly in order. Lu Shicheng and He Changyan turned their heads in unison, utterly astonished, causing Prince Hartman to tumble to the ground. A wave of concern washed over them. They feared the young heir might be frightened into a grave misfortune. What a jest that would be. They hurried to assist him. Ha ha ha, how impressive. However, Hartman needed no assistance. He sprang up, shaking off the dust from his trousers, and, exuberantly shouting, charged towards the largest excavator transformer. Deali, you're simply magnificent. Having seen videos of Optimus Prime, he was already dazzled, but witnessing it in person was an entirely different level of awe. Standing at 13 meters tall, The excavator transformer towered like a 4-story building. In comparison, the 86-meter Optimus Prime seemed like a mere child. The affluent simply gravitate towards the grandest and most exhilarating experiences. Lee, I adore this sound. Let's modify it to 250 decibels. A single shout on a battlefield will surely send all foes scurrying in terror. Haha, moments latte. He clung to Bumblebee's knee, shouting in delight, and then bounced around, yearning to touch Optimus Prime's massive fist. For a time, Harmon was lost in sheer ecstasy, akin to a child encountering a grand toy. Your Highness, you've mortified yourself, do you realize? Lin Nai observed, feeling overwhelmed. She feared that Yize might find it strange and discreetly explain some context to him. The royal family's strict structure often led to a repressed existence for the princes and princesses, so when they traveled abroad, they sought every thrill and indulgence. This explanation, however, was superfluous. Yize was entirely unbothered, relishing the genuine nature of the wealthy. Those extravagant spenders were the best kind. Li, are you saying this can outmatch any tank in a one-on-one confrontation? Indeed, if you equip it with rockets, it can strike aircraft from above and pound tanks from below. The key is the artificial intelligence will recognize you as its master. Yize's assertion captivated Harmon immediately. This artificial intelligence was extraordinary. In times of need, these mechanical warriors would become his most loyal guardians. Once the AI locked onto him as its master, he would possess the utmost authority over the Transformers. Others could only attain at most level 2 access and must obtain his electronic authorization to use the Transformers. Okay, I fully believe you. Your country's credibility has always been impeccable. You are a great genius and would never deceive me. Harmon took a test drive around the area, witnessing an impressive display of CG animations showcasing the Transformers in various combat scenarios. This CG animation was originally intended by Yize to persuade his own military to escalate a plan for 10,000 combat robots to 100,000 or even 300,000. Little did he know, it inadvertently impressed the affluent prince. Harmon eagerly began selecting his Transformers, akin to choosing vegetables at a market. He inquired not about technical specifications, but solely about the potential power of additional weaponry. The price was of no concern. He had neither the inclination nor the need to ponder such trivialities. I want the supercar models painted in gold, with a green roof. And I need 30 units of that massive excavator. Optimus Prime can tow a trailer loaded with numerous rockets. Let us have that too. Oh, and I'll take 30 units of that model as well. How much will it all total? I'll have old D-Buy wire you the funds. Harmon aspired to secure a total of 1,000 units in one fell swoop. He made a call that almost sent his father, King Old D-Buy, into a panic. With a population exceeding 30 million, the royal family already possessed world-class tanks, ranking among the top 20 globally. The old king was not concerned about the cost. Rather, he feared that such formidable weaponry might intimidate neighboring countries, leading to potential conflict. Ultimately, within 2 days, they finalized the order for 120 units. The base price was set at $12 billion. During the negotiation, Yize raised a single finger. Harmon automatically understood it to mean US dollars. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Lee, you are incredibly generous. I never expected such a significant discount. Is it cheap? Is it a bargain?" It should be noted that the F-22 costs only $70 million, and the MiG-29 is a paltry $40 million. In recent years, the largest military sales order from Huagua had only amounted to $6 billion. Yize Corporation's civilian machinery had set a record. If the Transformers were integrated into the tank brigade, the royal family would leap into the top 10 globally in tank combat effectiveness. Lee, thank you for your support. As the first gold VIP customer of the Transformers, Harmon felt immensely honored, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Yize. The royal household had hundreds of siblings, and aside from the first heir, there were second, third, fourth, and fifth princes. As the first prince, Harmon could be usurped at any moment, and his future kingship remained uncertain. After this transaction, Harmon returned home. His position as the first heir solidified, and his prospects of becoming king looked promising. He felt that Yize was a divine being sent to aid him. Before departing, he winked at Yize and whispered, "My friend, you must come to my palace as a guest. There, you will find 1,000 beautiful women of various charms, and you will understand what it means to experience heavenly pleasure." The timing of Harmon's visit was quite fortuitous, as a representative from the United States had also arrived in the country. Ostensibly, they were negotiating regarding the sanctions against Yize Corporation, but in reality, They were imploring the government to pressure Yize Corporation into supplying them with Z chips. They even shamelessly suggested that science knows no borders, and Huagua should share its intelligent robot technology with the world. He Changnian, upon returning to the capital, engaged in several rounds of negotiations with the American representative, nearly spitting in their face. This was a moment of triumph. It was time to show those unfriendly nations a thing or two. The higher-ups made a decisive move, abandoning their previous cautious approach. State media uniformly announced, recently, Yize Corporation has signed an order worth 80 billion Hua bills with the oil-rich nation, including machines and various civilian machinery, all equipped with our latest Z Core 10 chip. The Z Core is impervious to any sanctions. We fear no monstrous entities. The final statement invigorated the entire nation. When friends come, we offer fine wine. When wolves approach, we wield our rifles. Chapter 58. The Ion Jet Engine. Is it time to start? The royal family would not receive their goods for another year, yet Prince Harman was already quite satisfied. In general, international military sales often take 3 to 5 years for delivery. Moreover, Yize promised to send a Bumblebee sample within 3 months for him to enjoy in the meantime, which thrilled Harman to no end. Content and elated, Harman returned home. The news of an 80 billion order has gone viral, with accounts of various officials fervently retweeting it. For several consecutive days, it has dominated the trending lists across all social media platforms, garnering overwhelming support from netizens for Yize Company. The United States has certainly embarrassed itself this time. They have just announced sanctions, yet their loyal subordinate has delivered a colossal order. It is not merely about the money. It is a matter of vindication. Huagua magnificent. Yize Company magnificent. Of course, the state media has not disclosed the intricate details of the order. Curiosity abounds among the populace regarding what civilian machinery Yize Company has actually sold. Netizens are conjecturing various interpretations online. Previously, both Yize Company and official accounts firmly asserted that the Optimus Prime was a civilian product. Could it be that Optimus Prime is now in production for export? This revelation has sparked an enthusiastic response from many. How remarkable! If foreign trade is indeed feasible, it suggests at least the capacity for mass production. With export models of Optimus Prime already available, it cannot be long before our nation's own models are released. I eagerly anticipate the sight of hundreds, if not thousands, of Optimus Primes charging forward together. Many have flocked to Yize Company's official website to leave messages, such as, "I have a mine." "How effective is Optimus Prime for coal hauling?" "How many trailers can it tow?" "I need a bodyguard." Optimus Prime would be perfect. When will the civilian version of Optimus Prime be available for purchase? I would love to buy a Bumblebee as a sports car. I want to buy one too. Want to buy one. One. Do you think you're all $80 billion tycoons? Oh dear, do not belittle others. Just look at the comments above. Someone wants a Bumblebee, and their real name verification shows they are Principal Huang Xiaozong. Wow, the young master Huang Xiaozong from Yize is also joining in? I am in awe. This young gentleman can certainly afford it. People awaited a response from Yize Company regarding Optimus Prime, but instead, they were greeted with the long-anticipated launch of the Yize on the official online store. The name collection for Yize Company's smartphone received millions of submissions, and the final result from the public vote left Yize both amused and exasperated. Yize, meaning King of Machines, garnered a staggering 300 million votes, surpassing the total of all other names combined. Undeniably, it became the official name of this smartphone, priced at 380,000, 680,000, and 16,880,000. The 3 models of Yize sold a phenomenal 37,000 units on the night they were launched. This explosive news quickly ascended to trending topics online the following day. Huayang News took the lead, with major official accounts collectively rallying behind it, leading people to sense a distinct atmosphere. If the earlier reports merely affirmed the breakthroughs of Zexin technology, then these 2 consecutive reports starkly represent the state's unequivocal support for Yize Company. Xianglian Computer, under the leadership of General Yuan, has quietly instructed its subsidiary in the United States to withdraw its lawsuit against Yize Company. Subsequently, they issued a statement on their official media account. "We firmly support the nation. We support Zexin." What does Xianglian Computer even represent? Shamelessly betraying Yize Company without a word of apology? Do they think they can simply glide past this? Not so easily. Xianglian Computer, a mere assembly factory lacking in technology, certainly does not meet Yize's standards. However, the marketing personnel at Yize Company are not pleased. That night, Employees who never work overtime collectively sought guidance from Xue Jinquan. Xue Jinquan promptly consulted Yize and announced the early release of the Kunpeng computer. Available for a domestic price of 998 yuan. If ordered from abroad, it would cost 980 yuan. This Kunpeng computer is specifically tailored for state-owned enterprises and institutions, and it was straightforwardly released for public sale. Featuring a 32-inch high-definition curved screen, it integrates the Zhixin 10 chipset with performance that eclipses rival servers. Even at a price of 880 yuan, its cost-performance ratio is exceptional. This is price discrimination. We feel humiliated. Despicable, we must resolutely boycott the Kunpeng computer. A million overseas netizens inundated Yize Company's website with furious complaints. The customer service personnel, however, responded with remarkable politeness. International shipping is quite expensive. We offer complimentary shipping and even include headphones. Additionally, they added a friendly reminder. Domestic users enjoy 3 years of full warranty, while for international users, due to the long journey, our engineers cannot provide repairs. What do you mean by long journey? What do you mean by complimentary shipping? A simple shipping fee and a pair of headphones have inflated the price tenfold, and no warranty? Overseas netizens were infuriated. Yet, the performance is outstanding, creating a dilemma. This sales discrimination, however, has left domestic users exceedingly pleased. Compared to Xianglian Computer, Yize Company stands as the backbone of a nation. Just launched, it immediately ignited a fervor among the populace to upgrade their computers, achieving 67 million units sold in just one night. The marketing staff at Yize Company watched as packages piled high in several warehouses. They proudly showcased their accomplishments on social media, lamenting, "I feel so sorry for our packaging robots. They're at risk of developing lumbar strain." The state procurement website quietly updated its official list of approved suppliers, removing Xianglian Computer from the roster. Laptops faced pressure from both Xiaomi and Huawei, while desktop computers were aggressively challenged by the Kunpeng computer. The stock price of Xianglian Computer plummeted once more, and without Zhixin's supply, they might as well prepare for a nosedive. The value has already surpassed 144 billion. Literally, our revenue is through the roof this month. At the end of the month, Xue Jinquan held the financial report, beaming with joy. Yize glanced at it and dismissed it. Money is merely a collection of numbers. What was the revenue for Penguin Company this month? Xue Jinquan was taken aback by the question. Did Little Li take an interest in Penguin Company? They're involved in software and gaming, while we are in manufacturing. It does not relate. Little Li, Penguin Company's monthly financial report will be released next month. However, their Q2 revenue was 160 billion. Calculating. Our Q2 revenue reached 197 billion, already surpassing Penguin. This month, with the launch of Yize and the Kunpeng computer, alongside the pre-sale of Transformers, revenue skyrocketed. Oh my, is it really that impressive? Yize had not anticipated such a surge. Now that Penguin has a market value of over 4 trillion. What might Yize Company's valuation be? If the company reaches a valuation of 4 trillion, it would yield 4 trillion system points. The ion jet engine requires an exchange of 4 trillion points. With it, the formidable Decepticon could begin experiments in the lab. Just the 10 or so Transformers in the parking lot can hardly satisfy him. Those that run on land are at a disadvantage due to their short legs and slower speed. The aerial ones, with longer legs, are faster and possess a broader strike range. Hypersonics are the way to go. Chapter 59, Next Generation Engine, 30 Mach Hypersonic. Huh, am I being too impatient? Yize quickly checked the system points. Yize Company had only been established for a little over half a year, and it had only been a little over a quarter since they opened for business. Their monthly revenue has already eclipsed that of Penguin Company, which is quite remarkable. It is worth noting that Penguin Company is currently the highest valued high-tech enterprise in Huagua. Yet, he still feels that the pace of development is insufficient. The technological influence points have surpassed 16 trillion. In other words, the system values the company based on its annual revenue, estimating it at 16 trillion. In comparison, Penguin Company, with an annual income of approximately 500 billion, boasts a market value exceeding 4 trillion. The market valuation in relation to annual income stands at around 81. Consequently, Yize Company must approach an income of 500 billion to achieve a valuation of 4 trillion. It appears we must exert ourselves further. Mr. Xue, our profitability is still progressing too slowly. Yize's statement rendered Xue Jinquan momentarily speechless. Young CEO Li, do you desire to instill such profound shame in global business magnates that they would consider self-destruction? The company has only been established for a little over 6 months. and our growth trajectory resembles that of a rocket. This month's revenue has already outpaced that of the wealthiest individual. What more do you wish for, young boss? How about this? Let us approach the city for an additional 2,000 acres of land and expand our factory. We should separate the battery business and establish Zenergy new energy company. Among the myriad cutting-edge technologies of combat robots, power batteries are indeed one of the core technologies. Moreover, let us also segregate the mobile phone and computer businesses to intensify our efforts. As the company expands, it is imperative to divide into various divisions and establish a group company. Each division should operate independently, with its own accounting and profit-loss responsibilities, aligning with modern corporate governance. Currently, Yize company, with merely a few hundred employees, handles nearly $2 trillion in business each month, indicating it is time to hire more staff. All right, I shall attend to it immediately. There remains ample barren land nearby. Shall we not seize the opportunity to acquire more? Xue Jinquan, known for his meticulous nature, executed young CEO Li's directives without compromise. Moreover, he readily offered reasonable suggestions, noting that the nearby land had become attractive due to our factory's influence, prompting numerous developers to express interest. The city is currently withholding land, indicating a preference to prioritize us, once they can no longer restrain it. Unscrupulous real estate moguls will seize the opportunity to inflate property prices. Yize nodded in agreement, indicating no objections. Just proceed with the acquisition. Xue Jinquan still harbored some reservations. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed, should we aggressively venture into the mobile and computer sectors, we would be in direct competition with our chip clients, potentially causing a stir in the industry and rendering us pariahs. In truth, he was more concerned that this could even provoke governmental apprehension. Yet being from the 23rd Bureau, he found it difficult to voice such concerns. Rest assured, we shall solely pursue the highest end market. Let our competitors contend for the mid to low end segments. Yize understood well the perils of drawing excessive attention. The profits from the high-end market are inexhaustible. Let us leave a lifeline for mid to low-end enterprises. Only a heartless capitalist would hoard all profits for themselves. Furthermore, toppling the entire industry and causing widespread corporate failures would be untenable for the nation. In the face of national power, what does it matter if we possess a modicum of advanced technology? Was it not the former cloud magnate who, in his hubris, sought to exploit the populace, only to be schooled by the government? Profit is merely a byproduct. Acquiring system points is our true objective. Developing more cutting-edge technology is the path to true success. The plasma jet engine is of paramount importance to Yize, even more so than the 10,000 Combat Robot Initiative. This is a next-generation engine capable of exploring the cosmos. Conventional plasma engines have been extensively utilized in several major aerospace nations, demonstrating their superiority over chemical fuel engines. Traditional launch vehicles require immense thrust to escape Earth's gravity. The Saturn V, heralded as the most powerful rocket on Earth, boasts a thrust of 500 tons, yet it must carry 75 tons of fuel, wasting 60 tons of thrust in the process. With a plasma engine, fuel requirements could be reduced to mere dozens of tons. Regrettably, conventional plasma engines, reliant on electrical drive, fail to achieve sufficient power. Currently, their thrust is so minimal that they could scarcely send an ant into space. Yize aims to develop a controllable nuclear fusion, variable magnetic propulsion plasma jet engine. Nuclear fusion generates charged particles, which are then propelled within a magnetic field to create thrust for rockets or aircraft. This is not a novel concept. Foreign scientists have been researching it for over 40 years, yet have yet to realize its potential. According to foreign speculation, a spacecraft equipped with such an engine could reach speeds of 200,000 km/h, allowing a journey to Mars in a mere 39 days. Of course, Yize is not in a rush to venture into space. His current goal is to equip fighter jets with this technology. With a plasma jet engine, fighter jets could achieve vertical takeoff and reach speeds of Mach 30, easily circling the globe in an hour. In his view, tanks are merely tactical weapons. Fighter jets are the true strategic assets. Days later, Yize company rebranded as Yize Group. Sachin Electronics and Zenergy New Energy Company were established with discretion, but quickly attracted attention from several battery manufacturers seeking collaboration. Young CEO, should we meet with by DSCO? Known as Chuangfuge? Xue Jinquan chuckled. The ultra-long battery life of the machine has certainly made many envious. Countless eyes are now upon our every move. Previously, several mobile manufacturers had beseeched us for battery supplies, but we had never responded. The establishment of Zenergy now presents a clear opportunity for those eager to profit by aligning with Yize Group. Baidia is indeed a prominent player in the battery industry. This Chuangfu Go must be met. This revelation startled Xue Jianquan, as he had merely inquired out of routine. It is worth noting that previously many manufacturers had visited without young CEO Li ever making an appearance. How could Chuangfu Gu possess such influence that he warranted an audience with the young CEO? Young CEO, this is Chuangfu Gu, the CEO of Baidia. Chuangfu Yi. Please converse with our CTO and owner. Shortly thereafter, Xue Jianquan ushered Chuangfu Gu into Li Yize's office. Oh, the owner as well? Chuangfu Yi Gospit. This remarkably talented young man is the owner of Yize Group. He quickly extended his hand, exclaiming, "It is a true honor to meet the enigmatic CTO of Yize Group." Rumors abound that there exists a mysterious CTO behind Yize Group, potentially the real power behind the company. However, these are merely rumors. No one possesses definitive information. Several mobile manufacturers and the Apple company have encountered Li Yize, yet none have even learned his name, remaining equally in the dark. Chuangfu Gu, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are among the 3.5 entrepreneurs I hold in high regard. Li Yize shook his hand, as direct as ever, inquiring what business Chuangfu Gu intended to discuss with Yize Group. You flatter me. Chuangfu Gu was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised by young CEO Li's high appraisal. He then replied earnestly, "Since young CEO Li is so forthright, I shall speak plainly. We are curious if you would be interested in acquiring our chip and battery business." The four major business sectors of Baidia, batteries, automobiles, chips, and rail transportation, have steadily risen to prominence through their prowess in battery manufacturing, which constitutes their very core. Presently, within the realm of electric vehicles, Baidia's lithium iron phosphate and blade batteries undeniably reign as market leaders. In contrast to the ternary lithium batteries produced by Tesla, Baidia's offerings exhibit superior advantages in both charging speed and safety. Alas, it pains me to admit this. To be candid, we have discreetly procured 13 units of the flagship model, meticulously dissecting them in an attempt to unveil your company's cutting-edge technology. However, the precision of your machine manufacturing process is astoundingly high. The moment we attempt to cut, we destroy, leaving us with no opportunity to examine the internal structure. Moreover, we found ourselves utterly perplexed by the power supply mechanisms within the flagship devices. It is no surprise, as the Zhashine 10 is directly integrated into the motherboard. And the motherboard of the flagship model is even more confounding. It is a single-piece design, with the battery also seamlessly integrated into the motherboard. With a 1-nanometer process and molecular-level precision, it remains unparalleled globally. Once Zhashine emerged, there was no rival in sight. Upon hearing that you plan to embark on significant battery ventures, I cannot help but feel that our company's battery business may be doomed. Over 100 engineers at Baidia have toiled for 3 weeks, dismantling 13 flagship units valued at $84 million, yet they remain utterly baffled. The repercussions for Brother Chuang are grave. While the flagship model still retains some value, it is imperative to swiftly divest our chip and battery divisions. Shedding this burden and concentrating our efforts on electric vehicles may not be a bad idea. Of course, his inclination to seek collaboration with Yize Group stems from a glimmer of hope. Brother Chuang candidly expresses, "What I desire most is a partnership with Zening." However, with Yize Group possessing ample technology and capital, it is likely that you are not inclined to include Baidia in your pursuits. During this visit, I hope to secure your priority in supplying power batteries to Baidia. Li Yize nutzt dutifully. To exchange plasma engine technology, our company's valuation points are insufficient. Thus, the joint venture must bridge the gap. The battery and chip markets are vast. A single company cannot possibly dominate. If we focus solely on high-end production, we may capture a mere 10 to 15% of the market share. However, if we collectively expand the market, covering high, medium, and low-end segments, we could achieve at least a 60% share, with our firm retaining a minimum of half, which would equate to 30%. Seeking allies to share in the bounty could potentially double our earnings. The crux of this matter lies in the company's market valuation, which would soar exponentially. System points are of utmost importance. Brother Chuang, would you be willing to join me in this endeavor? Companies like Alibaba Duten have never commanded respect. They are merely opportunistic pigs riding the winds of fortune. Li Yize holds in high regard those entrepreneurs dedicated to tangible industries. It just so happens that Brother Chuang stands among them, a refined middle-aged man emerging from a research background, who has forged ahead from battery manufacturing to develop proprietary core technologies. Most people have only heard of Baidia's automobiles, unaware that beyond their prowess in new energy vehicles, they also manufacture batteries for mobile phones, having held the position of the world as second-largest producer for many years. Their chips are also among the top contenders in the IGBT sector, successfully breaking the monopoly of foreign automotive chips. Yize intends to collaborate with several domestic luminaries. Naturally, they will not share their most advanced technologies. With a few low-end innovations of their own, they can easily surpass global standards. What? You wish for me to join in? Brother Chuang is momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing his ears. Are you suggesting a collaboration on batteries? Not solely on batteries. We can also collaborate on chips. Some refer to BGA as the Huawei of the automotive world. Suddenly, Yize recalls, why not ask General Yu from Huawei if he would be interested in collaborating? No need to inquire. He would undoubtedly be eager. Xue Jinquan interjects with a smile. General Yu from Huawei has visited several times. If I were to call him now, he would fly over immediately. Visited? Why was I not informed? Yize inquitas. Well, young Master Li, you were engrossed in experiments recently and instructed us not to disturb you. Very well, let him come. Huawei is undeniably a company worthy of respect. One of the few in the country that earnestly engages in technological research and foundational scientific inquiry. In stark contrast, other internet firms engage in assembly, imitation, and speculation. As expected, upon hearing that young Master Li wishes to converse, General Yu from Huawei promptly chartered a private jet at Xue Jinquan's behest and arrived in the afternoon. It is so difficult to meet young Master Li. Finally, we meet again. General Yu exclaims upon arrival, not out of complaint, but sheer delight. As if struck by the proverbial apple that fell on Newton's head. I shall share my thoughts. Yize, unreserved, directly presents his demands. BGA will separately delineate its battery and chip businesses, while Huawei will isolate its chip and operating system divisions. He will contribute globally leading technologies, encompassing batteries, chips, and software. The three companies will unite to form a colossal entity, poised to dominate the domestic and international mid to low-end markets. Without hesitation, Yize proposes a technical equity stake, claiming 51% ownership. As for the remaining shares, he leaves it to the two companies to negotiate amongst themselves. Partners, your products will be prioritized for supply. Yize inquires, what do you think? No problem. General Yu of Huawei promptly nods in agreement. We are delighted to partake. The emergence of the Zhixin 10 has liberated Huawei from the constraints of external dependencies. Huawei has reacquired the Rongyao brand it previously sold, finally enjoying a moment of vindication. Yet, they are increasingly troubled by their own Sea Lion chip. Previously, their smartphones could absorb some of their chips, but now the landscape has changed. The high-end market is dominated by the Zhixin 10, and the Iron Throne remains unassailable, while the low-end, cost-effective segment struggles against competitors like Lian QFA and Taijidian. The Sea Lion chip's viability is in jeopardy. We shall manage. Thank you, young Master Li, for your generous assistance. Brother Chuang from BGA expresses his heartfelt gratitude. Having researched batteries for 25 years and dismantled 13 flagship models without comprehending them, this has been a significant blow to his confidence in the battery business. Xue Jinquan has already procured champagne. Come, let us toast to our fruitful collaboration. He is not at all surprised. The businesses they are presenting, had they been merged and valued a few months ago, would have easily reached $1 trillion. Yet now, with young Master Li claiming 51%, they are more than willing to acquiesce. They are grateful to young Master Li. This is the power of technology. Otherwise, in the near future, these businesses would be on the brink of collapse. Naturally, they dare not even broach the subject of the high-end battery and chip markets. Those are reserved for Yize Group, and being granted priority supply is already a considerable boon. Conveniently, BGA has established an automotive parts base in Beishan City. The factory, still under construction and yet to commence production, will now serve as the new company's manufacturing facility. The group raises their glasses in celebration. Our goal, $350 billion. $350 billion. This is the sum spent by our nation last year on the import of 540 billion chips, a staggering figure. The expenditure on imported chips exceeds that of iron, ore, and oil combined. Chapter 61. International Middlemen, Competing to Profit from Arbitrage. A few days later, Yize Company officially announces its establishment. Upon the release of this news, it ignited a fervor in public discourse, leaving both domestic and international audiences astounded. The newly emerged tech titan, Yize Group, has taken a lead, spearheading a comprehensive advancement into the realms of chips, batteries, and software alongside industry giants such as Huawei and BGA. From its inception, Yize Corporation has been adorned with numerous accolades. Bidia's battery division and Huawei's chip sector have long been at the pinnacle of the domestic market, with the added advantage of Yize Group's groundbreaking technology. A tempest of competition is inevitable. The ripple effects are palpable. Bidia and Huawei's market valuations are on a steady ascent. In stark contrast, other electronic behemoths like Apple, Lenovo, Intel, TSMC, and Qualcomm have witnessed a continuous decline in their stock prices. Microsoft and Tesla have also unwittingly found themselves in the crosshairs, suffering a staggering loss of nearly $100 billion in market value. Isn't Yize Group traditionally a manufacturing enterprise? Can they truly navigate the software landscape? Have they not encountered the quantum computer? Their operating system seamlessly integrates across PCs and mobile devices, outperforming Microsoft, albeit quietly without much fanfare. Astonishing. The collaboration of these formidable entities in the realms of chips, batteries, and operating systems raises the question: is there any room left for the others? All three are beacons of domestic innovation. Such a powerful alliance should have been forged long ago. The rise of our nation is indeed timely. May I timidly inquire whether Yize Group might venture into the automotive sector? I fervently hope for the mass production of Bumblebee. Do you truly consider Bumblebee an automotive venture? A written plea. I implore Yize Group to act with humanity. Please expedite the mass production of Bumblebee. Now, the situation has escalated. Originally, Apple, Intel, and Qualcomm were the only ones suing Yize Group in the United States. Now, Tesla, Microsoft, and TSMC have joined the litigious fray. Their reasons remain shamelessly unchanged, accusing Yize Group of technology theft and monopolistic practices. The American envoy has yet to depart, and representatives from Japan and the cosmic superpower have also arrived in our nation. They have no choice. A significant portion of their semiconductor industry relies on our business. With an annual import of $350 billion worth of chips, much of it previously sourced from these two neighboring nuisances, the emergence of a strong domestic alliance has sent them into a panic. In truth, the electronic industry titans from these three nations had already attempted to engage Yize Group for technology licensing, but alas, Yize offered no response. Envoys from these nations reached out to negotiate with Yize, only to be met with the terse reply: "We do not entertain such requests." Upon their arrival, the doors were promptly shut and the guard dogs set loose. A concerned netizen left a message on the official website: "I genuinely worry that Yize Group's hardline stance may hinder international business." Remarkably, the aloof Yize Group customer service responded: "The world is vast. If these three nations were to perish, would we be unable to conduct business? All well-meaning guests are warmly welcomed. To all malicious brigands, we have but one word: gun." While the envoys from the three nations bicker in the capital, foreign giants are relentlessly seeking fault. Liu Shicheng, concerned for Li Yize's morale, made a call to offer solace. "Their urgency is of no concern to me." He remains unfazed. The more hysterical they become, the clearer it is that they are out of options. The machinery at Huaidi has commenced operations. The Yize Industrial Park's second, third, and fourth factories have begun trial production. Sales of the Heba, Quantum computers, and ZXAN-10 are consistently on the rise week by week. In the domestic market, Yize Group has firmly established its dominance, and the international market is also thriving as a wave of opportunistic middlemen emerge to capitalize on the lucrative margins. There's no denying it. Greatness is often highlighted by the context of competitors. The products of Yize Group are exceptional, their performance eclipsing that of rivals, prompting middlemen to declare, "All present here are merely refuse." At Beishan University, along a shaded path, Li Yize strolled leisurely, clad in casual attire. The initial tests of the supercomputer equipped with ZXIN-10 had been completed. He approached to inspect the supercomputer and offer a lecture to several senior professors and academicians in the lab. The scale of the project necessitates the collaboration of hundreds of technical teams to realize its completion. The plasma jet engine, with its novel technology and theories, cannot simply be understood through documentation alone. The project leaders require further instruction. Not far from school's third gate, Li Yize parked his vehicle outside, preparing to walk. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the Xiaobai Building's electronic laboratory?" A male student approached him, suddenly exclaiming, "Isn't that Li Yize from the microwave rifle project?" "Oh, are you Wang Jia, the one working on the flying machine gun?" Both were taken aback by the coincidence. Wang Jia, a graduate student from Daijing University and the designer of the Flying Tiger rotary flying machine gun for the new concept firearms competition, was indeed familiar to him. Perfect timing. Just follow me. The electronic lab is essentially Li Yize's national key laboratory, whimsically named for show. Are you also going there? Before Li Yize could respond, Wang Jia's face lit up with realization. "Oh, you're from the same school. How convenient." I often joke with my friends that I know someone named Yize, which coincidentally matches Yize Group's name. Yize stifled a laugh but chose to remain silent. What an amusing coincidence. You developed Megatron, while Yize Group produced Optimus Prime. Wang Jia jested. I even suspected that you were behind the development of Optimus Prime. However, your Megatron is clearly not of the same caliber. Yize Group is truly extraordinary. In recent months, they have emerged with dazzling black technologies, fearlessly confronting foreign giants. Wang Jia failed to connect Yize with Yize Group, which is hardly surprising given his lack of experience. During the firearms competition, Megatron merely showcased a transformation and a speed demonstration, failing to exhibit the black technology, overshadowed by the formidable power of the microwave rifle. Furthermore, Yize's casual student attire hardly resembled that of a billionaire tycoon. Did you know? The electronic laboratory has undertaken a significant project with generous compensation, attracting many prominent figures. Fortunately, my mentor led the team and recommended me. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for me, a graduate student from Daijing University, to gain entry. Wang Jia, brimming with excitement about joining the electronic laboratory, began to chatter incessantly. Indeed, the laboratory offers double salaries, and upon arrival, there's a car, housing, and relocation expenses, unmatched nationwide. It's appealing not only to master students, but also to doctoral candidates from Hucking and Daijing. The laboratory staff consists of elite researchers, and being accepted signifies one's excellence. Wang Jia, clearly an enthusiastic individual, encouraged Yize, who had been relatively quiet, with a pat on the shoulder. You're fantastic too. Once you get into the graduate program, if you work hard, you'll have a chance to join the National Key Laboratory upon graduation. After all, we VE competed together. I will definitely help recommend you. Chapter 62. The Greatest C Position, Lecturing the Academicians. Soon, they arrived at the Xiaobai Building Laboratory. The entrance featured facial recognition technology and electronic automatic access control. Those unable to be recognized by the system required security personnel to verify their credentials before being granted entry. Wang Jia had just reported for duty, his facial recognition yet to be processed, and he still needed to call his mentor to come and fetch him. I'll head in first. Yize greeted casually, passing through without any hindrance. Oh, what is Yize, a junior student, doing here? Wang Jia, while making the call, merely raised an eyebrow in surprise, but did not dwell on it. He was quite exceptional, being from the same school. Perhaps he had been summoned to assist in the laboratory? His mentor, Huang Zirong, was a preeminent expert in the field of rocketry, a tenured professor at Princeton University and a foreign academician of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. After returning from abroad, he had been serving as the dean of the Faculty of Physics at Tokyo University and had come specifically to Beishan University to join the laboratory. Thankfully, he had sought refuge under his mentor, allowing him to partake in the remarkable projects here. Shortly thereafter, a laboratory staff member emerged and escorted Wang Jia into a grand conference room. Wow, this electronic laboratory was indeed extraordinary. Even a single conference room dazzled him. The ceiling, floor, and walls were adorned with large LED screens, displaying scenes of the cosmos. Spectacular and striking. How profoundly sci-fi. The conference room was already populated with numerous individuals. A dozen or so middle-aged men and elderly folks were seated around a round table, chatting in small clusters, while some younger faces sat nervously on the outer circle. Wang Jia quickly understood the situation. He quietly approached his mentor Huang Zirong's back and took a seat. Those seating arrangements at round table meetings were not overly strict. It was evident that the central position directly facing the entrance was the most prestigious, and it remained vacant. This meeting was purportedly to feature a prominent figure giving a lecture, with only the leaders of research groups in attendance, each allowed to bring an assistant. The inner circle was filled with luminaries, with his mentor seated fairly close to the front, while those in the outer circle, like him, were merely assistants. Hey, ISNT, it's supposed to start at 3? Why is everyone here so early? Is even a small class this competitive? It feels like I'm the one who is late. A loud voice broke the ambient chatter. Those familiar recognized it immediately as Jiang Yize. A bald, middle-aged man followed him, presumably his assistant. Academician Jiang, you're quite early yourself. Old Jiang, I heard you just returned from Tokyo? Academician Jiang, please. Have a seat. Many greeted him warmly, indicating his popularity and esteem among peers, as he was ushered to the right of the central position. Oh, where I sit matters little, Jiang Yize modestly responded before taking a seat. As the conversation continued, the conference room door opened once more. 2 staff members respectfully ushered in a robust, middle-aged man with a commanding presence. It was Liu Shurqin. Ah, everyone is here. Director, Liu has arrived. Several prominent figures promptly stood up, approaching him to shake hands. Even Wang Jia's mentor, Huang Zirong, formally greeted Director Liu, saying it's been a while. The younger individuals in the outer circle, perplexed, also stood up in unison. Wang Jia was taken aback. Who was this Director Liu, exuding such an imposing aura? It seemed everyone held him in special regard. Was that central position reserved for him? Liu Shicheng presided over the recruitment and review of personnel for the key laboratory. Those unaware of the inner workings assumed he was the head of the laboratory. Many luminaries believed Director Liu was the main attraction of today's meeting. Their eyes fixed on him in anticipation. To their surprise, Liu Shicheng casually chose a seat in the back circle, waving his hand with a smile. Don't focus on me. I'm merely a runner. The actual main speaker had gotten lost while touring the supercomputer room and would arrive shortly. Laughter erupted in the conference room. They couldn't help but marvel at the vast scale of the laboratory. Don't be misled by the name of the Zyabela. It was anything but small. Though only 4 stories tall, its U-shaped structure encompassed over 30,000 square meters, housing 127 various cutting-edge research rooms and large experimental spaces, essentially equipped for small-scale production within the laboratory. Who, then, was this main speaker that Director Liu mentioned? Wang Jia's curiosity was piqued, scratching at his mind like a cat's paw. Moments later, Miyang entered, followed closely by Yize, who carried a laptop. Ah, this young man is quite capable. Assisting the goddess Miyang, Wang Jia mused. What was he up to? Wang Jia was bewildered as Yize strode directly toward the central position at the round table. I am Yize, the head of this laboratory. Yize did not sit down, but pointed to the side. This is my assistant, Dr. Miyang. Today, we are here to meet with all the research group leaders to discuss the new theoretical framework for plasma engines and finalize the respective small projects. Plasma jet engines involve controllable nuclear fusion, variable magnetic propulsion, plasma propulsion, and numerous other cutting-edge technologies. It is a colossal undertaking beyond the capabilities of an individual. 2 months prior, Yize had already initiated the formation of the engine project group within a laboratory. Miyang had led a small team to commence theoretical research. The government, of course, placed significant emphasis on this, with several teams involved in rockets and space station plasma thrusters gradually joining in. Many in attendance had yet to meet Yize. What? Did I mishear? Is this a joke? A genius like Miyang is his assistant? The head of the laboratory is so young? What kind of background does Yize have? Aside from 3 or 4 individuals who maintained their composure, the rest were astonished, many whispering among themselves. In this conference room, everyone present in the inner circle was a renowned top scientist. Even those seated in the outer circle were predominantly doctoral graduates from prestigious institutions, young professors. Few, like Wang Jia, were merely master's students. Several days ago, I had Miyang send out the materials to all group leaders. You've all reviewed them, correct? Yize wasted no time on pleasantries. As he opened his laptop, he directly delved into the topic. Those materials are his? Several group leaders gasped in unison, incredulous. It's unbelievable. Those book-like materials were indeed crafted by this young man? Academician Wei, how much of the magnetic propulsion technology did you comprehend? Yize called out, and the over 60-year-old academician Wei Lizzie stood up, as if responding to a teacher's question. He had previously encountered Yize at Tokyo and was astonished by the black technology of the W-Zone. He had come here in pursuit of Yize. Having only skimmed a portion of the materials, he found the technical theoretical framework extraordinarily intricate, entirely distinct from the existing paradigms. How embarrassing. It's likely that our team will take at least 6 months to grasp the new framework. Goodness, what is going on? Academician Wei is no ordinary figure. He is among the top scientists in dynamic measurement control, the core scientist behind the Zheng series of launch vehicles and the Zhou series of spacecraft. A collective gasp echoed as many sensed that Academician Wei appeared to be as bewildered as a schoolboy. I'm a bit slow. I'll take some time to give you all a supplementary lesson. Yize mused, lifting his head to notice the elderly gentleman standing. Oh dear, Academician Wei. Why are you standing? Please have a seat. He then continued calling out names. Dr. Huang, can you design a theoretical model for the new type of plasma propulsion device within 3 months? Huang Zirong also rose to his feet with some difficulty, still struggling to comprehend your new theory. Oh dear, esteemed colleagues, please refrain from standing up at every turn. Yize remarked with a wry smile. Dr. Huang, you must strive harder. The other teams are in need of your data support. How about this? When you find some time, I'll arrange a private session for you. Huang Zirong nodded enthusiastically, expressing his immense gratitude. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Behind him, Wang Jia was nearly incapacitated with astonishment. Good heavens! What manner of sorcery is this Yize? Even my mentor, an internationally renowned rocket expert, is seeking to take supplementary lessons from him? Chapter 63. Controlled Nuclear Fusion. A leap beyond dreams, surely this is no jest. The head of this premier national laboratory is such a youthful individual. Most attendees were unfamiliar with Yize and, consequently, harbored doubts. However, they merely pondered to themselves, refraining from voicing their concerns. Astute observers noted that Yize's initial inquiries had even garnered respect from academician Yize. And academician Yize addressed him as Teacher Li. Good heavens! Did he just assert that controlled nuclear fusion is not a formidable challenge? That plasma propulsion could eclipse established battery technologies? That the new proposal aims to harness controlled nuclear fusion to generate particle streams? What? Room temperature superconductors are now ready for mass production, applicable to the magnetic control systems of plasma engines? How can this be possible? The new plasma engine is expected to achieve thrust sufficient for rocket propulsion. Consider that on our space station, the Hall thruster generates a mere few newtons of thrust, which is already nothing short of miraculous. At the outset, Yize unleashed a series of astonishing concepts that left a cadre of esteemed scientists in a state of agitation. Nevertheless, as his discourse on plasma engines progressed, an atmosphere of rapt attention enveloped the room. The scholars began to hold their breaths, meticulously absorbing every word, fearful of missing a single detail. Despite the presence of an assistant presenting a PowerPoint, Yize faced the audience, speaking extemporaneously and eloquently. From Newtonian mechanics to Einstein's theory of relativity and Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, various classical theories known to humanity were revealed to possess inherent limitations and flaws through his discourse. Transitioning from controlled nuclear fusion to high-speed particle streams and ion propulsion, he deftly guided his audience to transcend the confines of Einstein and Maxwell, reconstructing an entirely new framework. Without a moment's pause, his words flowed effortlessly, evoking the sensation of a storyteller captivating primary school children. Many struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. Yize's demeanor was calm, and his tone soothing. At first glance, he appeared to be merely a cheerful young man. Yet, the intangible confidence and presence he exuded left everyone with a profound sense of admiration. How could one individual possess such genius? Liu Shicheng, having led Bureau 23 for many years and encountered countless individuals, was accustomed to various personalities and grand spectacles. Yet, with each interaction, he found himself increasingly perplexed by this young man. The seasoned veteran, adorned with the mark of a leader, could not suppress a flicker of trepidation towards Yize. Around the grand table sat the dignitaries, the youngest among them aged 47 and the eldest 74. The least experienced also included several esteemed professors and senior academicians, all of whom were leading figures in their respective fields. Each individual, if singled out, would be recognized as a world-class scientist. Yet within this conference room, their scientific perspectives seemed to be undergoing a radical upheaval. Renowned scientists, gazing with reverence, listened to Yize as though they were school children absorbing a lesson. What frontier science could be effortlessly grasped? Which scholar could remain unyielding? The depth and breadth of knowledge were unmatched. All present were left with a singular sentiment. Aside from Yize, we are all but mere novices. In truth, the transition was not insurmountable. It required a shift from traditional paradigms to a novel framework. The crux lay in their cognitive adaptation, much akin to mastering the Dugun 9 swords. One must first forget the old techniques. The teacher opens the door, but mastery relies on the individual. Yize, disinterested in lenti discourses, merely sketched the overarching framework and concepts, preparing to conclude. Do you not hear the murmurs of your peers? He jested. Have you not noticed how a multitude of elder scholars appear utterly perplexed? It was indeed a revolutionary system. This group of scientists, already thinning on top, seemed on the verge of losing the last remnants of their hair from the intellectual strain. Yize, caught between amusement and disbelief, inquired eagerly, Teacher Li, are you truly suggesting we could resolve controlled nuclear fusion in passing? Academician Jiang, your team has already conducted comprehensive tests on the new high-temperature superconducting materials, has it not? Yize nodded, smiling as he posed the counter-question. In your laboratory, you have surpassed 26T in supermagnetic fields. How far can controlled nuclear fusion be? Indeed, the prospect of controlled nuclear fusion was no longer distant. The theoretical foundations were well established decades ago. The primary challenge lay in the practical engineering aspects, specifically the extreme temperatures and magnetic confinement required for fusion reactions. Some had previously likened this difficulty to a clash of ice and fire. Imagine a tokamak device as a room. On one hand, the fusion materials must endure temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees, while on the other, the superconducting coils lining the walls must maintain temperatures plunging to several tens of degrees below zero. It was precisely this daunting challenge that had fueled conflicts between engineers and theorists. Engineers often wished to silence their theoretical counterparts. As Yize finished his statement, a collective gasp rippled through the audience, all eyes darting towards Jiang Ida. "You rascal, old Jiang, why did you not forewarn us? Have you already been clandestinely testing the new superconducting materials, achieving 26T in supermagnetic fields?" It should be noted that the previously attainable limits of artificial magnetic fields hovered around a mere 10T, barely sufficient for fusion experiments. With high-temperature superconductors and colossal magnetic fields, the challenge was significantly mitigated. This meant that the tokamak device would no longer require the extreme dichotomy of heat and cold. Controlled nuclear fusion, achieving a breakthrough, was no longer a mere dream. All thanks to teacher Lee's private sessions, we are acquiring knowledge with great efficacy. Jiang Ida grinned broadly, his laughter brimming with satisfaction. "Academician Jiang, please do not embellish my contributions." Yize waved his hand dismissively. "Let us ensure Geng Xiaoqiang receives a well-deserved reward. Look at how exhausted he is." Geng Xiaoqiang, Jiang Ida's assistant, was once a promising youth who, after attending lectures by the intoxicated Jiang Ida years ago, had inadvertently ventured into material science. Now a middle-aged professor with a receding hairline, he had become a formidable figure in material science, a crucial member of Jiang Ida's team. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Geng Xiaoqiang beamed shyly, his scant remaining hair swaying gently. Once the lecture concluded, Yize, remarkably, engaged in casual conversation with the scientists, warmly introducing himself to each one. He even extended his respect to the assistants, which left Director Liu quite astonished. Yize had always maintained a disinterest in the individuals occupying the commercial sphere. Director Liu had mistakenly assumed that the young man was merely arrogant and dismissive, but it appeared that was a misunderstanding. Professor, he muttered as he prepared to leave. Just then, Wang Jia was about to scurry after him. His mentor, Huang Zirong, playfully kicked him on the backside, exclaiming, "What are you shouting about? I just called him Teacher Li. You should be calling him Master now." "All right, Master it is." Wang Jia chuckled as he trailed behind Yize, his demeanor reminiscent of a curious, socially awkward youth. "Wow, a master. I bow to you," he exclaimed. "How on earth are you so amazing? Is the Yize group truly yours? Please, I implore you, could you introduce me to Shaoling?" Yize's expression darkened slightly. "Don't go prying too much, or you might find yourself silenced." Wang Jia recoiled slightly, glancing around nervously, and upon confirming that Director Liu was absent, he let out a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the entrance of the school, Yize was about to get into his car when he noticed two women leaning against it, taking selfies. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but Wang Jia's sudden shout drew attention from onlookers. "Wow, that must be Bumblebee, right?" Chapter 64. Where should we establish the overseas branch? What? Bumblebee? Is there really a Bumblebee? Whose is it? Where is it? Let's hurry and take a look. In the past few months, the Yize group had been making headlines everywhere. People were eagerly awaiting the mass production of Bumblebee, especially since Beishan University was adjacent to the Yize Industrial Park, where students had become fervent fans of Transformers and the electronic girl, Shaoling. A Camaro convertible was parked in a roadside space, but it lacked a badge or license plate, and its design differed significantly from the original model. The vibrant yellow paint and bold red grille exuded the raw power of a muscle car, appearing more imposing than the original, even with several luxury cars parked nearby. This peculiar Camaro was undeniably eye-catching. Passers-by couldn't resist turning their heads for a second glance. Wang Jia's shout coincided with a bustling midday crowd at the school entrance. People were instantly drawn in, regardless of the truth, rushing over to take a look. Before long, the car was surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. "Forgive me, Master. I was just too excited." Wang Jia realized he had caused a commotion as the crowd formed layers around them, making it impossible for Yize to access his car. It was normal for young people to get overly excited, and had their positions been reversed, he might have been even more enthusiastic than Wang Jia. Cough. I was genuinely worried that the Optimus Prime truck would attract too much attention, which is why I switched to Bumblebee. I don't care if it's a one-on-one or a brawl. You need to clear the crowd for me. Yize was not angry, merely exuding a resigned expression. "I'm heading back to school. Let me know when the crowd disperses." He had no immediate intention of leaving. His plan was to stay at the school for a couple more days, and since parking on a roadside felt inappropriate, he decided to return the car to the underground garage of the laboratory. However, Wang Jia, like a persistent shadow, insisted on following him with endless questions. Master, I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless master. Wang Jia lamented, troubled by the dilemma of confronting the crowd or being overwhelmed by it. He was at a loss for a solution. All right, to atone for my transgressions, I shall not shy away from social embarrassment. Just as Yize turned to head back to the laboratory, Wang Jia sprang into action. He dashed to the front of the crowd, shouting, "Auto repair shop, violent modifications. A blood-pumping 88 discount. Modify a bit, and you can turn an Alto into an Audi. Modify a bit, and a Mustang becomes a BMW. Customers in need. Please leave your name and number." With an air of confidence, he pulled out his phone and notebook, urging people to share their contact information. "Miss, do you own a car? Interested in modifications? Share your WeChat. Young man, do you have a car? Need modifications? How can you marry without a car? Hurry and earn some money. Hey, did they really think it was Bumblebee? Turns out it was just a shameless auto repair shop advertising." Wang Jia relentlessly pursued individuals, promoting car modifications, refusing to let anyone leave until they were thoroughly annoyed. Remarkably, his tactics proved effective. Within a short time, the crowd scattered like they were avoiding a plague, grumbling as they went. What a talent! Yize couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Seizing the opportunity as the crowd dispersed, he quickly moved his car. Bumblebee was equipped with an integrated voice recognition and facial recognition system. As Yize approached and called out, the scissor doors automatically lifted. Wang Jia, grinning widely, came over and asked, "Master, can I take a seat?" "Hop on." Yize replied lightly, "Let's head to the underground garage of the Xiaobai building, in a nearby parking space." A young man and his companion were about to drive away when they witnessed this spectacle. "Am I seeing things? Is that person driving without holding the steering wheel?" "You aren't seeing things," his companion replied confidently. "Did someone just shout Bumblebee? Is it real? Let's go check it out." A red Ferrari F12 sped after Bumblebee. Bumblebee zipped through the 3 gates, but the Ferrari was stopped by security. The young man argued with the guard. "How can that vehicle get through? This car isn't shabby either." The guard retorted dismissively. "Who cares if it's a cheap or expensive car? That one has the principal's approval." Unwilling to give up, the young man quickly parked his car by the roadside and, along with his companion, hurried off to chase after Bumblebee. For the past few days, Yize had been engrossed in the laboratory, working on the plasma engine project, which had expanded into several sub-project groups. Developing a new theoretical framework was no simple feat. He needed to guide each project team through experiments and provide insights. The opportunity for personal tutoring from teacher Li was rare, and the scientists were tirelessly calculating equations and conducting experiments day and night. That night, well past midnight, having just completed an experiment with the nuclear energy team, Yize noticed that one of the plasma team's offices still had its lights on, so he casually pushed the door open to take a look. Cough, cough, cough. "Is there a fire?" As he opened the door, he was immediately engulfed by a cloud of smoke. Inside the office, 2 army cots were haphazardly arranged, and the floor was littered with piles of blueprints and technical documents. Several desks were strewn with dozens of empty cans and takeout boxes, many of which were overflowing with cigarette butts. 2 individuals, one bald and the other with a shiny head, both dressed in oversized slippers and shorts, sat amidst the chaos, puffing away while calculating something. It was none other than Geng Xiaoqiang and Wang Jia, both sporting significant dark circles under their eyes, grinning broadly at Yize. "Master, you're still here?" Yize was taken aback by their disheveled appearance. Wang Jia proudly rubbed his bald head. "I learned from Geng Ge. Shaving my head saves time. I can wash my face and head at once. Hasten, return to your respective abodes, and seek the comfort of your mothers. Retire for the night. Henceforth, no more of this absurdity with military cots." This scenario clearly indicates that one has not departed from the confines of the office for 3 to 5 days. The audacity of shaving one's head to save time on washing. Must one pursue scientific research with such fervor? With a furrowed brow, Yize shooed the 2 individuals away. It was only later that he realized that such circumstances were prevalent among many within the Xiaobai building. The new technological framework had opened a grand portal for these researchers, enthralling those who cherished the pursuit of science. This, indeed, is the allure of scientific inquiry. In regard to carbon-based chips and combat robots, Yize adopted a strategy of leapfrog development, driven by an urgent desire to establish an autonomous industrial chain. His approach was to first produce tangible products, subsequently dedicating several years to assist the nation in mastering the associated technologies. However, the endeavor concerning nuclear fusion and plasma engines was markedly different. This project, in contrast to the former, was far more colossal, necessitating an even greater reservoir of talent and technological expertise. His strategy here was to cultivate personnel within the new technological system before venturing into industrialization. Nuclear fusion, particularly, was pivotal to the future energy security of the nation, warranting his assistance. Naturally, one's own interests must also be safeguarded. While aiding the nation in advancing its scientific prowess, Yize was resolute that the most cutting-edge knowledge remained firmly within his grasp. For instance, the core technology of Shaoling would never be disclosed. He would assist the country in mastering nuclear fusion technology, yet the more advanced room-temperature fusion would remain his secret. In the future, he would aid the nation in acquiring carbon-based chip technology, while retaining command over the more sophisticated quantum chip technology. Perhaps at the opportune moment, he might consider establishing an overseas branch, unencumbered by restrictions, to develop various innovations. Where might one bestow this overseas branch? Chapter 65, Mecha versus Combat Robots. A Clash of Titans. Seek out a desert and construct a futuristic sci-fi metropolis. Locate an island and forge a base as formidable as that in Red Alert. Perhaps, in the future, one could even represent humanity in claiming the moon, assuming the role of its sovereign. Ah, splendid notions indeed. Yize found himself enraptured by his own daydreams. Professor Li, yesterday I reported on the plasma engine to the Central Command. Guess what? Lu Shiqing entered the office, interrupting his reverie. You've quite startled the leaders at Central. What happened? They were utterly unprepared for the detour you took with the plan for 10,000 combat robots. Director Lu, from the very beginning, we conspired for 100,000 robots. You are an accomplice too. That is not what I meant. Lu Shiqing paused, emphasizing his point gravely. Controlled nuclear fusion. The leaders convened a meeting to deliberate on this revelation throughout the night. This endeavor is rapidly expanding beyond the nation's expectations. To establish a combat robot, we've diverged into new materials, chips, and batteries. The plasma engine now intertwines with controlled nuclear fusion. These are merely generalized statements. The technical branches involved automation, mechatronics, information communication, materials chemistry, and various cutting-edge technologies. Each represents significant national projects. Particularly, controlled nuclear fusion for energy generation is receiving heightened attention, even surpassing that of combat robots. Director Lu, please relay this to the higher-ups before we equip 100,000 combat robots. I do not intend to initiate nuclear fusion power generation. Lu Shiqing nodded. I understand. Intelligent individuals require no further elaboration. The wisdom of the saying, a man is innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime, is universally acknowledged. Should Huagua attain mastery over nuclear fusion energy without an absolute military deterrent, the major powers of the world would undoubtedly dare to instigate an energy war. While the likelihood may be uncertain, one must remain vigilant. As always, one must wield a sharp sword. Therefore, leadership is eager for me to inquire. How fares our sword? Lu Shiqing further inquired. I have heard that Yize Group's second, third, and fourth factories have commenced trial production. Oh, I've been so engrossed in the laboratory these past few days that I haven't had the chance to update you. The specifics of Yize Group's production are entirely under the purview of artificial intelligence. Even CEO Xue Jinquan may not be fully apprised. However, Shaoling possesses the requisite access to the factory servers and can discern matters with utmost clarity. The fourth factory serves solely as an assembly plant. Although Yize is not present at the company, Shaoling oversees operations through the server. The first batch of the Devastator No. 1, 30 samples across 3 models, has successfully completed trial production. Director Lu, you may submit these for testing and finalization to the National Defense Armaments Department. Additionally, please take the earlier dozen or so laboratory samples for testing as well. Excellent, excellent. Lu Shiqing nodded vigorously. I shall personally oversee the transport. Yize Group has merely undertaken sample trial production. Only upon customer testing and satisfaction can the model be definitively determined, paving the way for mass production. The military's weaponry acceptance process is not as straightforward as mere production. It necessitates several procedural steps: proposal validation, preliminary engineering development, military equipment department testing, and finalization, followed by mass production. Once pilot installations commence, engineers must accompany the troops to identify and rectify major bugs during training and operational use. Only upon favorable feedback during military trials will a comprehensive rollout be authorized. Currently, the combat robots have reached the testing and finalization stage. Yize retrieved his phone to showcase the current state of the factory to Director Lu. He provided a brief overview of the Devastator #1 samples, which comprise 3 models. Devastator 1S, a compact 22-meter tank. Devastator 1L, a larger 73-meter tank. The compact model retains its original design, yet boasts significant advancements in technology and craftsmanship. The larger tank's exterior mimics that of the T9X main battle tank, with the 1L variant undergoing modifications to blend seamlessly among conventional tanks, misleading adversaries into believing it is merely an upgraded version of the T9X. Our main battle tanks have not seen new stock in many years. The Army is quite impatient. Liu Shurqing could not contain his laughter. Devastator 1L masquerading as a new T9X tank. I believe this model will be more to the Army's liking. Does combat capability hinge merely on size? Yize raturta. Somewhat exasperated. Didn't you mention 3 models? Liu Shurqing realized he had omitted one. Pointing to the image of several tanks, he observed that their camouflage patterns seemed distinct. Director Liu, your perception is commendable. Those tanks possess significantly different internal structures. That model is designated as Devastator 1JJ, the mech version of the combat robot. The 1JJ model mirrors the 1L in appearance, designed specifically for human operators. The battlefield environment is complex. The Devastator is a war machine, capable of inflicting harm. Remote control may occasionally encounter interference, necessitating real-time command from a human operator. Yize trusts Xiaoling, yet others may not share the same confidence in artificial intelligence. It is likely that no military in the world is willing to relinquish battlefield command entirely to machines. Thus, he thoughtfully developed the mech, incorporating ergonomic design into the seating and protective systems. Yize activated the dedicated app for voice control. 2 turns, transform. 3 hooks, transform. Exhibit a fierce combat display. The real-time imagery on the mobile device showcases a riveting spectacle. In the blink of an eye, within a factory several kilometers away, 2 towering machines, identified as Megatron, spring to life, transforming into humanoid forms. The one adorned with the insignia 207 is of Model 1L, while the one marked 309 belongs to Model 1JJ. Aside from the slight variations in camouflage patterns, the 2 models bear an identical appearance. A colossal mech faces off against a combat robot, as fists and feet collide, sending sparks flying in a cacophony of clashing metal. Indeed, this mech allows human operators to mingle seamlessly among combat robots. One cannot help but be impressed. Professor Li, your imagination is truly remarkable. Director Liu stands in awe, unable to suppress his astonishment. Observing the bustling production scene within the factory, various industrial robots are industriously at work, creating a veritable dream factory. Director Liu perceives only the surface, which is already breathtaking. Had he grasped the operational mechanisms of the industrial robots, he would likely be left speechless. Yize now engages in production by merely inputting designs and programming into the server's database. With a mere confirmation on the app, artificial intelligence automatically retrieves the blueprints and orchestrates the production tasks, coordinating every industrial robot's responsibilities. Director Liu, unable to remain seated any longer, declares, "This won't suffice. Merely watching on a mobile device is not enough. I must see the factory in person." Chapter 66, Microwave Cannon. The shrine has been requested. The mech versus the combat robot. Elbow strikes and knee attacks, fists and feet engage in a thrilling melee. Techniques such as low kicks and heart-punching maneuvers are employed, with both towering figures, each over 7 meters tall, exhibiting agility akin to that of a human. The audience is electrified. Even the typically composed director, Liu, finds himself unable to contain his curiosity, pondering which of these 2 will emerge victorious. The 1L and 1JJ models possess comparable hardware configurations and performance parameters. Their fate hinges upon the strategic duel of their artificial intelligences. Yize has merely implanted identical initial programs. Yet, each artificial intelligence will devise distinct strategies based on the situation at hand. Combat among mechs of the same kind? Given that there will be no contenders for several years, this aspect has not been thoroughly contemplated. Yize has not had the opportunity to conduct tests. This was merely a spontaneous decision. Unexpectedly, the topic has captivated his own interest. Bumblebee #1, come to the entrance. The 2 rush out, eager to witness the factory firsthand. In the corridor, they encounter Mi-Yong, who is engrossed in a stack of documents. She casually inquires, "What are you 2 busy with?" "Nothing much. Just checking out the mech." Their simultaneous responses elicit laughter as they walk away. As they venture further, a voice echoes down the corridor. "Mech? What mech?" Exiting the laboratory, Bumblebee number 1 is already awaiting them at the entrance. As Yize approaches, the car door opens automatically. Wow, the wait is finally over. Two young men dash over, calling out, "Hey, handsome, wait up. We need to discuss something." Yize, puzzled, asks, "Something to discuss? Handsome, is this Bumblebee? Can it transform?" "No," replies the lead young man, gritting his teeth. "Regardless of whether it is or not, I'll trade you my Ferrari F12 and throw in some extra cash, all right?" "Sorry, but I won't trade." Yize and director Lu hop into the car and swiftly drive away. "Hey, let us get acquainted." The young man shouts after them. "Em Huang Xiaokong." Yet his efforts are in vain as his companion pulls him back. "Xiao, what if it's not Bumblebee? You'd be at a loss." Furious, Huang Xiaozong kicks his companion. "Are you foolish? Have you ever seen a Camaro with autopilot? If he wants to trade a Ferrari, it has to be Bumblebee." Frustrated, the two young men lament their misfortune. They traveled a long distance to Beishan City, specifically to locate the Yize group, hoping to purchase the widely discussed Optimus Prime or customize a Bumblebee. To their dismay, even the illustrious son of the Yize group was turned away by a mere security guard with a curt "not for sale," leaving them with no opportunity to enter. Bored, they wandered to Beishan University, placing a few bottles of green tea atop a Ferrari, hoping to attract some tea-loving beauties. That day, they witnessed a crowd gathered around an unmarked, unlicensed Camaro, only to see it drive itself. Huang Xiaozong was instantly thrilled, suspecting that this Camaro might indeed be Bumblebee. After all, Beishan University is adjacent to the Yize group, making Bumblebee's appearance here plausible. After several days of loitering at Beishan University, they finally spotted the car's owner. But the owner showed no interest in engaging with them. In a bid to impress their friends, they boasted about their determination to drive a Bumblebee home. But now they found themselves in an awkward predicament. Undeterred, Huang Xiaozong sought connections to see if anyone knew the CEO of Yize Group, Shui Jinquan. At the Yize Group's 4th factory area, a small testing ground hosts the 207 combat robot. It launches a punch, which the 309 mech deftly sidesteps, countering with an uppercut. The 207 combat robot retreats a step, retaliating with a kick aimed at the 309 mech. The exchanges between the mech and the combat robot are indeed intense, resembling a street brawl where both sides engage head-on. However, with both utilizing the same artificial intelligence program and possessing similar physical parameters, neither can gain a distinct advantage. After a few minutes of combat, the advantages of their deep learning algorithms become evident. They not only compute each other's attack trajectories, but also predict their opponent's moves, attempting to deceive one another with feints. Once artificial intelligence engages in a strategic duel, it resembles a game of chess, where each move is calculated thousands of steps ahead. Ultimately, it transcends mere physical prowess, evolving into a contest of computational power. Regrettably, as both utilize the same chipset, it is likely that they will continue to brawl until their power is depleted without a decisive victor emerging. "Stop! Cease the combat!" Yize exclaims, instructing them to pay respects to their commander. He gestures toward Director Lu. The 309 mech and the 207 combat robot simultaneously halt, pivoting to march in unison. With synchronized movements, they approach Director Lu, greeting Commander, "Good day." "Huh, what an eye-opening experience. This is far more entertaining than watching real combat." Director Lu in high spirits quips, if these two were to brawl for a month after undergoing deep learning, would they not become combat virtuosos? Director Lu, if you have an interest, why not give it a try? The combat robots primarily utilize thermal weapons, thus having minimal demands for combat techniques. Director Lu's curiosity lies mainly in the realm of artificial intelligence. How does your mechanical assistant, Xiao Ling, compare to these two? About the same. Yize hesitates to disclose too much, fearing it might alarm him. Although he has not tested it, he surmises that with a more advanced artificial intelligence, Xiao Ling could effortlessly outperform 20 combat robots. By the way, what weaponry does the Megatron series possess? Lu Shicheng suddenly recalled that Yize had never brought up this topic. Throughout the process of producing combat robots, superconducting materials, T5 materials, and plasma batteries were all acquired. The addition of microwave rifles merely required the establishment of 2 more production lines. However, I am prepared to present 2 options for the military: microwave weapons and laser weapons. What Yize referred to are both capable of engaging targets beyond visual range. Lu Shicheng nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, each weapon possesses its own merits and drawbacks. Laser weapons suffer significantly from atmospheric attenuation and are nearly unusable in heavy snow or fog. Their advantage lies in precise targeting and tracking, making them suitable for pinpoint strikes. Microwave weapons, on the other hand, are largely unaffected by weather conditions. Their fan-shaped impact can destroy targets without the need for precise aiming. Nonetheless, this area effect characteristic may lead to confusion between friend and foe, causing destruction to our own electronic equipment in the process. Yet, this unexpected delight of laser weapons has now provided us with an additional choice. Liu Shicheng, filled with excitement, immediately made a phone call to dispatch a dedicated train. That very day, all combat robot prototypes were packed and loaded for shipment. He personally led the convoy. The train first headed north to the Haicheng target range for comprehensive terrain testing, located in the desert, which is the largest weapon testing center in the country where 80 of national weapons are finalized. Subsequently, it will be transported to the extreme south and north for testing under various climatic conditions. On the evening of the second day, Director Liu arrived and called Yize to report his safe arrival. Amused, he mentioned that Miyang had secretly flown over to pursue him. Upon hearing this, Yize chuckled, realizing that the sorceress would undoubtedly cause some mischief. The project to scale up microwave weapons was initiated by her mentor, Yize, and was now ready for testing after successful completion in the laboratory. Chapter 67. The Unyielding Titan Mech, an Insane Defense Capability. Director Liu merely transported the prototypes for safekeeping. Along with him were more than 70 engineers from the factory. 2 key personnel from the core team were also required to be present on site, and upon hearing the news, several high-ranking officials from various military districts expressed their desire to attend. Testing could not commence immediately, as the engineers would conduct operational training for the soldiers, lasting approximately 1 to 2 weeks. The remote operation training for the combat robots was relatively straightforward, simpler than piloting drones, while the mech training was somewhat more complex. Both the mechs and combat robots featured 3 operational modes: manual control by soldiers, AI-assisted semi-automatic operation, and fully autonomous AI operation. It must be emphasized that these are war machines designed to kill. The battlefield is complex and unpredictable. The risk of AI harming civilians necessitates that soldiers maintain the ability to make real-time judgments, thus preserving the manual control option. The operators were primarily top-tier tank soldiers. The vehicle-shaped mechs, aside from the added AI, were fundamentally no different from driving a tank. The humanoid-shaped mechs presented initial challenges for the soldiers in human-machine cooperation. Operating the humanoid mechs was vastly different from tank driving. Encountering the rapid movements, jumps, and rolls of the mechs could easily leave soldiers feeling queasy, despite ergonomic shock-absorbing designs. It was reported that many soldiers experienced nausea during their first trial run. Nonetheless, the humanoid form of the mechs could clear paths through mountains and construct bridges over water. In fact, even in the absence of roads, they could climb mountains, leap across ditches, overcome obstacles, and traverse dense forests. This is the very essence of the humanoid form's existence. Of course, the military eagerly anticipated the transition between these 2 forms. Though the nation now had a bit of financial leeway, the batch of generals had endured the hard years of small arms and rifles, retaining a frugal mindset. The multifunctionality of a single piece of equipment perfectly aligned with their preferences. The Grandmaster, the remarkable Plus Wang Jia, had just arrived at the Yize Group factory. Traveling from the 1st to the 4th factory district via a roller coaster-like elevator, he found himself simultaneously gagging and exclaiming in astonishment. Wow, this elevator is brutal. Brother Gung's remaining few hairs are about to be blown away. Master, will we ever see the Bumblebee sports car become mainstream? Master, what about developing flying cars? The kind that can take off and land vertically? Seeing the master, Wang Jia immediately switched to addressing him as boss. As graduate students in the laboratory often referred to their mentor. Little did he expect that such a desolate place as Beishan would host such a sci-fi factory built by his boss. With no time for further chatter, Yize threatened, "I'll return any unwanted items back to the lab." This single remark silenced Wang Jia. The Yize Group was already low on manpower, and with over 70 engineers dispatched for testing, Yize suddenly found himself lacking capable assistance. Although Xue Jianquan was quite competent, he was utterly clueless regarding technical matters. On a whim, Yize decided to borrow Brother Gung and Wang Jia from the laboratory. Thus, the duo, one a balding man with a pot belly, the other a chubby bald fellow, became his right-hand man. Brother Gung and Wang Jia were polar opposites. Brother Gung was taciturn, preferring to smile shyly, while Wang Jia was a chatterbox, prattling on endlessly. However, when it came to work, both displayed an indefatigable spirit. "Boss, whatever you need me to do, I'm on it. I can even screw bolts on the production line." Wang Jia was still unaware of his temporary assignment's nature. What a whimsical thought. Competing with robots for jobs by screwing in bolts? Yize led them into a workshop pointing to several piles of documents. Over there are the materials for laser rifles. The blueprints for microwave rifles and combat robots are right here. We need to design prototypes for the WZT-1S, WZT-1JJ, and WZT-1L models. 4 types of rifles in total. Once we have the prototypes, we'll head to Haching Target Range for testing to determine whether the might of laser and microwave weaponry surpasses that of quantum shields. As soon as Yize finished speaking, both Wang Jia and Brother Geng were left agape in astonishment. They had always believed that the projects they participated in at the Zyabela laboratory were impressive enough. Little did they realize that the factory was mass-producing formidable weaponry. Wang Jia burst into laughter. Ha! I feel like owning my very own mech isn't far off. MHM. Brother Geng nodded vigorously, the few remaining strands of hair dancing on his forehead. Firearms, vehicles, and mechs are the ultimate toys for men. Who wouldn't be thrilled at the opportunity to handle them personally? Boss, you've developed the quantum shield? What's the principle behind it? It's merely a quantum field generator. Confidential. Don't ask. A quantum field generator? Wang Jia and the others gazed at him in awe and admiration. As researchers at the forefront of technology, they had never even heard of such a concept. Yize placed immense importance on this cutting-edge technology. While providing products to the military was permissible, leaking any technical details was absolutely out of the question. To this end, several core modules, including the AI storage chip and the quantum field generator, were designed with self-destruct mechanisms. Thanks to the primary materials T4 and T5, the production efficiency of the entire robot was extraordinarily high. Currently, a single unit of the Megatron WZT, Model 1L or 1JJ, is priced at approximately 1.3 times that of the T9X main battle tank. However, this valuation does not account for the installation of a quantum generator, which would consequently double the cost. The military of Huagua exhibits a psychological fixation on insufficient firepower, while it appears that Yize harbors an obsessive concern regarding inadequate defenses. The Megatron Series 1 is excessively fortified to the point of madness, with its T4 composite material resembling humanoid muscle, boasting unparalleled resilience, over 3 times sturdier than Kevlar fibers, rendering anti-material sniper rifles ineffective against it. The T5 composite inner exoskeleton possesses a strength superior to titanium alloys by a factor of 4 to 5, and the external armor provides 2 to 3 times the protection of M1 tank armor. Furthermore, the external armor can be enhanced with energy-absorbing T4 material. It is also equipped with a backup quantum shield. Additionally, the piece de resistance is the super artificial intelligence integrated with high-precision laser radar, featuring an exceptionally robust active evasion safety mechanism. All right, boss, let us commence our intense work sessions immediately. Once Wang Jia enters work mode, his eyes gleam with fervor, transforming him entirely. Not even the allure of spicy strips can distract him, nor can tremors from the outside world sway his focus. Observing the 2 new assistants in this fervent state, Yize nods in satisfaction. Should everything proceed smoothly, they might simultaneously finalize the testing and prototyping of the combat robots. After all, the combat robots are akin to his own progeny. It is imperative for him to personally witness the testing and finalization at the Haching shooting range. In Chapter 68, titled Laser Guns, Long-Range Destruction of Tanks and Aircraft over the course of 2 to 3 days, Geng Gu and Wang Jia quickly became acquainted with the engineering blueprints. Holding a large diagram, they were struck with astonishment. This microwave rifle is nothing short of perfection. It is the very creation of Yize from the firearms competition. The smaller combat robot, Megatron 1s, can be utilized directly. However, for the larger 1L and 1JJ robots and mechs, a 15-meter rifle is rather diminutive for their needs. Thus, they require an enlarged version based on the original design. This enlargement necessitates recalculating and optimizing various parameters rather than merely scaling up dimensions. Overall, modifying an existing template does not entail a significant engineering workload. The primary focus remains on the design of the laser rifle, which employs a free electron laser scheme. Such lasers do exist globally, albeit in a nascent stage of development. For Yize, this posed no difficulty. Should he desire to take a shortcut, he could simply redeem it from the system. He entrusted the task to his 2 assistants, not only to cultivate adept subordinates, but also because, during the later stages of prototyping, engineers must accompany the military and equipment nationwide for extensive training and testing. From the frigid north to the humid southern islands, and even traversing the western deserts and snow-capped plateaus. First-hand data on weapon performance under diverse climatic and geographical conditions must be meticulously gathered. Wang Jia sketched a draft, murmuring Gung-gu, this laser gun task is quite simple. We'll wrap it up in no time. The boss directly provided superconducting batteries. Gung Xiaoqiang shot him a disdainful glance. Of course, with the energy issue resolved, it was straightforward. Soon, the duo submitted their first official draft to Yize. He glanced at it before returning it, saying, Gung-gu, the scope is rather limited. You and Academician Jiang have tested superconducting materials. Why not employ them in the laser design? Gung-gu felt a twinge of shame, clearing his throat. Well, those materials are expensive. I didn't dare to consider them. His expression of grievance elicited a laugh from Yize. After all, this was not an ordinary weapon. In comparison to the nearly doubled output energy, even if the price surged, it would still be worth it. Furthermore, once the production of C7 superconducting materials ramps up, costs will plummet to rock-bottom prices. Not having provided them with specific material plans beforehand was also a means to encourage independent thinking. Double? Ying Yi go spit. Wang Jia slapped his thigh, exclaiming, wow. Such incredible materials. I'd even go as far as to sell a kidney for them. Prompted by Yize's insight, the two quickly realized that if they employed superconducting materials for the laser amplifying resonator and increased input current to the magnetic control devices, they would certainly achieve an effect of 11-2. With their direction and thought process aligned, the task became even simpler. The two joyfully revised their draft, determining that the design of the laser gun need not be cumbersome and could adopt the sci-fi aesthetic of the microwave rifle. Yize allocated several industrial robots to assist them in their experiments. Emulating Yize, they uploaded the manufacturing programs and design blueprints into the artificial intelligence database. To their astonishment, they discovered that the industrial robots, under AI control, manufactured and assembled parts with greater proficiency than they did. If their program contained bugs or the blueprints were flawed, the AI would promptly provide alerts. Crucially, industrial robots could operate around the clock without rest, proving far more efficient than the labor of a production team. That evening, after completing their programming and designs, Gung-gu and Wang Jia returned home for dinner and rest. Upon awakening the next morning and arriving at the factory laboratory, they found several prototypes had been flawlessly completed. There was no denying it. Their titanium alloy craftsmanship had left them in awe. I have decided. I shall be relying on the boss for a lifetime. Wang Jia's astonishment was warranted. The capabilities of this artificial intelligence were utterly revolutionary. Even the composed Gung-gu was flushed with excitement, affirming, yes, I have become dependent too. Frequently engaged in scientific research, they were keenly aware of cutting-edge technology. Presently, the artificial intelligence available on the market lacks even a fraction of this performance. Moreover, judging by the boss's tone, the factory server's AI is merely average. My goodness, the boss must possess even more astounding technologies. Exchanging glances, both simultaneously thought of the internet-famous virtual electronic girl, Xiaoling. Although they were not frequent internet users, Xiaoling's name was known to all. She was the spokesperson for the Yize group. Previously, out of curiosity, Wang Jia had even participated in a Turing test during one of Xiaoling's live streams. Yet, after numerous attempts, the Turing test results consistently indicated a real human. Could it be that Xiaoling is a hidden level 999 artificial intelligence? Has she evolved to the point of mimicking humanity? They must inquire with the boss when he is in good spirits. Their monumental discovery left them both in disbelief. Wang Jia and Gung-gu dedicated an entire day to testing several prototypes, and the fundamental parameters met the boss's design specifications. The laser gun also featured an adjustable power mode. The lowest power setting could damage optical instruments or cause temporary blindness, while at a power level of 50. It could instantaneously penetrate a 410mm steel plate from a distance of 1,000 meters. Oh my, is this a laser gun or a laser cannon we VE constructed? Though they anticipated its power, the experimental results still took them by surprise. According to international cutting-edge reports, the most advanced lasers could only penetrate 13mm at a distance of 1,000 meters. For greater range and firepower, a larger testing ground would be required, as the company's modest location could not accommodate further trials. The two individuals hastily documented the experimental data. Clutching the completed samples, they eagerly approached Yize. This should suffice for dealing with tanks. It will have to do. The military tests for finalization should be adequate. Yize scrutinized the data and the samples. His next statement nearly astounded the two. Their ambition was still insufficient. The next iteration of the laser gun must achieve the capability to engage aircraft at extended ranges. What? The boss mentioned there is still potential for enhancement? Wang Jia and Gung-gu racked their brains, but could not fathom any further avenues for optimization. After discussing the experimental products, both wore expressions of dismay as they prepared to exit. Suddenly, Yize's phone chimed. It was a call from Director Liu. Professor Li, the finalization tests commence the day after tomorrow. I have dispatched someone to pick you up. They should already be at the company entrance. Got it. Yize turned to call Wang Jia and Geng Gu, instructing them to tidy up as they would be departing for the Black City shooting range to assess the performance of the matches. Upon hearing this, both men were filled with excitement, eagerly nodding and rushing to prepare. After getting ready, they returned to find an unexpected presence in the office, a silver-haired girl with a ponytail. Dressed in casual denim attire, sporting sunglasses, a mask, and a baseball cap. From the office to the company entrance, Wang Jia and Geng Gu exchanged nudges, urging each other to inquire about the identity of this enchanting woman. However, neither dared to speak up. Xiaoling, get in the car, Yize commanded as they boarded. Wang Jia and Geng Gu were taken aback, nearly colliding in surprise. Boss, you call her Xiaoling? Chapter 69. A partnership between one person and a mechanical maiden. Seamlessly coordinated. Yize offered no response. Suddenly recalling something, he instructed, Xiaoling, let us get out. Just as they boarded, he inexplicably decided to disembark. Geng Gu and Wang Jia were left bewildered. What was happening? Had they inadvertently offended the boss by asking if she was Xiaoling? That seemed unlikely. The boss was known for his straightforward nature, expressing displeasure directly. Why would he be in a foul mood? The military officer who had come to escort Yize was equally perplexed. Professor Li, why did you get out? Oh, y'all go ahead. I just remembered something. Yize turned to Geng Gu and Wang Jia. You can go ahead too. You can accompany me later. Since the boss was not leaving, Geng Gu and Wang Jia naturally felt reluctant to rush off to the Black City shooting range without him. Boss, we will certainly stay with you. Is there something urgent? Yes, I just had a sudden inspiration. Yize strode back to the company's workshop, with Xiaoling silently trailing behind. He opened the computer and immediately got to work. His fingers moved rapidly over the 3D engineering software, leaving Wang Jia and Geng Gu in a daze. Wang Jia muttered to himself, recalling how he used to be a keyboard champion, nicknamed Tentacle Monster. Back in university, he would engage in verbal duels in a game, belittling opponents with a flurry of insults. While they could manage one retort, he could unleash 50, leaving the enemy unable to cope. Observing the speed of the boss's fingers, he realized he was but a novice in comparison. In just a few minutes, the overall outline of Cannon Barrel was already taking shape. Yet, Yize still found fault with the pace. Xiaoling, connect to this computer. You take over the operation. What followed was a scene that would astonish anyone. Wang Jia and Geng Ji's mouths gaped open in disbelief, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. They bit their lips in silence, fearful of disturbing the boss. Yize reached into Xiaoling's small bag and retrieved a pack of spicy strips. As he munched on the snacks, he began directing Xiaoling in the design process. The spiciness made him tear up, yet his mouth never ceased its chatter. According to him, the spiciness stimulated his brain to function at high speed. Xiaoling, for this assembly drawing, break it down into modules: cannon barrel, launcher, controller, and power supply. The barrel dimensions should align with a 125mm tank cannon, and the length should be reduced, calculating optimal load based on T5 materials. Each module would then be further divided into component diagrams. As Yize continuously articulated the requirements, Xiaoling stood beside him, obediently silent. The 3D design software on the computer operated at a rapid pace, seemingly on its own. Indeed, the computer was generating designs independently. It was an eerie spectacle. Witnessing such a scene at midnight would surely terrify anyone. On the 5-screen setup, the assembly drawing had been divided into several modules, each displayed on a different screen. Notably, the lines and 3D images of each module were in constant flux, breaking down into smaller components. The detailed diagrams of the disassembled parts were gradually refined in dimension and shape. This method of drafting was astonishing. Whenever a change occurred in one part, all related diagrams instantaneously adjusted in sync. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembled a massive work group of hundreds, all collaborating online, simultaneously engaged in a project. A single large blueprint was partitioned into hundreds of smaller sections, with each person editing their respective part, all in perfect synchronization. For instance, if student A altered a value in their drawing, student B would promptly modify theirs accordingly. Similarly, students C, D, E, F, and G would all adjust their drawings in unison. From student A's correction to the modifications of all others, the adjustments could be completed almost instantaneously. Hundreds of individuals collaborating to finalize a single assembly drawing. Such synchronous modification could not be accomplished by a real-life team, regardless of size. Yet Xiaoling could do it. Controlling the computer, she modified hundreds of drawings in real time, as effortlessly as a game. The requirements for the laser emitter included maintaining 50 energy within effective range, with a maximum power requirement of kilowatts, ensuring at least 100 firings at 50 power. Considering all conditions, she calculated the optimal battery capacity. Based on superconducting battery parameters, she determined the ideal shape and volume, and calculated the temperature curve and material lifespan based on laser power requirements. Xiaoling, via Wi-Fi, was silently operating the hundreds of drawings. Utilizing her chip, she simultaneously tapped into the factory's server power, calculating various dimensional data in accordance with Yize's requests and promptly relaying the results back to the drawings. Meanwhile, Yize had entered a state of complete immersion, his gaze fixed on the screen as his mind swiftly processed the data, allowing him to rapidly propose optimization strategies. Yize continuously made requests for adjustments, while Xiaoling was able to instantaneously implement all corrections. The synergy between one individual and one mechanical maiden was astonishingly seamless. The coordination was indeed mind-boggling. With a swift glance at several numerical values, he could swiftly draw conclusions. Was the boss's mind racing too fast for his own good? Could he be losing his grip? Xiaoling's operations were even more rapid and agile. She was drafting hundreds of drawings in an instant, akin to fast-forwarding an animation. One Xiaoling could undoubtedly match the efficiency of a collaborative team of hundreds. No, even hundreds could not keep pace with her singular prowess. Wang Jia and Gung Gu exchanged glances. From a gaze exchanged between them, sheer horror was palpable. They dared not breathe, paralyzed as if their legs were made of stone. The fear of disturbing their leader's concentration loomed large. Even the dullest among them could discern that their commander was anything but ordinary. Little Zero was undoubtedly otherworldly. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they watched, transfixed, as their leader's rough sketch rapidly transformed into hundreds of detailed component diagrams. It was utterly surreal. A thrilling rush coursed through them. Little Zero had generated an entire set of three-dimensional schematics, integrating them into the database, initiating the manufacturing process, and deploying 300 industrial robots into the workshop to commence the production of 3 prototypes. The laser cannon was a go. Next up, the microwave energy cannon. Re-optimizing the design of the microwave cannon according to the specifications of the laser cannon's dimensions and firing parameters. Once the design was completed, no confirmation was needed. 300 industrial robots were immediately dispatched for production. Little Zero remained silent, merely nodding at Yize. The design patterns on the computer instantly began to transform at a rapid pace. After uttering the last words, Yize, feeling utterly drained, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples with one hand. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply. I'm exhausted. I'm increasingly unable to keep pace with Little Zero. Boss. Wang Jia dared to speak up only when he saw Yize finally come to a halt. Gung Ji's eyes were ablaze with anticipation as he watched him. Yize wearily waved his hand. Don't make a fuss. Little Zero's work with the robots is nothing to shout about. The computational power she harnessed has skyrocketed. Simultaneously drafting hundreds of designs is merely standard procedure. Wang Jia and Gung Gu nodded vigorously in agreement. Boss, haven't we already got the prototypes? Why the redesign? Oh, it's nothing, just my obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Since the 1JJ Mecha and the 1L combat robot have already borrowed the T9X main battle tank's design, I might as well go all out and adapt the laser and microwave cannons to resemble the T9X tank's cannon. Of course, the laser cannon and microwave energy cannon wouldn't require the 5 to 6 meters length of a 125mm tank cannon. A length of about 2 meters would suffice, with a plastic shell added for a semblance of a 125mm smoothbore cannon. Chapter 70. Arrival at the Black City target range. Arming the Overlord. Unlike other industrial robots, which are fixed on assembly lines and can only repeat predetermined actions, requiring reprogramming for new tasks, the industrial robots in Yize's factory were entirely different. All were networked and did not require stored action programs. Under the coordination of artificial intelligence, all industrial robots worked in unison, especially those equipped with mobility features. They could be dispatched to different locations for various tasks at any time. In just a day and a half, the 3 prototypes of the laser cannon and microwave energy cannon were completed. Yize prumli contacta directorul. Soon, a platoon of soldiers from the military arrived, led once again by the same Colonel Wang. Professor Li, our unit has been ordered to escort you throughout. Please, give us your instructions. Thank you. No need for such formality. Ever since meeting Director Yize had yet to experience a normal flight. He still didn't know how to purchase a ticket for a commercial flight. Every time he boarded a private jet, it felt as though he were being transported like a valuable cargo. Let us go. Yize, accompanied by Little Zero, Gung, and Wang Jia, set off in a military jeep, with an advance team clearing the way and cover from behind, directly entering the Beishan airport to board the military aircraft. Beishan City is quintessentially northern, and it takes less than 2 hours to fly to the remote Black City target range. On the military aircraft, there were no distinctions among business class or first class. The luxurious compartments were open for anyone to occupy. This AR-21 domestic regional jet had the entire crew at his service, far surpassing any civilian airline's platinum VIP experience. Below lay the ancient Chickalchuan, where the wind blows and the grass bends to reveal cattle and sheep. Upon entering the airspace beyond the Great Wall, Wang Jia became exhilarated, gazing out of the window and began to recite poetry. Oh, how blue the sky is, how white the clouds. Boss, look, a herd of wild horses. Wow, what a large group. City dwellers are often awestruck. Gung could no longer hold his tongue. Clearly, those are horses raised by herdsmen. Wild horse populations are nearly extinct. Gung, are you mocking the boss too? Wang Jia laughed, reveling in the moment. What Gung said is not incorrect. This is my first time seeing real horses. Yize admitted candidly, his interest piqued. This time, I absolutely must ride a horse. Is it that simple for Professor Li to ride a horse? Colonel Wang laughed as he approached. There's a cavalry camp near the target range, and their military horses are well trained. You can ride as you please. The group was taken aback. Cavalry still exists in this day and age? Colonel Wang replied, basically, it's nearly extinct. The only 2 cavalry camps left in our country are here. Let us forget about the military horses. Yize waved his hand dismissively. I'm sure we can find horses at any scenic spot. We just want to satisfy our curiosity. Before they knew it, they had arrived. The aircraft soon circled above the Black City target range. From the airplane, the target range sprawled across nearly 1 million acres, an awe-inspiring sight. It is indeed the largest in our country and among the largest in the world. It is said that 80 of our nation's weaponry undergoes testing and finalization here. The pilot began to communicate with the ground. Tower, Yao Dongguai 107. Tower acknowledges. Yao Dongguai, this is the tower. Requesting permission to land. As we are ordered to escort Professor Li. Permission granted for landing. The AR-21 passenger plane began to descend with reduced throttle, lowering its altitude. Just before reaching the ground, the aircraft leveled out, gliding along the runway, while simultaneously decelerating. All set, Yao Dongguai is ready to taxi onto the runway. You may taxi. Please proceed to C-12 runway. Taxi along the runway and enter Hangar 17. Suddenly, the tower announced with excitement. Professor Li, several leaders are here to greet you. The tower, typically devoid of emotion, suddenly raised its voice, causing a stir in the cabin. Such occurrences were rare. The crew began speculating about which leaders had come. With a jolt, the cabin felt a tremor as the plane touched down. The aircraft began to taxi along the runway, continuing into the hangar. As Yize stepped out of the cabin, he was nearly startled. Salute to Professor Li. A synchronized shout rang out. At the hangar entrance, rows of uniformed personnel stood at attention, their ranks adorned with numerous stars. Dazzling the eyes, several 2-star and 3-star officers. Lu Shicheng hurried over, shouting from the foot of the ladder, Professor Li, everyone has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. This scene was somewhat intimidating. Yize mimicked the salute. Greetings, leaders. Don't mind them. They're just here to snatch equipment. I'll introduce you to each of them shortly. Come, let us head to the command room to talk. With that, Lu Shicheng's remark caused a stir among the ranks of officers, who were not pleased. You lunatic, you don't need any equipment in your 23rd round. What on earth is your business in seizing Professor Xiao Li? Professor Xiao Li, the esteemed Li Feilong from our military region 6, shares the same surname. The Li family, have a proper discussion. You, old Li, what relatives are you mistaking? I heard that Professor Xiao Li's grandfather is from Huainan. We are fellow townsmen. Come, let us draw closer. How shameless can the military region 3 be? Professor Xiao Li is a genuine northerner, and you are not even remotely related. There's new equipment available. Why the hurry? Lu Shicheng found it amusing and hurriedly pulled Yize away. This group of individuals, usually stern-faced in front of subordinates, reveal their seasoned, cunning expressions when gathered together. Director Lu quietly informed him that one of the central figures had arrived the day before, specifically to meet with Yize. Since Yize had not yet arrived, He took the opportunity to inspect the northern military sub-district and was now en route. Another had received news of Yize's arrival and had just taken off in the capital. In recent days, preliminary tests of the Yize Tian-1S model had commenced. The tests, without weapon loading, focused solely on off-road and protective performance, which had astonished many prominent figures who had never witnessed it before. Commanders or representatives from several major districts, upon hearing about the microwave rifle, had already sought to negotiate with the Central Command to become trial units for the new equipment. Liu Shiqing commented that this technological leap was monumental. As the developer, the Central Command would consider your suggestions when selecting trial units. It was then that Yize understood why the military bigwigs were so eager to poach talent. The urgency was palpable among these military leaders. The 9X main battle tank was still of the previous century S model. It was high time for a replacement. I have even heard that some units are still using antiquated equipment from the 70s and 80s. Rumor has it that the Army's inventory of various tanks totals only a few thousand. An order for 10,000 combat robots would be sufficient to replace them all. Yize chuckled and said, "You've already paid 120 billion. I won't charge you any extra." Liu Shiqing sighed. "You don't understand the intricacies. The power of microwave weapons is undeniable. However, there are still concerns regarding the reliability of energy-based weapons, which require time for validation. Everyone wishes to retain tanks as a foundation while integrating combat robots." Yize couldn't help but laugh. The military leaders indeed had lofty ambitions. This was clearly a result of long-standing scarcity, leading to a desire to indulge when presented with something desirable. "Director Liu, you have reminded me. I have been too focused on new technology. Actually, a fusion of old and new could be beneficial. Let the old equipment rejuvenate." Chapter 71. A personal demonstration of the Yize Tian-1 JJ Mecha. Liu Shiqing suddenly became intrigued. Revitalizing old equipment? Due elaborati. Combining the old with the new. An ancient 66 tank could be equipped with a laser cannon capable of annihilating enemy main battle tanks with minimal modification. The laser cannon already includes a built-in power source, and merely adding a control unit suffices. If one desires to fire multiple rounds, a spare battery pack can be carried. Additionally, the Yize Tian-1S can accommodate 2 RPG launchers, while the Yize Tian-1L can carry numerous rockets or surface-to-air missiles, and even install a 125mm cannon. Thus, the Yize Tian-1 series would be equipped with both traditional and energy-based weaponry, dispelling any doubts among military leaders. Yize concluded that retaining old tanks could indeed be advantageous for the Army. As for the military budget, the increase would be negligible. In the future, the Yize Tian-1 series could be gradually adopted, phasing out purely infantry units and outdated tanks. After all, the high-end Yize Tian-1 JJ Mecha is only 2 or 3 times the price of the T9X main battle tank. With an increase in combat robots, the Army could reduce troop conscription and decrease tank production. Yize's suggestions prompted Liu Shiqing to nod in agreement. The military had capable individuals who had considered the idea of combining old and new, but discussions on technical feasibility were still ongoing. Now, with Yize's endorsement, it was confirmed as viable. By the way, did you bring the new laser cannons and microwave energy cannons? Are they a source of new surprises for me? Director Liu was actually inquiring whether they could replace the military's existing laser cannons. As a novel weapon, laser cannons were being secretly developed by major nations worldwide, with Huagua at the forefront. Yize joked, "You should pack your things early and seek a lucrative deal with the big players." Wow. Professor Xiao Li speaks with such grandeur. It seems there has been significant progress. Liu Shiqing asked with a smile, "To what extent has it advanced?" Yize waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I haven't tested it yet. Let us not speculate. You all can conduct the testing." Liu Shiqing casually asked, "Didn't you assign the large-scale microwave project to Yize and that Miyang girl? Why are you now considering developing a model yourself?" Recently, Miyang's microwave cannon had garnered considerable attention, having accurately destroyed a target from 400 kilometers away, reaching anti-ship missile range. This had piqued the interest of the Army, as well as the air and naval forces. Yize chose not to dampen anyone's spirits and simply smiled in silence. Can the same technology yield identical results? The principle behind firecrackers and missiles is the same. Under his guidance, the new technological framework for microwave weapons had been well mastered by the master-student duo of Yize and Miyang. However, they were granted complete freedom in design and manufacturing processes. Miyang, the audacious one, was unafraid of expenditure. She pursued funding vigorously and even paid out of her own pocket. Relying on the marvel of superconducting materials, she dramatically increased the power output of the microwave generator, expanded the launch antenna, and augmented the superconducting battery pack. The end result was an impressive, formidable device. The size exceeded that of a Peterbilt 379 truck as front end, and its power and range were indeed awe-inspiring. It was evident that the Optimus Prime 1 model could not bear such weight and had to transform into a truck to be mobile. Initially, Director Liu intended to take Yize to the command room for a brief respite. However, the two became engrossed in conversation, inadvertently wandering to the training ground. There, the newly delivered laser and microwave cannons were being fitted onto the WZT-1 JJ Mecha. Wang Jia and Brother Gung had also refrained from resting, diligently guiding soldiers in the installation. A soldier was currently training to operate the 1 JJ Mecha, accompanied by a T-9X tank for practice. The training ground was expansive, seemingly boundless. A 5-kilometer figure-8 track simulated various terrains, including small hills, trenches, puddles, curves, and washboard roads, as well as obstacles created from rocks, wrecked vehicles, and heaps of garbage. The timer was ready to start. The commander waved a small flag and shouted, "Prepare vehicles!" With a vigorous wave of the flag, they were off. The sound of tracks clattering echoed. The two tanks simultaneously lunged forward, with identical camouflage patterns and nearly identical builds. One could discern the difference at a glance without scrutinizing the details. The T-9X boasted an elongated barrel of over 5 meters, while the 1JJ's laser cannon featured a short barrel of just over 2 meters, barely extending beyond the tank as frontal edge. The rear of the T-9X tank belched black smoke as it accelerated vigorously. The WZT-1JJ tank form accelerates with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly creating a substantial distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Over the past few days, Liu Shirqing has observed numerous training sessions of this caliber. The WZT-1JJ, designed solely for tank applications, reigns supreme. Its performance in rapid advancement is astonishingly formidable. Witnessing the WZT-1JJ executing a tailslide drift around a bend, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This little warrior has trained exceptionally well." However, when traversing rocky obstacles and ditches, the WZT-1JJ repeatedly engaged in sudden deceleration, allowing the T-9X to swiftly close the gap. Yize shook his head, noting, "The operational technique is flawed. There's a lack of confidence." "What do you mean?" Liu Shirqing inquired, intrigued. "There's absolutely no need to slow down. Just charge straight through the obstacles and ditches. Aren't you concerned about flipping? Do not measure the WZT-1JJ by the standards of conventional tanks. Even with full manual operation, it possesses a passive balance stabilization feature. Ah, Professori, your design is rife with unseen cutting-edge technology." Liu Shirqing marveled, completely taken aback. He turned to summon the commander, Feng Datu. "Are you familiar with the passive balance stabilization feature?" After a moment's hesitation, Feng Datu hastily retrieved a small booklet from his pocket and flipped to a page. "Yes, it exists. Why has this feature never been utilized? No one has dared to try." Feng Datu scratched his head, wary of damaging the mecha. Upon inquiry, it became evident that the soldiers regarded the mecha as a precious treasure. They hesitated to even subject it to minor scratches, let alone recklessly navigate ditches. Yize Shuklat, urging them to be more audacious. Liu Shirqing, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You, Professor Li, are becoming quite extravagant." He explained, "Our soldiers have a long-standing tradition of cherishing their equipment. They handle tanks with extreme caution, fearful of even lightly bumping the cannon. If they were to witness the mecha and combat robots brawling, they would surely be heartbroken." Yize waved his hand dismissively. Caring for equipment is commendable. However, once it becomes habitual, it can lead to hesitation during actual combat, which is detrimental. They were created for warfare, to either annihilate the enemy or be annihilated. Liu Shirqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the WZT-1JJ is remarkably durable, yet they remain overly cautious. He suggested, "How about you demonstrate it for the soldiers?" Yize readily agreed. "All right." Liu Shirqing promptly called out, "Everyone, widen your eyes. The designer of the WZT-1JJ is here to give you a demonstration." Cheers erupted from the training ground as the soldiers, hearing that the mecha's designer had arrived, gathered excitedly. Their eyes sparkled with fervent admiration as they clamored to shake hands, salute, and greet Yize. The enthusiastic reception left Yize feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "I'll just take a couple of laps. Make sure you're all watching." Chapter 72. The Dominance of the WZT-1 Mecha and its brutal off-road capability. Commander Feng Datu called the driver of the WZT-1JJ over the intercom. Professor Li, the mecha designer, is on site to provide guidance. He.S. watching you, so don't mess it up. Understood. We're ready. The driver responded. On the 5-kilometer figure-8 training track, the T9X tank had just completed its first lap when the WZT-1JJ finished its second lap and returned to the starting point. The soldiers, mostly of similar age to Yize, were spirited young men, erupting into jubilant cheers. The driver of the WZT-1JJ had exceeded expectations, setting a new record for manual mecha operations, outperforming the previous record by a full 30 seconds. The driver parked the vehicle, his face beaming with joy as he approached the commander. Lieutenant Wang Limin, I've completed the off-road training task. Please advise. As a top-tier tank operator, he thought he might receive some commendation for breaking the training record. However, to his surprise, Feng Datu retorted sternly, don't get too cocky. Stand at ease and take notes. You didn't even match the record for semi-automated driving. Professor Li is quite upset, and the consequences could be severe. This remark sent a chill down Wang Limin's spine. Feng Datu then bellowed, let us welcome Professor Li for his guidance. Let us give a round of applause. The soldiers erupted in cheers once more, and Wang Limin realized Feng Datu had deliberately tried to scare him. You youngsters, open your eyes wide. This is a rare opportunity to witness Professor Li's demonstration. Having said that, Feng Datu turned eagerly to Yize, who wasted no time. He swiftly approached the WZT-1JJ mecha, now in its training tank form. With a running jump, he leaped onto the mecha's top. I'm here to teach you how to enjoy some serious speed. The soldiers cheered again, marveling at Professor Li's unique flair. Feng Datu had already taken out a tablet to grant him access to the mecha. Mecha number 03, activate. Yize climbed into the cockpit of the tank-formed WZT-1JJ. The cockpit could be operated via manual buttons or voice commands, and it was designed as a safety chamber, truly an incomprehensible marvel of technology. The ergonomic seat automatically adjusted to fit his physique. With a single command, a responsive exoskeleton enveloped his body, while a helmet equipped with brainwave interface technology descended. The exoskeleton and helmet served as both a control mechanism and a comprehensive protective system, inspired by aircraft safety concepts. However, the entire safety chamber of the mecha was an independent module, surpassing conventional designs. Regardless of the external conditions, whether tilted at a steep angle on its side or completely overturned, the safety chamber would instantaneously adapt, ensuring the driver's head remained oriented upwards, even in the unfortunate event of a rollover. The driver would never find themselves upside down. It employed technology akin to that of an aircraft's black box, with manufacturing techniques and materials that outperformed even that. In the event that the mecha were to be obliterated by the enemy, the safety chamber could eject immediately, maximizing the chances of the driver's survival. Of course, achieving such devastation in conventional combat against the WZT-1 mecha would not be an easy feat. Mecha 03, move out. Yize chuckled at himself. Having grown accustomed to voice control, he pressed the acceleration button while instinctively shouting, let us go. With a thunderous roar, the WZ-1 mecha surged forward from a standstill. Accelerate. Keep accelerating. Continue. In just 3 seconds, it reached a speed of 100 miles per hour. Another 3 seconds, and it soared to 180 miles per hour. The driving wheels spun rapidly, propelling the tracks with such velocity that they created a cacophony of sound. In an instant, the tank form of the WZT-1JJ kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring its silhouette as it sped past. Spectators with binoculars strained to catch a glimpse of its form amidst the swirling dust. Timers, hurry. Initiate real-time speed tracking. My goodness, did it start off at maximum power? Is this tank being treated like a racing car? Oh my. That day, I activated the autopilot mode, and I dared not let it go wild. Typically, when individuals operate a vehicle, they tend to ease into the acceleration. They certainly wouldn't exhibit the kind of brutal acceleration that Yize demonstrated, nearly pushing the power to its utmost limits right from the start. The initial surge in RPM was nothing short of a violent strain on the engine or motor. Do we not reduce speed at the S-curve? Oh dear, we're gonna flip. My goodness, we didn't flip. How did it manage to drift so steadily? I am in awe, truly humbled. This is no mere sports car. It resembles a flying machine. Look, it's about to take off. WZT-1 is in a mad dash. The 5-meter-wide trench did not warrant a decrease in speed. Instead, the rear treads increased their output. The front lifted, and it soared over. It flew across. Head-on. There stood a 40-centimeter thick concrete barrier. Under normal circumstances, one would have to decelerate and cautiously navigate over it or take a detour. But it did neither. It crashed into it. The concrete wall shattered into fragments upon impact. Amidst the swirling dust, WZT-1 emerged unscathed, continuing its rapid charge up a small hill. Such ferocity. I adore it. My goodness. Even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Had it not been for the divine driver, I might have thought it was a suicidal crash. Heavens, it's about to leap down from the hill. The WZT-1 mech, with its tank-like appearance, indeed mimics the T-9X tank. However, the differences in appearance are quite pronounced. Aside from a most conspicuous cannon, the treads are also readily distinguishable. Unlike typical tanks with a single, continuous tread, the WZT-1's tank form features two smaller treads on each side, totaling 4. Each load-bearing wheel is powered by its own motor. The advantage of this design is the ability to selectively power specific load-bearing wheels according to the actual conditions, or to increase output. Yize piloted the WZT-1 up the small hill. Below lay a 50-degree incline. WZT-1 leaped from a hilltop. It soared, propelled by the inertia of the slope. Thud, WZT-1 landed heavily on the slope, seemingly on the verge of rolling over. However, thanks to the well-timed adjustment of its landing posture, it merely tipped the front while the rear soared high. The two front treads instantly ramped up their power, swiftly regaining balance. It then accelerated down the slope, barreling straight into the water pit ahead. In no time, it completed a lap, astonishingly faster than the previous run by Second Lieutenant Wang Limin, by more than double. Oh dear! Following this lad, I shall surely be driven to a heart attack. Lu Shicheng exclaimed in amazement, feeling fortunate to have stumbled upon the training ground. Otherwise, the young ones would have squandered such fine equipment. Feng Datu was utterly dumbfounded, grinding his teeth in disbelief, wondering if we were about to transform our tank battalion into a premier racing team. Everyone was astounded. They had thought that WZT-1 mech had already surpassed conventional tanks in every parameter, which was impressive enough. Little did they know, after witnessing Yize's driving, they realized it could be even more formidable. With immense power, unparalleled acceleration, obstacle navigation, and off-road capabilities, these traits were now being showcased to their fullest extent by him. At the very least, he had elicited 2 to 3 times the performance that the soldiers had trained for. Did you think this was the end? Yize, arms crossed, languidly perched atop the hatch, declared, "Next, I shall show you the versatility of the hybrid form." Chapter 73. The Iron Head Technique of the Mech Giant. You all should try controlling the humanoid form of the mech first. Yize did not rush to demonstrate. First, he intended to observe the soldiers' level of proficiency, and then focus on their questions to provide a more effective demonstration. He leapt down and addressed the soldiers, who will give it a try. Commander Feng Datu surveyed the crowd and nodded at Wang Limin. You go. Me? Am I capable? Wang Limin felt a twinge of uncertainty. The divine presence was right before him, and to operate it, wasn't he that akin to performing before Wanyu? He was indeed the star soldier of the tank battalion, excelling in every aspect of tank operation, and, under normal circumstances, he would have jumped at the chance. However, at this moment, he was utterly awed by Yize's divine maneuvers and felt too bashful to step forward. Upon hearing his name, he craned his neck towards Commander Feng Datu, seeking assistance, his eyes pleading, "Do I really have to embarrass myself in front of Professor Li? Stop dawdling. Get on with it." Feng Datu barked. "If you don't, I'll have Zhang Ermao take your place, and then I'll be covered in your disgrace." Ha ha, the soldiers burst into laughter. Zhang Ermao, when it came to tank driving skills, was indeed a virtuoso, having won championships in technical competitions across the army. Operating the mech in tank form was no issue for him, but he had previously nearly fainted when trying out the humanoid form. Just a few days ago, he had been the first to attempt the humanoid form of the mech, only to end up sick in the cockpit. Feng Datu had kindly offered assistance, only to have Zhang Ermao spray him with vomit. After that incident, no one dared to help him again. The laughter eased Wang Limin's tension, and with a determined clench of his jaw, he dashed forward. He executed rapid runs, jumps, and flips, demonstrating everything he could. Feng Datu reminded him to showcase the best of his training results for Professor Li. The WZT-1JJ mech soon sprang into action. It transformed on the spot, becoming a towering mechanical giant over 7 meters tall. Interestingly, while the WZT-1 series mechs and combat robots were named after the formidable Megatron, they had undergone several modifications, resulting in a design and style quite different from the original. With a thud, the mech began to stride forward, gradually accelerating into a mad dash. Each step covered over 10 meters, and with every footfall, clouds of dust were kicked up. Despite its towering height, the 7-meter giant maintained remarkable balance while running. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Limin performed a triple jump. With his final leap, he soared high and far, bending his knees to land heavily, causing the ground to tremble. He followed it up with a forward roll, quickly getting to his feet and sprinting to the low obstacle wall, executing a leaping motion to vault over it. Approaching a small hill, he slowed his pace to ascend, then jogged down the slope. In no time, he returned to the starting point, having roughly demonstrated a 1-kilometer loop. The timer shouted, "Total time, 81 seconds." The mech reverted to tank form. Wang Limin hurriedly scrambled out and rushed to Professor Yize, reporting, "Operation complete, please advise." Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, eager for his feedback. "You still haven't unleashed your full potential. Average speed of 45 kilometers/h. There's room for improvement." Yize patted him on the shoulder. "Overall, quite commendable. With more practice, you'll become a berserker." This was not mere encouragement. The soldier had indeed performed well. But Yize's standards were simply higher. Wang Jiao whispered to Gunga nearby. Alas, the mech's design boasts a maximum speed exceeding 90. Yet achieving an average velocity of merely 45 is quite unimpressive. Even a mobility scooter could keep pace. Accidentally overheard by others, this remark elicited laughter from crowd. What a ridiculous notion, a mobility scooter. The mech could crush it beneath its foot. Is it not more prudent to draw comparisons with other machines? The mech's neural interface and limb actuators function in seamless harmony, requiring novices to practice extensively to master their coordination. Furthermore, during high-velocity runs, the jarring sensations experienced. Despite the safety cabin's stabilizing units preventing collisions with the pilot, can still induce feelings akin to seasickness. That disorienting sensation resembles the centrifuge used in flight training. This, however, is not a significant issue. Merely engaging in adaptive training suffices. Yize refrained from further commentary, turning to board the WZT Model 1JJ. The ferocity remained unchanged. With another powerful launch, it surged forth. Yet this time, after accelerating in tank mode, the mech transformed with a resounding clatter. Upon assuming its humanoid form, it sprinted at a breathtaking 90 miles per hour. Encountering a trench, it showed no signs of deceleration, instead leaping several meters high, effortlessly clearing the obstacle, landing heavily, rolling to absorb the impact, and continuing its wild dash. The rampaging giant advanced with an indomitable momentum, approaching a small hill with a 60-degree incline. The mechanical titan astonishingly employed both hands and feet, resembling a cheetah, to ascend with fervor. Upon reaching the summit, it curled into a ball and rolled down the slope like a snowball. Ahead lay an obstacle wall. The curled mech suddenly leaped, executing a fish-like maneuver, crashing into the wall with an earth-shattering impact. The training ground erupted in cheers and applause. This spectacle truly captivated the soldiers' attention. How incredibly fierce! Professor Lee had pushed the mech's capabilities to their limits. Indeed, it is said the mech's head has been specially reinforced for impact. According to the engineers, its maximum force could send the turret of a standard tank flying. Astonishing! Wang Limin exclaimed, "This is impressive. The mech possesses an iron head technique." "What is that?" Wang Jia scoffed, shaking his head. "I heard the boss plans to create a 190 decibel lion's roar device. Last time, the wealthy dog owner Prince Harmon blurted out about a 250 decibel contraption with an open-ended price. Unexpectedly, the more peculiar the item, the more intrigued Yize became. Yize had initially intended to develop sonic weapons, and, on the spot, he jested about the impossibility of achieving 250 decibels, but testing the 190 decibel range seemed plausible. Naturally, he would only sell 1 or 2 sets to the wealthy dog owner for fun, selling equipment without divulging technology. Additionally, he would ensure the chip had backdoor access for future contingencies. Who knows when it might come in handy? For instance, if one day the leader of Sam's country visits the wealthy dog owner's home. If Yize could remotely control a 190 decibel sonic wave to help that old man treat his decade-long cerebral thrombosis, it would certainly be amusing. As the mech raced onward, it transformed back into tank mode, brutally crushing several discarded vehicles and forcefully navigating through piles of debris before returning. Just as Yize leaped down, he was warmly surrounded by the soldiers. "Master, how do you control it to roll like that? Was it brainwave operation or the limb actuators? Professor Lee, how can it transform while moving at such speed without toppling over?" All right. Professor Lee has yet to have his meal. Lu Shicheng timely intervened, extracting Yize from the throng. "Let us go. There's an old man over here who prepared a special meal for you. He personally made braised lion's head. Nationwide, only a handful could receive such treatment." Chapter 74. With great power comes great responsibility. Who is this esteemed figure you speak of so highly? Yize inquired with curiosity. Lu Shicheng merely smiled. A respected elder who wishes to prepare a meal for you. Think nothing more of it. Fine. I am indeed quite hungry. Yize was disinclined to ponder further, following along. Just then a phone call came in. While answering, he boarded Lu Shicheng's vehicle. While on the call, he had a habit of fiddling with something in his hands. Xiaoling had already grasped this quirk of Yize's. Upon seeing him reach into his pocket, she promptly offered him a stick of spicy strips. Yize unconsciously patted her head in gratitude. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Xiaoling secretly smiling. A sudden thought struck Yize, startling him. Could it be that Xiaoling had developed human emotions? This was no trivial matter. Previously, Xiaoling had exhibited laughter, but it was merely a reflection of her programmed responses to specific scenarios, designed to mimic human emotions for the sake of appearance. When not performing, she would never display any autonomous emotional awareness. Now, seated at his left side, Xiaoling must have known no one was watching her. Why would she smile secretly? Yize couldn't be bothered to ponder, reassured that Xiaoling would remain loyal. Her core programming was to protect him. A glance back at the database would suffice. He hoped she wouldn't absorb too many negative human emotions. Yize was merely surprised for a moment, not dwelling too much on Xiaoling's transformation. The call was from General Huawei. Previously, Yize had entrusted him to recommend a suitable CEO for Yize Company from among the candidates at BDI. They had suggested Zhang Qifa, the former head of BDI's battery division. V. Xiaoxin sent over his resume, prompting Yize to follow up with a call. While reviewing the resume in V. Xiaoxin's message, he remarked, "This individual seems promising. Has the factory renovation for Yize been completed? What about the equipment?" General Huawei inquired. "The core machinery will be handled by the Yize Group." Yize assured him, "I will have the Yize Group manufacture it, and Shuizong will notify you once the equipment is ready. The batteries will begin with plasma batteries, cost-effective and far superior to lithium batteries. As for the chips, let us produce 7 and 10 nanometers carbon-based chips. While they may not rival ZXIN, they will dominate the mid to low-end market. A son is still a son. Yize Company is, after all, my controlling company, and I must support it well. The equipment provided to Yize is intended to capture the mid to low-end market for chips and batteries. By monopolizing equipment manufacturing technology and utilizing fully automated production, there is no concern for technological leaks. Of course, this mid to low-end distinction is relative to the Yize Group. Once Yize's products hit the market, they could easily outshine competitors' high-end offerings. After concluding the call, Yize realized he had arrived at the family quarters of the Black City shooting range alongside Lu Shicheng. This area retained the style of tube-shaped dormitories from the last century. Lu Shicheng led Yize into one unit and pressed the doorbell. A tall, slender elderly man wearing a cooking apron opened the door. "Ah, you're here. Please take a seat. My fish is about to burn." Before Lu Shicheng and Yize could greet him, the elder turned and headed back into the kitchen. Sit down. Just wait for the meal." Lu Shicheng chuckled. Bikuning Yize. This elder had gray hair, a kind and gentle demeanor, and his simple words carried a hint of authority. However, gazing at the figure, it appeared so utterly ordinary. Could it be that one's perception was flawed? Yize shook his head, dismissing the thought, and chewed on a spicy strip as he entered the house. The living room was simple yet immaculate, featuring an antique yellow wood tea table and an old-fashioned television cabinet, which surprisingly housed a bulky colored TV reminiscent of the last century. Unable to contain his eagerness to eat, Lu Ju hurried into the kitchen to assist. Alone in the living room, Yize observed his surroundings with keen interest. He noticed a book titled Ziji Tongjian lying beneath the tea table and casually flipped through its pages, only to find a photograph tucked inside. He froze instantly, half of the spicy strip falling from his mouth to the floor. The photograph depicted a middle-aged man in his 50s, clearly reminiscent of the elderly gentleman from over a decade ago. Clad in military attire, he stood tall, cradling a toddler with braided pigtails in his arms. Yize's gaze fixated on the gleaming 3 stars on the uniform, pondering the likelihood of an additional star being awarded in recent years. One of the 3 individuals occupying the highest echelons of authority. His admiration and astonishment were not merely due to the elder's rank, but stemmed from the myriad of accomplishments attributed to him. Tales of the elder's heroism had reached Yize in his youth. He had devoted his youth and lifetime to the nation, even sacrificing his descendants. It was said that remnants of shrapnel still lingered in his spine, and that his children and daughter-in-law had perished in service to their country. "Ah, today you are in for a treat." Just then, the elder emerged from the kitchen, bearing a platter of red-braised lion's head meatballs, red-braised carp, and stir-fried cabbage. You are a distinguished guest. Yize was about to rise from the sofa when the elder kindly pressed down on his shoulder. No need to stand. Let young Lu serve the meal. Having lost 20 pounds due to a recent illness, the elder chuckled. I must look quite different from the photograph. Here comes the rice. Lu Shurqing called out, beaming as he entered. You Haven Tea made many public appearances these past few years. Professor Li is surely unacquainted with you. The elder had indeed been reclusive, mostly residing within the capital's core. It was likely that few had the opportunity to see him regularly. The three gathered around the tea table, enjoying their meal while engaging in light conversation. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, devoid of grand topics, merely sharing familial anecdotes. As the conversation flowed, Yize found himself bemused. You traveled all the way to the northern desert just to prepare 3 dishes for me? These are my signature dishes, and I seldom get to enjoy them. The elder smiled, replying, I simply wish to fulfill this small desire of mine. Yize chocolat bidob. Your kindness makes me feel quite undeserving. You, young man, are a great asset to the nation. You deserve all the respect. The elder maintained his casual tone. Little Lu has shared some of your endeavors with me. I recently revisited Zhizhitongjian and had a few insights. Perhaps it is a radical notion, but I wish to discuss how most historical turning points often hinge upon the thoughts of heroic figures. After uttering this, the elder shook his head in self-deprecation. I suppose you young folks are weary of the old adage. With great power comes great responsibility. Not all. Yize laughed, having been amused by the elder's remarks. Accustomed to a leisurely life, he had never pondered such weighty matters. You need not make any promises. Your sincerity is evident to all. The elder chuckled, glancing knowingly at Xiaoling. This young lady is quite charming. She could learn a thing or two from my culinary expertise. Chapter 75. The Microwave Cannon. Roasting the herd to perfection. After lunch, the elder's spirit noticeably waned. Yize suggested his departure, urging the elder to rest. I'm growing old and feeble. The elder jested, rummaging beneath the tea table for a pen and a sheet of paper, diligently beginning to write. Indeed, he intended to bestow upon Yize the recipes for his 3 cherished dishes. The frail fingers trembled significantly, the pen slipping from his grasp multiple times. Observing this, Lu Shurqing promptly offered, let me write it down as you dictate. No, this is my heartfelt intention. I cannot let you do that. After a considerable time, the elder stubbornly completed the task, filling an entire sheet with the recipes. With meticulous care, he annotated the amounts of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, specifying even the exact grams. Salt, a pinch, approximately 2 grams. I recommend having a scale on hand. Oil, a teaspoon, about 5 grams. And it is crucial to use pure northern sesame oil. This pen belonged to my son. I have kept it for over 20 years. And now I pass it on to you, young man. Turning to Xiaoling, he instructed, remember this. This dish must be heated slowly to around 200 degrees before adding the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Otherwise, the flavors won't meld well. The elder carefully folded the paper, placing the pen atop it and handing it to Xiaoling, not inquiring if she could comprehend his instructions, but rather, he continued to impart advice. It seemed he was speaking to Xiaoling, yet his words were directed at Yize. Make sure to eat well. Young people should rise early and retire early. Avoid staying up late. This hardly resembled a mere transmission of recipes. It felt more akin to a final testament. Once the elder earnestly inscribed his name, Shui, June 18th. Gifted to Yize, the recipe transcended its original purpose. Lu Shurqing, watching and listening, felt his eyes welling with emotion, turning away momentarily to rub them. I shall remember your words. Yize, Nuda Sulamli. Eat well, rise early, sleep early, and avoid staying up late. Listening to these reminders, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, bringing to mind his parents. They had often admonished him in the same manner, and he had always found it tedious. Only now did he realize how fortunate he had been to have such daily reminders. As he prepared to leave, the elder grasped Yize's hand, warm, rough, and strong. With a gentle jest, he remarked, I've heard there are people in the country dabbling in science fiction and popular science, concocting a Northern Skygate project, which includes formidable mech warriors. Some foreigners claim it's the work of our agency. You are impressive. Hollywood is even making films about it. And you are truly making it happen. His words, soft yet imbued with immense gravitas, conveyed reassurance. Pursue your endeavors boldly, as long as I draw breath. You need not harbor any concerns. Yize nodded, I will. On the way, Lu Ju could not resist sharing more about the elder. These 3 dishes are no trifles. The elder was once a man of arms. How could he possibly cook? After losing his son and daughter-in-law early on, he borrowed lab equipment, a graduated cylinder, measuring cups, scales, and thermometers, to learn cooking, relying solely on these 3 dishes to raise his granddaughter. Yize chuckled ruefully, realizing why the recipe's instructions mirrored those of his culinary robot. Lu Ju arranged accommodations for them. After resting briefly, they set out to inspect various testing sites. The weapon trials at the Black City range were in the final stages. To the uninitiated, this might seem shrouded in mystery, but in reality, it merely required sufficient space to showcase its capabilities. Firing a few rounds from the laser cannon, the various parameters necessitated extensive data processing and simulation in the computer. The mechs and combat robots would run several laps, with a team analyzing and comparing the data for days. It resembled observational experiments, repeatedly testing different parameters against varying scenarios, tediously monotonous. Not only were the mechs tested, but they also underwent comparative trials against conventional tanks. Furthermore, the mechs and combat robots will be put through comparative tests to facilitate the military selection process. The WZT-1 series exhibited nearly identical performance characteristics, each boasting distinct advantages. The most significant distinction lies in the fact that mechs are optimized for manned operation, enabling operators to be directly present on the battlefield, whereas combat robots do not accommodate human pilots and can instead carry a greater array of weapons or battery packs. Director Liu escorted Yize to the number 04 range at the Black City test site, both eager to witness the practical effects of the new laser cannon and microwave cannon. Yize anticipated that these 2 models would meet the standards of strategic attack weapons, with no issues regarding range or power. The only aspect requiring validation was the long-range targeting technology. Would it achieve the desired results beyond visual range? Boss, Director Liu, you have arrived. The testing grounds for the laser cannon were expansive. Indeed, one might describe them as vast beyond sight. Brother Geng was present to provide technical guidance. A few kilometers away, Wang Jia was overseeing the microwave energy cannon. Yize inquired, Brother Geng, what tests have been conducted thus far? We haven't commenced formal testing yet. We've merely been training the soldiers to familiarize them with the weapon and fired a few rounds casually. What were the results? Lu Shiqing asked, his curiosity piqued. The results exceeded expectations. We began our test shots from 2 kilometers, then 4 kilometers, 8 kilometers, and 10 kilometers. Fortunately, the weather was favorable, and long-range shooting posed no issues, so we even attempted a shot at 100 kilometers. As he delved into the technical details, Brother Geng became animated, shedding his previous reticence. The power is astonishing. At a distance of 100 kilometers, we fired 2 rounds, both hitting the designated target tank with precision. The first shot obliterated the tank's fuel tank. The second penetrated the turret, creating a gaping hole the size of a man's arm. Although it was an old tank, it boasted 120 millimeters armor, equivalent to 800 millimeters in strength. Lu Shiqing gasped in awe. The precision of the laser weapon was within his expectations, yet the range and power left him utterly astonished. This device was a stealthy harbinger of targeted strikes, undoubtedly meeting the criteria for a strategic weapon. Unlike the microwave energy cannon, which delivers area damage that risks collateral harm to allies and innocents, the likelihood of accidental injury from the laser cannon is minimal. The very thought exhilarated him. Conducting a surgical strike against an enemy command center amidst a sea of troops would be remarkably efficient. Quickly, set up a target 400 kilometers away and see if we can shoot even farther. Director Liu, that's not feasible. Oh, I got a bit carried away with excitement. Lu Shiqing immediately realized that laser weapons operate on a straight-line trajectory. Brother Geng and his team had the luxury of finding a small angle with no obstacles to place their target on a distant ridge at 100 kilometers. Now, asking them to attempt a shot at 400 kilometers was unrealistic. One glance at the surrounding terrain revealed numerous ridges that would obstruct such a shot. Suddenly, Brother Geng recalled how Dr. Miyang had tested the microwave cannon just a couple of days ago. The heavy-lift airship from the Sino-French collaboration was conveniently testing in this area. That girl commandeered it and mounted the microwave cannon onto the airship. Lu Shiqing chuckled at the memory. The remotely controlled heavy-lift airship ascended to 1,600 meters, and that girl fired a shot at the desolate mountains 400 kilometers away. Not only did it incapacitate several tanks, but it also roasted a herd of wild sheep that wandered into the vicinity. The recollection sent a shiver down his spine. But thankfully, she had conducted preliminary reconnaissance and established a safety perimeter well in advance. Moreover, that area was a designated military exclusion zone, off-limits to civilians. Chapter 75. Using foreign satellites to test the laser cannon? You truly lack imagination. Attaching a laser cannon to an airship to shoot at tanks? How pedestrian. Yize ramarka langitli. With ridges obstructing the ground, why not try shooting skyward? As a tactical weapon, it hardly requires a range of over 100 kilometers. If you genuinely aspire to develop a strategic weapon, then the targets ought to be enemy warships, aircraft carriers, or planes, perhaps even satellites. This was venturing into dangerous territory, indeed. Lu Shicheng and Brother Gung were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Yize would propose such an audacious course of action. Shooting skyward? Aside from targeting birds, that would entail shooting at planes and satellites. Birds typically fly only a little over 10,000 meters, which is hardly noteworthy. As for aircraft, in this day and age, which nation would dare deploy spy planes into Chinese airspace? There was only one possibility. He was targeting foreign satellites, according to the treaties governing peaceful use of outer space. Destroying another nation's satellites would provoke vehement protests and condemnation, potentially inciting public outrage. Brother Gung quickly urged caution. Let us not act impulsively, boss. Professor Li. We must proceed with caution. Lu Shicheng was equally troubled. What is the worry about targeting spies? Yize was rendered speechless. He hadn't even articulated his intentions, yet they were already in a state of alarm. He was uncertain of the validity of the intelligence, but according to online sources, there were reportedly over 100 spy satellites from various countries monitoring China. It was rumored that the island of Jiaoyu in the South China Sea had launched numerous spy satellites, and the target was glaringly obvious. Attacking foreign civilian satellites seemed somewhat unjustifiable. Moreover, communication satellites are positioned at thousands of kilometers in high orbits, making sabotage exceedingly easy. What if they were to take down a few spy satellites? We have a rationale. Why should we fear anyone? If unfriendly nations suffer losses, let them stew in their own juices. If questioned, we would boldly affirm, what are you looking at? Come again, and I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Director Liu, the Black City test site is such a critical base. Surely, there are at least 3 to 5 spy satellites hovering above us? Yize chuckled. Can you provide a straightforward answer as to whose they are? He was confident that Lu Shicheng was well aware of this matter. It's worth noting that according to the international treaties on outer space, countries must disclose the orbital trajectories of their satellites upon launch. By simple calculations, any nation can ascertain the position of each satellite. Even if some satellites alter their orbits post-launch, major powers can utilize large radar systems in conjunction with astronomical telescopes to ascertain the precise locations of every satellite. This puts me in a difficult position. I, too, am incensed by those satellites with ulterior motives. Lu Shicheng sighed, not out of fear of trouble, for he would shoulder any issues that arose. He was concerned that if another nation retaliated, if today you knocked out one of my satellites, tomorrow I might collide with your space station, inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses ourselves. Brother Gung vigorously nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely my concern. Their apprehensions were not unfounded. There exists a new breed of killer satellite equipped with tracking identification capabilities and powerful weaponry. Once launched into space, they can orbit the Earth, hunting down other satellites along their trajectories. They can then change orbits to continue their assault on additional satellites. Although only 4 or 5 major powers possess such technology, in the event of a conflict, they could indeed obliterate all satellites. Honestly, I feel you're overthinking things. Yize shook his head with a smile. Is it easier for us to fire a round from our laser cannon, or for them to launch their satellites? If their cumbersome killer satellites were destroyed before they could cause any damage, wouldn't they be absolutely furious? Director, would you like to hear my estimated power? Lu Shicheng nodded eagerly. Do share. This laser cannon boasts an effective kill range of up to 600 kilometers. However, discharging a single shot would deplete 2 battery packs. The microwave energy weapon, exhibiting minimal atmospheric loss, is estimated to expend 5 battery packs to achieve a range of approximately 1,500 kilometers. In terms of satellite orbits, low Earth orbit ranges from 150 to 200 kilometers, while medium Earth orbit spans from 350 to 1,500 kilometers. Typically, resource exploration satellites operate at relatively low altitudes, generally within 500 kilometers. High Earth orbits can extend beyond 20,000 kilometers, reaching up to 36,000 kilometers, where one might find espionage satellites, predominantly GPS communication satellites. Most reconnaissance satellites favor mid to low orbits for clearer terrestrial observation, often masquerading as resource satellites. Numerous satellites orbiting below 200 kilometers exist, though they tend to have short lifespans. Those in the 350 to 500 kilometer range yield commendable photographic results, lasting over a year and presenting an excellent cost-performance ratio. Good heavens! Do your two energy weapons already encompass mid to low orbits? Liu Shicheng, accustomed to the various black technologies of Yize, found himself with a throbbing headache, realizing the audacity of this young man. If he were to test the laser cannon on foreign satellites, it could potentially incite international disputes. Should he hesitantly agree or acquiesce with alacrity? In his estimation, even seeking higher approval would be futile, especially considering the old chief's willingness to personally prepare meals for Yize. The senior officials likely regarded Yize as a coveted asset, potentially pondering how to indulge this young rogue. Alas, it seems that targeting satellites is quite troublesome. Yize fainat surande. Contemplating a call to the sorceress to conduct an experiment. No, let's select a satellite now. Upon hearing that Yize intended to contact Miyang, Liu Shicheng became anxious, exclaiming without hesitation that there were currently 4 satellites from Neon Country, Sam's Country, Australia, and Didi Island hovering above. Liu Shicheng had no desire to provoke Miyang. When that girl goes mad, she could very well become a satellite hunter, indiscriminately targeting foreign satellites. It appears that the sorceress is quite the headache for Director Liu. Amused by Liu's straightforwardness, Yize suggested targeting that satellite. What about Didi Island? They have been quite restless lately. Let's leave Didi Island for others. I find Australia even more irksome. Indeed, Australia, situated thousands of miles away, foolishly seeks to provoke Hua Country. Yize would eventually teach them a lesson, instilling an understanding of what it means to provoke the Great Hua. Though distant, they shall be punished. Regardless, both of these nations lack retaliatory capabilities. When the time comes, we shall deny any involvement. Liu Shicheng waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha! Yize and Gung Gu could not help but burst into laughter at Liu's words. However, Liu Shicheng wore a bittersweet smile. What does it mean to leave Didi Island for others? Will none of these 4 be spared? Whatever. These 4 spies are universally detested. Should any foreign nation pursue accountability? Liu Shicheng had already devised a suitable response, perhaps suggesting that their misdeeds had attracted divine retribution upon their satellites. Chapter 77. AK versus Satellites. Who would believe it? The honorable mission of launching the laser cannon was entrusted to the battle robot WZ-1L, designated as number 007. It rumbled into position on a nearby high ground in tank form. With Liu Shicheng's cooperation, matters were simplified. He made a call and quickly reached several nearby radar stations. Within 20 minutes, a military communication vehicle arrived. This vehicle facilitated real-time monitoring data from various radar stations, promptly relaying information to Liu Shicheng. Report, Chief. Here are the detailed data on the espionage satellite from Australia. Y-47C VT-17 satellite, under the cover name AD-147. Currently at celestial coordinates 321232 km 362. It just passed over our airspace 58 minutes ago and will cross again in 37 minutes. Civilian satellite enthusiasts with amateur telescopes could track the satellite. For the military, obtaining precise orbital data was a trivial task. After the communications soldier concluded his report, Liu Shicheng shrugged at Yize, saying, well, we must wait a bit longer. Then let us also check the satellite from Neon Country. Yize suggested. Almost immediately after his words, the communications soldier contacted the radar station, swiftly reporting, report, J28KC-347 satellite, cover name, TOK-233. Perige at 260 km, apogee at 2223 km, inclination at 4223. This satellite is a detailed electronic reconnaissance satellite. Current celestial coordinates, 452338 km 4223. It has been hovering over our territory for 365 minutes and will exit our borders to the northwest in 28 minutes. I also have no fondness for Neon Country. Yize remarked, patting Gung Gu on the back. It will fly away in 28 minutes? Then we shall strike it down at the 30-minute mark. Espionage satellites generally fall into 2 categories. One type is reconnaissance-oriented, like Australia SY-47C, which travels swiftly, completing an orbit around the Earth in less than 2 hours, with each pass lasting mere minutes, providing extensive coverage. The other type is detailed reconnaissance, characterized by an elongated elliptical orbit that takes several weeks to complete, lingering over a target for several hours. Such satellites are the most vexatious. The Neon Country J28KC satellite belongs to this latter category, capable of continuously monitoring reconnaissance targets for hours. Without our radar stations deploying jamming, it could discern even the minutiae of a cafeteria worker's attire after circling a few times. Meanwhile, the WZT-1L battle robot, designated 007, hummed as it calibrated the laser cannon's firing position, fully prepared for action. The communications soldier instructed radar stations to calculate the celestial coordinates of the Neon Country J-28KC-347 satellite, expected to arrive in 30 minutes. Yize, clutching a remote control tablet, chuckled as he input the satellite's coordinates, trajectory, and speed. The battle robot, equipped with a laser cannon, adjusted its firing angle to the coordinates set for 30 minutes hence, lying in wait for its target. Yize smiled, thinking, how could I possibly bring trouble to my motherland? He planned to act only once the satellite had crossed the border. At 586 kilometers, the laser would merely traverse an additional 200 kilometers, expending a bit more energy. Quite satisfactory. The satellite from Neon Country would vanish over foreign territory, having no connection to our Great Hua. When the time comes for the Strategic Bureau to hold a lecture, they may incredulously claim, you might not believe it, but the descendants of Genghis Khan to the north have a penchant for archery. Should they miss, who knows, they might just shoot down a satellite. The group engaged in light-hearted banter until the countdown approached the 30-minute mark, each leaping to their feet. 10, 9, 8. Gung, good time to count down. It seemed rather superfluous. The control unit of the WZT-1L battle robot maintained sensitivity within milliseconds. Just as he called out 0, the cannon barrel of the battle robot began to move slowly. Indeed, to maximize destructive impact, the laser cannon followed the satellite's trajectory, continuously scorching it with laser precision, silent, unseen, and without a trace. The red indicator light beneath the cannon flickered, signifying that the laser cannon was in continuous operation. Approximately after nearly 20 seconds, the combat robot emitted a warning sound, indicating that the laser cannon's power was about to deplete. Should we share the power from this unit? Asked the robot. Immediately share it, came Gung Ji's decisive response. Another 10 seconds passed. The warning sounded again. Power has dropped to a safe level. Should we continue the mission? Gung Gu retorted briskly, no more nonsense. Go all in with all the power. Mere moments later, the cannon abruptly ceased its operation with a mechanical click, and the combat robot fell silent. As Gung Gu approached to inspect the combat robot, he let out a cold snort. Now that satellite, which was living the good life, should be in for a rude awakening, don't you think? Ah, who would have thought that the scholar had such a passionate side? Never provoke an honest person, Yize interjected, bemused. That satellite has probably been sliced into several pieces. Over 30 seconds of laser fire at maximum intensity. What a grudge. However, having gambled away all the power, the combat robot was now immobile. Yize began to reconsider the all-in functionality. The purpose of allowing the combat robot to share its power and go all in was to deliver the strongest strike at a critical moment. He could design the program, but he could not control human emotions. On the battlefield, when soldiers became fervent, they could recklessly expend all power for a single strike, which would amount to mutual destruction. Even if it wasn't a bug, it constituted a risk that could only be discovered during actual use. Fine, let us reduce the all-in functionality. At the very least, we should retain 15 units of power for a chance to retreat. Boss, this is incredible. Where are you? I have a piece of exhilarating news to report. Wang Jia suddenly exclaimed over the phone. What's this exhilarating news? Yize inquired, perplexed. Just wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Within minutes, a soldier arrived in a jeep, delivering Wang Jia. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, Wang Jia leapt out with exuberance. My heavens. Boss, the microwave cannon truly achieved an incredible range of 1,500 kilometers. Lu Ju was approaching, having dispatched the communication vehicle. Upon hearing Wang Jia's words, he nearly stumbled. What? 1,500 kilometers? Logically, Wang Jia has just begun training the soldiers on the equipment. It's improbable they could test the maximum power so soon. Lu Shurqing immediately suspected. Did Mi-Yang come to your side? Yes. How did you guess, Director Lu? Wang Jia replied excitedly. Dr. Mi-Yang is indeed a genius. He memorized the satellite orbit data and casually guided us. My goodness, Lu Shurqing exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation. That damned genius must have requested the data from the radar station in advance. Tell me, in which direction did they fire? Towards the east-south. 45 degrees into the east, Jiang Public Sea. Dr. Mi-Yang only mentioned it was a foreign low-orbit satellite. Ugh, truly a witch, Lu Shurqing sighed, akin to a toothache. These young folks are a handful. They're all so troublesome. They'll surely give me a heart attack eventually. On one side, They had just obliterated a satellite from Neon Country, while on the other, they were unaware of which unfortunate soul would be next. Yize couldn't help but chuckle. Director Liu, don't panic. Quickly helped the Foreign Affairs spokesperson come up with a statement. What's there to think about? Liu Shicheng replied, his expression darkening. ISNT had often claimed that the A3 country can shoot down satellites with AKs. Damn it, surely someone missed the target during their training. The group was left speechless. What the hell? A3 country shooting practice. Director Liu, are you trying to fool the foreigners? You're accusing the A3 country over 8,000 kilometers away for an attack on a satellite in the East Jiang Public Sea? Don't you feel guilty? Chapter 78. Was it an alien attack on the satellite? Commander Kameda, comprehensive intelligence from several satellites indicates unusual activity at the Dawabe Black City test range recently. What specific behaviors are observed? In an office of a certain intelligence agency in Neon Country, Kobayashi Yuji nodded respectfully as he reported to Commander Kameda. This test range is the largest weapon prototyping base in Dawabe, and its level of activity has significantly exceeded normal levels. This is evidenced by the influx of numerous unidentified equipment and personnel, as well as a marked increase in the frequency of interference signals emitted by their radar stations. Yes. They must be testing something again, Commander Kameda acknowledged. Have we uncovered any valuable intelligence? Yes, Commander, we have a major discovery. Kobayashi Yuji boasted about their high-tech capabilities. He handed over a folder, explaining the situation. Despite the multiple radar stations at the Black City test range frequently emitting interference signals, our 7 satellites in low and high orbits remain undeterred in their reconnaissance. According to image recognition and comprehensive analysis, they may be testing 3 types of weapons: a small tracked vehicle, a tank resembling the T-9X, and a humanoid robot over 7 meters tall. They may have made breakthroughs in combat robot technology. I recommend that the commander pay close attention. He beamed with joy, anticipating a reward for such significant intelligence. What? They're testing a 7-meter-tall robot? Commander Kameda seemed to have heard a joke. While perusing several intelligence analyses, he burst into laughter. Kobayashi-kun, don't be ridiculous. What kind of valuable intelligence is this? Our country and the SAM country possess the most advanced robot technology in the world. It's still a long way off to create suitable humanoid robots for warfare. And what is this T-9X, like tank? An old model from the last century. No matter how much it's upgraded, it's merely a patchwork. Kobayashi Yuji bit his lip in frustration, inwardly cursing the bureaucratic pig who rose to power through connections, spending his days indulging in pleasures instead of doing any real work. Yet, he maintained a respectful demeanor, cautioning Commander Kameda. Do you remember the news about Dawabe's Optimus Prime from 2 months ago? Cough. Commander Kameda nearly choked on his tea, almost losing consciousness. Bakayuru, I almost forgot about that. That damned Yize group is so enigmatic. There hasn't been a single update on Optimus Prime since then. I thought it was merely a conceptual machine and didn't take it seriously. The short video featuring Optimus Prime had gone viral, capturing the attention of several major nations. Various countries conducted technical analyses based on that video. Another department within the Neon Intelligence Agency had produced a 300,000-word technical analysis regarding the video. Although some speculated that it might contain real-life performances, the footage of a truck swiftly transforming into a bipedal giant robot, which ran agilely and violently crushed roadside vehicles, uprooting thick trees with ferocity, showcased black technology that had already astounded intelligence agencies worldwide. In Neon Country, the day after the video's release, they activated their ace spy who had been embedded in Dawabe for years, yet they had not received any updates on Optimus Prime. The only useful intelligence was their strong suspicion regarding the 80 billion order between the wealthy dog family and the Yize group. The timing was too coincidental, possibly connected to Optimus Prime. The upper echelons of the Neon Nation have long urged the SAM Nation to apply pressure on the affluent canines, hoping to glean detailed information regarding the orders. Baka, could it be that the Ichizawa group has colluded with the military of the Great Hua? Kurita Toshiyuki choked on his tea, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver. Baka, it is the negligence of other departments that has led us to learn of this only now. I must lodge a complaint against them to my superiors. Aguri Yuji hastily assisted Kurita in patting his back to ease his discomfort, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Yet internally, he lamented the corruption of the bureaucrats, wishing fervently to snuff out this overindulgent swine. This gluttonous swine solely indulges in promotions, wealth, and the company of women, utterly ignorant of intelligence technology. Why would he care about such matters? Now, His interest in the Yize group likely stemmed from a desire to shift blame onto colleagues and ascend the ranks at their expense. No? Well done, Aguri-kun. Continue to monitor the Kuroshi shooting range. Kurita Toshiyuki pushed Aguri Yuji aside and hurriedly exited with his folder. The emergence of combat robots from the Great Huam military, presumably utilizing Yize group technology, is of paramount importance. The higher-ups will undoubtedly be intrigued. This swine, usually oblivious to matters, is quite eager to claim credit. Aguri Yuji muttered as he returned to his surveillance post. Nani? Yamida. To his astonishment, the signal from the TOK-233 reconnaissance satellite had vanished from his monitoring equipment. He scrambled to adjust the settings, but still could not establish contact with the TOK-233 satellite. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Was it a malfunction of the receiving equipment? Or had the satellite been interfered with by the radar signals of the Great Hua? While dialing for assistance from the equipment engineers, Aguri Yuji swiftly operated his computer, urgently retrieving the previous system logs. 1359, scanning the Kuroshi shooting range, ongoing. 1403, flew over the Kuroshi shooting range, heading northwest at 31. 1431, crossed the northern border of the Great Hua. 1433, signal suddenly interrupted, just before the signal was lost. Celestial coordinates were recorded, 243569, km 4223. He entered the celestial coordinates into a software program, quickly converting them to corresponding geographical coordinates. They had just crossed the border from the Great Hua, a mere 50 meters away. My heavens, what is happening? A skilled team of equipment engineers swiftly arrived in the secure room to conduct various inspections. They quickly concluded that the ground receiving equipment had exhibited no faults and was receiving signals from other satellites without issue. Yet, despite employing various methods, they could not establish contact with the TOK-233 satellite. They activated several large military-grade space telescopes, only to observe a terrifying reality. The TOK-233 satellite was completely absent from its designated orbit. Searching adjacent coordinate areas revealed several pieces of space debris, presumably the remnants of the TOK-233 satellite. Reluctantly, they concluded that the TOK-233 satellite had been destroyed. Destroyed? How could it have been destroyed? Aguri Yuji grabbed an engineer's collar, demanding answers. Perhaps it was struck by a meteorite, or perhaps it collided with space debris, but the likelihood was exceedingly low. A large meteor would have triggered an alert, and a collision with space debris would not result in such orderly fragmentation. The images captured by the space telescope were remarkably clear and unmistakable. How terrifying! The engineer gazed at the images, gasping in shock once more. We have a chilling hypothesis you may find hard to believe. It was severed multiple times by high-tech weaponry. Nanny? Cut by high-tech weaponry? Indeed. Who possesses such technological prowess? Perhaps extraterrestrials do. Chapter 79. Order 100 units of the aerial combat model, the Wei Jintian. Aguri Yuji dragged the lead engineer to Kurita's office. Kurita Toshiyuki had just returned from a meeting with superiors, his face alight with glee as he proclaimed that the Great Hua was suspected of developing combat robots, a matter of critical intelligence that the higher-ups were taking very seriously. When it comes time for commendations, I want to forget your contributions. What Kurita had said barely registered with Aguri Yuji, who appeared dazed and muddled as he stammered. Kurita-san, the TOK-233 satellite is gone. The TOK-233 satellite has flown beyond the borders of the Great Hua. No target. Keep monitoring other satellites. Kurita Toshiyuki dismissed him nonchalantly. You fool. I mean, the TOK-233 satellite is gone. Aguri Yuji suddenly erupted in a furious shout, startling Kurita Toshiyuki. Have you lost your mind, you shut-in? How dare you shout at your superior? Gone? What do you mean by gone? Kurita suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. The lead engineer handed over several photographs, revealing images captured by the space telescope showing the TOK-233 satellite under mysterious attack, shattered into several pieces. Who attacked us? Only Amaterasu knows. At the FIB headquarters in New York, Director Sanders was berating his subordinates. A bunch of incompetence. The satellite of our great Sam nation has been reduced by half. We have been attacked. We have been provoked. It's been an hour and you've found not a single clue? How am I supposed to report this to the chief? Not long ago, the AM-147 electronic reconnaissance satellite, intended to survey the Great Hua's aircraft carrier port, lost contact as it neared the waters of the Great Hua after passing through the seas of the Neon Nation. This AM-147 satellite, under FIB management, was equipped with a plethora of advanced reconnaissance instruments. It had only been launched half a month prior and had just locked onto the carrier port above the Neon Nation, preparing for an extensive operation. but now it had lost contact. Upon observation through the space telescope, it was discovered that the AM-147 satellite was missing half of its structure, as if a colossal beast had taken a bite out. Technicians and intelligence analysts, mobilize. You have 30 minutes. I want a satisfactory analysis report immediately. Mr. Sanders. There will be no satisfactory analysis report. A defiant technician stood up. What conclusion do you want? Here, take the pen and write it yourself. It wasn't that they were inept, but rather that the circumstances observed were simply too absurd. It bore no resemblance to a collision with a meteorite or space debris, nor did it appear to be an attack by a space missile. It was as if a complete ice cream had a large chunk melted away by a soldering iron. If one were to speculate on the perpetrator, it could only be the Neon Nation or the Great Hua. Yet, they could not believe that either nation possessed such technology. Even the Great Sam Nation lacked such capabilities. The technicians had previously proposed several hypotheses: divine retribution, alien attacks, all of which were met with Sanders' furious rebukes. But what else could explain it? Amidst the quarrels at the FIB headquarters, a post appeared on a satellite enthusiast forum in Han's country. It was issued by a civilian satellite enthusiast group, claiming that while tracking the Sam Nation's AM-147, they suddenly discovered that the satellite had been attacked. The entire attack process lasted no more than 3 seconds, resembling a melting effect from an invisible energy. The AM-147 satellite quickly lost a segment, accompanied by 2 comparative images from before and after the attack. This sparked a significant uproar online. Speculation abounds regarding the identity of those responsible for the assault on the AM-147 satellite. What piques public curiosity further is the question of which nation possesses such advanced clandestine technology capable of wreaking havoc on a satellite to this extent. Online, certain charlatans seize the moment to proclaim with fervor, the prophesied apocalypse is nigh. Quick, offer your tributes and tickets to the divine emissaries. We shall provide you with a ticket to the Ark of Noah within a mere few hours. Online marketplaces have already seen listings for apocalyptic amulets at the price of $9.99 with free shipping. Upon receiving the news, the Neon Nation hastily contacted the Sam Nation. The leader of the Neon Nation exclaimed, "What a twist of fate, my friend. My own satellite has also met with destruction." The leader of the Sam Nation retorted, "Good dog, you go first and quickly take a bite out of Dahua, regardless of whether they are truly responsible. Let's place the blame squarely upon them." Naturally, both nations were unwilling to relent. They exchanged intelligence and engaged in urgent consultations. At the Black City firing range, Lu Shicheng was humming to himself while on a call with Central Command. "Yes, leader, it is indeed my fault. Yes. It was my failure to monitor the 2 younglings closely." He had already taken the initiative to report the events to Central Command, insisting that the 2 children had been careless. After all, they are merely children, so let us not pursue the matter further. One laser cannon had sliced the Neon Nation's satellite into several fragments, while another microwave energy cannon had melted half of the Sam Nation satellite. You madman Lu. You've always enjoyed the tactic of acting first and explaining later. Don't pretend it wasn't tacitly approved by you. A certain leader on the other end of the line, infuriated, abruptly hung up. Lu Shicheng pointed at Yize and Miyong, saying, "Look what you've done for fun. I'm the one taking the blame here." "Lu, stop pretending." Yize Skufa. "We merely executed what you wished to do, but felt too embarrassed to undertake yourself. You're secretly reveling in this, aren't you?" Indeed. Lu Shicheng could no longer contain his amusement and chuckled. "Ahem, let this be the last time. His assistant, who had previously shared anecdotes with Yize, recalled that despite Lu's advanced age and frequent pretense of solemnity, he was once a veritable whirlwind of chaos when leading troops in the West. He often launched unauthorized assaults, defeating enemies before remembering to seek permission from his superiors, which led to numerous disciplinary actions and fluctuations in his rank, earning him the moniker Madman Lu. As for the satellite incident, none of them took it seriously. After all, as long as the mishap did not occur within Dahua's territory, even if other nations suspected them, they lacked concrete evidence, and they were prepared to absorb any losses. Should they insist on assigning blame, Dahua's diplomatic team would ensure they understood the true meaning of Tai Chi Lu Shicheng. Intrigued, regarded Yize and said, "So, young Li, are we discussing transaction? Let us get to the point. No need for circumlocution. I recall you mentioned a combat aircraft version of the Wrecking Tyrant?" Lu Shicheng inquired earnestly. "How does it compare to the Sam Nation SF-22? Yize replied nonchalantly, "It can take on 10 of them and annihilate them." Those privy to the details understood well. The testing phase for the WZT-1 series was just beginning, yet it was essentially confirmed. Subsequent tests would merely serve to validate its performance under various harsh conditions, providing optimization feedback on certain parameters and details. Within just over 2 days since its debut, the WZT-1 had completely captivated military leaders across multiple regions. The Air Force had already approached Central Command with complaints, while the Army had upgraded its arsenal. The Air Force was still heavily reliant on second-generation aircraft. At least a few more JX-20S, please? Lu Shichen ambicionat Yize. With the fighter version of the Wrecking Tyrant. Who needs the JX-20? There was no doubt that this young man had become a deity in his mind. If he said it would work, Lu believed it. As per the usual practice, I will prepay you 120 billion in order for 100 units of the fighter version of the Wrecking Tyrant. It was evident that Lu Shicheng had come prepared, having arranged the funds in advance. Mere minutes after this declaration, a text notification of an additional 120 billion appeared in the company's account. Yize did not check the account, but hurriedly examined the black technology system. This order would significantly boost the company's cumulative revenue, and its valuation would also see substantial change. The system points had already reached 35 trillion. Nearing the 40 trillion mark, the plasma jet engine could soon be redeemed. Not only could the fighter version of the Wrecking Tyrant be mass-produced, but it could also be utilized in airborne vehicles. Chapter 80. Armed with powerful weapons, they headed to the west. Following the satellite attack incident, the Neon Nation issued a strongly worded statement. The satellite had fallen victim to the aggression of certain unscrupulous nations, an affront to world order. We reserve the right to retaliate against these rogues. The Sam Nation quickly rallied in support. We stand firmly united with our allies. Rogue nations will inevitably face our merciless vengeance. At a press conference, certain officials deliberately pointed out that the trajectories of the attacked satellites from the Neon Nation and the Sam Nation traversed Dahua and the Northern Bear Nation. This assertion was a blatant attempt to pin the blame on Dahua and the Northern Bear Nation, regardless of the truth or whether they possessed evidence. It was customary for them to deflect responsibility onto Dahua and the Northern Bear Nation for their inaction. In response, Dahua's diplomatic team promptly struck back, truly inept at everything else, yet masters at shifting blame. Do you dare to disclose your back-end logs? What were your satellites actually used for? They humorously remarked that certain rogue nations often brandished a small bottle of detergent to accuse smaller nations of possessing nuclear weapons. Let everyone take it as a joke. The irate foreign minister of the Northern Bear Nation directly confronted the Neon Nation and the Sam Nation, declaring, "Do not attempt to tarnish our reputation. If provoked, we shall take down every one of those spy satellites." While bickering is one thing, the cause of the incident still requires investigation. Both attack satellites were in low Earth orbit, and due to the friction from the thin atmosphere, they would inevitably lose altitude and fall back to Earth. The Sam Nation and the Neon Nation, with brazen audacity, had requested assistance from satellite organizations worldwide to calculate the debris landing points and to aid in locating the remnants. Of course, the recovery of the satellite debris would necessitate an analysis of the nature of the attack. Having perused subsequent reports, the true culprits behind the calamity were greeted with uproarious laughter. "Haha, boss, you are truly remarkable," Wang Jia exclaimed, giving Yize a thumbs up, his admiration flowing like a river. Yize waved his hand, dismissing the chatter. "Keep quiet. Be cautious, or Lu will silence you." Startled, Wang Jia turned to Lu Shicheng, inquiring, "Lu, do you offer such services as silencing?" Lu Shicheng chuckled. "No, our bureau does not, but perhaps our brother units do." Startled, Wang Jia shrank back, hastily returning to work. The undeniable long-range capabilities and firepower of laser and microwave weapons had been established. However, a potential risk loomed. On the battlefield, they demanded a high level of power supply assurance. Thus, combat robots needed alternative means of inflicting damage. Yize subsequently initiated focused tests on the efficacy of the WZT-1L in conjunction with conventional weaponry. The WZT-1L, a 7-meter-tall combat robot, could wield a laser cannon or microwave cannon on its left arm, a 127mm heavy machine gun on its right, and carry 4 arrows on each shoulder alongside 21 anti-tank missiles. Such an arsenal could only be described as brutally formidable. The 127mm heavy machine gun needs no introduction. With bullets as thick as a thumb, it can decimate infantry when fired horizontally and is capable of targeting aircraft. When it strikes foot soldiers, the results are utterly devastating. The Arrow 21 is a new type of guided missile developed by Dahua. It employs fiber optic guidance, making it manageable for a single soldier to carry, while also being towable by armored vehicles. Highly intelligent and capable of integrating reconnaissance and strike functions. Once fired, it autonomously pursues its target until detonation. The WZT-1L can carry up to 32 Arrow 21 missiles at once and is capable of launching 8 missiles simultaneously at a single target. Under the guidance of WZT's artificial intelligence, it can also engage 8 separate targets in a single assault. The combat robot, even when wielding conventional weaponry, stands as an undeniable sovereign of the land. With its exceptional mobility and formidable defenses, it is nearly impossible for the enemy to eradicate it. After more than a week, Yize experimented with various weapon combinations. Subsequently, he adopted a laissez-faire attitude, leaving the remaining innovative applications to the military's imagination. Are you certain? Heading to the Great Desert? It could be fatal out there. Lu Shicheng exclaimed, his eyes wide. You, a mere scholar, would struggle to run 1,000 meters. Can you endure such hardship? The military has already begun preparations for practical tests and training in extreme environments. To everyone's surprise, Brother Geng was the first to apply, eager to join the new equipment's deployment to the Western Desert, known as the Sea of Death. Although Yize intended for Wang Jia and Brother Geng to accompany him to gather first-hand testing data, he also wanted them to choose their destination freely. Who would have thought Brother Geng would leap at the chance to head to the most inhospitable location? With your physical condition, I'm genuinely concerned you won't cope. Yize expressed his apprehension. How about choosing a different location? Boss, Director Lu, please don't dissuade me. Rest assured, I will not falter. Brother Geng replied earnestly, his eyes glistening. I've always dreamed of becoming a soldier, and this is my chance to stand alongside them. It was rare for him to speak so passionately, and his eyes reddened as he implored, please allow me to fulfill this heroic dream. Indeed, every man harbors a fiery spirit within. Moreover, beneath Brother Geng's honest facade lies a heart brimming with fervor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned his paintbrush to plunge into scientific research. Reflecting on this, Yize nodded gently. How delightful it would be to head to the southern islands. Enjoy the sun and waves while relishing the sight of beautiful beachgoers, all while conducting practical tests. Wang Jia chuckled, opting for the south. He planned to traverse from the southern jungles to tropical islands, accompanying the troops throughout. Everyone knew, however, that the reality was far from his idealistic portrayal. During this season, venomous snakes and insects thrived, and the air was rife with miasma and malaria. A brief outdoor excursion could leave one sunburned. All right, Yize conceded, not wishing to dampen their enthusiasm. There are risks, but after all, we're not heading into battle. The military can ensure your safety. At that moment, Lu Shicheng's assistant entered the command center, his face contorted with distress as he presented a message on his phone, which startled Lu Shicheng. What? Has she lost her mind? Miyang has already set off ahead of schedule. She intends to join the troops in the western snowy plateau for practical testing. Lu Shicheng was genuinely alarmed. He hurriedly dialed Miyang's number, but she did not answer. Unable to reach her, he resorted to sending a text, to which she replied, if someone has to take risks, why can't it be me? Lu Shicheng quickly contacted the Western District to keep a close watch on her. He muttered in frustration, this is bad. The snowy plateau is freezing, and the air is thin. If she can't handle it, she should just withdraw. Is it really necessary for Director Lu to be this anxious? If worst comes to worst, he thought they could always dispatch a team to forcibly retrieve that witch. Lu Shicheng noticed the puzzled expressions on Yize's face. With a rueful smile, he explained, I cannot disclose her family background at this moment, but I can say she is the darling of the military, beloved and spoiled by all the high-ranking officials. This revelation left everyone present even more bewildered. Let us not delve too deeply. This is merely a secret from the military's past. Lu Shicheng waved his hand dismissively. He then sighed, elaborating to Yize, the trauma of war elicits two distinct responses. One leads to an eternal aversion to conflict, while the other, regrettably, fosters a yearning for it. Unfortunately, Miyang belongs to the latter category. She harbors animosity towards any nation that poses a threat to our country. Yize comprehended the gravity of the situation, unable to suppress a bemused chuckle. So it is indeed a psychological affliction. No wonder Director Lu is so anxious. The witch has ventured west with a formidable weapon. It seems the nation may be in peril. Chapter 81. The enemy's ace spy. Target locked. Concern breeds chaos. Director Lu, you are overly anxious. Liija shukladligli. What trouble can that witch stir? At most, she might deploy old Li's Italian cannon to bombard a few of the enemy's strongholds. Or should I say, young Li's laser cannon. Even if she were to instigate a minor dispute, it wouldn't be catastrophic. After all, our side does not seek conflict. That group of ruffians will provoke us regardless. So why not strike first? Yize felt a flicker of anticipation. Those ruffians, who relish causing mischief, cannot go 3 days without causing a ruckus. If the witch could truly teach them a lesson, I would gladly salute her as a true warrior. He mused, but wait, I just claimed she had a psychological disorder. And here I am, harboring violent tendencies myself. Regarding Yize's expedition to the western region for WZT-1 testing, Yize did not take it to heart. Preparing to return to Beishan the next day. Everyone take heed, if you return missing limbs, don't expect me to take you in, he admonished with an elder's tone. Suddenly feeling somewhat nagging, he turned and departed. A young balding man and a middle-aged balding man exchanged knowing glances as they nodded vigorously at his retreating figure. Brother Gung's sparse hair danced lightly in the breeze. The scene was so picturesque that Lu Shicheng could hardly bear to watch, chuckling to himself. Why does that sound so off? I am merely expressing concern, yet it comes out so boastful. Riding in a military jeep, they arrived at the civilian airport in Haicheng. This time, Yize declined Director Lu's offer of a private plane. Instead, he opted for a backpack and, accompanied by Xiaoling, set off lightly, eager to experience the sensation of traveling on a regular flight. Unbeknownst to him, after purchasing his ticket, at least 4 or 5 undercover personnel also acquired tickets for the same flight. Both donned fishing hats and sunglasses. However, Yize sported a plain white t-shirt, while Xiaoling was clad entirely in black. The striking duo, a handsome young man and a charming young woman, drew many curious glances as they walked through the airport. There were no direct flights from Haicheng to Beishan, necessitating a layover in Daijing. While at the Daijing Airport's VIP lounge, Yize enjoyed a light meal. A lively 3- or 4-year-old girl, leaping about, suddenly took an interest in Xiaoling. Miss, why aren't you eating anything? She inquired. Xiaoling glanced at her, but remained silent. Undeterred, the girl approached Yize. Big brother, why did you only order one dish? Why not share some with this lady? Her innocent question caught Yize off guard, and he replied, Oh, she is on a diet. You're lying. She is not fat at all. Look, she is even angry. Which eye did you see her anger in? She isn't speaking. Isn't that a clear sign of her displeasure? This reasoning left Yize in a state of bemusement. Xiaoling, please say something to her and send this little rascal on her way. Of course, master. Xiaoling turned to the little girl, saying, She is not angry, just dislikes her food. Better go find your mother. You made my sister call you master. You're bullying her. I'll go find Ultraman to deal with you. The little girl threatened, genuinely running off to find Ultraman. This little imp certainly had a strong sense of justice. Yize couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoling, from now on, you shall only call me brother. Typically, he paid little attention to how Xiaoling addressed him at home. The title of master was merely a selection made by the artificial intelligence itself. Brother, Xiaoling tentatively called out. Yize understood that she must be able to comprehend the distinction between brother and master. Calling him brother was perfectly acceptable. After all, Xiaoling was officially registered as his younger sister, Li Xiaoling. Observing Xiaoling sitting there in serene beauty, he thought how splendid it was to have such a sister. Soon, they returned to Beishan City. As they exited the airport, preparing to take a taxi, someone called out, Young Masterly? Yize turned to see a girl running toward him, excitedly greeting him from a distance. Wow, is that really you, the young Masterly? So handsome. Even sunglasses can't hide your charm. Several young men and women trailed behind her, curiosity evident on their faces. Yize merely glanced at them before closing the car door, signaling the driver to depart. The girl chased after the taxi, shouting anxiously, Young Masterly, don't you remember me? Ima Li Nai Nai, the one who accompanied the wealthy buyer for those transformers. Unfortunately, the car sped away, leaving her uncertain whether Yize had heard her words. Wearing sunglasses, did he truly mistake her for someone else? What nonsense! Claiming to know the owner of Yize Group, exclaimed one of Lin Nai Nai's companions. What? Accompanying a wealthy buyer for transformers? What is going on? They all wondered. In the circles they frequented, everyone was buzzing with the news of transformers. Yidase Have, Huang Xiaozong, had been inquiring among his friends to find anyone acquainted with Yize Group's executives. Upon hearing that Lin Nai Nai had visited Beishan City, he had sent her an invitation. When she arrived, she sought out General Shui, only to be informed that young Masterly was away on business. Now, just as she was preparing to return to Daijing, she had run into Yize. Oh no, I almost leaked a business secret, she thought, regretting her impulsiveness. The matter of the 80 billion order from the wealthy buyer had never been mentioned as confidential to her. But she sensed that both parties had kept the order details under wraps, meaning she should protect their privacy. Covering her mouth, Lin Nai Nai chided herself for having blurted it out in her excitement. She was certain it was indeed young Masterly, even with sunglasses and a fisherman's hat. She had a vivid impression of his appearance and stature. Knowing that young Masterly was quite low-key, she feared she might have offended him. Lin Nai felt a wave of regret wash over her. She had initially hoped to use her fleeting acquaintance with young Master Li to help Huang Xiaozong procure a bumblebee. What about talking? I heard you were familiar with Prince Harmon. What's the deal with the transformers for wealthy buyers? Is Yize Group exporting them abroad instead of selling domestically? Is it a case of discrimination against our people? Her friends pressed her with questions. Lin Nai shook her head, offering no reply, her face a mask of disappointment. Huang Xiaozong, let's go back. Your plan is ruined. Feeling foolish, she lamented her inability to face young Master Li again. Lin Nai, are you sure? Was that truly young Master Li from Yize Group? Asked a sweet-voiced girl, half curiously. Yuluo Sha, stop asking. He prefers to keep a low profile. And now, I've embarrassed him in public. Lin Nai's statement indirectly confirmed it was indeed young Master Li. It's all right. Young Master Li is so handsome. He must be very gracious, Yuluo Sha said with a sweet smile. As they continued walking, she suddenly suggested, Lin Nai, why not find an opportunity to apologize to him? Leaving without a word would surely offend him. Huang Xiaozong chimed in, exactly. If you commend your relationship, you might still save the bumblebee for yourself. Persuaded by her friend's encouragement, Lin Nai considered their point and nodded in agreement. They quickly canceled their flight tickets and returned to the city of Beishur in search of a hotel. Unbeknownst to them, while searching for accommodations, Yuluo Sha used a VPN to access a foreign chat app, quietly sending a message. Target identified. Surname Li, age 19 to 22. Suspected name, Yize. Please acquire detailed information on the company's legal representative and expedite the comparison. Indeed, Yuluo Sha was a top spy from Neon Country, whose real name was Oda Yuluo Sha. Exercising caution, she immediately restored her phone to factory settings after sending the message. As they approached Yize factory, Yize Zekovin Nai, though he didn't team mind or recognition, he was reluctant to attract the attention of the group following her. Just before reaching the factory, Xiaoling suddenly spoke, Brother, there's an off-road vehicle trailing us. Yize glanced in the rearview mirror. Indeed, it had been following them since they got into the taxi. Driver, stop. Once the taxi halted, the vehicle behind also came to a stop. Yize exited the car and waved at the off-road vehicle. The vehicle approached, and 3 young men got out with awkward smiles, nodding at him. Hey, you guys look familiar, Yize remarked, realizing they often appeared around him, whether at the mall or dining out. With a scoff, he said, Are you following me? Monitoring my movements? Ah, young Master Li, please don't misunderstand. We're not spying. A tall man quickly clarified. Our mission is simply to ensure your safe return to the factory. Since Yize had declined the close protection service from the 23rd Bureau, they had adopted this method to safeguard him. Although it was a kind gesture from the Bureau, being under surveillance irritated Yize. The 3 men clearly had military backgrounds and were assigned to protect him. Not wishing to put them in a difficult position, he stated, Tell your superior that I truly do not require your protection. Even if any malefactor appeared, I could easily handle it with a snap of my fingers. The 3 men nodded in agreement, but their expressions conveyed disbelief, as if to say, You're just boasting. You don't believe me? Yize asked. The trio quickly shook their heads, smiling. Young Master Li is absolutely right. How can we doubt you? From now on, you're not to follow me. Return now. Yize insisted. We understand that Xiao Ling possesses subsonic abilities. The culprits 1T have the chance to approach, declared the tall man, who appeared to be the leader. He added earnestly, but what about the culprit's bullets? They could potentially harm you before the subsonic waves activate. Reluctantly, he spoke out, having been dismissed by Yize. The brother agency has informed us that foreign espionage activities have suddenly surged recently, raising concerns about your safety. To be candid, one of our additional tasks is to shield you from harm in critical situations. Who on earth issued such a reckless command? Yize was at a loss for words. The tall man wore a grave expression, his eyes filled with fervor, as he conveyed the highest order from the Bureau. When your safety is threatened, the lives of all personnel in Unit 23, including the director, may be sacrificed. You madman Liu, Yize exclaimed in frustration before turning to leave. Upon returning to the studio, he gradually calmed down and pondered that the concerns of Unit 23 were not unfounded. With the emergence of his advanced technologies, if foreign entities continued to covet them without success, they might resort to desperate measures to violently impede the progress of Dehua's technological advancements. Eliminating him physically would be the most straightforward and brutal choice. He envisioned a scenario where, from a kilometer away, a sniper's rifle could easily take him out. Of course, WZT Series 1 possessed cutting-edge technology, and Xiao Ling had even more advanced capabilities. In critical moments, Xiao Ling could activate a quantum shield to intercept bullets, which would be more convenient than the measures taken by Unit 23. However, there were vulnerabilities. The combat robot's preemptive evasion technology relied on intercepting various wireless signals, making it particularly effective against high-tech targeting methods, such as laser or infrared sights. However, it lacked targeted defenses against traditional mechanical or optical sights used in sniper rifles or RPGs, leaving it only capable of passive interception. Yize couldn't possibly carry Xiaoling with him at all times, especially not to the restroom. The recent surge in foreign espionage activities reminded him of the tall man's warning. While previous chips and batteries could be classified as civilian technology, rendering them unlikely targets. What about combat robots? What about laser and microwave weapons? High-precision satellite reconnaissance could even discern license plates on the streets. Even missile units and the imperial capital's secret agencies couldn't confidently claim to evade foreign satellite surveillance. The tests at the Black City target range had only managed to destroy 2 satellites, with numerous others still monitoring the area. Perhaps foreign nations had already linked combat robots with the Yize group. Considering this, the Yize group had expanded significantly, covering over 5,000 acres after the second phase of land allocation. With only surveillance cameras for monitoring and a limited counterforce consisting of Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, neither equipped with heavy firepower. The group was clearly vulnerable to exploitation by malefactors. Yize, ever the prudent planner, realized the necessity of fortifying the Yize group into a veritable porcupine. Naturally, he dismissed conventional weaponry and preferred something discreet that wouldn't provoke government scrutiny. He recalled his previous thoughts during the firearms competition about employing B-robots, stealthy and capable of striking without detection. These B-robots could utilize lasers or consider neurotoxic agents. He retrieved the construction blueprints from his computer and marked various peripheral corners, determining that, based on a combat radius of 500 meters, approximately 12 nests would be required. Integrating surveillance, stealth, and charging capabilities, interconnected and coordinated in combat. Once intruders breached the perimeter, the AI monitoring system would trigger alerts. Each nest would deploy a swarm of B-robots, with at least 1,000 in each. However, he felt that the bees alone might lack sufficient lethality. With speeds of 40 to 50 miles per hour, they would struggle to catch up to fleeing criminals. His fear of inadequate firepower resurfaced. Xiaoling, I wish to create some highly discreet and lethal weapons. Do you have any suggestions? Brother, I recommend the top 100 options that align with your preferences. Xiaoling promptly responded, projecting a 3-dimensional hologram showcasing various robotic forms. Through big data analysis, she had already attuned herself to Yize's habits and preferences. Unsurprisingly, due to his frequent imitation of Transformers, she had selected a few designs that stood out. In the holographic display, the first 2 to appear were the laser bird and the robotic dog from Transformers. Xiaoling, you're getting smarter by the day. These 2 are exactly what I need. The bees are for defense, while these 2 are for offense. Yize remarked after reviewing their descriptions. These 2 creations functioned as spies, excelling in stealth and rapid, aggressive attacks. If Yize were to personally design and manufacture them, he could undoubtedly manage. However, since the system mall opened, he typically opted for the convenience of exchanging design blueprints from mall. Upon accessing the system mall, he noted that all robots from Transformers had recently been made available. The descriptions of the advanced technology caught his eye. Laser bird speed, 400 km/h features, proficient in tracking, capable of flying up to 500 kilometers at maximum range attack methods. Talon strikes, pecking, dual high-energy laser cannons exchange points, 5 million points, robotic dog speed, 300 km/h features, stealthy, capable of full-band listening, equipped with a radiation signal dampener that can absorb electromagnetic signals attack methods. Claw strikes, biting. Tail strikes, additional equipment. Can carry 2 small proton bombs, 100 tons TNT equivalent each, exchange points, 10 million points note. Additional equipment, proton bomb, must be exchanged separately, requiring 5 trillion points. Upon seeing the proton bomb's requirements, Yize was taken aback, not by the staggering 5 trillion points, but by how low the point requirement seemed. The proton bomb, a type of antimatter weapon, was undeniably powerful, compared to the annihilation reaction of antimatter. The fusion reaction of hydrogen bombs and the fission reaction of atomic bombs seemed trifling. The first atomic bomb detonated by humanity had an explosive yield of merely 40 tons of TNT, while the robotic dog's additional equipment boasted a yield of 100 tons of TNT. Contemplating this, Yize realized that Blue Star's cutting-edge technology had now reached the point of capturing small amounts of antimatter. It was rumored that, 3 to 4 decades ago, the Sam country had begun secret research into antimatter, successfully capturing antimatter particles and conducting annihilation reaction experiments. although it might never be possible to produce a lethal antimatter weapon. The Black Technology System seemed to differ in its assessment. It determined that what humanity had mastered was essentially at a bargain price. For instance, the fierce bionic flight technology of the Laserbird, which also carried high-energy laser cannons, required only 5 million points. Conversely, the proton bomb, which might have originally demanded hundreds of trillions of points, was reduced to a mere 5 trillion due to humanity's preliminary research. This revelation was quite alarming. A minor misstep, and one would first reimburse themselves. At this stage, Yize dares not proceed. The storage conditions for antimatter are excessively stringent. Any encounter with normal matter would result in a catastrophic explosion, producing a powerful pulse magnetic storm that would ignite the very air. The rays emitted, including laser and X-rays, would annihilate any life forms in proximity. As for the proton bomb, there are no current plans to redeem it. However, that does not hinder Yize's imagination. While he refrains from reckless experimentation on Blue Star, perhaps in the future, he might conduct tests at a space station. He has only redeemed the Laserbird and the robotic dog, shaking his head as he discarded the proton bomb. Nevertheless, he did not directly adopt the system's proposal. What he seeks is an inconspicuous yet formidable weapon. The Laserbird and robotic dog, both designed in a sci-fi aesthetic, require significant modifications. Currently, he opened his computer and commenced a series of operations, recalculating the aerodynamic parameters and optimizing the structure and appearance of the bionic robots. The Laserbird was transformed into the likeness of an eagle, aptly named the Eagle model, while the robotic dog, originally resembling an extraterrestrial predator akin to a feline, was modified to embody the form of a cheetah, hence named the cheetah model. Since camouflage is essential, Yize ensured a comprehensive approach. He applied surface treatments to both the eagle and cheetah models, incorporating 3D laser-engraved bionic camouflage. This advanced pattern employs cutting-edge 3D laser technology to deceive the human visual system. The eagle Laserbird, devoid of feathers, appears as a lifelike eagle due to the bionic camouflage. The cheetah robotic dog, encased in a mechanical shell resembling a cheetah, would mislead human observers into perceiving it as a genuine Siberian husky. Quite impressive, Yize remarked, simulating his design with 3D animation, nodding in satisfaction. Xiaoling, I have uploaded the design to the server. Please arrange for the industrial robots in the laboratory to prototype a few eagles and cheetahs for testing. If the results are favorable, we can produce a batch for potential military promotion. The eagle and cheetah would undoubtedly be invaluable on the battlefield. The eagle Laserbird can reach speeds of 400 kilometers per hour, surpassing even the fastest helicopters on Blue Star, and unless a fighter jet intervenes, none can catch up. It is the perfect tool for intercepting and pursuing enemies. The cheetah robotic dog, equipped with a signal damping device, can absorb radio electromagnetic signals, granting it stealth capabilities against various enemy radars. It can also absorb certain spectra, providing it with a degree of invisibility to human eyes. Most impressively, by intercepting electromagnetic signals, it can conveniently eavesdrop on enemy communications. Stealthy surveillance makes it a dominion in special operations. Ah, little Lee, you've returned. Xue Jinquan knocked on the door and cheerfully entered the studio. Fortunately, the security guard mentioned it. Otherwise, I would have been unaware. I just arrived. Yize inquirat. Did you urgently seek me out? Is there something amiss? Nothing of great consequence, Xue Jinquan replied with a smile. Prince Harmon from Doghouse has called several times, inquiring about when the promised samples will be shipped. Prince Harmon is quite impatient, requesting at least one unit to showcase for his own prestige. After all, he is our first gold VIP. Yize Chakalda beat. It seems we must rely on Doghouse for some promotional advertising, ensuring we meet his need for ostentation. I will arrange this promptly. Fearing he might forget, he took a pen and jotted a note. Little D by. To be done. In fact, if he merely informed Xiaoling, it would remind him daily. However, being incessantly prodded like an alarm clock is rather irksome. Since the topic arose, he felt compelled to elaborate. Our civilian technology treads the path of high-end luxury, designed specifically to extract wealth from the affluent. He whimsically tore off a slip of paper, inscribing, "Our goal is to fulfill every extravagant desire of the wealthy." He handed it to Xue Jinquan, earnestly instructing, "Director Xue, post this on the marketing department's wall. Let the staff grasp the core philosophy." Certainly, little Li. Xue Jinquan, a man who values his image, often perceived as pretentious, received the note and, upon reading it, suppressed a laugh that threatened to erupt. Seated at his desk, unable to contain himself, he rested his forehead in his hand, chuckling uncontrollably. Eventually, he composed himself. Shue Jinquan then broached another matter. Prince Harmon wishes to solicit your opinion regarding something. He mentioned that Sam Country and John Bull Country have recently exerted pressure on them, demanding details about the 80 billion order. Yize responded with a chuckle. Has Sam Country finally decided to make a move? And John Bull, how brazen? Do they still believe they're living in the era of the sun, never setting a century ago? I'm quite curious about their justification for pressuring Doghouse. Is it not merely that the Yize group is among their sanction targets, requiring compliance with their investigations into foreign trade? If we ignore them, they will surely squeeze Doghouse like a soft persimmon. How arrogant! Dahua is no longer the Dahua of a decade ago, nor the Q dynasty of a century past. They dare to adopt such a condescending attitude. Yize scoffed coldly, suddenly inquiring of Shue Jinquan. Do you recall the Galaxy cargo ship incident from over a decade ago? How could one forget the 3 great humiliations of our time? Shue Jinquan seethed. Back then, we were also transacting with Doghouse. Sam Country, under the pretext of investigating contraband, dispatched aircraft and warships to forcibly intercept one of our ocean-going cargo ships, detaining it on the high seas for several weeks. It shocked the entire world and brought us immense disgrace. They insisted on searching the vessel, and whether we consented or not, we faced humiliation. Ultimately, after a thorough search, they found no contraband. Sam Country, with a dismissive remark about an intelligence error, sent us off with a wave. Indeed, Yize nodded in agreement. I wonder if we were to ship goods to Doghouse now. Would Sam Country attempt the same tactic, intercepting our merchant vessel once again? Shue Jinquan gasped in surprise. What then? Well, do they not desire to know the details of the order? Yize remarked nonchalantly. Then let us boldly inform them. Shue Jinquan pondered for a moment. Would that not expose the foreign trade model of the battle robots? Once we disclose the foreign trade model, it will inevitably be revealed. Yize suddenly broke into a radiant smile. In kind, let us return the favor. How about we draw inspiration from the Star Wars program? Chapter 84, Bumblebee Robots, Lasers, and Poison Stingers. Little are you suggesting? It must be said, Yize's proposition truly astonished Shue Jinquan. To leverage the foreign trade version of the battle robots to incite an arms race in other nations? Or perhaps to deliberately reveal the foreign trade version, leading them to misjudge the actual capabilities of the battle robots? Surely not. When did Little become involved with the War Ignition Bureau? He stifled his surprise, intrigued by Little Lee's thoughts. The foreign trade version of the battle robots is merely a small component. Yize sneered. There's much more to come. I intend to dupe them into fervently constructing aircraft, tanks, warships, and even nuclear weapons. In the end, they will realize that their equipment never sees the light of day. Merely a heap of useless scrap metal, the Star Wars program. More than 30 years ago, a grand spectacle was unleashed by the land of Sam. A colossal initiative rivaling the Apollo moon landing. This ambitious endeavor, centered around space warfare, envisioned a plethora of space-based weaponry, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aura. Their aim was not to defend against extraterrestrials, but rather to target the Northern Bear Nation. The scheme was designed to comprise a space-based combat platform formed by satellites and space stations, featuring not only a space missile launch system, but also space-based laser weapons, kinetic weapons, and particle beam weapons. It was proclaimed that upon completion, in the event of conflict, they would be capable of obliterating all enemy satellites in an instant and intercepting 99 of enemy missiles. However, it was later revealed that this plan was nothing more than a complete ruse. Not only 30 years ago, but even today, no nation on Earth could collaboratively realize such a venture. Yet at that time, the Red Northern Bear was at its zenith with rapid advancements in aerospace technology, leading them to mistakenly believe in the authenticity of this illusion and consequently drag them into a dead-end arms race. Young Master Lee, are you concocting a Star Wars 30 plan? Cough, don't ask. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea. I haven't thought it through. Yize waved his hand, interrupting Shue Jinquan's curiosity. Indeed, it was merely a whimsical thought, and he intended to proceed step by step from there. The land of Sam is adept at deception. Who knows? Perhaps a false pretense could turn into reality? Shue Jinquan's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. He perceived young Master Lee as a visionary, undoubtedly strategizing a grand game that could not yet be unveiled, to deceive an entire nation, especially the world's foremost power. Anyone else might consider such a notion insane. However, Shue Jinquan had been by Yize's side from the very beginning, witnessing firsthand the establishment of the Yize group from the ground up. Although not technically savvy, no one understood the group's formidable nature better than he did. Indeed, he believed that only the term formidable could encapsulate it. He once had a dream in which the Yize group possessed millions of industrial robots, which, under artificial intelligence control, suddenly turned into warriors charging into battle, overwhelming the world in a tide of steel. Awoken from that dream, Xue Jinquan felt a shiver down his spine. Who said industrial robots couldn't kill? Though they moved slowly and were encased in plastic or stainless steel, under the command of artificial intelligence, they transformed into fearless combatants. What terrified him the most was that super-intelligent AI, a factory with a value in the trillions, which would typically require at least 100,000 workers elsewhere, could be operated by a single AI at the Yize group, meticulously orchestrating the actions of tens of thousands of industrial robots. If young Masterly desired 100,000 mechanical warriors, it would be a matter of mere moments. Xue Jinquan stepped out, but returned shortly afterward. Young Masterly, CEO Zhang Qifa from Yize said the production line is ready. He wishes to meet with you to discuss a new product launch. Would you be available? One moment. Yize, engrossed in the blueprints for the B robot, paid little attention to Xue Jinquan. This was a recent acquisition from the system all. Exchanged for 3 million points. B bionic robot. Flight speed, 50 kilometers h, altitude, within 1,000 meters, maximum range, 8 kilometers per flight. Attack methods, neurotoxin stinger and micro-laser from the head. Though small, the B is fully equipped. With both long-range and short-range attack capabilities, its performance is quite impressive. The neurotoxin, akin to snake venom or scorpion venom, can cause numbness and convulsions in small doses, while larger quantities can be lethal, making it an essential tool for spies and assassins worldwide. Yize was well aware of the formula and process, ready to direct the laboratory robots to produce 10 kilograms, sufficient for his needs. With the enhancement from superconducting batteries and materials, the micro-laser's power could also reach deadly levels. It could cause blindness at 10 meters and death at 5 meters. The B, a bionic robot, along with its camouflage hive, had its blueprints and production protocols uploaded to the server. All tasks were assigned to Xiaoling for small batch production. Samples would likely be ready within hours. Finally, Yize turned to Xue Jinquan. Who did you say wanted to see me? Xue Jinquan had patiently awaited a response, showing no sign of displeasure. The fact that young Masterly did not dismiss him indicated he was regarded as a trusted confidant. He was grateful for the opportunity. Upon hearing Yize's inquiry, he quickly replied, CEO Zhang Qifa from Yize is preparing for a new product launch and probably wishes to seek your advice on it. Let him come. As the CEO of a subsidiary, he is one of our own. All right, I will inform him to come this afternoon. Xue Jinquan continued. CEO Yu Luosha from Yize International Trade has also requested a meeting. Should we see her? What's her purpose? Yize Inkirat. Yize Ocean Logistics Group is a large corporation, and their subsidiary is keen on becoming our overseas agent. They possess considerable strength in international trade, Xue Jinquan explained. Oh, so they are in foreign trade. Yize waved his hand dismissively. Let her go. We do not require middlemen for our products. He was genuinely confident that the quality of his products spoke for itself. Luxurious to the point of being envied by competitors. The employees at Yize often joked that even a husky could sell their products. Previously, dozens of companies, both domestic and international, had sought to become agents for Yize Group products, only to be turned away. Currently, Yize Group only operated a domestic website, allowing local customers to purchase directly without intermediaries. International consumers were frustrated, often having to buy from second-hand dealers, as most could not understand the language. If there were an overseas agent, sales in foreign markets would undoubtedly soar. Yize was fully aware of this. However, he was in no hurry to allow foreign consumers to indulge in high technology. His confidence stemmed from the fact that Yize Group's primary business focused on B2B connections between enterprises and factories. New materials were supplied to munitions factories, machine chips to mobile phone and computer manufacturers, and the upcoming Xenon batteries would also cater to businesses. Oh, in the foreign trade version of Transformers, orders are negotiated through government channels. The Heba phone and Kunping computer are merely side projects to set a benchmark for domestic peers. He had not taken him seriously. Ms. You please return. We are not considering overseas agents at this time. Despite Yize Group's formidable strength, which could aid Yize in expanding into overseas markets, Xue Jinquan firmly adhered to young Masterly's directives, promptly rejecting Yu Luosha's offer. Mr. Xue, want you even discuss it? Yu Luosha's voice was soft and graceful, yet it was met with Xue Jinquan's unwavering shake of his head. With no other recourse, she exited the Yize Group's premises deep in thought. Clearly, despite President Xue's initial intention to collaborate, he returned after a brief excursion to unequivocally decline the offer. it is evident that he sought counsel from the enigmatic Yize lurking behind the scenes. With a disdainful huff, one must acknowledge the audacity of Yize. The website of the industrial and commercial system harbors your personal information. Hackers will soon render your attempts at concealment futile.